Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2079 to Chapter 2136. Extreme Purple Peak and Mu Ming's expressions immediately tensed up. The divine weapons in their sleeves secretly fluctuated with a trace of killing intent. However, when Mu Ming looked up and saw the person in front of him, he was shocked. Too good, isn't it? Mu Yan smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I'll sit down. Mu Yan smiled, sat down, and looked at the two. You want to kill them? Looking at the two, Mu Yan spoke. Your Highness, why, did you come personally? Mu Ming whispered at this moment. It's too dangerous here. The Blood Clan, Yang Clan, and Zhu Clan are also here. There's also that Ba Tianjiang. Your Highness, you can't take the risk. Your Highness, Extreme Purple Peak was slightly startled when he heard this title. In the entire shepherds, other than the current crown prince, who else could be called Your Highness? Since I'm already here, I can't just go back with my tail between my legs, right? Mu Yan smiled faintly. And as the crown prince, if I can't handle such a small matter, how can I convince the public? But, alright, no buts. Mu Yan waved her hand and said, tell your men to withdraw. I'll take care of the matters here. Yes. Mu Ming nodded. In the hall, the hidden aura gradually relaxed. Where is your stronghold now? Mu Yan asked again. Your Highness, I'll leave the address to you. Mu Ming said again. I'll personally report to Your Highness about Spirit Snake Island later. Okay. Mu Yan returned to her seat. Ming Yuexin smiled and said, do you have to go through so much trouble? I'll help you. Anyway, you're my man. I'll help you deal with your troubles. Whoever dares to say you're bad, I'll help you kill them. How can I bear to do that? Mu Yan smiled and joked. Although it's not some male chauvinism, it's not good to always let your woman deal with things, right? Up to you. Ming Yuexin was too lazy to say more. Not long after, the two left the restaurant. The disciples of the Zhu clan and Yang clan were still chatting happily. According to the address that Mu Yan had left behind, Mu Yan brought Ming Yuexin to a house on Spirit Snake Island. From the outside, the house looked like a shop on a street. However, after entering the house, it was a completely different world. There were richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters, pavilions, terraces, and towers. Cultivators came and went, all with extraordinary auras. Your subordinate, Mu Ming, pays his respects to Your Highness. This subordinate of the Extreme Purple Peak greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Mu Ming and the Extreme Purple Peak had been waiting for a long time. Get up. Looking at Mu Yan said again, don't do such things in the future. Today, not to mention Mu Fengchen and Yang Yu, even Zhu Yuanshan and Yang Peng, who are both in the fourth change of the Ancestor God realm, will be difficult for you to deal with. Your Highness is right, we will definitely remember your words. Mu Ming hurriedly said respectfully. Your Highness. The Extreme Purple Peak said impatiently, may I ask, Your Highness, is the clan planning to take back Spirit Snake Island this time? Who else came with Your Highness? Just the two of us. Mu Yan said with a faint smile. Two people? The Extreme Purple Peak was stunned. Why? Is there a problem? The Extreme Purple Peak immediately ridiculed, Your Highness, that Ba Tianjiang is in the third change of the Ancestor God realm. Moreover, he is highly regarded by the mysterious Nether Crab King, one of the 9 great demon kings. He must have experts who have surpassed the third change of the Ancestor God realm by his side. If a fight breaks out, Your Highness, although your third change of the Ancestor God realm has improved rapidly, but, who are you looking down on? At this moment, Ming Yuexin suddenly snorted, and his face turned cold. A powerful aura immediately suppressed the Extreme Purple Peak and Mu Ming, causing their faces to turn pale. 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. At this moment, the two of them looked terrified, and their bodies trembled non-stop. All right, madam. Mu Yan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Your Highness, I didn't mean to offend you. The Extreme Purple Peak immediately kowtowed and said nervously, I'm just worried about Your Highness' safety, as well as the safety of the millions of people on Spirit Snake Island. Get up. Mu Yan waved her hand and said, tell me about what happened recently. Yes. The four of them found a pavilion and sat down. At this moment, Mu Mingming nodded slightly and said, there were originally a total of 144 islands in the boundless sea. They were originally under the rule of the 9 great demon kings, but our shepherds seized 36 islands in the last 10,000 years. Now, we are on par with the sea demon clan in the boundless sea. Originally, this was already a foregone conclusion. However, about 10 years ago, the sea demon clan repeatedly invaded. In the end, they finally couldn't hold back and directly attacked Spirit Snake Island. According to my analysis, this is very likely to be an experimental site. The sea demon clan is testing the attitude of our shepherds. Mu Mingming said cautiously, after all, Your Highness, the shepherds have returned. Facing the resistance of the 9 great ancient clans, the sea demon clan may have felt that now is the time for them to reclaim the islands they lost. Of course, we can't exclude another possibility. Tell me. Mu Mingming cupped his hands and said, there are other ancient clans behind this. As soon as he said this, the scene became quieter. Actually, from the appearance of the Zhu clan, Yang clan, and Blood clan this time, we can see some clues. Back then, when the clan leader attacked, Xingtian and Wang Qinglin didn't directly start a war. This means that they are afraid of the clan leader. However, although they are afraid of the clan leader, it doesn't mean that they will let our shepherds continue to develop. Using the sea demon clan to disturb us might be a very effective method. Hearing this, Mu Yan looked at Mu Mingming with approval. Mu Mingming was at the first transformation of the ancestor god realm, but he wasn't considered a core member of the shepherds. It was rare for him to be able to summarize this information based on what he had seen and heard. At the end of the day, even if the ancient clans had ceased their activities back then, they will still try to cause trouble behind our backs. Mu Yan smiled and said, then let's see what they are going to do this time. Yes. Mu Mingming cupped his hands and said again, what does your highness plan to do this time? Let's wait for a few days first. Mu Yan smiled and said, this time, the Zhu clan and Yang clan's core disciple are at the 2nd transformation of the ancestor god realm and accompanied an elder at the 4th transformation of the ancestor god realm. This is enough to see how much they care about the Spirit Snake Island. Let's see what they plan to do. Yes. Mu Mingming and Extreme Purple Peak explained the current situation of the Spirit Snake Island to Mu Yan, as well as Ba Tianjiang's actions in the past few years. As the sun set, Mu Yun and Ming Wuxin returned to the room. Ming Wuxin snorted and said, I think that although everyone in the shepherds respects you as the crown prince, some people look down on you from the bottom of their hearts. There's nothing we can do about it. Mu Yun smiled as he gently hugged the beauty in his arms and said, after all, I am much weaker than before. I don't care. Ming Wuxin said with a tough attitude, so what if the man that I, Ming Wuxin, fancy is weak? No matter how strong they are not qualified to be fancied by me, Ming Wuxin. Mu Yan clenched his fists when he heard this. He had divided his feelings into 9 portions and distributed them to the 9 women. However, the 9 women had given all of their feelings to him. This was very unfair to the 9 women. The only thing he could do was to give all of his love to each of them when he was with them. It's getting late. Mu Yan looked at the setting sun and said indifferently, it's time to cultivate. As soon as he said that, a smile appeared on Mingyue Xian's face. Okay, come on. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyue Xian pulled Mu Yan up. Mu Yan was dumbfounded at this moment. When he said to cultivate, he meant to cultivate separately. It was not like this, cultivating together. Late at night, Mingyue Xian lazily fell asleep. Mu Yan sat cross-legged on the bed. After reaching the ancestor god realm, he had not checked his body carefully. He did not cultivate the 9th grade divine arts. However, the divine arts in the 9 sacred tablets were imprinted in his mind. Originally, he had already mastered the first 6 god techniques on the Saint Steels. However, he had yet to fully comprehend the last 3. 4 directions: Heaven Realm, Buddha Light Earth / and the most mysterious, Ancestral Primordial Divine Art. The Ancestral Primordial Divine Art was no longer a simple move, but a general divine art. However, after stepping into the Ancestor God Realm, it was not only the strength of his body that improved, but also the improvement of his avatar. More importantly, the strength of his bloodline. The power of the blood crystal explosion condensed from the blood essence, blood pearl, and blood core could be said to be incomparably powerful. However, this was a complete consumption of blood essence. Unless it was a last resort, it could not be used. Otherwise, the blood essence would be damaged and the time needed to make up for it was too long. As for the most mysterious death-demanding technique, it consumed one's lifespan in exchange for powerful strength. This was exchanging one's life with the heavens. Mu Yun promised the ladies that he would not use it unless he was forced into a dead end. 10 years ago, outside the cloud-slashing canyon, he wanted to use this technique, but he was stopped by the cloud wings that appeared at that time. Apart from that, there was his dragon form body and Heaven's Eye. His dragon form body grew continuously. In addition to the strength of his bloodline, the green scale dragon armor condensed by his dragon form body emitted a green glow that was even more eye-catching. As for Heaven's Eye, it could distort space and use annihilation. Although he had reached the ancestor god realm and had a clear understanding of the space-time laws and could travel through space, it was still much weaker than relying on Heaven's Eye to control space. Guai had said that Heaven's Eye was extremely powerful back then. As his strength increased, Heaven's Eye indeed did not disappoint him. Moreover, what surprised Mu Yun the most was not these. It was the change in the heaven-fall underworld diagram. When his realm increased and he reached the ancestor god realm, he comprehended the space-time laws. The heaven-fall underworld diagram's spatial domain increased by more than 10 times. This qualitative improvement also caused the entire world in the heaven-fall underworld diagram to change. Those violent mountains, lands, rivers, lightning, and thunder were all moving towards a stable development. To Mu Yun, this was tantamount to opening up a new world. The blue sky underworld diagram was completely integrated with him. If he could really create a new world that could accommodate thousands of races, then his body could transform into a world. This kind of thing was unimaginable even for the top ancestral god realm. At this moment, there was a trace of hope in Mu Yun's heart. In the next few days, Mu Yun had been exploring the changes in his blue sky underworld diagram. The benefits brought by the growth of the world tree continuously condensed his external incarnation. Moreover, the birth of the power of the world played a key role in the blue sky underworld diagram. It stabilized the 9 heavenly treasures and condensed the chi of the world. This caused everything in the blue sky underworld diagram to become orderly. 300 osteopyram stood still quietly at this moment. Without the sacred steel, they could no longer continue to absorb chi and blood. However, Mu Yun had established a unique connection with the 9 sacred steels. He could steadily use his chi and blood to make a wonderful connection with the 300 osteopyram. He could feel that the 300 osteopyram was undergoing a transformation at this moment. It was not only the removal of the seal, but also a kind of fundamental change. This change made Mu Yun clearly feel that the osteopyram had a stronger bond with him. The 2 Qilin divine beasts, Mou and Huang Yan, also quieted down and cultivated quietly. The world in the blue sky underworld diagram was the best place for them to cultivate. Now, the 2 of them could not get rid of Mu Yun's shackles, so they might as well cultivate quietly here. It was quite good. Mu Yun deeply understood that the changes in the blue sky underworld diagram were related to him. Everything could not be separated from him, the backbone. When he woke up this day, outside the door, Extreme Purple Peak and Mu Ming were already waiting quietly. "Your Highness." Seeing Mu Yun appear, Mu Ming said respectfully, "I found out that Ba Tianjiang will be hosting Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu at the Ling Tian Pavilion on Lingxi Island today. The people from the Blood Clan should be there too." "Good." Mu Yun nodded and said, "Just wait here. Don't expose yourselves." "Your Highness, you, my wife and I will go and take a look." Mu Yun stretched and said with a smile, "After all, it's such a big matter. It's quite a pity if we don't go and take a look." "Your Highness, this subordinate will accompany your Highness," Mu Ming said respectfully. He was really worried that if something happened to Mu Yun, he would not be able to forgive himself even if he died 100 times. He would become the sinner of the entire shepherds and bear eternal infamy. "Don't worry." Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Madam is here." "Are you still worried? This Spirit Snake Island is already like this after being managed by Ba Tianjiang for a few years. What will it become after a while?" "But, no buts." Mu Yun said firmly, that's right, hide all the guards of the Spirit Snake Island. Tell them not to be rash. Yes. Mu Ming respectfully retreated with the extreme violet peak. The two left with a frown between their brows. Ming Ming, doesn't His Highness always have a guard by his side? The extreme violet peak said, Yuni is very famous. Why didn't he follow this time? Maybe he has something else to do. Mu Ming was still very worried and said, His Highness' style of doing things is different from before. I'm always worried. Even if you're worried, this is not something you and I can control. The two left slowly. Not long after, Ming Yuexin walked out slowly. Did you rest well? It's okay. Ming Yuexin stretched her waist, revealing her breathtaking curves. Let's go to the banquet. Okay. The two figures strode away, Spirit Snake Island, Ascending Sky Pavilion. As the most luxurious restaurant on Spirit Snake Island, Ascending Sky Pavilion was originally managed by the shepherds. However, Ba Tianjiang brought people to occupy Spirit Snake Island, and this place was managed by the Sea Demon clan. Today, there was not a single figure in Ascending Sky Pavilion. Outside the door, Sea Demon stood in a half-human half-demon posture. They were all at the Almighty Realm and carefully looked at the people coming and going around with sharp eyes. Inside Ascending Sky Pavilion, many figures took their seats. There was only one long table in the spacious hall. On the table, there were delicacies. Ha ha ha, loud laughter sounded. Outside Ascending Sky Pavilion, dozens of figures strode in one by one. I've long heard that the Zhu clan's Zhu Fengchen and the Yang clan's Yang Yu are famous talented youths in the two ancient clans. Seeing you today, it's indeed true. At such a young age, you're already at the ancestral god realm. I, Ba Tianjiang, am ashamed. As the loud laughter rang out, a tall and sturdy figure sat on the main seat with a golden saber and a golden saber. On the left and right, Zhu Fengchen from the Zhu clan and Yang Yu from the Yang clan welcomed him with smiles. Island Lord Ba. Island Lord Ba. When the two saw Ba Tianjiang, they cupped their hands politely. Sit, don't be so polite. Ba Tianjiang laughed and said, Young masters, you've come from afar. The spiritual Snake Island can't be compared to my dominating Sky Island. Please forgive us. Island Lord Ba, you're too polite. The Ascending Sky Pavilion is very famous on the spiritual Snake Island. I've heard that the boundless ocean has unique delicacies. Naturally, we'll have to try it. Great. Ba Tianjiang laughed. Didn't you say that the blood race is here as well? Where are they? Ba Tianjiang looked at the two of them and asked. The blood race sent young Master Xuesen this time. However, young Master Xuesen has been delayed for some time. He should be here soon. Oh? Ba Tianjiang continued to laugh and said, I'm afraid that my status on the spiritual Snake Island is not good enough for him and he doesn't want to come here. Ba Tianjiang's words contained a different meaning. He was originally the right-hand man of the Xianming Crab King. The Xianming Crab King had suffered the greatest loss during the Battle of the Shepherds. He originally occupied 17 islands, but now, he was left with only 3 islands, the Shantian Island, the Sky Sealing Island, and the dominating Sky Island. This matter caused the Xianming Crab King to be mocked among the 9 great monster kings. Since then, the Xianming Crab King's status had been slandered among the 9 great monster kings. This also caused the outside world to look down on him. Island Lord Ba, you're wrong. I, Xuesen, represent the blood race. How can I look down on Island Lord Ba? A gentle voice sounded from outside the door. Xuesen walked out with Xue Han and a dozen other figures. Today, the two of them seemed to be quite confident. After all, negotiating with Ba Tianjiang was a tough job. Furthermore, Xuesen was carrying the orders of the blood race, while Ba Tianjiang was unpredictable. If they couldn't come to an agreement, there might be a huge mess. However, Xuesen was very confident now. There was no other reason. The blood race had sent an extremely strong backup. As long as that person was here, his safety could be guaranteed. Alright, since the 3 of you are here, let's get straight to the point. Ba Tianjiang laughed heartily. First of all, the blood race, Zhu race, and Yang race have all promised that as long as the sea monster race can deal with the shepherds and hold them back, you'll give us the promised reward. I brought it. Xuesen waved his hand and a divine space ring appeared. Ba Tianjiang took the divine space ring and checked it carefully. Slowly, Ba Tianjiang's face turned cold. Zhu Fengchen and Yang Peng also took out their own divine space rings and handed them to Ba Tianjiang. However, after checking them one by one, Ba Tianjiang's face turned even colder. The amount isn't right. Ba Tianjiang said darkly. The original agreement was 100,000 supreme-grade divine crystals, but now, you're only paying 30,000 each. What's the meaning of this? Island Lord Ba. Xuesen said calmly. The shepherds have taken care of the spirit snake island. It's many times more prosperous than when it was in the hands of the sea monster race. Now that the sea monster race has taken over such a good place, the remaining 70,000 divine crystals are also included. I think that although we're getting less, the sea monster race still made a profit. Don't talk about other things. The smile on Ba Tianjiang's face disappeared and he snorted. An agreement is an agreement. You only see the benefits of the sea monster race taking over the spirit snake island, but when we took over the spirit snake island, many of my subordinates were injured. Moreover, we've offended the shepherds. The shepherds may take revenge at any time. This is a big problem. I don't think so. Xuesen smiled faintly. Now that the crown prince has returned, the shepherds have completely become the target of the 9 clans. How can they divert their attention to retaliate against the sea monster race? Regarding this matter, our 3 clans are merely helping the sea demon clan to make a start. How much will the sea monster race benefit from taking over the spirit snake island? The 3 clans are giving 30,000 supreme-grade divine crystals each. This is already a huge compromise. As soon as he said this, the murderous intent in Ba Tianjiang's eyes was slowly released. So, you're going to go back on your word? Ba Tianjiang said coldly. Everyone, an agreement is an agreement. The sea monster race did it, but the 3 ancient clans are going back on their word. What's the meaning of this? Nothing. Xuesen said faintly. The sea monster race didn't lose anything in this matter. I think there's no problem with us working together. Moreover, Island Master Ba, I have to tell you that you've already offended the shepherds. If you offend the Zhu clan in the south, the Yang clan in the north, and the Blood tribe in the north, I'm afraid, even the Shifter Emperor won't have a good time. As soon as Xuesen said this, a murderous intent was released from Ba Tianjiang's eyes. Young man, do you think I'm a fool? Ba Tianjiang shouted, are you threatening me? You humans are indeed cunning. When the shepherds settled down, the sea monster race should have killed them to prevent future troubles. Now, the 3 ancient clans are still so shameless. Ba Tianjiang, this is not a threat. Xuesen said clearly. I have to tell you that the wise choice is to keep the divine crystals. Otherwise, you're just the island master of Ba Tianjiang Island with a 3rd transformation ancestor god realm. You won't be able to withstand the anger of the 3 ancient clans and the shepherds. Bullsh *T. Ba Tianjiang roared and smashed the table with his palm. There was a loud rumbling sound. Why? Do you want to fight? Xuesen said coldly. So you brought an expert with you. That's why you are so confident. Ba Tianjiang sneered when he saw Xue Han's aura rising. Why do you think I, Ba Tianjiang, am valued by the Dark Nether Crab King despite being a 3rd transformation ancestor god? Swoosh. 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 As soon as Ba Tianjiang finished speaking, numerous figures appeared in the room. The auras of the 2 people in the lead were wild and domineering, suppressing everyone present. 2 7th transformation ancestor god experts, seeing this scene, the expressions of the few people present changed slightly. The 7 transformation ancestor god experts were considered high-ranking even in the ancient tribes. Ba Tianjiang actually had 2 of them. It was no wonder that he was under the Dark Nether Crab King despite being a 3rd transformation ancestor god. It turned out that he had 2 capable assistants behind him. How about it? Ba Tianjiang sneered. Give me all the remaining divine gems. Otherwise, none of you will be leaving today. Ba Tianjiang, you, Xuesen's face turned cold. He did not expect Ba Tianjiang to not be afraid of the ancient tribes and even dare to threaten them. Are you giving or not? Ba Tianjiang shouted again. Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu's faces turned red. As disciples of the ancient tribes, they had never been threatened like this before. If you dare to touch us, I guarantee that the Blood Tribe will not let you off. Xuesen snorted. Even if the Blood Tribe cannot attack the Sea Monster Tribe, it is more than enough to kill Ba Tianjiang. Damn it. Do you think that I, Ba Tianjiang, am a coward? Ba Tianjiang growled, Ba Yu, Ba Qing, kill them. Xuesen's face turned ghastly pale. Ba Tianjiang. Xuesen bellowed again, do you think this is how we came here? There are many 9 transformation ancestor god experts in the Blood Tribe. Do you think a mere 7 transformation ancestor god can stop us? Ignorant. Ba Tianjiang did not hold back at all. I've said it before. I'll give you all the things that you should give me. You 3 ancient tribes have gone back on your words. I, Tyrant Tianjiang, am not a pushover. Either you give me the divine crystals now and get out of Spirit Snake Island, or die. Dominating Tianjiang released his aura of a 3rd transformation ancestor god realm expert. Around him, more than a dozen 1st and 2nd transformation ancestor god realm experts walked out. The crowd surrounded the people from the 3 ancient clans in the Rising Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Xuesen's expression was uncertain. If he didn't do so, Ba Tianjiang might really kill him mercilessly. However, if the divine crystals were replenished, the blood race would lose face. He was hesitating now. I wonder if those 2 have arrived at the Spirit Snake Island. Little ones, listen to my command. Ba Tianjiang snorted, since the Blood Clan dares to play with us, then let's tell them that we, the Sea Demon Clan, are not to be trifled with. As soon as Ba Tianjiang finished speaking, his body was filled with killing intent. Each wave of rumbling sounds was louder than the previous one. I dare you to touch a member of the Blood Clan. Meanwhile, a deep roar could be heard all of a sudden. Outside the Rising Sky Pavilion, 2 figures strode over. A black robe covered his body. Outside the black robe, there was a blood-red cloak that could shake one's mind. Lord. Seeing the 2 people, Xuesen and Xuehan were pleasantly surprised. Lord, at the side, Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu's eyebrows flickered. Could this guy be a member of the blood race? However, no matter how they looked at it, the man who spoke seemed to only have the aura of a 1st transformation ancestor god realm expert. However, they couldn't tell the cultivation level of the person behind him. Slap, Mu Yun, who was dressed in a black robe, walked forward and slapped Xuesen away. Trash. An indifferent voice could be heard. Xuesen was completely dumbfounded after being slapped. However, there was no anger on his face, only respect. He was very sure that Mu Yun and Mingyue Xin were members of the blood race. The crown prince of the blood race had a group of trusted subordinates who had always been arrogant. In the blood race, they only obeyed the crown prince's orders. The person in front of him must be one. I'm useless. Xuesen cupped his hands and bowed his head. Get lost. Mu Yun's voice was a little hoarse as he scolded in disappointment. Then, he walked out and looked at Ba Tianjiang who was opposite him. Who are you? Ba Tianjiang became cautious at this moment. It doesn't matter who I am. Mu Yun snorted. The blood race is just doing you a favor and letting the sea demon race get Xianxia Island. Now that the shepherds haven't done anything, you can continue to attack and occupy the shepherds' islands and subdue the 36 islands. The so-called reward that was given to you is actually more than 10 times more after the sea demon race occupied Xianxia Island, right? You don't know when to stop. Do you think the blood race is afraid of you? As soon as she said this, a tinge of fear appeared in Xuesen's eyes. The person in front of him didn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. Now, what else do you have to say? Mu Yun spoke again, and her voice was even colder. If you don't follow the agreement, I, Ba Tianjiang, will not agree. Bang, suddenly, just as Ba Tianjiang finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Ba Tianjiang's body exploded at this moment. Just as the soul was about to break free from Lin Feng's control and flee, a hand gently reached out and grabbed it tightly. Not just a dead thing. Mu Yun said indifferently. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Go back and tell your King Xianming crowd that if you still want Xianxia Island, you can come and get it yourselves. As for Ba Tianjiang, he spoke rudely. So be it if he's dead. As soon as she said this, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Ba Tianjiang was killed in an instant. Moreover, it was the figure behind this man. What realm was that person in? At this moment, the people of the sea demon race hurriedly retreated. This matter must be reported to the King Xianming Crab as soon as possible. Ba Tianjiang's identity was unique. It was a big deal that he was killed. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the few people in the Rising Sky Pavilion. My lord, the King Xianming Crab will definitely be furious with Ba Tianjiang's death. I must quickly return to the race and report this matter to the higher-ups. Mu Yun nodded and said, I will also tell the Crown Prince the specific details. Yes. Xuesen also immediately left with Xue Han and the others. Zhu Fengchen, Yang Yu, and the others did not dare to stay any longer. If the King Xianming Crab sent people in anger, they would not be able to resist at all. Ba Tianjiang was dead. This matter was very difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the Rising Sky Pavilion became quiet. Mu Yun took off her hat and exhaled. What should we do next? Mingyue Shen asked. Of course, we'll hunt them down. Mu Yun said with a smile. Ba Tianjiang is dead. I think the sea demon race will be furious no matter what, right? According to ordinary people's thinking, the sea demon race will not be able to take this lying down and will directly kill the Blood Clan and the others. Mingyue Shen immediately understood. Just kill them just now. No. Mu Yun said with a smile. On the way back, in the boundless ocean, no news of his death will be leaked. The sea demon race and the three ancient clans will have shed all pretense of cordiality. Without the three ancient clans secretly causing trouble, it will be much easier to subdue the sea demon race. I'll listen to you. Mingyue Shen smiled sweetly and did not say much. Mu Yun's current idea was to solve the biggest problem with the smallest price. Although the shepherds were powerful, their future enemies might be the entire realm of the gods. They could not show off too much. If they offended the three ancient clans and the sea demon race at the same time, they would be attacked from both sides. If they broke up the cooperation between the sea demon race and the three ancient clans, the shepherds would have less trouble in this way. At this moment, Xuesen led the Blood Clan and the others away quickly. Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu also followed closely at this moment. Xuesen, who is that person? Zhu Fengchen could not help but ask. I don't know who the person beside His Highness the Crown Prince is either. Xuesen said coldly, however, this time, if His Highness the Crown Prince had not thought things through, we might not have been able to return. Ba Tianjiang, this fellow, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's good that he died. That's right. If he didn't die, we would have died. Yang Yu said hatefully, it's a pity. I'm afraid the sea demon race will hold a grudge against us. They won't attack the shepherds so fiercely anymore. This is a mess. Don't worry. Sooner or later, the shepherds will be annihilated. At that time, the sea demon race will also be completely annihilated. Xuesen said coldly, at that time, I will make the sea demon race completely disappear from the world. And that crown prince of the shepherds. He's just a first-rank ancestor god. How dare he try to recover his cultivation from 10,000 years ago? He's dreaming. I don't agree with what you said. As soon as Xuesen finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Who's there? Everyone immediately became cautious. In front of them, a raging wave came crashing over. A person stood in the middle of the wave and looked ahead. You're Mu Yun. Xuesen's expression turned cold. Ever since Mu Yun returned, almost all the ancestor gods in the Blood tribe looked at Mu Yun's portrait and remembered her carefully. Xuesen recognized Mu Yun at once. It's me. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, everyone, what are you doing in such a hurry? Mu Yun, how dare you appear here? Xuesen looked around carefully when he saw Mu Yun. After confirming that there was no one around, Xuesen's mouth was full of murderous intent. This is the boundless ocean. Other than the sea demon race, we shepherds are the overlords here. As the crown prince of the shepherds, why can't I appear here? Mu Yun grinned and said, you guys, on the other hand, acting so sneakily. Could it be that you've done something wrong? Something wrong? Xuesen snorted and said, since you're here alone, prepare to die. Xuesen was in a bad mood just now. When he saw Mu Yun, his murderous intent rose. Mu Yun could be said to be an important figure that all the ancient clans wanted to kill. Everyone in the ancient clans wanted to kill Mu Yun. No one dared to treat the rumors of the Nine-Fate Emperor as a child's play. Clang, seeing Xuesen's murderous intent, Mu Yun took a step forward. A pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in her hand. The spear is Crimson Spirit, and I'm Mu Yun. Who dares to disobey my spear? Crimson Spirit appeared in Mu Yun's hand. The pitch-black spear light seemed to carry a murderous intent that made one's heart palpitate. Crimson Spirit. Xuesen was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. The Crimson Spirit Divine Spear was famous in the entire divine world. This divine spear was used by the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun. However, after the death of the shepherd's crown prince Mu Yun, Crimson Spirit disappeared. Today, it appeared again in the hands of Mu Yun. Crimson Spirit was still the same Crimson Spirit. However, Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun of the past. Idiot, since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xuesen had forgotten to think when he saw Crimson Spirit. The Crimson Spirit Divine Spear was unpredictable and too tempting. Xuesen held the long sword and took a step forward. Murderous intent filled the air as he charged towards Mu Yun. Get lost. Mu Yun took a step forward and charged out with the long spear in her hand. The spear was like a ray of light. Huge waves were set off on the surface of the sea at this moment. Clang, the sword and the spear clashed. At this moment, the sea surged with great waves, showing signs of being swept away. The waves rolled and formed a shadow of a spear and a shadow of a sword in midair. They collided directly. Suddenly, the originally calm surface of the sea turned into a frenzied howl as the two exchanged blows. It was as if the end of the world had come. Damn it! Xuesen retreated abruptly as his breathing quickened. He suddenly felt that Mu Yun's spear skills were extremely sharp. Moreover, the control of the first transformation of the Ancestor God realm was superior to him in terms of divine power, space power, and time power. That was impossible. Mu Yun was only in the first transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Burning Sky Sword Slash. Time and space around Xuesen slowed down as he attacked with his sword. As he swung his sword, the long sword whizzed out and condensed 3 sword seals that charged towards Mu Yun. It's meaningless. At this moment, Mu Yun opened his mouth and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. Meteor Storm. With a low roar, Mu Yun placed the long spear beside her. She formed a seal with her palms. Swish swish swish, suddenly, streaks of light fell from the sky like meteors. Those streaks of light fell quickly, creating sparks as they attacked the blood forest. Seeing this, Xuesen had no choice but to withdraw his longsword to defend his body. However, at that instant, he felt an aura of death surging toward him. At this moment, a powerful aura of qi and blood spread out. At this moment, the meteor-like rays of light that filled the sky actually turned into the most resplendent beam of light and directly attacked. Bang! In an instant, Xuesen reacted hurriedly and attacked with his long sword. However, with a loud bang, that sword was instantly disintegrated by the starlight. Xuesen had no time to react at all. A hole suddenly appeared in his chest and blood gushed out. His entire abdominal cavity was completely empty. Die. At this moment, Mu Yun pointed a finger, her killing intent overflowing. With a loud bang, Xuesen's body exploded. Before the divine soul could escape, Mu Yun waved his hand, grabbed it, and swallowed it in one gulp. She swallowed it. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were already dumbfounded. Immediately after, they clearly felt that after Mu Yun swallowed Xuesen's soul, her aura actually increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was simply appalling. Upon reaching the Ancestor God realm, every single improvement and transformation required an enormous amount of energy. This required accumulation over a long period of time. 100 years of improvement for one change was all for geniuses. However, Mu Yun only swallowed Xuesen's soul, and her aura directly increased. This was too inconceivable. Shepherds have the devouring bloodline. You can devour other people's cultivation to increase your own cultivation. At this moment, Shuesen's fingers were trembling. If this could be done, then Mu Yun's cultivation would increase in a negligible amount of time. As long as she kept killing and devouring, Mu Yun's cultivation could increase at an extremely fast speed. There was no need for 100 years of improvement. Thinking carefully, Shuesen felt a chill run down his spine. Split up and run. Shuesen said coldly, send this news back. Run? Zhu Fengchen snorted. This guy is only at the first change of Ancestor God realm. Even if he can kill Shuesen, aren't you a match for him? Idiot. Shuehan cursed and ran away. Bang, however, hundreds of meters away, Shuesen's figure crashed into the transparent air with a bang. This is Space Seal. Shuesen's expression completely changed at this moment. Space Seal could be done by ancestor gods. However, to be able to execute a spatial seal without anyone noticing while he was at the 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm, this person was definitely stronger than him. Moreover, from the beginning, Mu Yun's appearance here was wrong. How could he appear alone? Everyone was lured by Qi Ling and completely lost their minds. Now, there was no way to run. Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu's expressions changed slightly at this moment. What's going on? This space is sealed by someone. Shuesen said coldly. Sealed, Zhu Fengchen and Yang Yu's expressions changed slightly at this moment. Everyone, since you've come to the boundless sea, stay here for a while longer. A soft laugh sounded. Above the sea, 2 figures walked over. It was a man and a woman. The man's expression was indifferent, while the woman's expression was lazy. Mu Yun. When they saw the figure walking towards them, their faces were filled with shock. This was True God Mu Yun, the person who killed Shuesen just now was Mu Yun's clone. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Generally speaking, the clone was much weaker than the original body. However, Mu Yun actually used her clone to kill Shuesen, who was at the 2nd change of Ancestor God realm. How terrifying was this guy's strength? Everyone, it's not appropriate to just leave after coming to the boundless sea, right? Mu Yun said with a smile. Look at how much effort you put in to form an alliance with the Sea Demon clan to cause trouble for us shepherds. But now, you've brought trouble to yourselves. It's time to solve it. Ignorant child. Shuesen said coldly. Do you really think that the Blood clan is afraid now that the shepherds are struggling at death's door? Your days as shepherds are numbered. Then you'd better worry about yourself first. Mu Yun glanced at everyone and said, the Devourer bloodline is the most powerful existence of the shepherds. Since you know that I can devour everything to increase my cultivation, it's too childish to threaten me with such words. If the Blood clan really dares to make a move, I won't be able to leave the cloud-cleaving canyon. Kill them. Mu Yun said indifferently. At this moment, Mingyue Xian stepped forward and waved her hands. Waves immediately rose above the sea. Several water dragons loomed over the place, locking onto the figures of the cultivators. 9 changes of Ancestor God. At this moment, everyone immediately felt that their bodies were bound uncontrollably. The water dragon rose into the air and completely enveloped them, not giving them any chance to catch their breaths. At this moment, everyone understood that they were already on the path to death. Shuesen shouted crazily at this moment, Lord Envoy, quickly show yourself and save us. Are you calling me? A slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded. The moment that voice sounded, Shuesen's body immediately became dispirited. In front of him, Mu Yun was looking at them with a smile at this moment. So it's you. Shuesen's eyes immediately turned red, and he roared, it's you who killed Ba Tianjiang and then framed the Blood clan. Now you, Shuesen immediately understood. Now that Mu Yun had appeared again, killed them, and then disposed of them without anyone knowing. Needless to say, the 3 ancient clans would definitely push all the blame to the Sea Demon clan. In this way, the 3 ancient clans and the Sea Demon clan were originally working together to deal with the shepherds. However, this caused a huge rift between the 3 ancient clans and the Sea Demon clan. Mu Yun had played a good trick. She had kept the 3 ancient clans and the Sea Demon clan in the dark. This matter would be even more impossible to prove. Once the Sea Demon clan knew that Ba Tianjiang was dead, they would not have a chance to explain to the 3 ancient clans. Mu Yun, at this moment, Xuesen was unable to restrain his anger. Since you're dead, then behave yourself. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a sharp murderous aura immediately swept out. The majestic aura was stronger than the previous wave. At this moment, dozens of people were tightly surrounded and could not escape at all. Ming Wuxin stood at the side and watched everything with a sweet smile. Slowly, the dozens of people could clearly feel that their bodies were completely restrained at this moment. They could not move at all and could not break free. In fact, the tyrannical aura that Mu Yun exerted on them made it impossible for them to fight back. They could only awkwardly protect their souls. However, under Mu Yun's crazy devouring, how could they protect themselves? A scream was heard. A first change ancestor God Realm warrior's face turned pale. His entire body went soft and his aura dissipated. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Those disciples were howling in pain at this moment. Everyone was struggling madly at this moment, but it was to no avail. They wanted to break free, but Ming Wuxin was at the 9 changes ancestor God Realm. If she could not restrain them, then they would have lived in vain. Stop struggling. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Isn't it good to die properly? Don't kill me, don't kill me." At this moment, Shui Han suddenly shouted. "Don't kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you." Mu Yun said indifferently. "I can help you." Shui Han immediately roared. "If you kill all of us now, the Blood Clan will not let this matter rest. They will definitely investigate. Although you did it secretly, there will be traces that can be found. If you let me go, I'm willing to be your spy." As soon as he said that, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth rose slightly. "Are you really willing to be my spy?" In the Mu clan, there is a secret skill that the patriarch has passed down. It's called the Dark Seal of Life and Death. Those who have been sealed will act according to their master's orders even if they don't obey him. In other words, you'll live in my hands like a puppet. You won't dare to go west if I tell you to go east. Moreover, even if you're millions of miles away from me, I can kill you instantly if you say something you shouldn't say. Shui Han's body trembled when he heard this. As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, Yang Peng from the Yang clan, who was beside him, was also unable to withstand Mu Yun's attack. With a scream, he instantly fell to the ground. His aura was completely gone. I'm willing. Shui Han trembled and said, "I'm not a direct disciple of the Blood Clan. I was recruited into the Blood Clan. I spent tens of thousands of years to reach the 7 changes of the Ancestor God Realm. I don't want to die." "All right." Mu Yun said indifferently, "I'm not worried that you'll betray me. You'll be dead the moment you think of betraying me." Mu Yun looked at Shui Han and said, "It's too much for me to use the seal of life and death on you now at the 7 changes of the Ancestor God Realm. Wait here first." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he looked at the other figures. She waved her hand and the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. The remaining figures were completely devoured by Mu Yun. Waves of violent power were stronger than the previous. The surface of the sea rippled slowly at this moment. Mu Yun's figure slowly sat upright, his mind empty of anything else. At this moment, the souls of those experts at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral God realm had fused into his body. The power of devouring was fully displayed at this moment. Everything seemed normal. Mingyue Xian stood there calmly and looked at Shui Han with contempt in her eyes. "Just stay here. If you dare to move, even 10 of you will die without a burial place." "I wouldn't dare." Shui Han's body was trembling slightly. He really didn't want to die. In this world, there were indeed many people who would rather die than give up their dignity. But he wasn't. If he died, then everything would be gone. What dignity was there to talk about? He wasn't a descendant of the blood race in the first place. He was merely an outsider who had been bestowed with the surname Blood. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral God realm, why would he need to follow this little kid, Xuesen, to work for him? This time, as long as he didn't die, there was still a chance. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? At this moment, Mu Yun's figure slowly fell to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the seawater was pushing away Mu Yun's figure. However, at this moment, Mu Yan's body seemed to have lost all signs of life. Everything had disappeared. At this moment, it was as if everything had vanished into thin air. It was just a simple Mu Yan. Slowly, all of the power within him was being digested and freed. The auras of those souls were devoured and dissolved by his bloodline. Gradually, his body expanded, shrunk, expanded, and shrunk. Waves of pure power completely merged into his body. At this moment, the green scale dragon armor was slowly emitting a green glow. Patches of light flickered magnificently. At this moment, the ground and the bottom of the sea were dark. However, Mu Yan's heart was exceptionally calm. Her body and soul were rapidly growing at this moment. Gradually, her body couldn't withstand the violent growth. Her mind entered the blue sky yellow springs diagram, and Mu Yan looked at Mou and Huang Zhong. I'll give you some benefits. Mu Yan pointed with her finger, and the excess vigorous power entered Mou and Huang Zhong's bodies drop by drop. The two Qilins couldn't help but shudder at this moment. They only felt the pure power without any impurities enter their bodies directly. The two of them didn't have time to talk. They closed their eyes and quietly absorbed the power infusion. At this moment, Mu Yan's mind was even more calm. She didn't care about everything that was happening around her. As time passed, the strands of pure energy that came from outside Mu Yan's body finally fused with his body to the extreme. The two types of power merged into one on a deep level and completely became Mu Yan's own. The aura around Mu Yan's body became extremely violent. Her power increased by more than 10 times. Second transformation of the Ancestor God realm, the power in her body had completely merged. The carefree feeling of improvement made Mu Yan completely happy. However, gradually, a wave of fluctuation swept through Mu Yan's mind. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression froze. He could feel the changes in the power in his body. It was the primordial spirit. In the primordial spirit, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were combined into one. However, at this moment, they were separated. Mu Yan knew very well what this meant. External incarnation. Could it be that he was about to peel off an external incarnation? But how was this possible? He had clearly completely condensed an external incarnation of himself. At the Ancestor God realm, there was only one external incarnation. As the realm of the main body increased, the external incarnation's realm would also gradually change and increase. However, he had already condensed an external incarnation. How could this be? However, no matter how surprised Mu Yan was, the second external incarnation had indeed begun to condense at this moment. Even if Mu Yan wanted to stop it, he couldn't. The external incarnation separated its flesh and soul from Mu Yan's main body. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yan. It had the exact same appearance, aura, and the same expression. This was the second external incarnation. At this moment, Mu Yan was completely stunned. He suddenly thought of the fun thing that the life soul had said when he was fusing with it. Could it be referring to this? At this moment, Mu Yan made an even bolder guess. The Ancestor God transformation condensed an external incarnation. The Ancestor God transformation condensed a second external incarnation. The Ancestor God transformation, the Ancestor God transformation. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes suddenly flickered. If that was the case, he could really condense 9 external incarnations at the Ancestor God realm, 9 external incarnations. What kind of concept was that? When fighting with the enemy and the external incarnation were only 2 people, but he had 10 of them. This was simply unheard of. Mu Yan's figure was immediately awakened and suddenly broke out of the sea. There was a loud rumble. At this moment, the sea was exploding with crackling sounds. A series of ripples swept the place. At this moment, Mu Yan's body began to slowly turn. A wave swept him up. He's out. Ming Wuxian opened his eyes at this moment. Mu Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. She was dressed in black clothes that were not stained by the seawater at all. Standing in the middle of the waves, she was calm and indifferent. The aura that spread out from her body was obviously at the second transformation of the Ancestor God realm. He has reached the second transformation of the Ancestor God realm. At this moment, Shui Han's face trembled. Mu Yan had actually reached the second transformation of the Ancestor God realm at this moment. After 3 months she had reached the second transformation of the ancestor god realm. If this news were to spread, the entire god realm would probably tremble completely. Even the geniuses of the Daegu clan had to spend tens of thousands of years to reach the god master realm from the void god realm. After reaching the ancestor god realm, it was already considered a top talent to be able to advance one transformation in 100 years. However, Mu Yun had completely broken this. This was no longer something that could be described with a few simple words. However, thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun was the crown prince in her previous life, and it was rumored that she had reached the ancestor god realm in more than 1,000 years. Then, after another 1,000 years, she had directly reached the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm. Now, Mu Yun, who had truly experienced 9 lifetimes and 9 lifetimes, had completely completed the tempering as a 9-fate emperor. This was the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. It was difficult for her to advance her cultivation level slowly, however, at this moment, 2 figures slowly appeared beside Mu Yun. External incarnation. Xuehan was shocked. However, beside Mu Yun, there was not 1 incarnation, but 2. At this moment, even Mingyue Xin was rather surprised. Why would there be 2 incarnations beside Mu Yun? It was really unimaginable. You succeeded? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. But why is there an additional incarnation? I'm not too sure either. It appeared on its own, and I couldn't stop it. Perhaps, it has something to do with the bloodline? Mu Yun was indeed not too sure at this moment. I reached the second transformation of the ancestor god realm in 3 months. Mu Yun exhaled and said, it's still too slow. He had the devour talent and the purification ability in his body. Not only that, but the current him also had extremely powerful bloodline talents from other ancient clans. Spirit control, divine lightning, divine fire, divine king energy, and divine water. These 5 bloodline talents were completely contained in Mu Yun's own bloodline talents. At this thought, Mu Yun suddenly thought of something. Since he had these 5 bloodline talents in his body, could he transfer them to his incarnation? Thinking of this, Mu Yun stood on the spot and closed his eyes in deep thought. Slowly, an aura flowed out of Mu Yun's body. The first incarnation was gradually changing at this moment, giving birth to a unique aura. Spirit control aura. Gradually, the clone opened its eyes. A terrifying light slowly spread out from its eyes. How is this possible? Xuehan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Mu Yun could actually use the bloodline talents of the blood clan. Gradually, the second incarnation opened its eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared. Zhao's bloodline talent, divine lightning. Xuehan felt his throat dry up, and he didn't know what to say at this moment. Mu Yun was too unbelievable. You can actually give 2 incarnations different bloodline talents of the ancient clans. Xuehan's fingers trembled. I just discovered it too. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, it seems that it still works. It's still possible. At this moment, Xuehan suddenly knelt down with a thud. Crown Prince Mu Yun, I, Xuehan, am willing to serve under Crown Prince Mu Yun. Xuehan was really shocked at this moment. Mu Yun, who had reached the second transformation of the ancestor god realm, was indeed nothing in the 10 great ancient clans. However, the terrifying potential that Mu Yun displayed was simply unprecedented. She could condense an incarnation at a single transformation. If she reached the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm, all 9 incarnations would be at the ancestor god realm. How terrifying was this? Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. All right. Mu Yun nodded and said, as long as you work well for me, I won't let you die for no reason. 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm. You have been implanted with the life and death seal, and you will be my right-hand man. The dark seal of life and death was in the shape of the 8 trigrams, 1 bright and 1 dark. At this moment, the bright side was imprinted with a wisp of Mu Yun's soul consciousness. In the dark side, Xuehan contributed his soul. As his soul stood on the dark seal of life and death, Xuehan immediately felt an invisible shackle around his body. It was an invisible restraint. Mu Yun also realized that after reaching the ancestor god realm, the dark seal of life and death had also become more mysterious. He had once asked his father about the origin of the dark seal of life and death. However, his father said that it was not taught by him. Until now, Mu Yun was still unable to determine where the dark seal of life and death came from. However, there was no doubt that the dark seal of life and death had contributed a lot to him. Some people could not be trusted. The dark seal of life and death had helped him solve these problems. All right. Mu Yun put away the seal and exhaled. Slowly, a ray of light rose. Mu Yun felt that his body was releasing a dazzling aura at this moment. That aura came from Shui Han. Shui Han was at the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm. At the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm, a martial artist's body would become strong enough, and his vitality would also become extremely strong. In the Ancestor God realm, every increase in the Ancestor God realm was a complete transformation of the martial artist's body, including his flesh, soul, primordial spirit, and so on. This transformation was polished by heaven and earth. Shui Han's 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm was indeed very powerful. At this moment, through the dark seal of life and death, Mu Yun, the master, was stealing Shui Han's aura and power. Slowly, Mu Yun felt that the power in his body was increasing and improving. Although it was not enough to break through to the 3rd change of the Ancestor God realm, it was very effective in transforming his aura of the 2nd change of the Ancestor God realm. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled with a calm expression. You can go back first. Looking at Shui Han, Mu Yun said, I don't need to teach you what to say and what to do, right? Yes. Shui Han cupped his hands and said, Master, I'll go find trouble with the Sky Tyrant Island and escape with serious injuries. I'll leave the Sky Tyrant Island and return to the Blood Clan and report everything to the clan's higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Shui Han's brain was still quite sharp. After Shui Han left, Mu Yun brought Ming Wuxin back to the Spirit Snake Island. During these 3 months, the Spirit Snake Island could be said to be in chaos. With Ba Tianjiang dead, the 2 Vice Island Masters continued to control the Spirit Snake Island. On the other hand, the Sky Tyrant Island was in an uproar. At this very moment, at the center of the Sky Tyrant Island, under a 10,000 zhang tall mountain, numerous palaces could be seen, giving off a majestic atmosphere. At this moment, a figure stood outside the palace at the foot of the mountain. This person's figure was stooped, and he looked like he was old and dim-sighted. Standing outside the palace gate, he looked as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Old Dong, don't wait any longer. A guard next to him tried to dissuade him. The king has already said that we cannot send our troops. The Blood Clan, Zhu Clan, and Yang Clan are all in cahoots. I know you're heartbroken over the loss of your beloved son, but we can't just attack the Blood Clan, can we? Elder Dong, you have to experience the king's helplessness. This old me understands. The stooped old man opened his eyes slightly and said, however, my beloved son died tragically. He sacrificed his life for the Sea Demon Clan. The Blood Clan actually sent a 9 transformation ancestor. God realm martial artist to kill my son. If the Sea Demon Clan were to swallow this humiliation now, I think that in another 10,000 years, the Sea Demon Clan would lose all 108 islands. Your Majesty, please consider carefully. How long can you defend the remaining 3 islands? Old Dong, the guard at the gate still wanted to say something, but at this moment, the gate suddenly opened. A middle-aged man walked forward with a calm expression as he stared at Ba Dong. Ba Dong. Luo Dongshi. The corner of Ba Dong's mouth twitched when he saw the person, and he said, What are you doing here? I'm here to visit an old friend. Luo Dongshi chuckled and said, Why? Are you asking for orders? That's right. Ba Dong said coldly, This matter has nothing to do with you. Looking at the 2 people at the gate, the guard hurriedly retreated. Luo Dongshi, Ba Dong, these 2 were the left and right arms of the mysterious Nether Crab King, and they were both at the 9 transformation ancestor god realm. In the entire divine world, everyone knew that the 9 transformation ancestor god realm was the peak of cultivation. And these 2 were at the 9 transformation ancestor god realm. However, even the 9 transformation ancestor god realm had differences. The 10 patriarchs in the top 10 of the divine fate list could be said to be at the peak of the 9 transformation ancestor god realm. Although there was a gap between them, it was harder than ascending the heavens to kill each other. Next were the first-rate 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts of the various ancient clans, such as the vice patriarchs of the various ancient clans. And the shepherds near the sea demon clan were the three brothers, Mu Xuanji, Mu Qingya, and Mu Qinglang. Next were the second-rate 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. Currently, the mysterious Nether Crab King belonged to the second-rate 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. Next were the third-rate 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. Naturally, there was another level, which was the initial 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. Currently, these two lords belonged to the initial 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. It wasn't that they had just stepped into the 9 transformation ancestor god realm, but it was because they had spent their entire lives supporting it, and it was the highest level they could reach now. The 4 levels weren't the ranking of cultivation realms in the divine world, but the ranking of the 9 transformation ancestor god realm experts. In reality, they would only know after exchanging blows with each other. Luo Dongsher looked at Ba Dong and said, "Leave. The king has already said that you can do whatever you want. However, this has nothing to do with the king or the sea demon clan." Ba Dong's body trembled slightly when he heard these words. "Thank you, king." Ba Dong cupped his hands and turned around. His aged figure followed suit and left. After leaving the foot of the mountain and arriving at the city below the mountain, Ba Dong's eyes were filled with madness. "As a descendant of the mysterious nether turtle, I took 10,000 years to grow and give birth. My son, Ba Tianjiang, died just like that, but you, the mysterious nether crab king, ignored me just like that. Because you were afraid of angering the Blood tribe, Zhu tribe, and Yan tribe, and offending the shepherds, you lost your last piece of territory. I, Ba Dong, went through thick and thin with you and helped you become one of the 9 great demon kings of the sea demon clan. Is this how you repay me?" Ba Dong's face was terrifyingly cold. The mysterious Nether Turtle clan had always had very few members. It took 10,000 years for them to reach adulthood, and another 10,000 years for them to give birth to children. Every mysterious Nether Turtle was a rare existence. The death of a member was a huge loss to the entire mysterious Nether Turtle clan. However, the mysterious Nether Crab King paid no attention to this point. "I have waited for 3 months. This is the patience of following you for 3,000 years. You forced me to do this, old friend." Ba Dong's eyes were filled with viciousness. Ba Dong's figure slowly stepped out and disappeared from the street. On the other side, Mu Yun and Mingyue Xin had returned to the Spirit Snake Island. Seeing Mu Yun's return, Mu Ming's heart finally calmed down. "Your Highness. Did anything happen in the past few months?" "Nothing," Mu Ming said. "However, Ba Tianjiang's death, and there's no news from Ba Tian Island. It's really strange. Ba Qing and Ba Yu are now stationed at the Spirit Snake Island. These two have the 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm, so we don't dare to mess around." Mu Yun nodded and said, "You can start reorganizing the disciples of the Spirit Snake Island now. These guys should get out of the Spirit Snake Island today." "Now?" "Yes, immediately, immediately." Mu Yun put her hands behind her back and said, "Kill whoever dares to stop you." "Yes." Mu Ming was extremely excited at this moment. After waiting for 3 years, the shepherds sent the Crown Prince over. Now, the Crown Prince clearly came prepared. With the 9 transformations of the Ancestor God realm expert by his side and his subordinates on the Spirit Snake Island, it was easy to drive away the Xianming Crab King's subordinates. At this moment, there was a trace of expectation in Mu Ming's eyes. He was looking forward to the miserable appearance of those sea demons fleeing. "Idiots, just you wait." A trace of killing intent was slowly released from the corner of Mu Ming's eyes. Spirit Snake Island, Spirit Snake Palace. At this moment, Ba Qing and Ba Yu were waiting anxiously. This time, why hasn't the Xianming Crab King given a reply to the Patriarch after 3 months? Ba Qing's tall and sturdy body looked extremely anxious. Could it be that the Xianming Crab King is planning to ignore the young master's death this time? Ba Yu's face was ugly. If that was the case, then Ba Tianjiang was killed by the Blood Clan expert for nothing. They didn't even know who this expert was. Damn it, thinking of this, the anger in their chests was difficult to swallow. What should we do next? The two looked at each other at this moment. Ba Tianjiang was the only son of the patriarch, Ba Dong. The Dark Turtle race had always been difficult to give birth, and it could be said that they had put in more than 10,000 years of effort to raise a child to adulthood. How could the patriarch swallow the fact that he had died like this? My lord, not good, my lord. At that instant, a shout could be heard from outside the hall. What are you shouting for in such a hurry? Can't you talk about it slowly? Ba Qing was annoyed at this moment and said impatiently. My lord, the people of the shepherds are attacking. The shepherds. Hearing this, Ba Qing and Ba Yu's faces instantly paled. How many people have come? Several hundred, and over 100 disciples of the first and second transformations of the ancestor god realm. But the leader seems to be. Who is it? Speak. Ba Yu couldn't help but urge. It seems to be the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun. What, the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun? Why did this guy come personally? I just heard that the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun, has returned not long ago, and he's come out to do something now? He's just a first transformations of the ancestor god realm. Does he really think that the sea monster race is something that anyone can step on? Instantly, figures dashed out from the spirit serpent hall. At this moment, hundreds of figures stood still outside the spirit snake hall. They were full of morale and were all in high spirits. This time, the one who led them was the crown prince of the shepherds. Who was the crown prince? He was the soul of the entire shepherds, he was the core existence of the entire shepherds. If the patriarch was the brain of the shepherds, then the crown prince was the heart of the shepherds. Even the crown prince could take the lead this time. What reason did they have to be afraid? Rustling sounds could be heard at this moment. A group of people arrived at this moment. The whistling sound of the wind could be heard continuously. On the ground, a murderous aura could be felt. Ba Qing and Ba Yu walked over at this moment. The aura of the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm was released and suppressed everyone. The power of the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm was undeniable. Who are you? Ba Qing asked proudly. Shepherds. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said slowly, everyone, you have lived on Spirit Snake Island for a few years. It's time to return it to us shepherds, right? Return it to you. Ba Qing snorted. Spirit Snake Island was originally the territory of the Sea Demon tribe. You shepherds invaded and occupied 36 islands of the Sea Demon tribe. We only took back one of them. How dare you say that? The territory of the Sea Demon tribe has always been in the sea. These islands were originally the place where humans lived. You occupied the place where humans lived and enslaved them. Do you think that you are very reasonable? Humans are lowly things to begin with. Ba Qing said angrily. His young lord had just died a few months ago. It was because of the betrayal of the humans that they killed his young lord. Seeing these humans appear in a dignified manner again and talk about their principles, the anger in his heart grew uncontrollably. I'm not going to discuss this with you. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, this island has belonged to us shepherds for 10,000 years. The humans who live here are also under the jurisdiction of us shepherds. If you want to manage this place, your hands and feet are too long. Then let's see if the mighty crown prince of the shepherds has the ability to do so. Ba Qing harumphed and took a step forward, releasing his killing intent. At this very moment, everyone could feel the earth trembling. The might of the 7 transformations of the ancestral god realm was fully displayed at this moment. Scram! A cold yell could be heard all of a sudden. Ming Wuxian took a step forward, his murderous aura filling the air. Immediately, Ba Qing's figure kept retreating. 9 transformations of the ancestor god. Ba Qing's face turned pale. Furthermore, he could sense that the woman's 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm was even denser than his clan leaders. The crown prince of shepherds actually relies on women to make a living. Ba Qing could not help but snort. If you can find such a beautiful and powerful wife to back you up, you'll have to admit that you're capable. Mu Yun smiled and was not angry. With the experience of 9 lifetimes, if he could not even withstand this bit of provocation, he was not worthy of being the crown prince of the shepherds. You, Ba Qing and Ba Yu did not dare to act rashly. Even if they were at the 7 transformations of the ancestral god realm, they could not withstand the aura of the 9 transformations of the ancestral god realm. In the end, it was still a dead end. I see that you guys seem to be waiting for something. Mu Yun said with a smile. Could it be that you guys are waiting for your clan leader? I'm afraid we can't wait that long. Mu Yun smiled and took a step forward. At this moment, Mingyue Xian charged out as well. Crown Prince Mu, please wait. A voice suddenly appeared at that instant. At the edge of the sky, an old figure walked over shakily. That figure did not look burly and even looked a little old, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. It gave people the feeling that he had one foot in a coffin. I'm Ba Dong, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle clan. The old man shakily walked to the middle of the two sides and said with a smile, Crown Prince Mu, I have a business deal. I wonder if Crown Prince Mu is interested in it. Business deal? Mu Yun smiled and said, sure, let's hear it. I, Ba Dong, am willing to leave the Sea Demon clan and join the shepherds. Crown Prince Mu, leave the Spirit Snake Island to me. I will restrain my subordinates and live together with humans. Crown Prince Mu only needs to agree to one condition of this old me. What condition? Destroy the Blood Clan. At this moment, Ba Dong's expression was slightly cold as he shouted sternly. At this moment, Mu Yun immediately understood. Ba Dong's son had died. It had been 3 months, but the Dark Nether Crab King did not say anything. This was enough to show that the Dark Nether Crab King was unwilling to offend the 3 ancient clans because of Ba Tianjiang. As a father, how could Ba Dong be at ease when he could only watch his son die? So, he was preparing to leave the Sea Demon clan and join the shepherds. Your Highness, be careful of a trap. Mu Ming said at this moment. I, Ba Dong, am willing to swear to the heavens in the name of my ancestor, the Dark Nether Turtle. The moment he said this, Ba Yu and Ba Qing's faces turned pale. Swearing to the bloodline of the Dark Nether Turtle ancestor would accompany the entire Dark Nether Turtle clan for life. At this moment, the faces of the people present all turned pale. If that was the case, Patriarch Ba Tang was seriously infuriated. You really want to cooperate with me? Mu Yun smiled and said, you also know that the 9 clans in the deity realm want to kill me now. The danger I face is very, very great. I know. Ba Dong said again, but I also know that only you, Mu Yun, want the Blood Clan to be destroyed. I have no other choice. The moment she said this, Ba Dong looked sorrowful and said in a low voice, my son was killed by the Blood Clan, but the Dark Nether Crab King of the Sea Demon clan is not willing to stand up for me at all, not even symbolically. I have followed the Dark Nether Crab King for 3,000 years and watched him ascend to the throne step by step, but I did not expect him to be so cold-blooded. 3,000 years, I have waited for his reply for 3 months, but he still does not dare to face me directly. I hate myself for being useless. But I know that you can definitely do it. Ba Dong looked at Mu Yun with burning eyes. Me? Yes, it's you. Ba Dong said at this moment, I have dealt with your father, Mu Qingyu. He is a meticulous person, and it is impossible for him to take you back rashly. Since he is competent, it proves that the shepherds have the ability to do what you want to do. And you have a blood feud with the Blood Clan. You will definitely kill the Blood Clan. If that is the case, only the shepherds have the ability to annihilate the Blood Clan. I made this decision after careful consideration. At this moment, Ba Dong's eyes were filled with determination. Mu Yun could see that this person's temperament had changed greatly because of Ba Tianjiang's death. However, if Ba Dong knew that Ba Tianjiang was not killed by the Blood Clan, but by him, he would probably want to kill him regardless of his own safety. However, the people who knew about this were already dead. Other than Mingyue Xin and Shui Han, no one else would know. All right. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled and nodded. I will leave Spirit Snake Island to you. From today onwards, you are the island master of Spirit Snake Island. However, there is something that I must tell you. On Spirit Snake Island, humans and the Sea Demon clan have to live together as equals. If you are unjust, I can dismiss you at any time. I can even kill you. Slowly, Mu Yun's second transformation Ancestor God Realm aura was revealed. Ba Dong was slightly stunned when he saw this. Second transformation Ancestor God Realm, Mu Yun was actually at the second transformation. Ancestor God Realm. This was truly inconceivable. When Mu Yun returned, she was only at the first transformation Ancestor God Realm. It had only been 10 years. She had already reached the second transformation ancestor god realm. Wasn't this speed of improvement a little too fast? Since this is the case, Island Master Ba, I think we can discuss how to take back the 3 islands under the Xianming Crab King's hands. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Take them back. In the past 10,000 years, the shepherds had only taken 36 islands. Now that the Crown Prince had taken back Spirit Snake Island, he wanted to take back the 3 islands under the Xianming Crab King's hands. One had to admit that he was very ambitious. All right. Ba Dong nodded and said, the Xianming Crab King was heartless to me. I don't need benevolence. At this moment, Ba Dong was completely relieved. He had followed the Xianming Crab King for 3,000 years, but now that his son was dead, the Xianming Crab King was unmoved. Since this was the case, why was he still staying under the Xianming Crab King? Why couldn't he let go of his hands and feet and do something that belonged to him? Please. Please. 2 figures stepped into the Spirit Snake Palace together. At the same time, on the other side, on Sky Tyrant Island. Inside the layers of palaces. Luo Dongshi was standing below the palace with a respectful expression. My king, this is what happened. That guy who calls himself Shui Han is only at the 7th transformation ancestor god realm. He's simply courting death by coming to find trouble. I've sent people to severely injure him and make him fall into the deep sea. Continue the search. As soon as he said this, Luo Dongshi stood below and waited quietly. Shui Han. Above, the Xianming Crab King was dressed in a yellow robe. He had a dignified posture, and his eyes were like mung beans, emitting a gray light. Looks like it's Ba Dong's doing. The Xianming Crab King said indifferently, release the news that Ba Dong has already left my Sea Demon clan, left Sky Tyrant Island, and is no longer under my Xianming Crab King. Yes. Ba Tianjiang is dead. The Blood Clan doesn't give us any face at all. But as one of the 9 kings, how can I fight against the Blood Clan? The Xianming Crab King sighed. Ba Dong just wanted to avenge his son, and he disregarded our thousands of years of friendship. It really makes me sad. My king, take care. Luo Dongshi immediately said respectfully, Ba Dong has evil intentions. I'm afraid he didn't want to work under my king. It's a good thing that he left this time. It just so happens that we can push the death of those Blood Clan people to Ba Dong. The Xianming Crab King nodded and said, let's do that. If there's any news, report it again. Yes. What's the commotion? Luo Dongshi's face darkened. Your Majesty. A voice sounded outside the hall. Commander Ba Dong has led the Dark Tortoise race to join the shepherds. He's taken over Spirit Snake Island and is calling himself the Island Master. The Xianming Crab King's face darkened when he heard this. Your Majesty, this Ba Dong has been disloyal for a long time. Luo Dongshi's face was cold as he shouted, Your Majesty didn't send troops for him, so he immediately joined the shepherds. Damn it. The Xianming Crab King's expression was even colder. Ba Dong's actions had infuriated him. If that's the case, Ba Tianjiang and the Blood Race will have a conflict. Ba Dong must have gone to kill those Blood Race fellows. That's why Shui Han came back to take revenge. When the time comes, the Blood Race will definitely blame us for this. If that's the case, we'll become enemies with the Blood Race. Luo Dongshi was a little anxious at this moment. Ba Dong's actions had completely broken away from the Xianming Crab King's bloodline. This was a betrayal. The Xianming Crab King couldn't help but shout, send someone to the Blood Race immediately and explain everything clearly. Ba Dong did this, and it has nothing to do with us. Yes. Luo Dongshi stepped out of the hall with a smile on his face. Ba Dong, oh Ba Dong, the shepherds are now enemies from both sides. They're enemies with the Sea Demon race and the 9 ancient races. You actually joined the shepherds. You're courting death. Luo Dongshi laughed. Now, I'm the only one under the Xianming Crab King. The gloomy and cold laughter slowly dissipated. Time passed bit by bit. On this day, within a mountain range in the Blood Tribe's secret realm, numerous palaces were built around the mountain. They were grand and majestic, and they gave off a murderous aura that soared into the heavens. Shui Han's figure staggered as he appeared in the secret realm. Mr. Shuihan. A figure exclaimed when he saw Shuihan. Quickly report to the race. The sea demon race killed Mr. Shuihan. Shuihan's face was frighteningly pale. His eyes rolled back as he spoke, and he fainted. The news immediately spread. Within the blood race, within the crown prince's eastern palace, Shuijiao's figure was shrouded in a black robe. At this moment, he looked extremely terrifying. Shuisan is dead. Shuixiao frowned and said, that Ba Tianjiang is so bold? Ba Tianjiang was killed by Shuihong, and Shuihong wanted to leave with Shuisan, Zhu Fengchen, Yang Yu, and the others. However, the Xianming Crab King received the news and sent people to intercept them. Only Shuihong escaped. On the side, Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu stood still. Xue Chenfeng said respectfully, this guy must be afraid of death, so he went back to kill a few sea monster tribe members. Who would have thought that he would be beaten to death by the sea monster tribe? This old thing, Shuixiao sneered and said again, it seems that the mysterious Nether Crab King is quite bold. Your Highness, should we teach them a lesson? No need. Shuixiao waved his hand and said, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Let's wait for a while. Wait a moment, Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu both frowned. Reporting. Outside the main hall, a voice rang out. Speak. Your Highness, we've received news that Ba Dong is a member of the mysterious Nether Crab King clan. Moreover, the mysterious Nether Crab King clan sent people to tell us that Ba Dong killed Ba Dong, and it has nothing to do with them. Oh? Shuixiao smiled slightly. This mysterious Nether Crab King is really a coward. Shuixiao scolded with a smile, if he doesn't have the courage, how can he become one of the 9 monster kings? This guy is also afraid of the shepherds. In the past 10,000 years, he only has 3 islands left out of the 15 in his hands. When he sees the ancient clan, he is terrified. Shuixiao nodded. Forget it, let the Zhu clan and Yang clan handle this matter. Shuixiao waved his hand and said, Mu Yun is now in the arms of the shepherds. It's a pity that we can't kill her. Your Highness, what should we do? Xue Muyu said, is it because of Mu Qingyu that we should let the shepherds develop like this? At that time, it will be a big trouble. Develop like this? Shuixiao sneered, in the past 10,000 years, the shepherds have only occupied 36 islands in the boundless sea. Facing the sea monster clan, it will be troublesome. It will take a lot of time to recover to the strength of 10,000 years ago. Moreover, as long as Mu Qingyu is around, the shepherds will be safe. However, this period is getting shorter and shorter. Your Highness, you mean, I am preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. Once I reach the Saint Realm, I will be a monarch. At that time, even if it is Mu Qingyu, I will be able to fight him. Hearing this, Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu were immediately delighted. If their master reached the Saint Realm, the Blood Clan would no longer be afraid of him. Among the shepherds, only Mu Qingyu had reached the so-called monarch realm, which was feared by others. However, if there was a monarch realm in the Blood Clan, Mu Qingyu would no longer be a concern. Alright, you can leave first. For the next period of time, unless there is something important, there is no need to inform me. Yes. Xue Chenfeng nodded and suddenly said, what about the people sent by the mysterious Nether Crab King? Just kill them. Shuixiao said indifferently, they dared to kill a member of the Blood Clan. No matter whether Ba Dong left the Sea Demon clan or not, it is the mysterious Nether Crab King's responsibility. Dream on. Also, tell Zhu Chen and Yang Yu to put more pressure on the Sea Demon clan. Shuixiao snorted and said, as the crown princes of the Zhu and Yang clans, these 2 pieces of trash are still at the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. I really don't know what the resources of the 2 ancient clans have been used for. Hearing this, Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu nodded. The 10 great ancient clans had 10 crown princes. Currently, their crown prince was the most powerful and could be compared to the top experts of the 10 great ancient clans. The second most powerful crown prince was Wang Zihao of the royal clan. However, he had only reached the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm in the past 1,000 years. The other crown princes were at the 6 to 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. Compared to their crown prince, they were insignificant. After saying this, Shuixiao waved his hand and disappeared. Immediately, the Blood clan became busy. At the same time, the entire divine world seemed to be peaceful on the surface. However, in reality, the various ancient clans were fighting openly and secretly. Especially in the past 10 years, with the return of the crown princes of the shepherds, the various ancient clans had been secretly discussing. However, it was no longer like 10,000 years ago when the 9 clans were united. Now, the 9 clans had their own agendas and were at odds with each other. Spirit Snake Island, Spirit Snake Palace. Mu Yun looked at Ba Dong and smiled. If the Sea Demon clan can coexist peacefully with the human clan, I, Mu Yun, can help you become the only demon emperor of the Sea Demon clan. However, I wonder if Island Lord Ba Dong has the ambition. Ambition? Hearing this, Ba Dong chuckled. Why? Of course I have the ambition. Ba Dong smiled bitterly. However, the opposite of ambition is strength. To be honest, Your Highness should know that the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm has its own secrets. Every change is a different world. Therefore, those who have reached the Ancestor God realm need thousands of years to stabilize their physical body and soul. Ba Dong looked at Mu Yun and smiled bitterly. However, there are only a few people like Your Highness. Mu Yun didn't feel that it was abnormal. After all, he had spent 9 lifetimes to reach the Ancestor God realm. Now that he was in his last life, it would be ridiculous if his cultivation was as mediocre as the geniuses of the divine world. Ba Dong continued, the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm has its own secrets. The top 10 on the divine fate list are the top 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Since the battle 10 years ago, the divine world knew that your father, Mu Qingyu, had surpassed this level. Ba Dong smiled. Secondly, the top 100 on the divine fate list are first-rate 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. For example, your 3 uncles and your 3 captains. Thirdly, the top 300 on the divine fate list are second-rate 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. The top 1,000 are third-rate. As for me, Ba Dong, I'm outside the top 1,000 and have just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. In other words, there are more than 1,009 changes of the Ancestor God realm that are stronger than me. Hearing this, Mu Yun asked, what about the Demon Emperor? The Monster Emperor is at the top. However, his name isn't on the divine fate list. Ba Dong said honestly. The 3 Monster Emperors are first-rate while the 9 Monster Kings are second-rate. Hearing Ba Dong's words, Mu Yun's understanding of the Sea Demon race became even clearer. The Sea Monster clan's foundation wasn't any weaker than the ancient clans. In the divine world, the 10 ancient clans are powerful existences that only the Ancestor God realm knows about. In fact, there are some superpowers in the divine world. Ba Dong said seriously. They don't belong to the divine Great Land or the ancient clans. However, they play an important role in the divine world and the ancient clans. For example, the 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce. The 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce? Mu Yun had heard of the 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce before. It was indeed famous in the divine world. The 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce, Misty Pavilion, and Heaven Pavilion were the top 3 chambers of commerce in the divine world. In the divine world, even the ancient clans wouldn't dare to say that they could destroy the 3 chambers of commerce. The 3 chambers of commerce had deep roots in the divine world and their relationships were complicated. They even had connections in the ancient clans. If someone were to destroy the 3 chambers of commerce, it would be a huge loss for them. There are billions of people in the divine world. Just a region alone has billions of people. The relationships are too complicated. Ba Dong said bitterly. How can I become the Monster Emperor of the Sea Monster clan when I just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm? Nothing is impossible. Mu Yun smiled. How will you know if you don't do it? Since that's the case, let's start from here. Your Highness, do you have a way to seize the 3 islands? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. What is it? Attack. Mu Yun smiled faintly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Now, he had seen through some problems. The 9 great monster kings were not united. From the Xianming Crab King's performance, it was clear that they were wary of the ancient clans. Moreover, what he wanted to do was not to occupy the 3 islands and declare himself king. I already have a plan for this. Mu Yun looked at Ba Dong and said, "You just need to prepare to become the new Monster King." The new Monster King. Ba Dong's body trembled slightly. Was Mu Yun going to send an army to destroy the three islands? Without saying much, Mu Yun returned to his residence in the depths of the hall. Ming Wuxian leaned lazily against the window. "How is it?" Ming Wuxian smiled and said, "That old fox is a bastard. He's very scheming." "I'm not afraid." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I'll form an alliance with him. If he knows what's good for him, I'll give him some benefits. Otherwise, I can also kill him." Mu Yun was indeed not worried about Ba Dong. After returning to his room, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After reaching the second transformation of the ancestor god realm, he had condensed his second external avatar. Moreover, he had given the two external avatars the power of the soul control and divine lightning bloodlines. This meant that he could have two elite helpers from the Blood Clan and Zhao's second transformation of the ancestor god realm at any time. If that was the case, then reaching the third transformation of the ancestor god realm. Fourth transformation, Mu Yun was looking forward to this scene. However, he also knew that the fastest way to improve without any hidden dangers was to devour. It was completely possible to rely on the power of the devourer bloodline and the purification talent in his body. No wonder the shepherds were the most feared race among the 10 great ancient clans. No matter how powerful the bloodline talents of the 10 great ancient clans were, how could they compare to the shepherd's devouring talent? No matter how powerful the attack was, the opponent would simply devour and redirect it. Any attack would be like hitting cotton, and no one could do anything about it. It was no wonder that the shepherds were able to preserve their main strength during the 9 Tribes expedition. In the following period of time, the boundless ocean was rather peaceful. The mysterious Nether Crab King seemed to have calmed down. Other than cultivating every day, Mu Yun also dragged Ming Wuxian to cultivate together. Time passed. On this day, nearly 1,000 figures arrived at Spirit Snake Island one by one. The few people in the lead had extraordinary auras. Mu Bai's black robes fluttered in the wind, giving off a feeling of perfect handsomeness. Song Yan's aura was overbearing and he was burly. Yin Shang, Wen Xian, and Chou Tianwen followed beside him. Bai Zixuan's white robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was like an otherworldly flower, beautiful but not demonic. The dancing enchantress still had a fiery figure and a fiery aura. At this moment, Tu Tsuanjian had also retracted his aura and his expression was solemn. At this moment, the 5 captains appeared one by one. Their aura caused a commotion on Spirit Snake Island. At this moment, Ba Dong hurriedly appeared outside the Spirit Snake Palace. Seeing the figures hovering in the air, he could not help but gasp. "Xianxia." Ba Dong shrunk his neck. The Xianxia were a group of people who did not care about their lives. These guys were each more terrifying than the other, especially the former 9 captains. In the divine world, they were all famous. Each of them had the third-rate 9 changes of ancestral god, which was even stronger than him. Although they had been quiet for 10,000 years, now that their master had returned, how could these guys continue to be quiet? At this moment, Mu Yun came slowly. "Greetings, Your Highness." Greetings were heard, and the Xianxia bowed respectfully. The 5 captains also had solemn expressions at this moment. "We're here." Looking at the crowd, Mu Yun smiled faintly. When his gaze fell on the 5 captains, Mu Yun was full of praise. The entire Xianxia was inextricably linked to Mu Yun. If he died, the Xianxia would die. If he lived, the Xianxia would live. In the past 10,000 years, although he had not died, the Xianxia had suffered a decline in strength. No matter how hard they cultivated and consumed heavenly treasures, the result was a decline in strength. In the past 100 years, with his return, the Xianxia's strength had finally improved greatly, even more than before. "Your Highness." As the captain, Mu Bai was also the commander of the Xianxia. In the past 10,000 years, he had been secretly uniting the surviving Xianxia and taking care of each other. "According to your orders, all the Xianxia have been gathered." Mu Bai cupped his hands and smiled. This smile really made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Whether it was Mu Bai's figure or appearance, he was perfect and flawless. He was so handsome that one look at him made one's heart beat faster. You guy, seeing Mubai, Mu Yun could not help but be surprised. What realm are you in? 9 changes of the ancestor god. Mubai said straightforwardly. 9 changes of the ancestor god, Mu Yun wanted to curse. He remembered that 10 years ago, this guy was in the 7 changes of the ancestor god. Now, he had improved by 2 changes. Wasn't this too fast? Wu Yaoji has also reached the 9 changes. Mubai said again. Tu Tsuanjian, Bai Zishuan, and Song Yan have also improved. Improved? Mu Yun looked at them and was speechless. How was it improved? It was a huge improvement. I wanted to call Yan Zhongwu and the others over, but it seems that you guys are enough. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm getting more and more curious. He had always known that the Xianxia had a certain connection with him. It was not a bloodline, nor did it seem to be a mark, but in the end, he did not understand. Stretch out your hand. Looking at Mubai, Mu Yun said. Mubai directly stretched out his hand, and Mu Yun gently covered it. Slowly, Mu Yun only felt that images suddenly appeared in his mind. His mind directly entered the depths of Mubai's heart, and even observed Mubai's soul clearly. This, Mu Yun released his palm, slightly surprised. Take the mark. The seal of life and death appeared, and Mu Yun directly covered Mubai's palm. Slowly, the two of them established a kind of connection. Suddenly, the aura in Mubai's body increased rapidly. Mu Yun was stunned. The connection between Mubai and him was not the seal of life and death, but it was completely indescribable. However, the moment the seal of life and death was formed, a human-shaped fruit grew in the world tree in the Heaven Fall underworld diagram. Strange, Mu Yun's eyes were confused. Mubai, on the other hand, was shocked. Although he had reached the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm, he was only a beginner. However, the mark that Mu Yun formed with him instantly improved him. Although he had not reached the 3rd-rate level, he had improved a lot compared to the beginner level. Although I don't know what's going on, it's obvious that forming a mark with me will promote your cultivation. In that case, Mu Yun raised his palm, and the seals of life and death directly floated up. None of the Xianxia spoke. They all stretched out their palms and took the mark. They could only obey Mu Yun. Even if he ordered them to die and massacre the city, they would not hesitate. This was the Xianxia's scrupulous adherence. I think I understand a little. Mu Yun smiled and said, the seal of life and death will make you and me closer. In that case, you will be restrained by me first. In fact, the Xianxia did not need the seal of life and death to control them. Since the establishment of the Xianxia until now, no one had betrayed them. Mu Yun formed the seal of life and death to help them improve their strength. Thank you, Your Highness. Mubai and the others cupped their hands and said respectfully. All right, get ready to set off. Mu Yun smiled and said, Lord Ba Dong, you will lead the team this time. Me? That's right. Mu Yun said again, you and the Xianming Crab King have fallen out and completely cut off all ties. However, the Xianming Crab King said that you killed a member of the Blood Clan. This is obviously slandering you. You can't take this lying down. Find me and I will help you take revenge and restore your reputation. This time, of course, you will lead everything. As soon as Mu Yun said this, Ba Dong immediately understood. If Mu Yun directly destroyed the Xianming Crab King, it would be the shepherds attacking and occupying the Sea Demon clan. It would set off another storm. However, if it was in his name, it would be asking the shepherds to help him. Although he would borrow external forces, he would solve the problems within the Sea Demon clan. In this way, even the Demon Emperor would not fall out with the shepherds. Mu Yun's plan was so deep. Using him as the main control, this was indeed a solution. In that case, let's go. At this moment, Ba Dong's hunched figure was tall and straight. For many years, he had been working like an ox and horse under the Xianming Crab King, silently contributing to maintain the prosperity of the Green Abyss Xian turtle lineage. However, today, he was the master. He was no longer a servant, but a complete master. This was also a change for the Green Abyss Xian turtle lineage. Swoosh! 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 Figures began to set off. Most of the shepherds' 36 islands were in the west of the Boundless Sea, while the Sea Demon clan's 108 islands were in the east. The peace that had been maintained between the east and west of the sea for nearly 10,000 years was about to be broken today. This time, the Xianming Crab King's 3 islands were in the south of the Boundless Sea, adjacent to the Zhu clan's territory. Back then, the Xianming Crab King had 15 islands, but in the battle with the shepherds, he had lost more than 10 islands, leaving only 3 islands, Fengtian Island, Shantian Island, and Bengdian Island. However, these 3 islands were the 3 most fertile islands. Not only was the size of the islands comparable to a region, but some unique spiritual materials of heaven and earth that grew there were also rare species. Relying on this, the Sea Demon clan made a lot of money doing business with humans. The Xianming Crab King relied on these 3 islands to maintain his title of Demon King for nearly 10,000 years. To become a Demon King, not only did one's strength have to reach the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, but one also needed to govern the islands and have a foundation. However, today, Mu Yun led the Xianxia to break the peace. Bengdian Island could be said to be the most important of the 3 islands, and the Xianming Crab King also resided there. At this moment, on Bengdian Island, it was originally a sunny day. Gradually, waves of killing intent rolled over. On Bengdian Island, the sea breeze blew, and a fishy smell filled the entire island. Someone's coming. Just as the Ancestor God Realm cultivator finished speaking, several figures suddenly landed on the island and appeared at the center of the mountain range on Sky Tyrant Island. The palace on the island was surrounded at this moment. Although it was a team of 1,000 people, it had the aura of 10,000 people. This aura caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The sound of wind breaking could be heard everywhere on Sky Tyrant Island. Some divine masters and ancestral gods appeared one by one. Who was so bold to come to Sky Tyrant Island in such an imposing manner? This was the territory of the mysterious Nether Crab King. Everyone in the Sea Demon race, including the martial artists who came here, knew that the mysterious Nether Crab King was one of the 9 great demon kings. Wasn't it courting death to come to his territory so aggressively? That person seems to be the crown prince of the shepherds? Seems like it. Isn't that Xianxia? Is the shepherds going to attack the Sea Demon race again? It's better if they attack. We are not treated as humans under the rule of the Sea Demon race. Each of the shepherds' 36 islands is prosperous. Yeah, I've been wondering when the shepherds will attack again. I didn't expect it to be now. The patriarch of the shepherds must want to suppress the crown prince, so he sent him personally this time. But that's not right. Why is there only Xianxia? That's right. Although the elites of the Green Feather Army, Leaf Guard, and Xuanji Battalion are not here, the shepherds should at least send some warriors, right? After all, this guy is the mysterious Nether Crab King and is ranked in the top 200 of the Divine Fate list. The crowd was in an uproar at this moment. Some humans were indignant as they discussed animatedly. Some sea demons were also enraged. The shepherds dared to come to Sky Tyrant Island. Were they going to declare war on the Sea Demon race again? Did they really think that the Sea Demon race was afraid of them? Mysterious Nether Crab King, get out here. A shout sounded at this moment. Ba Dong's 9 changes of Ancestor God Realm aura was immediately released. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. For tens of thousands of years, he had never felt so proud and elated like he did today. Swish swish swish, sonic booms rang out as tens of thousands of figures flew out from the palace at the center of the island. At this moment, the army of the Sea Demon clan was mobilized in full force. The leader of the group had a majestic aura. When he saw Ba Dong, he cursed loudly. Ba Dong, you shameless old man. How dare you show your face here after betraying His Majesty? His shout reverberated throughout the entire island, and over 100 million people heard it clearly. The 9 transformations of the ancient god tribe could be said to be the pinnacle of the firmament. If one were to execute the 9 transformations of the ancient god tribe in a single breath, one would be able to summon a tempest. It wasn't too difficult for the entire island to hear those words. Luo Dongshi, stop pretending to be a coward. Ba Dong immediately shouted, You think the old me doesn't know what you've been doing all these years? Where's the Xianming Crab King? Tell him to come out. At this moment, Ba Dong could not be bothered with Luo Dongshi. The target this time was the Xianming Crab King. He had been managing the three islands for many years. Only by killing the Xianming Crab King would he be able to destroy the confidence of the sea demon clans on the three islands. Only then would he be able to intimidate them with force and buy their hearts. Ba Dong, why did you and I come to this step? A sigh rang out at this moment. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the void. He wore a golden robe and was tall and mighty. His cheeks were broad, but his eyes were so small that they could not be seen. It was the Xianming Crab King. When the Xianming Crab King appeared, the surrounding generals all knelt down. My king! My king! The Xianming Crab King waved his hand and looked at Ba Dong. You really disappoint me. When your son Ba Tianjiang died, you acted on your own and killed the Blood Clan's envoy. You framed this disaster on me, the Xianming Crab King. Now, you're siding with the shepherds and trying to kill me. The moment the Xianming Crab King appeared, he pushed all responsibility away. Today, people came and went on dominating Sky Island. Everything that had happened was obvious to all. This matter would soon spread. He, the Xianming Crab King, had to stand on the side of justice and condemn Ba Dong. Bullshit! Ba Dong immediately roared, I'm a righteous person. The Blood Clan killed my son, Ba Tianjiang. As for how those people died, you, Xianming Crab King, know very well. How can you frame me, Xianming Crab King? How can you be so shameless? The two immediately fell into a war of words. At the same time, Mu Yun was slightly embarrassed. He was the instigator of everything. Unfortunately, these two fellows would never know the truth of this matter in this lifetime. Only Shui Jian and Ming Yuexin knew about this matter. Ming Yuexin didn't need to be mentioned, and Shui Jian wouldn't tell anyone either. This matter was a dead end. The two of them wouldn't know the truth of this matter. The Xianming Crab King couldn't be bothered to argue with Ba Dong. He turned to Mu Yun and said, Crown Prince of the Shepherds, why did you come to my dominating Sky Island in such a big way? Me? Mu Yun smiled and said, I made a deal with Mr. Ba Dong. I'll help him become the new Demon King, and he'll do business with my shepherds. That's why I'm here. The Xianming Crab King's eyes became so thin that they couldn't be seen. How could he not understand that in the end, Mu Yun wanted to annex his dominating Sky Island along with Shantian Island and Fengtian Island? She used Ba Dong as an excuse because she was afraid that the other demon kings would interfere. In the end, Ba Dong was just a puppet. Where did this fellow learn this from? His father, Mu Qingyu, didn't seem to be this kind of person. The Xianming Crab King smiled and said, Crown Prince Mu, this matter is an internal matter of our dominating Sky Island. I think we can solve the internal problems of the Sea Demon clan. As the Crown Prince of the Shepherds, if you rashly interfere and stir up a conflict between the Shepherds and the Sea Demon clan again, you'll bear such a huge responsibility. You can't bear it, right? Ah? Mu Yun was stunned and said, will there be a big mess? Of course, the Xianming Crab King said proudly. It shouldn't be. Mu Yun said indifferently, I see that although you are one of the 9 great demon kings, you only have 3 islands under you. I'm just making a deal with the Lord of Ba Dong Island. Will your Sea Demon clan fall out with the shepherds because of this? I heard that recently, the Zhu clan, which is close to you in the south, is also very angry about the death of their disciples. They are already eager to have a go at your Shantian Island, but it seems that the other demon kings don't intend to interfere. The Xianming Crab King's expression changed slightly. It was true that he was one of the 9 great demon kings. However, the Zhu clan and the Yang clan didn't care about the reason at all. They only knew that their disciples had died. It took a lot of effort to nurture a disciple of the ancestor god realm. The Zhu clan and the Yang clan had joined forces to put pressure on his Shantian Island and Fengtian Island. These days, he was indeed irritated. However, no matter how excessive the 2 ancient clans were, they only wanted the compensation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Mu Yun directly attacked. The 9 great demon kings obeyed the orders of the 3 great demon emperors, the powerful demon emperors. However, they were usually in charge of their own affairs. Only when the interests of the 9 great demon kings were threatened would they join forces. Otherwise, the shepherds wouldn't have been able to snatch so many islands from the hands of the sea demon clan back then and develop them to such an extent. The Xianming Crab King understood this from the bottom of his heart. Prince Mu, this Ba Dong made a deal with you. Whatever training he promised you, I, the Xianming Crab King, can also promise double, the Xianming Crab King said again. Double? I'm afraid you can't do it. Mu Yun shook her head and said, moreover, I made a deal with Ba Dong. How can I go back on my word? After all, although there are many traitorous scum in our human clan, I'm not one of them. The moment these words came out, the Xianming Crab King's face turned cold. Mu Yun had made it clear that he was here to pick a fight. Prince Mu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Xianming Crab King shouted, do you really think that I don't dare to deal with you just because your father is at the pinnacle? You dare. Mu Yun smiled and said, then you can try. The Xianming Crab King was completely enraged. Mu Yun was the crown prince of the shepherds. Not to mention Mu Qingyu behind him, who was recognized as the number one person blessed by the heavens in the current god realm. Just Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji were existences second only to the top ancestral gods. He was just one of the 9 great demon kings. Damn it, damn it. The Xianming Crab King couldn't help but curse in his heart. Prince Mu. Suddenly, the Xianming Crab King's face turned cold as he shouted, if you insist on doing this, I won't be polite even if I offend the shepherds today. Sorry, I'm here to help. It's useless to say these things to me. Mu Yun said again, of course, if you're willing to abdicate and directly transfer the status of Demon King to Ba Dong, wouldn't this matter be a happy ending for everyone? In your dreams. The Xianming Crab King's face turned cold as he took a step forward and charged towards Mu Yun. He couldn't take it anymore. Mu Yun was clearly saying that he was here to find trouble, so what could he do to him? How could he take this lying down, clang? However, the moment the Xianming Crab King's figure charged out, a clang suddenly sounded. Mingyue Shen waved his hand, and the water rippled, directly blocking it. 9 transformations of the ancestral god. The Xianming Crab King felt an aura that was not weaker than his from Mingyue Shen and immediately retreated. Where are you going? Mingyue Shen charged forward at this moment. Guards of Sky Tyrant Island, listen up. Luo Dongsher shouted at this moment, follow me and kill. Kill, deafening shouts filled the air above the entire island. Ba Dong's face was cold at this moment. Luo Dongsher, prepare to die. When Ba Dong saw Luo Dongsher, he was really angry from embarrassment. A roar sounded as he charged out. At the same time, tens of thousands of guards of Sky Tyrant Island charged out at this moment. However, their opponents were the Xianxia of the ancestor god realm. This was the well-trained Xianxia. It was not an opponent that could be defeated by the accumulation of numbers. The battle 10,000 years ago had already proved this point. In an instant, the two sides had completely clashed. Although there were only 1,000 Xianxia people, each of them was an elite. In the battle 10,000 years ago, no one in the Xianxia was afraid of death. The fact that these people could survive was enough to prove that they were the best of the Xianxia. At this moment, Crimson Spirit appeared in Mu Yun's hand. Beside him, 2 figures in black robes covered their entire body. When one looked over, they found that these 2 figures did not have any aura. They were his external incarnations. In order to deceive others, Mu Yun had also paid a great price to disguise the 2 incarnations. At this moment, the 2 incarnations directly charged out. Mingyue Shen understood his duty. He just needed to stop the Xianming Crab King. As for Mu Bai and the others, although they had spread out, all of them surrounded Mu Yun and carefully inspected him to prevent any accidents from happening. Although the guards of dominating Sky Island had the advantage in numbers, the Xianxia's killing methods were obviously more powerful. Moreover, when combined together, they were flawless. In the blink of an eye, the people of dominating Sky Island did not have the slightest advantage in the battle. On the entire dominating Sky Island, everyone knew that this battle was related to the future of dominating Sky Island. This time, the Crown Prince of the Shepherds had personally come out. It would definitely be a triumphant return. However, the most strange thing was that only the Xianxia had appeared. Could it be that the shepherds were just going to let it go like this? Weren't they too relaxed? at the same time, the entire center of the island was already dark. The battle from the sky to the bottom of the sea was full of the smell of blood. This scene also made many martial artists present feel the cohesion around the crown prince of the shepherds this time. The Xianxia originally belonged to Crown Prince Muyun. This time, the Xianxia also displayed a dazzling light. It was really surprising. Given time, would this crown prince of the shepherds become even more terrifying than before? At the same time, thousands of silhouettes stood silently on a desolate island 10,000 miles away from Sky Tyrant Island. They wore black robes and were standing on the island silently. Looking down from the sky, it was impossible to tell the existence of these fellows. The two figures at the front stood still. It was a man and a woman. Their appearances were somewhat similar. "Big brother, are we just going to wait here?" Mu Xian, dressed in purple, leaned lazily against a warrior in black and said in a bored tone, "Did the old man ask us to bring the Profound Battalion here just to watch the show?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Mu Luo had a helpless look on his face as he said. "The patriarch said to leave everything to the crown prince. Father was worried, so he dragged us here. He even brought the Xuanji Battalion here. Father is really serious. We'll just watch from here. Unless other Yao kings appear, there's no need for our Profound Strategy Battalion to interfere. Come on, I think they're here to escort the crown prince again." Mu Xian said helplessly, "Sigh, I'm really envious of Lil 8. The old man has been so concerned about me for so many years. Even the Profound Strategy Battalion is here. This is my first time leading the Profound Strategy Battalion. But I can only watch from here. It's not fun. Don't complain." Mu Luo laughed, "If we shepherds want to reach our former heights, we still need Lil 8 to grow up. The patriarch has already paved such a long path for him. In the end, he has to be careful. I pity the famous Profound Strategy Battalion. You came out in such a big formation just to watch the show." Mu Xian chuckled. "It's better to be prepared." Mu Luo didn't say much. "But speaking of which, Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng, those two brats, I'm really bored as their aunt." "Them?" Mu Luo scolded with a smile, "These two stinking brats, the last time something happened to little 8, this old man almost crippled them. Now that they've been thrown into the Devil Cave Ridge, I estimate that they won't be able to come out for several decades." The Demon Cave Ridge, Mu Xian also smacked her lips slightly. Even though she was in the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm, she felt a headache when she thought about that place. The Demon Cave Ridge was hell for the children of shepherds. Among all the shepherds, only Mu Yun had a special fondness for that place. After all, that guy had spent more time in the Demon Cave Ridge than he had in the Eastern Palace ever since he was young. "They're here." Mu Luo raised his head slightly and looked ahead. "The reinforcements from Fengtian Island and Shantian Island have arrived. Aren't we going to make a move? Father said that unless other monster kings appear, we don't have to make a move. Let's continue to wait." "All right." The two looked into the distance and fell silent again. The stern Profound Strategy Battalion soldiers behind them still didn't say a word. The powerful auras of the Profound Theory Battalion warriors were completely concealed. From the first transformation to the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, they were all elites. But at this moment, they obeyed military orders like mountains and didn't move at all. At this moment, the battle became more and more intense. The more the Xiantianshi fought, the braver he became. Moreover, Mu Yun realized that the Xiantianshi had consumed a lot of energy during the battle. But through the seal of life and death, the human-shaped fruit on the world tree was constantly being nourished. This nourishment even spread to the bodies of the mysterious heaven scholars. Unknowingly, during the battle, everyone received a huge boost in strength. Obviously, the Xiantianshi also felt this feeling. Each of them was stronger than the other, and the more they fought, the braver they became. On the other hand, the 10,000 guards of dominating Sky Island were a little helpless at this moment. Although the Xiantianshi had fewer people, their teamwork was too strong. They were originally fighting with one person, but that person suddenly ran away. When they chased after him, another person attacked from the side and took his life. This kind of teamwork was impossible to guard against. How could they fight like this? They were the Xiantianshi. Although they had disappeared for 10,000 years, those who survived were the best of the best. Damn it! The Xianming Crab King's expression was ugly at this moment. He had many subordinates, and he had the advantage in numbers. But he couldn't do anything. Instead, he was constantly being chased. Seeing this, he was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Mingyue Shen in front of him was not inferior to him in strength. Moreover, the two of them were fighting on the sea. He was originally from the Sea Demon clan, so he should have the advantage. But Mingyue Shen's mastery and proficiency of water was actually better than his. This was strange. If this continued, even if he won, his subordinates would suffer heavy casualties. Originally, he had operated more than a dozen islands for tens of thousands of years. Now, only 3 were left. But now, he couldn't even keep these 3 islands? Xianfeng. Seal. The Xianming Crab King suddenly roared and shouted, "Now is the time. Kill Mu Yun." The Xianming Crab King understood that if he didn't kill Mu Yun now, there would be no chance. His 3 islands would no longer belong to him. Now, even if he offended Mu Qingyu, a strong enemy in the monarch level, there was nothing he could do. Swoosh, 2 figures appeared all of a sudden. Xianfeng. Seal. Ba Dong's face tightened at this moment. These 2 were the island masters of Shantian Island and Seal Sky Island. They were also 2 of the Xianming Crab King's most trusted subordinates. Had these 2 guys appeared long ago? Kill. At this moment, a series of shouts rang out. On the left and right sides, there were 10,000 troops that charged out at this moment. The people of Shantian Island and Seal Sky Island had also come. At this moment, the people of dominating Sky Island were completely dumbfounded. This battle was really getting more and more intense. It was still not certain who would emerge victorious. Although if the situation really escalated, the shepherds would definitely not sit back and watch, but how would the top echelons of the Sea Demon clan be willing to let it go? If they were to really fight and develop, it would not be a good outcome for either side. Xianfeng and Seal both had the aura of the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. In an instant, a tyrannical space-time restriction completely sealed Mu Yun. Raging wave roar. Flood the sea as a river. The 2 figures charged out at this moment, and a tyrannical fluctuation instantly filled the air. Shadow beam. Suddenly, a soft shout rang out. In an instant, a black shadow appeared under Xianfeng and Seal Sky Island's feet, and it directly restrained their bodies. Whirlwind slash. Purple smoke dart. Following this, 2 shouts could be heard. Bang bang. At this moment, the 2 figures were directly restrained. An explosion sounded. At this moment, Xianfeng and Feng Ji were unable to resist at all and were killed directly. Everything was done smoothly, and their coordination was impeccable. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were attracted by the azure wings on the backs of the 3 figures. The Cloud Wing Guards. It was an existence that was even more terrifying and mysterious than the mysterious Heaven Scholar. They had appeared. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, without any warning, several figures with azure wings appeared in the battlefield. They held weapons in their hands and wore soft armor as they charged out. Over 100 figures attacked in an instant, and it was so fast that it was suffocating. Their targets were all the experts of the 3 islands who were above the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm. A one-hit kill. They were not sloppy at all. These were the azure wings. They were really terrifying. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. How could a mere mysterious Nether Crab King resist the appearance of the Shantianshire and the azure wings? This was especially so for the 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing Guards. In the Divine World, Yun Zhongwu was ranked 19th on the Divine Fate list, and could be said to be at the top of the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Apart from the various ancient clan leaders and people like Mu Xuanji, who else could suppress him? Most importantly, the 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing Guards were all Heavenly Pulse individuals. What was a Heavenly Pulse individual? A person who was born with a bloodline talent. Although their bloodline talent could not be passed down, they could keep it in their body. Their cultivation speed was fast, and their strength was unquestionable. At this moment, everyone understood that the mysterious Nether Crab King was finished. At this very moment, Ba Dong himself was even more astonished when he saw the scene. The feeling that Mu Yun gave people was really strong. Xianxia and Yunyi were both his personal guards. However, even after 10,000 years, these personal bodyguards were still loyal and devoted. This could be said to be Mu Yun's ability to control people, or it could be said to be Mu Yun's personal charm. But no matter which one it was enough to show how terrifying this crown prince was. Listen to me. People of the Three Islands, stop immediately. From today onwards, I, Ba Dong, will be the master of the Three Islands and the new monster king. Everything will be the same as before. I will not settle the score later. Ba Dong hurriedly said, if you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as these words were said, the tens of thousands of guards of the Three Islands were all struggling in their hearts. Ba Dong was one of the Xianming Crab King's capable generals. After thousands of years of accumulation, he also had his own trusted subordinates under the Xianming Crab King. A portion of them immediately began to switch sides. However, most of them were still wavering. Many people were still loyal to the Xianming Crab King and did their best to kill. But facing Yunyi and Xianxia, they really couldn't rely on the advantage of numbers to dominate. Most of the time, they were chased. At this moment, the Xianming Crab King completely understood that the situation was hopeless. Mu Yun came personally today. As the crown prince of the shepherds, how could he let himself fail? The moment Yunyi appeared, it meant that this battle was bound to be lost. Retreat. At this moment, there was only this thought left in his mind. Where there is life, there is hope. This time, the shepherds had crossed the line. The three monster emperors and the monster emperor couldn't ignore it. He had to personally tell the four lords about this matter. With this thought, the Xianming Crab King's figure flashed and directly escaped to the bottom of the sea. Want to run? At this moment, Mingyue palms formed a seal. At this moment, water dragons directly broke through the sea. With a rumbling sound, bubbles exploded. Each one was higher than the last. At this moment, they continuously rushed into the bottom of the sea. Gradually, the water dragons chased him into the depths of the sea one by one. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Nether Crab King understood that if he did not pay the price, he would not be able to escape. Shake! With a low roar, 8 arms appeared behind the Xianming Crab King. The 8 arms were brimming with murderous intent. The water dragon rushed over, and the Black Nether Crab King blocked it with its 2 arms. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, there was an explosion. The 2 arms of the Xianming Crab King exploded into a bloody mist. However, after paying the price of losing 4 arms, the speed at which he rushed into the distance became faster and faster. Damn it! Mingyue snorted. Flaming Ice Phoenix chant. Right at that moment, a delicate shout was heard. Above the distant sea, a beautiful figure wearing a long white dress took a step forward. As her hands formed hand seals, an enormous phoenix that was burning with icy blue flames whistled out from behind her. The flames were vivid and lifelike, but they were emitting a crazy and suffocating cold aura. Chirp chirp, a deep voice rang out as the blue ice phoenix broke through the water and dived into the water. In an instant, the surface of the sea looked like a canyon that had split open, with a gap of several thousand meters between the water currents. At that moment, it condensed into a layer of water that rushed to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this scene, the Xianming Crab King was completely stunned. He kept increasing his speed, but no matter how fast he was not as fast as the Ice Phoenix. Buzz! Suddenly, the flaming Ice Phoenix caught up to the Xianming Crab King's body. The entire Ice Phoenix swallowed the Xianming Crab King's body. Everyone present saw that the Xianming Crab King's body had turned into an ice sculpture and was swallowed back by the Ice Phoenix. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, there was a fault that was 1,000 meters wide and extended to the bottom of the sea for 100,000 meters. It was still in a frozen state. This kind of cold air made people speechless. Seeing this scene, Mingyue curled his lips. It's just the awakening of the Ice Phoenix spirit and the fusion of the sacred monument. She's a little stronger than me now. Mingyue curled his lips and said, bring me back to the Water Spirit clan. I'll definitely surpass her. Hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but smile. Among the 9 women, Mingyue, Qin Mengyao, and Bao Qingyu were all in the 9 changes of the ancestral god realm. They were slightly stronger than the other 6 women. But this time it seemed that Qin Mengyao had gained more than Ming Wuxin. Yun Zhongwu could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, this Madame Qin is stronger than me." Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Yun Zhongwu was a heavenly pulse master and belonged to the first-rate 9 changes of the ancestral god realm. He was ranked 19th on the divine fate ranking. Qin Mengyao was stronger than him? Impossible. At that moment, Mu Yun felt a sense of defeat. It was true that Qin Mengyao had the Ice Phoenix spirit, but he was the son of heaven with 9 lives. Logically speaking, he was not inferior to Qin Mengyao. But now, the gap between the two was a little big. At that moment, Xianxia had dealt with those rebels and did not pursue them further. Some of the remaining people fled and left, and Mu Yun did not send people to continue chasing. After all, those guys were not strong and did not pose a threat. At this moment, Ba Dong turned around. His old rival, Luo Dongshi, was killed by him and Mu Bai, and the Xianming Crab King was sealed. This battle was a great victory. Looking at Mu Yun, Ba Dong did not have a trace of unwillingness in his heart. Xianxia and Yunyi were simply not inferior to the top 3 guards of the shepherds. This was too terrifying. One had to know that the famous 3 guards of the shepherds were all tens of thousands of people. They were the core forces of the shepherds and were controlled by the higher-ups of the shepherds. Ba Dong, I'll leave the following matters to you. Mu Yun instructed at this moment. Your Highness Mu, don't worry. I will definitely arrange for the 3 islands. Alright, I will send someone to discuss the specific matters with you. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the sealed Xianming Crab King with great interest. At this moment, it was as if he was looking at a piece of fat meat. This was the 9 changes of the ancestral god. If he could devour it, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Don't even think about it. Qin Mingyao's voice was cold at this moment. Even if you have a strange bloodline power in your body, trying to devour the 9 changes of the ancestral god is courting death. Mu Yun did not mind being seen through by Qin Mengyao. You definitely didn't freeze this corpse just to mock me now, right? I used the seal of the Ice Phoenix clan to seal it. You can gradually devour it, but remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. I knew Madame Qin was the most considerate. Mu Yun grinned. Hearing this, Qin Mingyao's pretty face blushed. You're quite fast. You're fusing with the sacred tablet. What about the rest? I think it will take some time. After all, there is a difference in our cultivation. The sacred tablet contains the great Tao of the God realm and is mysterious and unpredictable. If I wasn't at the 9 changes of the ancestral God realm, I might take more time. Mu Yun understood this point. The 9 changes of the ancestral God realm was already the peak of power that the God realm could accommodate. For example, although his father was now a monarch, the power that he could use could not surpass the ancestral God realm. Otherwise, the God realm space and time laws would not be able to accommodate it. Who knew what kind of disaster would occur? It was possible that the entire mortal realm would collapse. Therefore, even if he was powerful, he could not kill the 9 patriarchs because that would require him to unleash power surpassing the ancestral God realm. The 9 patriarchs were also afraid of his father's strength, so they did not dare to attack the shepherds. However, Mu Yun knew that they were waiting for an opportunity. As for what it was, he could not understand now, but there would be a day when he would understand. The most important thing now was to raise his cultivation. Leave this person to me. Mu Yun looked at the mysterious Nether Crab King and smiled. Leave it to you? Are you sure? This guy is at the 9 changes of the ancestral God realm. Although it's second-rate, but... Don't worry. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm not a careless person. All right. Qin Mengyao waved his hand, and the mysterious Nether Crab King's frozen body was immediately subdued by Mu Yun and disappeared. At this moment, the battle had ended. Everyone on dominating Sky Island was completely stunned. Today, the 3 islands had finally changed. This would be a major event that would shake the God realm. It was just that they did not know what the God realm's attitude was. If you didn't come today, this guy might have run away. Mu Yun said with a smile on the way back. He won't. Qin Mingyao's gaze swept across as if it could penetrate thousands of miles. He said indifferently, they definitely won't let this guy run away. Following Qin Mingyao's gaze, Mu Yan smiled bitterly. Dad, you don't trust me. I have many experts around me, it shouldn't be that Uncle Mu doesn't trust you. Maybe the others are worried about you, Mu Yan could only smile helplessly. After all, he was at the second transformation of the ancestral god realm. In everyone's eyes, he should be protected. Although this feeling of being protected was very enjoyable, it was still a little forceful. It was quite uncomfortable. At this moment, on the deserted island, Mu Luo smiled bitterly. This is great. We've been discovered. Mu Luo waved his hand helplessly and said, let's retreat. We'll probably be scolded by the old man when we go back. Mu Zian also shook her head helplessly. Suddenly, the thousands of figures behind her left one by one and disappeared. Mu Yun finally decided to stay on Spirit Snake Island. Spirit Snake Island was not bad. During this period of time, he just needed to observe the attitude of the various parties. Moreover, the Xianming Crab King was a piece of fat meat. If he used it well, it should not be a problem for him to break through to the third transformation. At this moment, Mu Yan's figure appeared in the blue sky Yellow Springs diagram. With a wave of his hand, the ice gradually melted at this moment. The Xianming Crab King's figure gradually regained consciousness. Kid, I'll kill you. The Xianming Crab King rushed out the moment he saw Mu Yan. If I were you, I wouldn't be so impulsive. Mu Yan's figure flashed and disappeared. The blue sky Yellow Springs diagram was a combination of the world tree, heavenly fire, heavenly water, and dozens of other spirits of heaven and earth. Unless the Xianming Crab King could tear apart the world of the blue sky underworld diagram. However, with the world tree guarding it, how difficult would it be to do so? And it just so happened that the blue sky underworld diagram couldn't provide space for people to stay here, but it could allow monsters to grow greatly here. Damn it! The Xianming Crab King had lost 4 arms, and his strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, he was not at his peak state, let alone killing Mu Yun. What do you want to do? The Xianming Crab King couldn't help but shout. What do I want to do? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, naturally, I want to skin you and pull out your tendons to help me improve my cultivation. How dare you? Do you think I dare not? Mu Yun smiled confidently and said, this is the place of my magic treasure. If you can't break it, you can only be restricted by me. Restricted by you? The Xianming Crab King immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. As a monster king, he had to listen to a guy in the second transformation of the ancestor god realm. What kind of joke was this? He didn't believe it. Mu Yun smiled. With a wave of her hand, cracking sounds could be heard. The Xianming Crab King could clearly feel that space was being compressed and squeezed over. Immediately after, cracks appeared on his body. He couldn't resist at all. This was too terrifying. How is it? Mu Yun smiled and said, now, do you believe what I said? The Xianming Crab King's expression was uncertain. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. After devouring your flesh and blood, I should be able to advance to the third transformation of the ancestor god realm. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The Xianming Crab King's expression changed. Devour? No. The Xianming Crab King hurriedly waved his hand and said, you can't devour me, you can't. Why not? Mu Yun asked back. Why? The Xianming Crab King was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. Can't say it? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, then be prepared to become a sacrifice on my growth ladder. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, the Xianming Crab King only felt that his body was constantly being squeezed, and a repulsive force filled his body. Don't, I'm willing to submit to you. The Black Nether Crab King's face turned completely pale. He didn't want to die here. As one of the 9 great monster kings, he was ranked in the top 200 of the divine fate list in the divine world. If he were to die here for no reason, then his reputation would be ruined. Submit to me? At this moment, Mu Yun stopped moving. To be honest, the profound Nether Crab King was at the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm, and his strength was indeed tyrannical. Moreover, he was the master of the 3 islands, one of the 9 kings. Killing him like this was indeed a waste. However, if he subdued it, he was afraid that Ba Dong would be unhappy. His original plan was to devour the Xianming Crab King and make him one of his subordinates. Now that the mysterious Nether Crab King had said this, he had some ideas. You want to submit to me? Are you sincere? Mu Yun said again. Of course I'm sincere. The Crimson Nether Crab King saw a chance of survival and immediately said respectfully, the 9 great demonic kings are fighting amongst themselves. Now that I am in trouble, the demonic emperor and the 3 demonic emperors are ignoring me. How disappointing. I'm willing to submit to your Highness Mu and become your Highness Mu's right-hand man. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, all right. The Crimson Nether Crab King was delighted and said, if that's the case, can your Highness Mu let me out? I promise that I will listen to your Highness Mu in the future. Of course. Mu Yun smiled and said, but before I let you out, I need you to do something. I have a mark here that can control anyone. If you sincerely submit to me, you won't mind me using it on you, right? As soon as she said this, the Crimson Nether Crab King was stunned. Mark? Control? In that case, he would be Mu Yun's lackey for the rest of his life? Why? You're not willing? Mu Yun's face was filled with murderous intent. I'm willing. The Crimson Nether Crab King immediately said, your subordinate is willing. All right. Mu Yun said seriously, you are in the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. If I use the mark on you with my second change of the Ancestor God realm, if you have the slightest resistance, the mark won't succeed. So, whether you're willing or not, I'll know once I try. As soon as she said this, the Crimson Nether Crab King completely withered. In that case, he would really become Mu Yun's slave. But if he didn't do this, he would die. He would lose everything and die without any value. He was unwilling to die like this. In the entire God realm, he could be said to be one of the top 200 ancestor gods. How could he be willing to die like this? Are you ready? Mu Yun smiled and said, if you're ready, let's begin. Yes. The Crimson Nether Crab King nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground without any distracting thoughts. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly and didn't say much. In fact, although there was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of using the seal of life and death, it wasn't impossible. Mu Yun said this to test the Crimson Nether Crab King. She didn't trust the Crimson Nether Crab King with just the control of the seal of life and death. Such a guy had to be truly controlled first. After that, there would be time to properly nurture him. Slowly, a mark appeared on Mu Yun's palm. At this moment, the mark slowly bloomed. The Crimson Nether Crab King obediently released his soul on the mark. With a flash of light, the mark disappeared. Immediately after, the Crimson Nether Crab King felt a powerful force slowly fluctuating in his mind. Invisible shackles caused his mind to sway. Stand up. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. Before the Crimson Nether Crab King's mind moved, his body suddenly stood up involuntarily. This? The Crimson Nether Crab King was stunned. The power of this mark was too strange. It could actually directly ignore his inner thoughts and control his body. Did Mu Yun also control those Xianxia and Azure Wings like this, so those guys, even after 10,000 years, were still loyal to Mu Yun? I hope you remember what you said. Mu Yun said indifferently, otherwise, I don't mind directly erasing you. At that time, your soul will dissipate. Even a transcendent God realm warrior won't be able to save you. Yes. By the way, there's one more thing I have to warn you about. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered as she said, you don't have to worry about the death of the Blood Clan. I will deal with it myself. This subordinate understands. The Crimson Nether Crab King cupped his hands. Not long after, Mu Yun opened her eyes. With a wave of her hand, the Crimson Nether Crab King's figure appeared. Crimson Nether Crab King. Seeing the figure of the Crimson Nether Crab King, Mingyue Shen's face turned cold. It's fine. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, I used the mark. You can't escape. Greetings, madam. The Crimson Nether Crab King smiled slightly. When he saw Qin Mengyao standing proudly on the other side, the smile on the Crimson Nether Crab King's face suddenly froze. This woman was terrifying. Your strength is now damaged and you need a lot of time to recover. Recuperate for the time being and cooperate with Ba Dong to manage the 3 islands. Mu Yun ordered. After all, some people are still loyal to you. But from today onwards, you are my retainer. Ba Dong is the real new monster king. Listen to him. Yes. The Crimson Nether Crab King nodded, bowed, and left. Not devouring anymore? Qin Mengyao asked at this moment. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, it's a pity to devour a second-rate 9 changes ancestor god expert. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Qin Mengyao nodded. What do we do next? Qin Mengyao asked again. It's not too late to see the attitude of the others first. Mu Yun smiled and said, this time, a monster king has stepped down. The Sea Monster clan and the people of the Zhu clan on the 3 neighboring islands shouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Next, we wait quietly. Yes. After the big battle, Yunyi and Xianxia's reputation rose again. This time, the news of the boundless ocean spread rapidly. The whole god realm heard the news of the crown prince of the shepherds again. Although it was 10 years later, this news shocked everyone. The crown prince of the shepherds had reached the 2nd transformation ancestor god realm and killed the Xianming crab king. This was only the strength of the crown prince of the shepherds. Yunyi and Xianxia belonged to Mu Yun's forces after all. No one in the shepherds made a move. When this news spread, everyone had to treat the crown prince of the shepherds with caution again. After all, 10,000 years ago, the whole god realm and countless geniuses were shrouded in the name of the crown prince of the shepherds. At this very moment, on a vast and boundless island in the boundless ocean. This island was called the Black Tortoise Sacred Island. It was famous in the whole boundless ocean. The only demon emperor of the Sea Demon clan, who was comparable to the clan leaders of the 10 great ancient clans, lived on this island. At this very moment, above the huge island, there was an island floating in the air, surrounded by clouds and mist. That was the residence of the demon emperor, Xiantian. Floating island was shrouded in clouds and mist. Flowers were everywhere, and spiritual energy lingered around the island. The entire island gave off the feeling of being a paradise. In the center of the island, there was a magnificent palace that exuded an unparalleled royal aura. On the floating island, there were tens of thousands of martial artists coming and going. If one looked carefully, the aura that erupted from each of them surpassed the almighty level. At a glance, these people were divided into 8 groups. At this moment, the palace was much quieter and more spacious. On the throne of the palace made of purple crystal, a figure sat with his eyes lowered. This person was dressed in a yellow robe and looked like a middle-aged man. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. The aura that surrounded him faintly carried an explosive aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Lord Demon Emperor, this time, the shepherd's kid killed the Black Nether Crab King. This is the greatest provocation to the demon clan. The person who spoke was dressed in an icy blue robe. His aura was cold, and his expression was stiff. This person was the Ice King, one of the 9 great demon kings. The Ice King's original body was an ice crystal monster. After tens of thousands of years, he had grown into a demon king. Now, he had 7 large islands under his control. That's right, Your Highness. Back then, the Sea Demon clan had occupied 144 huge islands in the boundless ocean, and the Thunder King had been the overlord of more than a dozen islands. However, the shepherds had snatched away more than half of them, and now, only 5 islands were left. Compared to the Xianming Crab King, he was just a little stronger. However, the shepherds had killed the Xianming Crab King. Would he be the next? After all, he was the weakest of the 9 monster kings apart from the Xianming Crab King. He wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one. However, the crown prince of the Mu clan, the 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing clan, who were on par with him in terms of strength, as well as Mingyue Xian and Qin Mengyao, who had recently appeared, were not easy to deal with. The armored giant Crocodile King said in a low voice, whether the shepherds continue to attack or not, we have to avenge them. I agree with the Crocodile King. The Turtle King, who was the divine beast armored turtle, said in a low voice, are we supposed to swallow our anger just because the shepherds slapped us? At this moment, the 4 monster kings were filled with righteous indignation and anger. They couldn't tolerate the crown prince of the shepherds' actions. That was why they came to Black Tortoise Sacred Island as soon as they heard the news, hoping that the monster emperor would step in and retaliate against the shepherds. What do you think? The monster emperor Xianxia looked at the other 4 monster kings from his seat of honor. The whale king, who was the sky-devouring whale, stood up. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. His aura was extremely powerful with every move he made. Monster Emperor, this matter can't be rushed. The whale king cupped his hands and said, only the crown prince of the shepherds took action. Among the shepherds 3 elite troops haven't been mobilized. Even the shepherds' ordinary soldiers haven't appeared. This means that the crown prince of the shepherds did this himself. If we launch a large-scale crusade against him, I'm afraid that the Profound Secret Battalion, the Leaf Guards, and the Green Feather Army from the shepherds will all mobilize. At that time, the Sea Demon clan and the shepherds will fight in the Boundless Sea, and the Zhu clan and the Yang clan of the north and south will benefit in the end. Furthermore, and what? Xianxia frowned. Furthermore, Lord Demon Emperor, even Wang Qinglin and Shueshan Tian were unable to deal with Mu Qingyu despite working together. Mu Qingyu can be said to be the #1 expert in the firmament right now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Mu Qingyu was indeed like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. This person was a transcendent god. Whale King, according to what you've said, are we just going to let this go? A demon king clad in iron armor spoke at this moment. Iron King, that's not what I meant. Then what exactly do you mean? Iron King asked impatiently. As one of the 9 demon kings, he was originally an ironhead fish, the lowest level divine beast. However, he relied on his heaven-defying cultivation to become a demon king. He could be said to be full of legends. Iron King, don't be anxious. Let Whale King finish speaking. The Toad King opened its mouth to dissuade him. Toad King's body was tall and slightly plump. In between his eyebrows, there was a faintly closed vertical eye. Toad King's true form was a 3-eyed poisonous toad. His entire body was covered in poison, and his poison techniques were terrifying. Iron King snorted when he heard this and did not speak anymore. Whale King spoke again. Since they sent the crown prince of the shepherds, then we won't attack together. We'll send a few demon kings to intimidate the shepherds and test their attitude first. If the shepherds send people over, then they'll really fall out with us. If that's the case, we can't back down. But if the shepherds don't send reinforcements, then I'll take advantage of the situation and help the mysterious Nether Crab King take back the 3 islands. Of the 108 islands, we can't lose a single one. The demon kings fell silent when they heard this. Undead Behemoth King, who had been silent all this time, said in a deep voice, then who should we send? The 8 demon kings fell silent when they heard this. Xiantian slowly said, 3 demon kings are enough. If we take back the 3 islands, then the 3 demon kings who sent troops will take over the management of the 3 islands since the mysterious Nether Crab King is already dead. If the shepherds interfere, then this emperor will personally go. Even if Mu Qingyu is the monarch, this emperor will fight with him. The 8 demon kings' expressions changed when they heard this. 3 islands was a huge fortune. In the early years, the mysterious Nether Crab King had more than a dozen islands under him. Now, there were only 3 left. However, everyone knew that these 3 were the richest. If they swallowed them, then it could be said that they would gain a fat head. I'm willing to lead troops to suppress the crown prince of the shepherds. The Thunder King took a step forward and said loudly. I'm willing too. The Ice King said. Me too. The Iron King also said at this moment. Xiantian looked at the 3 of them and nodded. All right, to prevent any accidents, this time, I will ask the Luan Emperor to help secretly. If other shepherds appear, the Luan Emperor will be able to stall for time. At that time, I will personally lead an army to help you. The 3 monster kings all nodded their heads after hearing this. With the demon emperor's words, what was there to be afraid of? Even if Mu Qingyu was a transcendent god, how much of his strength could he unleash in the divine world? If he was careless and damaged the space-time barrier of the divine world, then the entire divine world would collapse. Mu Qingyu would become a sinner for all eternity. Therefore, even though Mu Qingyu was extremely powerful, the strength that he could exert was limited by this point. The three demon kings excitedly left the hall and returned to their own territories to begin their preparations. At the same time, in the Zhu clan's territory of the Boundless Sea, in the Zhu clan's secret world, in a huge palace with red bricks and red walls, there was a scorching aura everywhere. At this moment, a figure stood proudly in the hall. "Your Highness, the Black Nether Crab King is dead. This is the best time for us to strike." Below, an old man said respectfully. The Boundless Sea has always been a monolithic block. Ever since the shepherds occupied the 36 islands, it has become even harder to invade. Now, the shepherd's crown prince has just gained a foothold, and the people's hearts are not stable. We are close to the 3 islands. If we strike now, we will definitely be able to take the 3 islands. This is a huge fortune that can help the Zhu clan's disciples increase their strength by several times. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhu Chen's face. There were too many experts around Mu Yun. The 3 Cloudwing heroes were ranked in the top 100 of the Divine Fate list. Yun Zhongwu was ranked 19. In the entire divine world, only the patriarchs of the various clans and some top experts could suppress him. There was also Qin Mengyao and Ming Yuexin. He had seen with his own eyes that Qin Mengyao almost killed Wang Zihao that day. And this was only the strength around Mu Yun. With his status in the Zhu clan, the experts he gathered might not be able to suppress Mu Yun. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the old man said again. At this moment, the struggle between Zhu Chen's brows deepened. "Your Highness," the old man said again. "This time, the Sea Demon clan will definitely not let this go. We can also sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight before making a decision." Hearing this, a trace of light flashed across Zhu Chen's eyes. "All right." Slowly, Zhu Chen nodded and said in a powerful voice, "Zhu Tan, you will arrange this matter." "Yes." At the same time, the entire divine world was filled with rumors of the shepherd's ambitious actions. The various clans also had different attitudes. Regarding this, Mu Yun stayed on Lingxi Island and cultivated peacefully. Moreover, as he cultivated these days, Mu Yun was shocked to discover something. When he condensed the 2 external avatars, the cultivation of the 2 external avatars could be fed back to his original body. This discovery caused Mu Yun to be extremely astonished. In this way, when he cultivated, the 3 of them were cultivating at the same time. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be very fast. Regarding this, Mu Yun's heart rose with a trace of excitement. To him, time was the most precious thing. At this moment, the second transformation of the Ancestor God realm could be said to be the peak level in the divine world. However, in the ancient clan, it was not enough. Slowly, bit by bit, the energy in his body continued to condense. The corner of Qin Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. The reason why the increase in the Ancestor God realm was called a change was because of the change in the body. In the end, the 9 transformation of the Ancestor God realm was the accumulation and sublimation of the previous 8 realms. The empty God realm and the true God realm condensed the divine soul. The Earth God realm and the Heaven God realm allowed the martial artist's soul to coexist with the soul of heaven and earth. The God realm condensed the primordial spirit. The God King realm and the God Emperor realm condensed the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls in the primordial spirit. The God Master condensed the 5 elements. The final limit of these 8 realms was the Ancestor God realm. The body and soul had always been the foundation of a martial artist. No matter when, a martial artist's cultivation could not be separated from the body and soul. The body was the foundation and the soul was the source. Only when the origins were combined could one surpass the greatest limit of cultivation. The Ancestor God realm was the combination of the origins of a martial artist. The body needed to be improved, and the soul needed to be improved even more. This was to seek a transformation. Every transformation was a long process. However, Mu Yun used the devouring bloodline to purify and absorb the strength of others to make a wedding dress for herself. It was not a joke to say that every transformation was a different world. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with a different feeling. The growth of cultivating 3 physical bodies at the same time was visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it should not be a problem for her to step into the third transformation of the ancestor god realm in less than 10 years. At this moment, Mu Yan's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were quietly growing in her body. Her blood, flesh, and hair were greedily absorbing the divine power of heaven and earth to refine her body. The accumulation of power for every transformation was really powerful. At this moment, Mu Yan waved her hand, and supreme-grade divine crystals appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, those supreme-grade divine crystals transformed into a torrent of divine power that directly rushed into Mu Yan's body and disappeared. Supreme-grade divine crystals would not turn into powder because the entire supreme-grade divine crystal contained powerful divine power without any impurities. A vast and mighty divine power entered Mu Yan's body, and her body immediately underwent a tremendous transformation. Slowly, this transformation filled her blood, flesh, and soul and transformed into the purest energy that spread to every part of her body. Now, a strand of my hair can transform into a killing weapon that can directly kill a god emperor. A creaking sound could be heard as the door opened, and a beautiful figure appeared. What's wrong? The Black Nether Crab King and Ba Dong are looking for you. Something must have happened on the 3 islands. Oh? Mu Yan smiled. It seems that the Sea Demon clan can't hold it in anymore. Let's go and take a look. When the two arrived at the Spirit Snake Hall, Ba Dong and the Black Nether Crab King had been waiting for a long time. What's wrong? Something bad has happened. The Sea Demon clan. Just as the Black Nether Crab King opened his mouth, Ba Dong coughed. The Black Nether Crab King's face trembled. He shut his mouth and looked at Ba Dong with an awkward smile. Mu Yan had said that he was Ba Dong's deputy now. He had to know what to say and what not to say. The 3 demon kings of the Sea Demon clan are sending troops together. They will probably reach the 3 islands in less than half a day. Ba Dong said worriedly. This is the Sea Demon clan's test. The 3 demon kings are obviously trying to take back the 3 islands. Hearing this, Mu Yan smiled. Take back? It's very difficult for me to spit out what I swallowed. The moment these words were spoken, the profound Nether Crab King and Ba Dong were both stunned. This time, it was the 3 demon kings. Although Xianxia and Yunyi were very strong, the 3 demon kings also had many experts around them. The Black Nether Crab King probed, Your Highness, could it be that the shepherds will also send people? No. Mu Yan waved her hand. I want to see how the 3 demon kings will take over the 3 islands of Sky Tyrant Island. Seeing Mu Yan talking so confidently, the two were even more confused. Next, the 2 of you will cooperate with me to put on a good show. How about it? Show? The 2 scratched their heads and looked at Mu Yan in confusion. How to act? At this moment, the corners of Mu Yan's mouth curled up slightly. She wondered how strong the 3 demon kings were. At this very moment, the Boundless Ocean's army was whistling through the air. The Ice King, the Thunder King, and the Iron King were leading the warriors of their clans as they set off. This time, I must take the head of the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. Bing Wang said coldly, all these years, the shepherds have been trying to draw a line between us and the shepherds. They don't dare to cross the line anymore. But this guy dares to break the balance. Hee, Ice King, please calm down. However, the Thunder Sovereign chuckled and said, I believe that this fellow is eager to contribute. Think about it. If he returns to the shepherds, he will only be in the 2nd transformation of the ancestor god realm. No matter how powerful he is, he won't have any say in the shepherds. Wouldn't he be able to make some contributions? Only by stabilizing his position in the shepherds can he gain a foothold. The Thunder Sovereign's words are true. At this moment, the Iron King's bald head was shining brightly. He grinned and said, this brat wants to make a contribution, so he's starting with the Sea Demon race. He's really courting death. This time, I must break his bones. Behind the 3 demon kings, more than 100,000 warriors were advancing rapidly. Some were in the air, some were on the water, and some were underwater. The powerful islands behind the 3 of them were not something that the Xianming Crab King's foundation could compare to. This time, the shepherds wouldn't make a move. The 3 islands of Sky Tyrant Island were theirs. If the shepherds made a move, the demon emperors would stop them. Moreover, the 3 demon emperors weren't just for show. This time, with the Luan Emperor following them secretly, they would definitely not be in danger. The three of them were in a good mood. Sky Tyrant Island, Sky Ceiling Island, and Xianxia Island were three rather famous islands in the boundless ocean. If they fell into their hands, it would be a great help to the development of the three demon kings. That was why the three of them took the initiative to lead their troops here. Report. A voice suddenly sounded. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a figure hurried over. Reporting to the three demon kings, the Sky Tyrant Island in front looks very strange. Very strange, the three of them looked at each other. Speak clearly. The Iron Monarch said directly. My king, the soldiers guarding the Sky Tyrant Island in front are all warriors of the demon race. Moreover, everything is in good order. It doesn't look like the shepherds are in charge. Huh? When he said this, the three of them were slightly startled. What was going on? Let's go and take a look. The army moved out in a grandiose manner. At the coastal port of Sky Tyrant Island, numerous figures were flying back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the demon race guards on Sky Tyrant Island immediately charged out. Their aura didn't lose out in the slightest. Huh? Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. What was going on? Weren't the three islands, including Sky Tyrant Island, already occupied by Her Highness Muyun? Why were there still so many demon race troops waiting calmly at this moment? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, numerous figures came in a single file. The person in the lead was Ba Dong. Ba Dong said with a look of surprise, My lords, why have you come to Sky Tyrant Island? Why? Seeing Ba Dong, the Iron Monarch immediately shouted, Ba Dong, why are you still pretending here? This king has personally come here today to kill you. Kill me? Hearing these words, Ba Dong's face froze for a moment. However, he immediately smiled and understood. My lords, have you misunderstood me? Misunderstood? The Thunder Monarch's voice was like thunder, exploding. Misunderstood your head. The Xianming Crab King was killed by you and the shepherds. Why are you still pretending here? The Ice Monarch also shouted, Stop fooling around. Call Muyun out. The three demon monarchs were filled with killing intent at this moment. At this moment, Ba Dong was still putting on an act. It was truly laughable. My lords, why are the three of you making such a ruckus on Sky Tyrant Island? When this voice rang out, everyone was stunned. Xianming Crab King. Crab King. You're not dead? The three demon monarchs were shocked when they saw the scene. Dead? Hearing this, the Xianming Crab King was slightly stunned, but then he laughed loudly. Haha. My lords, please follow me. Hearing this, the three immediately became nervous and did not move. Why? Are you afraid that I, the Xianming Crab King, will kill the three of you? The Iron Monarch said calmly, Stop pretending. You're not dead. You must have joined the shepherds. Tell us, where is Muyun? Muyun? The Xianming Crab King sneered, My lords, why are you here today? Even if I'm reduced to a prisoner, I won't join a mere second transformation ancestor god. I'm relieved to see the three of you here. I want to share a piece of good news with the three of you, but you're acting like this. If you're guilty, then please leave Sky Tyrant Island. The Xianming Crab King's face was cold. Suddenly, everyone on the island shouted. Xianming Crab King, what the hell are you doing? The Iron Monarch shouted, Weren't you killed by Muyun's men? Why aren't you dead? Did you become a traitor? We came to save you with good intentions, but you're acting like this? Save me? The Xianming Crab King sneered, You're really kind. It's been half a month, and now you're here to save me? The three of them looked at each other. I think you're here to capture Muyun and seize my three islands, right? When the Sandpiper and Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The Xianming Crab King said coldly, There's no need for the three of you to worry about capturing Muyun. My Sky Tyrant Island is as stable as before. Please return. The three of them were stunned. No need for the three of you to worry, what did that mean? Could it be that the Xianming Crab King had already captured Muyun? That was impossible. Xianming Crab King, what's going on? the Ice Monarch could not help but say again, "We're really here to help you. If it weren't for the Demon Emperor's delay, we would have set off long ago." The Xianming Crab King's expression eased a little. The next moment, the Xianming Crab King transmitted his voice, "The Crown Prince of the Shepherds has been captured alive by me." "What?" the three of them almost cried out. "Captured alive? How was that possible? If you believe me, come in and take a look. If you don't, then please return." The Xianming Crab King said loudly, "I will personally explain the matter of Sky Tyrant Island to the Demon Emperor. But if you force your way in today, I, the Xianming Crab King, will not let you take another step forward even if I have to risk my life." Seeing the Xianming Crab King's strength, the three of them became suspicious. If the Xianming Crab King had really been captured and surrendered, how could he be so mysterious? But if Mu Yun had really been captured, this guy would deliberately spread the news that he had been killed to make the shepherds numb. Then, he would find an opportunity to ask for a reward from the Demon Emperor. It was not impossible. The three of them looked at the Xianming Crab King and said, "In that case, we'll follow you to the island." The Xianming Crab King's expression relaxed. "You can go to the island, but you can't bring too many people in." The Xianming Crab King snorted. "I'll say this first. If you guys mess around, then don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship." "All right. All right." The three of them became cautious at this moment. Even if the Xianming Crab King really wanted to trick them, with their 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, they could immediately inform the martial artists outside the island and charge in. Whether the Xianming Crab King was real or fake, they were not afraid. Nearly 100 figures directly entered the island at this moment. The auras of those figures were extremely powerful, and the lowest cultivation was above the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. The auras instantly became tense at this moment. Outside the island, the crowd looked around nervously, wary of any tricks. At this moment, the Xianming Crab King led the way openly in front, while the Ice King, Iron King, and Thunder King followed behind. The others were even more cautious at this moment. No one knew what would happen next. The 3 kings were all on high alert at this moment. Slowly, the few figures arrived at the foot of the mountain. The Xianming Crab King said again, "I only told you about this matter because the 3 of you came today. But if the news spreads, that Mu Qingyu will risk everything to save his son. You and I won't be able to survive. So, I hope that the people you brought will keep their mouths shut. Everything you see later must be kept a secret." If what the Black Nether Crab King said was true, then this matter was enough to make the shepherds go completely crazy. A crown prince was the hope of the entire shepherd's future. Back then, even if Mu Yun had died, Mu Qingyu had also used a super strong ability to revive her. Now, she had returned to the shepherds. It was enough to see how important a crown prince was. If the Black Nether Crab King really captured Mu Yun, then it was a huge advantage for them. Even if they couldn't kill Mu Yun, it wasn't impossible to use Mu Yun as a hostage to make the entire shepherds withdraw from the boundless ocean. At this moment, the 3 of them were also faintly looking forward to it. Slowly, everyone stepped onto the tall mountain of dominating Sky Island and came to the front of the main hall at the mountainside. They looked at each other with careful eyes. "It's right in front." The Black Nether Crab King smiled. The Ice King, Thunder King, and Iron King no longer stepped forward. "What? Are you worried that I'm tricking you?" The Black Nether Crab King looked at the 3 of them with disdain and then stepped forward to the center of the main hall. "Fall." With a low shout, the Black Nether Crab King sat on the throne and waved his hand. Suddenly, 2 iron cages in the center of the main hall suddenly fell. Bang bang, the iron cages fell to the ground and let out a series of deafening booms. 2 figures sat in the 2 iron cages. One of them was Mu Yun, and the other was also Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, the Ice King was stunned. It really was the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Crown Prince of the Shepherds was actually here. This was simply inconceivable to them. The Black Nether Crab King had really captured the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. "Black Nether Crab King, how did you do it?" the Thunder King said with a surprised expression. Mu Yun and her clone were here, which was enough to prove that this was the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. If the Xianming Crab King was really deceiving them, he could condense one of Mu Yun's clones here and hide her true body. But now, both her clone and her real body were here. It was enough to show that Mu Yun had really been captured. For this, I paid a great price. Xian Feng, Feng Yunji, and Luo Dongshi all died in battle. The Xianming Crab King said in a low voice, so this time, I have to make good use of this crown prince. I have to use him to his fullest potential. The three of them nodded in agreement. Now, do the three of you believe me? The Xianming Crab King snorted. If I hadn't announced my death to the outside world, I'm afraid the shepherds would have led an army here already. If the three of you hadn't rushed over, I wouldn't have told you. Although you guys took half a month to get here, you still helped me. Moreover, I can't handle such a big matter by myself. The three of you came just in time to help me. The Xianming Crab King said again, Mu Yun is the crown prince of the shepherds after all. If the four of us join forces, we will definitely be able to pressure the shepherds. We don't want the shepherds to leave the boundless sea, but they must return our island. As for the other 5 demon kings and the demon emperor, they don't care about my life or death. Why should I care about them? Bing Wang, Lei Wang and Tai Wang looked at each other after these words were spoken. A glint flashed within their eyes. They had made the right choice this time. The three of you, please take a seat. The Xianming Crab King cupped his hands and smiled. We still need to discuss this matter carefully. All right. The 3 figures took their seats one by one. Clang, 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 all of a sudden, the entire hall was sealed shut by floodgates that descended from the heavens and earth. At the same time, light shot out in all directions in the hall. Figures suddenly appeared one after another. The person in the lead was Mu Yun, the crown prince of the shepherds. The Iron King's expression changed. However, the 3 of them were restrained by the chairs they were sitting on. The chairs seemed to contain an extremely domineering array. Even though the 3 of them were in the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm, they were unable to get up at all. Xianming Crab King, you dare to set us up? Why wouldn't I dare? The Xianming Crab King sneered. After half a month, didn't you come here just to kill me? You want to snatch my 3 islands back from Her Highness Mu? You want to see the attitude of the shepherds, right? You knew it long ago. You deliberately set us up. The 3 demon kings' faces were pale. Damn it. However, how could there be 2 clones of Mu Yun? That was obviously impossible. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said indifferently, I'll give you 2 choices now. I've set up an array in this hall. There's no way your subordinates can escape. The first choice is to side with me. Bah, dream on. The Iron King cursed and shouted, even if I die, I won't side with you. Mu Yun frowned slightly when she heard his shout. At this moment, Yun Zhongwu took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The Iron King's body was restrained and could not dodge at all. He could only watch as Yun Zhongwu's palm came crashing down. Bang, there was an explosion. The Iron King spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. I don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking. Mu Yun continued, the second option is, I will kill the 3 of you and choose the ones who are willing to submit to me from the higher-ups behind the 3 of you. Let them lead your 3 demon king subordinates. You can control them? The Ice King said coldly, even if we die, those people outside will avenge us. I don't think so. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a seal appeared. How do you think I controlled the Black Nether Crab King? Mu Yun smiled and said, my life and death seal is good for controlling people. I don't believe that they won't be willing to give them a chance to become a demon king. The 3 demon kings were aghast when they heard this. All of this was a scheme. The Black Nether Crab King lured them by capturing Mu Yun. The appearance of the 2 figures of the shepherds greatly stimulated them, making them subconsciously think that the Black Nether Crab King was not lying. But who knew that these 2 figures were actually Mu Yun's doppelgangers? What a scheme. As expected of the crown prince of the shepherds. The Thunder King said coldly at this moment. As one of the 9 great demon kings, he was actually tricked by Mu Yun. It was really embarrassing. In the end, this scheme is also very lame. It's just that you were too confident and thought that I couldn't control you. But you forgot that there is still the existence of a divine array master in the divine realm. Mu Yun walked up to the throne and sat down. Alright, you have 3 breaths of time. Submit to me or die. Choose for yourselves. Mu Yun pointed at the hundreds of higher-ups who followed the 3 demon kings and said, you too. The Iron King spat out a mouthful of blood. He spat and shouted, you want me to submit to you? Dream on. Alright, then you can die. Mu Yun waved her hand. Qin Mengyao walked forward and struck out with his palm. Ice and snow directly froze the Iron King's figure. Mu Yun waved his hand and pulled the Iron Sovereign over to his side with a force that could absorb him from a distance. Then, the Iron King's figure suddenly disappeared. The Black Nether Crab King knew that the Iron King's head was too hard. This time, Mu Yun would definitely kill him. The Ice King and the Thunder King were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I'm willing to submit to you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from among the hundreds of figures. Who are you? I'm from Jingshan Ridge under the Iron King. The burly man cupped his hands and said, I, Jingshan Ridge, am willing to submit to your Highness Mu. As soon as this person appeared, Mu Yun waved her hand and cast a seal. Take this seal. From today onwards, you will be in charge of dispatching the islands under the Iron King. Mu Yun didn't say much. She looked at the others and said, I won't settle scores after the autumn has passed. This is your last chance. Those who don't submit will be killed without mercy. Those who submit, I will plant a seal of life and death on you one by one. From now on, you will be under my control and lose your freedom. But I can guarantee that you will be able to live, and your cultivation will be stronger than before. Mu Yun looked at the crowd with a calm gaze. Everyone knew the principle of capturing the leader first to capture the bandits. This time, she had captured the pride and contempt in the 3 demon kings' hearts. The hundreds of people who came with her were the elites of the elites. They were very powerful. Once these guys were under her control, the people outside would have to obey their orders. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to preach at this moment. If they submitted, they would become her slaves. If they didn't, they would die. Fight. Suddenly, a shout sounded from the crowd. However, the moment the shout was heard, Yun Zhongwu, Qin Yuanhang, and Xing Duyu had already charged out. Although that figure was in the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, he was only a beginner. He was nothing in front of the 3 first-rate 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. I'll submit. Me too. I'm willing to submit too. The figures knelt on one knee. They had no choice but to submit. If they didn't, they would die. Although they would lose their freedom if they surrendered, they would gain their lives. Obeying Mu Yun was no different from obeying the 3 demon kings. They were just following orders. All right. At this moment, Mu Yun used the dark seals of life and death one after another. Instantly, he felt the urging of more than 1,000 souls in his mind. The thoughts of these souls gathered in his mind one by one. This scene made Mu Yun feel a burst of pain. Have you reached the fullness? Mu Yun knew that there was a limit to the target of the dark seal of life and death. However, she didn't expect it to reach its limit. In this case, it seemed that she still needed to raise her cultivation level. Mu Yan's gaze finally fell on Bing Wang and Lei Wang. I am willing to submit. Bing Wang couldn't help but say. His original body was an ice crystal monster. It was too difficult for him to become a demon king. He was really unwilling to die here like this. When Qin Mengyao attacked just now, he could feel a chilling aura slowly being released. What else can I do? Bing Wang said bitterly, am I going to die here? Lei Wang also sighed at this moment. What about you? Mu Yun had no patience at this moment. I surrender. Lei Wang could only say helplessly in the end. If he didn't surrender, he would die. If he surrendered, there was still a chance of survival. In the future, if his strength surpassed that of a god, he might be able to break this so-called seal of life and death. Mu Yun didn't care about this at this moment. No one had been able to break the seal of life and death until now. Because once anyone wanted to break it or even take action, he could immediately kill them. This was not a joke. Slowly, the door in the hall opened. Light shone in. Mu Yun stood up slightly and said, "From today onwards, Lei Wang and Bing Wang, you two will continue to manage the subordinate islands. Xianming Crab King, go to the Iron King domain and follow Jingshan Ridge to control the Iron King domain. Ba Dong, the 3 islands of dominating Sky Island will still be under your management. And from today onwards, you will become an overlord, one of the 9 great demon kings, and replace Xianming Crab King's position in the 3 islands and Iron King's throne." As soon as these words came out, the 4 people's faces immediately turned solemn. Yes. Hundreds of figures walked out one by one at this moment. Mu Yun didn't need to care about these things. As higher-ups, these guys knew how to order their subordinates. And the 4 people understood in their hearts at this moment. Mu Yun deliberately conferred the title of Overlord to Ba Dong with the intention of replacing the Demon Emperor's identity. Only the Demon Emperor had the qualifications to confer the title of King. But now, Mu Yun was in charge of the 4 Demon King Islands. Ba Dong was in charge of 3 islands, Xianming Crab King was in charge of 15 islands, Bing Wang was in charge of 7 islands, and Lei Wang was in charge of 5 islands. Attacking 30 islands, at this moment, were directly in her hands. This was challenging the Demon Emperor. At this moment, Mu Yun flew out and looked around dominating Sky Island. From today onwards, this place called the Land of Shepherds will no longer be ruled by the Sea Demon clan. Mu Yun said in a deep voice, "Your master from now on, is me, Mu Yun." That roar caused the entire army to break out into a flurry of discussion, and their expressions changed. Weren't they here to crusade against Mu Yun? How did Mu Yun become their queen? What was going on? At this moment, the many upper echelons were hurriedly passing down the news. Gradually, the army began to boil. "You're their master? How arrogant." At that instant, a cold voice was suddenly heard. A gale swept across, and the sound of the wind was mixed with a suffocating buzzing sound. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. At this moment, that figure directly broke through the wind and arrived. A pair of golden wings whistled through the air, giving off the feeling of a strong gale exploding as it whizzed through the air. At this moment, the ground of the island began to tremble. The double-winged Luan Emperor had arrived. The moment the double-winged Luan Emperor appeared, its wings transformed into feathers and charged towards Mu Yun. Humph. At this moment, Qin Mengyao let out a snort and directly flew out. His killing intent was strong. Boom, the 2 figures collided and immediately retreated. Seeing this scene, the few demon kings were completely dumbfounded. What a joke! The double-winged Luan Emperor was a first-rate 9 transformation ancestor god super expert. Qin Mengyao was actually not at a disadvantage in a head-on collision. This was simply too horrifying. The double-winged Luan Emperor clearly did not expect this, and its eyes were filled with astonishment. "Ice King, Thunder King, what are you waiting for?" The double-winged Luan Emperor shouted angrily, "Kill them." However, the Ice Sovereign and the Thunder Sovereign remained unmoved even after Xiaoqin shouted. One of the 3 demon emperors, the double-winged Luan Emperor. Looking at the double-winged Luan Emperor in a golden robe, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your name is like thunder to the ears. Seeing you today, you're indeed valiant and formidable. However, isn't it too whimsical to want to kill me? What are you waiting for?" The double-winged Luan Emperor shouted angrily, "Aren't you afraid that the Demon Emperor will kill you?" Afraid? How could they not be afraid? However, compared to the Demon Emperor, they were more afraid that Mu Yun could take their lives now. "Stop shouting." Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Seeing that you're so anxious, why don't you stay here too?" As Mu Yun's voice fell, the 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing clan immediately rushed out. Among the 3 heroes, Yun Zhongwu was the strongest, ranked 19th on the Divine Fate list. However, Qin Yuanhang and Xing Duyu were not weak either. The 3 figures directly entangled the double-winged Luan Emperor. In an instant, the battle spread out. Mu Yun swept her gaze and looked directly at the Ice King and Thunder King. Puff. Puff, in an instant, the Ice King and Thunder King spat out mouthfuls of blood and completely fell to the ground. Mu Yun's figure landed and stood in front of the 2. "You already knew that the double-winged Luan Emperor was here, but you didn't tell me? What? You want the double-winged Luan Emperor to kill me? Regain your freedom? To tell you the truth, if I die, you will die. This is the first and last time. If there's a next time, I don't care what kind of king you are, I'll kill you without mercy. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun snorted and stood in place. At this moment, the two demon kings' faces completely changed. Although Mu Yun was in the second transformation of the ancestor god realm, she indeed had the ability to kill them directly. The seal of life and death really existed, and it was an irresistible seal. The two of them completely gave up at this moment. At this moment, the double-winged Luan Emperor was fighting alone in the sky with the three heroes of the Cloud Wing clan. For a moment, it was not at a disadvantage at all. This person's cultivation was actually at such a terrifying level. On the entire island, the sky changed color, as if there were cracks appearing, and the sky could collapse at any time. The double-winged Luan Emperor lives up to its name. Mu Yun said softly. I'll go. Qin. Meng Yao said, but his footsteps were hesitant. Go. Mingyue Shin said. I can at least guarantee that no one can sneak up on him with me here. Qin Meng Yao nodded again and rushed out. Once Shi Yao charged out, the situation immediately turned around. The double-winged Luan Emperor was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Mingyue Shin said with a faint smile, actually, there's no need for her to go. The double-winged Luan Emperor was at its peak when it used its blood technique. It's not difficult for the three heroes of the Cloud Wing clan to deal with him. Then, Mingyue Shin said with a smile, I reckon that Qin Meng Yao wants to kill him. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Kill him, after all, the double-winged Luan Emperor was a first-rate 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm. Killing him was harder than ascending to the heavens. If my guess is right, the double-winged Luan Emperor should have the bloodline of the divine beast Qin Luan. Qin Meng Yao is an ice phoenix, and Luans and phoenixes are extremely similar. If Qin Meng Yao can devour the bloodline of this mixed-haired bird, he might be able to advance further. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Advance further? What level would he reach? The same level of strength as the 9 patriarchs. At this moment, Qin Meng Yao's figure was on the periphery, while Yun Zhongwu and the other two were on the inside, tightly entangling the double-winged Luan Emperor. Today, I won't bicker with you. The double-winged Luan Emperor shouted, but Thunder King, Ice King, remember your choice, and, be careful. As soon as the words fell, the double-winged Luan Emperor spread its wings and rushed out. It's not up to you to leave. But at this moment, Qin Meng Yao, who had been on the periphery, suddenly made a hand seal. In the blink of an eye, icicles began to rise from the ground around them. Back off. Qin Meng Yao looked at the three and said coldly. Yun Zhongwu and the other two retreated behind Qin Meng Yao in a flash. At this moment, the icicles were firmly rooted in the bottom of the sea, as if they were giant pillars supporting the sky. Suddenly, a surging icy aura swept across the place. Ice Phoenix. The double-winged Luan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Only the divine beast Ice Phoenix had such an aura. It formed an aura that suppressed his bloodline. The woman in front of him was actually from the Ice Phoenix clan? How could it be? The double-winged Luan Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. Run. This was the only thought left in his mind. Qin Meng Yao's Ice Phoenix aura had a strong suppressive effect on him. Now, this woman was obviously using some kind of secret technique. Once she used it, there was no way he could escape. The reason he dared to stay here and fight with Yun Zhongwu and the other two was because he knew that only the patriarchs of the 10 great ancient clans could trap him. These people were obviously impossible, but he didn't expect Qin Meng Yao to evolve the Ice Phoenix spirit to such a level. This was simply unbelievable. This woman was too terrifying. You can't escape. At this moment, Qin Meng Yao's face was cold, and a murderous aura swept out. Dong dong dong, the icicles rose up at this moment. At this moment, the sea surface completely exploded. Ah, a scream sounded. The double-winged Luan Emperor's body was directly penetrated by a giant icicle. Following that, another giant pillar came crashing down. The screams continued. At this moment, the demon clan below were completely stunned. The double-winged Luan Emperor of the demon clan. In the past, in their eyes, it was a god, an existence that they looked up to. But now, in front of them, it was actually being abused like this. This was completely unacceptable to them. This difference was simply too great. Are you convinced? Qin Mengyao said coldly. I'm not convinced. The double-winged Yuan Emperor shouted. Crown Prince of the Shepherds, you have angered the Sea Demon clan. Just wait for the Sea Demon clan's crazy revenge. Nonsense. Qin Mengyao waved her hand, and icicles directly pierced the double-winged Yuan Emperor's body. The sound of the explosion was louder than the previous one, making people sigh. And in the midst of the explosion, everyone clearly saw that Qin Mengyao directly pulled out the double-winged Yuan Emperor's soul, and with a clench of her hand, she froze it. The huge body fell to the bottom of the sea. A loud boom sounded, as if it had shattered the hearts of the demon clan's higher-ups. A demon emperor had fallen. If this news spread, the entire god realm would be in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was silent. Qin Mengyao landed on the ground. His face was slightly flushed, adding a hint of coquettishness. I'm sorry. Qin Mengyao looked at Mu Yun and said shyly. What's wrong? The double-winged Yuan Emperor should be very beneficial for you to devour, but I absorbed his soul. It's okay. Mu Yun smiled and said, the Iron King is enough for me to digest. Moreover, this guy's body contains extremely powerful energy. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. On the island, everyone heard the news, but no one dared to say a word. Dead, a demon emperor fell just like that. This would be explosive news that would spread throughout the entire divine realm. Qin Mengyao's reputation would definitely reach a new height. He was a newly promoted peerless expert of the Nine Changes ancestor god realm. Mu Yun looked at the Ice King, Thunder King, Ba Dong, and Xianming Crab King. Follow my instructions and arrange the positions of the four seas. If Xiantianshi dares to cause trouble for you, inform Yin Zhongwu and Mu Bai at any time. Yoni and Xiantianshi will be fully responsible for helping the four of you during this period. At the same time, calm the emotions of your subordinates and let them understand that the current overlords of the four seas are me, Mu Yun. They are my shepherds and no longer the demon emperor Xiantianshi. Yes. Yes. At this moment, the Thunder King, Ice King, Ba Dong, and Xianming Crab King were completely convinced. By Mu Yun's side, Yoni and Xiantianshi were two sharp knives. In addition, Qin Mengyao was a peerless expert who could be ranked in the top 20 of the divine fate list. Who would dare to act rashly against him? That was simply courting death. At this point, everyone knew that the boundless ocean was about to undergo a great change. In the past, even Mu Xuanji, Mu Qingya, and Mu Qinglang, the three famous masters of the shepherds, were unable to kill the three demon emperors. Therefore, the shepherds could only occupy 36 islands as their foundation. But now, the situation was different. Xiantianshi reappeared. The azure wings spread out. Qin Mengyao was powerful. It was impossible for the boundless ocean to remain calm. Among the shepherds, Mu Qingyu was the patriarch, and his three most capable subordinates were Mu Xuanji and his two brothers. However, the other group of people was Mu Yun, Xiantianshi, and Yuni. The world had completely changed. Let's go. At the same time, two figures stood in the clouds above the island. The two of them were dressed in long white robes, and their expressions carried a trace of pleasant surprise. Cho Chien, do you think that this Qin Mengyao is so strong because of the Ice Phoenix Soul's power, or is it because she herself is so talented? What do you think? Looking at Ren Gangang beside him, Cho Chien smiled and said, I think that this woman, excluding the Ice Phoenix Soul, her talent is on par with young masters. Hearing this, Ren Gangang smiled and said, to be honest, I really want to fight with her. Then you have to be careful, don't get frozen. Haha, the two of them laughed and disappeared without a trace with a wave of their sleeves. Even Qin Mengyao did not realize that these two people were hiding in the clouds at this moment. Cho Chien and Ren Gangang. Back in the Biluo Huangquan School in the Immortal World, they were the left and right protectors of Sect Master Mu Qingyu. However, at that time, they were just in disguise. Although they did not fight this time, their attitude was enough to show that their strength was not simple. At this moment, above the sea, a group of about 100 figures with extremely powerful auras were advancing rapidly. Your Highness, Your Highness! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them and stopped them. Zhu Chen frowned and looked at the person who came. What's the matter? Your Highness, we can't go anymore. The person panted and said hurriedly, something big happened ahead. Something big? Zhu Chen was delighted and said hurriedly, are the 3 demon kings fighting with Mu Yun's people? Yes. Good. Zhu Chen said excitedly, let's have a fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Listen to my orders and advance at full speed. Don't delay. It's not good to delay the time to watch the show. Your Highness, Your Highness. The person hurriedly stopped him and said, Your Highness, let me finish. It's true that they are fighting, but it's only the Demon King fighting with Qin Mengyao and Yun Yi. Among the 3 Demon Kings, the Iron King is nowhere to be seen. Only the Ice King and the Thunder King are seen. However, these 2 guys did not fight and are still watching the show. It seems that they have defected to Mu Yun. What? Hearing this, Zhu Chen's expression changed slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Chen stomped his feet and said, how could the 2 of them have defected to Mu Yun? Unless the Demon King that appeared was killed. Hearing this, the person was suddenly stunned and then nodded. The double-winged Luan Emperor was indeed killed. Hearing this, Zhu Chen was completely dumbfounded. The double-winged Luan Emperor was killed. How was that possible? In the entire God realm, the only people who possessed such strength were at the level of his father. It was impossible for others to do it. You're saying that Mu Qingyu has made a move? No, not Mu Qingyu. It's Qin Mengyao and Yun Yi. That person reported everything that he had seen in detail. After he finished speaking, Zhu Chen's face was already ghastly pale. Retreat. Zhu Chen finally spat out a word. Your Highness, are we retreating just like that? A guard suddenly said, then wouldn't we have come for nothing? If you want to die, go ahead. Zhu Chen suddenly cursed and could not help but scold, all of you, retreat. Immediately, everyone retreated like a wisp of smoke. Before they even reached Sky Tyrant Island, they immediately retreated when they saw the shepherds. Regarding this, Zhu Chen did not feel that there was anything humiliating about it. Even the double-winged Luan Emperor was dead. He did not feel that if he arrived, he would have the power to kill Mu Yun. At the same time, in the boundless sea, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of murderous aura instantly swept out. On his left and right, there were 2 figures standing still. Both of them had majestic figures. They were like a small mountain and were filled with explosive power. Emperor, what's wrong? The man with a mouth full of fangs on the left asked. The Luan Emperor is dead. Xianxia spat out these few words faintly. His expression was slightly aged. Dead. Hearing this, the 2 people's expressions changed. Did Mu Qingyu make a move? No, it's not Mu Qingyu. Xianxia said again, it's someone else. It seems that I have underestimated this crown prince of the shepherds. Although his strength is low, he has gathered a few extremely difficult ancestor gods around him. Hearing this, the sky-devouring shark emperor and the 9-headed sky python emperor, who were standing on both sides, were shocked. It's not Mu Qingyu. In the entire divine realm, other than the leaders of the 10 ancient clans and the emperor in front of them, who else could possibly kill the double-winged Luan Emperor? The current god realm is really full of talented people. Xianxia stood up at this moment. His hands and his sleeves were boiling with murderous aura. Emperor, what should we do? Immediately summon the Behemoth King, Whale King, Toad King, Turtle King, and Crocodile King. Also, tell them to guard their respective islands well. If there are any problems, contact me immediately. Aren't we going to fight back? Fight back? Xianxia sneered and said, of course, we have to fight back, but not now. We have already lost 36 islands. Now, we can afford to lose 30. However, we can't lose any of the remaining islands. The shepherds have many enemies. The Yang and Zhu clans won't leave the shepherds alone. The Blood clan won't watch a potential enemy by their side gradually recover to his peak. When the time comes, we will have plenty of opportunities. This time, we have underestimated the crown prince of the shepherds. The 2 demon emperors were secretly gritting their teeth at this moment. Such a great opportunity was lost just like that. Ha ha, a hearty laugh reverberated in the Mu City Imperial Palace. Mu Xuanji laughed and said, second brother, third brother, you wouldn't have dreamed, right? Little Yun, that guy, actually subdued the 4 demon kings. In the palace, Mu Qingya and Mu Qingling nodded slightly at this moment. You all know? Of course. So I'm the last one to know? Mu Xuanji looked at his 2 brothers helplessly. All right. Mu Xuanji said again, this kid has really impressed me. I'm very curious, why would those arrogant demon kings listen to his orders? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Mu Qingya said with a smile, fourth brother, big brother said that the next time you send the Xuanji battalion out, third brother will be the battalion commander of the Xuanji battalion. Ah? Mu Xuanji hurriedly waved his hand and said, all right, I won't interfere anymore. Where's big brother? He went to the seal of the 10 realms. Mu Xuanji's expression changed slightly when he heard this. There's a problem with the seal? Yes. Mu Qingya said solemnly, for some reason, something outside of the God realm appeared in the 9 empty realm in the seal of the 10 realms. Big brother went to investigate. Something outside of the God realm, Mu Xuanji's face was filled with surprise at this moment. Could it be that they'd broken in? That shouldn't be possible. Mu Qingling said again, the seal of the 10 realms is extremely obscure. It's almost impossible for the outside world to discover it, unless what? Third brother, tell us. Unless the seal's power is decreasing by itself. The hall became even quieter when he said this. The 3 figures did not speak for a long time. If that was the case, then there was no need to talk about the conflict between the 10 clans. The entire God realm was about to suffer a catastrophe. Let's wait for Big Brother to come back first. Things might not be that bad. All right. A grave expression appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. At this moment, the entire God realm was filled with information about the boundless sea. Compared to the entire God realm, the most attention was on Mu Yun, followed by the Shepherd's Foundation in the boundless sea. In this battle, he didn't contribute much. The only thing he did was to use the dark seal of life and death. However, he was only in the second change of Ancestor God realm. His dark seal of life and death was mainly used on the thousands of Xianxia. The rest were only 100 people today. But now, he had already reached the highest level that the seal could be used at. At this moment, Mu Yun understood that his strength had limited the targets that he could use the dark seal of life and death. This wasn't a good thing for him. The most important thing now is to increase my strength. This time, Mu Yun understood that he had really hurt the Sea Demon clan. This time, Qin Mingyao's reputation was out there. Even the Demon Emperor Xianxia wouldn't dare to act rashly. In this way, the entire 30 islands should be stabilized. He could finally go into seclusion without worry. After all, Yuni and Xianxia were outside. However, just as Mu Yun made up his mind to go into seclusion, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness Mu, there are guests. Do you want to see them? It was Ba Dong's voice. Who is it? Prince Tian Sheng from Heaven Pavilion and Miss Miao Xuanyu from Ethereal House. Oh? Mu Yun pushed the door open and walked out with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Ethereal House and Heaven Pavilion were famous top chambers of commerce in the realm of the gods. Together with the 4 chambers of commerce, they were known as the 3 mysterious chambers of commerce. These 3 chambers of commerce did business all over the realm of the gods. However, no one knew who the bosses behind the 3 chambers of commerce were. Moreover, for tens of thousands of years, the 3 chambers of commerce were very low-key in the realm of the gods. They didn't build forces or form cliques. However, no one dared to provoke them. Even the 10 great ancient clans had to do business with the 3 chambers of commerce politely. What are they here for? They said that they are here to discuss business with your highness about the 4 seas. Mu Yun smiled when he heard this. Okay, let's meet. Your highness, shall we meet together or separately? Mu Yun nodded and smiled. Let's meet together. Oh, by the way, no one from the 4 chambers of commerce came? No. Ba Dong nodded and said, originally, the 4 Corners Chamber of Commerce had the largest share of the trade in the sea region. This time, I'm afraid the 4 Corners Chamber of Commerce will not come. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun stepped forward. At the same time, 2 merchant ships appeared on the Spirit Snake Island. The person leading the group also attracted the attention of a large number of people. At this moment, some universe-enlightened ancestral god realm cultivators recognized the men and women who led the 2 groups. Good boy, Heaven Pavilion's young master, Heaven's demise. Misty Pavilion's Miss Miaoxuanyu. These 2 are the representatives of the 2 great merchant associations. They are the adjudicators on the surface. To think that they would come to Spirit Snake Island personally. Hee, why don't you see who's the boss of Spirit Snake Island now? That's right. The Crown Prince of the Shepherds is here. These 2 probably came here with ulterior motives. It seems that this Crown Prince of the Shepherds is in high demand now. Seeing the 2 caravans coming with great fanfare, everyone knew what they meant. 2 caravans walked into the Spirit Snake Palace. Mu Yun stood up and smiled faintly. It's an honor for the 2 young masters to come to my Spirit Snake Island. Mu Yun smiled. Crown Prince Mu is too kind. Miaoxuanyu's voice was pleasant like a silver bell. With her long hair spread behind her head, she looked very elegant and otherworldly. There was a faint arrogance between her brows, but at this moment, she was looking at Mu Yun with a smile on her face. Although Crown Prince Mu is very different from his previous life, the speed of his cultivation is also amazing. Furthermore, in just a few months, he has taken the 4 great sea regions as his own and made them his subordinates. This is something that the shepherds have not done in 10,000 years. That's right. Beside her, young Master Tian Sheng was dressed in a black robe. He also smiled faintly and said, Crown Prince Mu has Yuni and Xianxia by his side. They are as famous as they were back then. Together with his confidant, it's indeed enviable. At this moment, the 2 of them were praising Mu Yun without restraint. Everyone knew that although Mu Yun was only at the 2nd transformation of the ancestor god realm, he was now an influential figure in the world. However, in the entire 4 great seas, he was now an influential figure. The 4 great demon kings listened to him, and Yuni and mysterious heaven scholar were loyal and devoted. Who would dare to be disrespectful to this Crown Prince Mu? Both of you, there's no need to flatter me, right? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, May I know why the 2 of you are here? Cooperation. Cooperation. Almost at the same time, Miaoxuanyu and Tian Sheng spoke at the same time. Cooperation? Let's talk to the shepherds about this matter. Although I'm the Crown Prince of the Shepherds, at this moment, Your Highness, you're too humble. Miaoxuanyu smiled and said, We've already found 2nd Master of the Shepherds for this matter. 2nd Master Mu said that the 30 islands are now under your jurisdiction, so you have the final say. Belong to me? Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. That's right. Young Master Tian Sheng also smiled and said, So this time, our Heaven Pavilion is sincerely looking for young Master Mu for cooperation. With that, young Master Tian Sheng clapped his hands. Instantly, a few figures strode into the hall. Each of the 4 figures carried a tray in their hands. Crown Prince Mu, please take a look. Young Master Tian Sheng opened the first tray, and a ray of light condensed and spread out. Celestial Sword. Young Master Tian Sheng smiled and said, I don't think there's a need to introduce this sword, right? There was indeed no need to introduce the Celestial Sword. In the God realm, it was a top-notch supreme godly sword. It was rumored that this sword was once wielded by the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Tens of thousands of ancestor gods had died under this sword. This sword's mighty reputation made one tremble. Young Master Tian Sheng really put in a lot of effort. Miaoxuanyu clapped his hands, and the 4 figures walked into the hall. Slowly, Miaoxuanyu took down the brocade on the tray of the leader, and a wooden box appeared. This wooden box was not a simple one. It was made entirely of 9 yuan sky wood. 9 yuan sky wood was one of the top-notch wood elemental divine treasures. Just the decoration alone was already so luxurious. The item inside the wooden box must be even more precious. Celestial Green Ice Lotus. Miaoxuanyu smiled faintly and said, harvested from a 90,000-foot mountain and grown for 10,000 years, it has great benefits for a martial artist's body. I think Prince Mu will be interested. Miaoxuanyu, you've really put in a lot of effort. Let's see, alright, alright. At this moment, Mu Yun stopped the two of them. Let's talk about your plans first. Mu Yun felt a headache from the two of them fighting for attention. Second uncle could clearly resolve this matter, but he had to throw it at him. Prince Mu, if you cooperate with our ethereal tower, we're willing to split it 40-60 with the shepherds. Miao Xuanyu said, all these years, the Four Directions Merchant Association has occupied the trading rights of the 108 islands, and it's always 50-50. Prince Mu, our Heaven Pavilion can also split at 40-60. You get 60, and we get 40. Young Master Tiansheng hurriedly said, as long as Prince Mu can transfer the trading rights of the 30 islands to our Heaven Pavilion. The two of them were clearly fighting at this moment. The Boundless Sea was a vast sea region rarely seen in the God realm. This place was filled with treasures that people yearned for. Many of these treasures did not exist in the God realm. Previously, the Four Directions Merchant Association had established relations with the Sea Demon race, and it was the Four Directions Merchant Association that was in charge. Now that Mu Yun had taken down 30 islands, it was a piece of juicy meat. Young Master Tiansheng, your Heaven Pavilion is a famous trading pavilion in the God realm. There's no need to fight with us over this matter, right? Miao Xuanyu said with a faint smile. Miss Xian, you're wrong. Your ethereal tower is the overlord of the God realm. Don't fight with me over this matter, right? Hold it, hold it. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Mu Yun smiled and said, both of you, how about this? I'll give the trading rights of the 30 islands in these 4 sea regions to the two of you, and both of you will rely on your own abilities. Whoever can obtain the most important trading rights of the 30 islands will also prove that you did better. As for the Four Directions Merchant Association, Mu Yun smiled at the two of them and said, let's see how the two of you will do it and drive them out. I will announce to the public that I have deep cooperation with the Heaven Pavilion and the Ethereal Tower. The Four Directions Merchant Association is not cooperating with me, Mu Yun. However, it might take some effort to drive them out. I'll need the two of you to do this. The moment she said this, the two of them looked at each other. Alright. Alright. This time, the two of them came at the same time because they knew that it was impossible for one of them to take down all 30 islands. However, if they could get Mu Yun's approval to start their own businesses on the 30 islands, it would be a success. In the entire Boundless Sea, there were more than 10 million islands. The so-called 144 islands were the ones with a population of more than 100 million. For example, the Spirit Snake Island only had a population of about 10 million. It could not be called one of the 144 islands. It sounded like the trading rights of 30 islands, but in reality, it could be 300 or even 3,000 islands. The two of them left the treasures and left happily. At this moment, Mu Yun was holding the celestial sword in her hand. The celestial sword of the fierce wind sword saint, a top-notch supreme godly sword. Mu Yun looked at the two of them leaving and said with a smile, the Ethereal Tower and the Heaven Pavilion are indeed the 3 great trading pavilions. However, this time, I'm afraid we'll have to offend the Four Directions Merchant Association. Mu Yun did not care about this. The Four Directions Merchant Association originally cooperated with the Sea Demon clan. Now that the 30 islands were in her hands, the Four Directions Merchant Association would not give up on the Sea Demon clan, nor would they be willing to compromise. Since that was the case, it would save her a lot of trouble to hand it over to the Heaven Pavilion and the Ethereal Tower. So be it if she offended them. Mu Yun was satisfied and returned to her room. After telling Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others some things, Mu Yun prepared to go into seclusion. This time, she really needed to prepare well to break through to the 3rd transformation of the Ancestor God realm. There was still an Iron King sealed in the Blue Sky's underworld diagram. On this day, Mu Yun left the Spirit Snake Island and disappeared into the vast sea. The other things had been arranged. In order not to be disturbed, Mu Yun chose to go into seclusion in the depths of the Spirit Snake Island. She went straight into the depths of the sea. Her surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, her soul consciousness was affected by the water current, and her reaction was slow. Slowly, the rays of light around Mu Yun gradually disappeared. The bottom of the sea returned to darkness again. Mu Yun's figure appeared in the Blue Sky underworld diagram. How do you feel? At this moment, only Iron King's head was exposed, and his body was frozen. I'm going to kill you. Iron King shouted angrily, you will die a horrible death sooner or later. Why are you so angry? Muyan smiled faintly and said, you can't kill me. As her words fell, she waved her hand, and a corpse that was hundreds of meters tall appeared at this moment. Lord Luan Huang. Iron King was dumbfounded when he saw the corpse. Lord Luan Huang was actually dead. Dead, he's really dead. Iron King was completely dumbfounded. That's right, he's dead. Muyan said again, your biggest reliance is gone now. Unfortunately, even if you rely on me now, I won't take you in. It was indeed impossible for Muyan to subdue Iron King. She had already reached the limit of the seal of life and death. Now, she had to break through to be able to improve. Impossible, the Demon Emperor won't let you go. Perhaps you're right, but the Demon Emperor can't do anything to me now. Muyan smiled and said, on the other hand, he's probably thinking that he can't take revenge, so he'll endure it for now. When the Zhu clan, Yang clan, and Blood clan deal with me, he'll jump out and stab me in the back. What a pity, Muyan didn't want to talk nonsense at this moment. She pointed with her finger, and immediately, the strength in Iron King's body began to flow away. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. He was completely dumbfounded. But at this moment, how could Muyan care about this? Her mind completely calmed down. Muyan greedily transformed Iron King's strength into her purest soul power and flesh power bit by bit. His body was quietly changing as time passed. In the realm of the gods, the news about Muyan was getting more and more intense. Gradually, as the news about Muyan faded, people's attention was placed on another matter. On the 30 islands that the shepherds had just conquered, the 3 chambers of commerce had completely fallen out with each other. However, the 4 Corners Chamber of Commerce suffered the most. Not only were the shepherds on the islands being ostracized, but the 2 large merchant associations were also fighting for business. This caused the 4 Directions Merchant Association to suffer a heavy blow on the 30 islands, and their business was gradually declining. Originally, Muyan's intention was to ignore the 4 demon kings of the 4 seas and let Heaven Pavilion and Misty House suppress the 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce. However, it was clear that the 4 monster kings had misunderstood. They thought that Muyan had given her approval to Heaven Pavilion and Misty House, so they subconsciously began to expel the 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, the Heaven Pavilion and the Misty House wouldn't have been able to make the deep-rooted 4-way Chamber of Commerce suffer such huge losses so quickly. On this day, on an island in the boundless sea, in a magnificent pavilion, a loud explosion could be heard as a figure with a face covered in blood fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Young lord, please calm down. However, at this moment, that person hurriedly stood up and respectfully waited for Chu Feng. Calm down? In the pavilion, a figure slowly walked out at this moment. This person was dressed in a blue robe. His steps were light and his clothes were disheveled. His face was sullen. Trash. The blue-robed youth snorted. A mere Muyan dares to treat my 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce this way? Moreover, even if it's Muyan, that brat, who dares to expel my 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce, you trash lost the trading rights of the 30 islands in just 70 years. After tens of thousands of years of operation, you lost it all in just 70 years. Your Highness, please spare my life. That person knelt on the ground with a thud and said hurriedly, this time, Heaven Pavilion and Misty House came with great momentum. We really couldn't handle it. Spare your life? The blue-robed youth snorted and waved his hand. Cracking sounds could be heard. The person in front of him gradually lost his breath, and his spiritual soul was damaged. My 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce doesn't need trash. I, Fang Yu, don't need trash. The youth snorted as killing intent filled his eyes. Why are you so magnanimous, young master? At the same time, in the room, a beautiful figure staggered over and said with a smile, why are you getting angry with a servant? It's not worth it to hurt your body. You're the only one who knows how to talk. Fang Yu lifted the woman's chin and said with a smile, little vixen, do you want to empty me? Can I empty you? The woman said with a smile, Your Highness, your body is as hard as iron. Is that so? Fang Yu exerted more strength in his palm. The woman felt a trace of pain and said, "Young master, you're hurting me. Not only do I want to hurt you, I want to kill you." Fang Yu sneered and said, "Damn that Mu Yun. How dare he treat my Four Directions Chamber of Commerce like this? I must skin him alive." 70 years passed in the blink of an eye to the entire divine realm. But to the four seas, these 70 years were different and had a unique meaning. In the boundless sea, other than the 36 islands occupied by the shepherds, the remaining 108 islands were controlled by the 9 demon kings and divided into 9 seas. 70 years ago, Mu Yun led her people and directly took over the 30 islands in the four seas. Originally, everyone thought that the demon emperor would not let this matter rest. But with the death of the double-winged Luan emperor, the sea demon clan actually swallowed their anger. This scene made everyone in the divine realm who wanted to watch a show sigh with regret. If this battle were to happen, the entire divine realm would be in a turbulent situation. But thinking about it carefully, everyone also understood. The reason why the shepherds retreated after occupying the 36 islands and did not expand was because they had no choice. Xianxia, the demon emperor, and the 3 demon emperors were comparable to the 4 highest commanders of the shepherds, Mu Qingyu and Mu Xuanji. Even if the shepherds were to launch a large-scale attack, both sides would suffer losses. But it was different this time. The shepherds did not attack. The shepherd's crown prince relied on his own strength to kill the double-winged Luan emperor and used some unknown method to make the 3 demon kings listen to him wholeheartedly. This was something that even Mu Qingyu could not do. Everyone knew about this because of Qin Mingyao's strength. What they did not know was the control effect of Mu Yun's dark seal of life and death. A single mark, however, determined the new situation of the boundless ocean. On this day, in the boundless sea, the 4 seas, on the spiritual Snake Island. Figures boarded boats and arrived on the spiritual Snake Island. "Haha, Overlord Ba Dong, long time no see." The Ice King, who was wearing a blue robe, cupped his hands and smiled faintly at Ba Dong. "Ice King, Thunder King, the 2 of you are quite fast." The Overlord smiled faintly and cupped his hands. With this smile, a faint aura condensed. The Ice King and Thunder King were both stunned. This Ba Dong, it seemed that his cultivation had increased. To be honest, when one's strength reached their level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to improve. But at this moment, it was obvious that the knot in Ba Dong's heart had been untied and he had a breakthrough. "The 3 of you, long time no see." A loud laugh rang out as the mysterious Nether Crab King appeared. "Crab King, you must be comfortable now. Sitting on the Iron King's 15 islands, you must have earned quite a bit in these 70 years, right?" The Ice King chuckled. "Not at all." The mysterious Nether Crab King waved his hands and said, "We are all working for Her Highness Mu, working for Her Highness Mu." As the 4 figures spoke, they walked towards the spiritual Snake Palace. This was already the norm. Every 10 years, the 4 demon kings would gather together to discuss some problems within the 4 seas. Originally, the 9 seas were controlled by the 9 demon kings. Although there was a cooperative relationship between them, there was also competition. This caused the trade to be extremely difficult. But now, the 4 seas were completely united. The wariness between them was eliminated, and the trade between them was very smooth. Not only that, but with the establishment of the trade between the Heaven Pavilion and the Ethereal Pavilion, the 4 seas and the Western continent could communicate more smoothly. The treasures of heaven and earth in the seas could be exchanged for many precious treasures of heaven and earth on the continent. It was a form of mutual exchange. This also caused the appearance of the 4 seas in the past few decades to feel like they had taken on a new look. The 4 of them had never thought of these conveniences. After all, as demon kings, all they thought about was how to take back the islands they had lost from the shepherds and prevent each other from fighting each other. Alright, now, the 4 Seas Conference officially begins. The mysterious Nether Crab King sat down and looked at the 3 demon kings. He smiled and said, "Everyone, let's talk about the profits of the past 10 years. Alright, I'll go first." The Overlord Ba Dong stood up and said, "The profits of the 3 islands under my management have doubled in the past 10 years. The net income has reached 35 million supreme-grade divine gems. Of course, this is after deducting the cultivation of the warriors on my 3 islands. The three of you also know that according to His Highness Mu's wishes, the sea demons and humans coexist. At first, it was difficult to implement, but now, everyone can accept each other. Therefore, more and more human warriors on my 3 islands have begun to join the army. Moreover, they have formed a competitive relationship with the sea demons under my command. Hearing this, the 3 nodded. Ba Dong was right. Although the sea monster clan and the human clan still had many problems in the 4 seas, everyone knew that the 2 clans would gradually join hands in the 4 seas. My 5 islands have made 31 million supreme-grade divine gems in the past 10 years. The Thunder King grinned and said, "My 5 islands can't compare to the Overlord's 3 islands." Everyone understood this point. The Feng Tian Island, Shan Tian Island, and Dominating Sky Island under Ba Dong's command were rich lands in the boundless sea. The divine crystal mines and natural treasures produced there were all priceless treasures. The Xianming Crab King smiled. 15 islands, a profit of 98 million supreme-grade divine crystals. At this moment, the 4 of them reported their figures. This was only a rough estimate. The 4 of them still had to submit the details of the past 10 years to the Xiantianshi for inspection and the Xiantianshi to manage. It had been like this for the past 70 years. Of course, the 4 of them would also receive a considerable amount of rewards in these 70 years. 70 years ago, they wouldn't even dare to think about such an income every 10 years. The sea monsters weren't like the humans. They were terrible at trading. But now, with the appearance of the Heaven Pavilion and the Misty Pavilion and the connection of the 4 seas, they could connect with the entire God realm and expand their profits. This was really a good thing that made people excited. Well done. As the 4 of them discussed, a figure suddenly strode in from outside the hall. She was dressed in a black robe with an ink-colored gauze draped over her body. Her footsteps were firm and her aura was scorching. That pair of clear eyes was like a whirlpool, causing people to sink into it. "Your Highness." Seeing the person, the 4 of them immediately stood up and greeted her respectfully. "Your Highness, when did you come back?" The Xianming Crab King asked respectfully. "Just now." Mu Yun smiled faintly. "It seems that you have all done well in the past 10 years. In that case, the net profit of the past 10 years will all be given to you. Consider it a reward for you." All, given to them. When the 4 of them heard this, they immediately felt their heads buzzing. More than 100 million supreme-grade divine crystals were all given to them. This was simply too extravagant. However, keep half of it with you for cultivation, and distribute the other half to your subordinates. Those who have done their best should be rewarded, and a big one at that. Yes. At this moment, the 4 of them were overjoyed. Even if it was only half, it would still be a considerable sum. This was extremely precious for their cultivation. "Have you felt a breakthrough in your strength recently?" "Your Highness." Ba Dong walked out at this moment and cupped his hands. "This subordinate has improved from a beginner to a third-rate 9 changes of the ancestor god realm." "Oh?" Mu Yun looked at Ba Dong and nodded. "What about the 3 of you?" Ice King, Crab King, and Thunder King nodded in agreement. Even though he didn't advance any further and reach the level of a first-rate expert, it is clear that he is getting close. Yeah. Mu Yun understood that this was normal. Like I said, life and death seal. Although I'm the one controlling you, the increase in my cultivation level can also help you increase your strength quickly. If the day comes when I reach the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm or even surpass the god realm, the 3 of you should be able to surpass your current level of cultivation. It's not impossible for you to become first-tier ancestor gods or even top-tier ancestor gods. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 3 turned solemn. They had lost their freedom by relying on Mu Yun, but they had gained more. "Your Highness." Ba Dong cupped his hands and said, "This old me is also willing to submit to your Highness Mu. Anyway, this old me is just a bag of old bones. I only want to avenge my son. I am willing to sign the seal of life and death with your Highness." At this moment, Ba Dong had a solemn expression. He knew that with his life's efforts, he could only reach the level of a third-rate ancestor god. It was almost impossible for him to advance any further. However, Mu Yun's seal of life and death could help him achieve this. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. But now, this was the best outcome. Moreover, with the sincere submission of Ice King, Thunder King, and Crab King, his identity and status would be challenged. If the latecomers were to catch up, he would probably be ostracized with his third-rate ancestor god's strength. At that time, without the seal of life and death, how could Mu Yun put him in an important position? Good. Mu Yun nodded and said, Ba Dong, you will be glad for today's decision. As Mu Yun spoke, a seal condensed directly. Originally, he was indeed unable to sign the seal of life and death again. However, after this closed-door cultivation and breakthrough, the limit of the seal of life and death had increased. Slowly, the seal was completed. Mu Yun smiled and said, Next, you just need to develop at ease. The remaining 5 sea domains will be unified sooner or later. Seeing Mu Yun smile, the 4 of them nodded. If it was 70 years ago, they would only think that Mu Yun was bragging. But now, it might really be possible. After leaving the main hall, Mu Yun went straight back to her residence. A beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged on the bed and slightly woke up. You're done with your closed-door cultivation? Yes. Mu Yun sat on the bed and wrapped her delicate body in her arms. She smiled and said, Iron King is really strong at the second-rate 9 changes of Ancestor God realm. I almost made myself explode. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Qin Mengyao said slightly angrily. It was easy for problems to arise when he swallowed without caring about his own capacity. Mu Yun was too rash. It's a good thing that I survived, isn't it? Mu Yun caressed Qin Mengyao's cheek and said with a smile, I've been holding back for the past 70 years. Come, let me help you. Can't you make it sound nicer? What's the use of making it sound nice? It has to be useful. Mu Yun grinned and prepared to pounce on him. You're preparing to fight in broad daylight. An ambiguous voice sounded at this moment. Ming Wuxian leaned against the window and looked at the two. You're here? Mu Yun grinned and said, Why don't we do it together? Together, my ass. Ming Wuxian snorted, closed the window, and turned to leave. Really, a woman who doesn't mean what she says. Mu Yun laughed. Ignore her. Let's continue. Your Highness. At this moment, a report sounded from outside the door. You came at the right time. Mu Yun said helplessly, What's the matter? Miss Bai is here. She said there's something important. Oh? Mu Yun got up and walked out of the door. Let's go. Qin Mengyao followed behind at this moment. Mu Yun and Qin Mengyao walked down the corridor and arrived outside the Spirit Snake Palace. As expected, Bao Qingyu was wearing a light green dress. Her delicate body was wrapped up and she was on a black eagle. Brother Yun, come with me. Bao Qingyu said directly. What's the hurry? Something big. Bao Qingyu's face was slightly pale. She said, The Patriarch personally ordered me to bring you back. It seems that something big is going to happen in the realm of gods. I'm not sure what it is exactly. Seeing Bao Qingyu's nervous look and hearing that it was her father's direct order, Mu Yun flipped over and got on. Yao Xin come with me. Mu Yun said, I'll leave a doppelganger to deal with things here. Okay. Okay. Immediately, 3 figures got on the eagle. The eagle let out a long cry and disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage. On the Spirit Snake Island, the black-clothed Mu Yun's doppelganger frowned slightly at this moment. What could it be? Why is it so urgent? Gradually, 2 figures appeared. It was Yin Zhongwu and Mu Bai. The 2 looked at Mu Yun and said respectfully, Your Highness. Yin Zhongwu, if something big really happens, take some men and station them at the Spirit Snake Island to prevent Xianxia from attacking. Mu Bai, Xianxia also stay here. After all, Azure Wings has fewer people. Yes. The 2 nodded at this moment, but they looked like they wanted to say something but stopped. If you have anything to say, just say it. Your Highness, your doppelganger and the 4 demon kings are enough. It's fine. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Besides, 2nd Madam, 8th Madam, and 9th Madam are by my side. What are you worried about? Now, the 4 Cs are the most important. We need to protect them well. We can't give Xianxia any chance to make a move. Yes. Once she said that, the two finally obeyed her orders. Then, Mu Yun directly stepped forward and returned to the Spirit Snake Palace. After reaching the Ancestor God realm, the doppelganger could completely replace the original body. It just so happened that this doppelganger was stationed here to guard the seas. Together with Azure Wings, Xianxia, and the warriors in the four seas, Xianxia would have to think twice before making a move. At the same time, Mu Yun's original body was on the eagle. Qingyu, you've come out of seclusion? Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, I've fused with the sacred steel. Not bad, little girl. Your cultivation level is almost the same as mine. Mingyue Xin suddenly said. Sister, you're joking. You're the most outstanding person in the Water Spirit clan. How can I compare to you? Bao Qingyu said with a smile. You have a sweet mouth, but I don't buy it. Mingyue Xin said again, this god realm is the god realm of the human clan after all. It's not suitable for me. Although the sacred steel has fused with me, it's not very helpful to my improvement. Only by returning to the Water Spirit clan can you recover to your peak? Yes. Mingyue Xin nodded and said, the Water Spirit clan is one of the more powerful clans. As the water god, I should, as Mingyue Xian spoke till here, she suddenly stopped. At this moment, a figure had appeared on the eagle. He was silent, but he gave off an extremely strong and oppressive aura. Mo Shushu. Seeing the demonic young man, Mu Yun said in surprise, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Mo Shushu's gaze stopped on Mingyue Xin and said with a smile, little girl from the Water Spirit clan, who's your father? It's none of your business who my father is. Mingyue Xin didn't hold back. That's true. However, I think that among the 5 spirit clans, the Water Spirit clan is having the worst time. The old clan leader is dying, and the new water god has disappeared for so long. I think everyone must be worried. Little girl, since you can take over the position of the water god, you must have surpassed the earthly venerable and heavenly venerable realm. You must have reached the ultimate god realm in the past, right? Who exactly are you? Mingyue Xin looked at Mo Shushu with vigilance, you're not from the god realm. Before Mu Yun could finish his sentence, Mo Shushu interrupted him. Why are you so weak? You're only at the 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, Mingyue Xin, Bao Qingyu, and Qin Mengyao were shocked. Mu Yun had advanced by 2 transformations in 70 years, on the other hand, Mu Yun looked at Mo Shushu with a gloomy face. He did not know why, but if it was someone else who said this, he would not have taken it seriously. However, Mo Shushu's words had successfully angered him. Advance by 2 transformations in 60 years. If you can do that, say that again. Qin Mengyao said coldly. Alright. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Mo Shushu waved his hand and said, I'm here for an important matter. Speak. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with this guy. I'm here to discuss this matter with you. You'd better have a better attitude. Mu Yun chose to ignore Mo Shushu's words. Alright. I'm just here to pass on a message. Mo Shushu waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of him. The moment the light screen appeared, the ground under the light slowly emitted waves of aura. A vast map appeared in front of everyone. As you can see, this is the entire realm of the gods. The map was divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer was densely packed like stones intersecting with each other. It made one's scalp go numb. The second layer was like a water bubble with ripples. As for the 3rd level, it was a vast world. The bottom layer is the various small realms, followed by the various great realms. The top layer is the current realm of the gods, which is known as the human realm. Mo Shushu didn't explain much. Mu Yun knew this. With a wave of his hand, a huge door appeared in the vast sky of the realm of the gods. This is the seal of the 10 realms. Mo Shushu said seriously, the seal of the 10 realms is the guarantee that the god realm is still safe and sound. Back then, the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, sealed the god realm and sealed all the secret passages leading to the god realm. This is the legendary seal of the 10 realms. Qin Mengyao nodded slightly. Mingyue Xin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. The seal of the 10 worlds is not the 10 doors, but the 10 alternate spaces. These alternate dimensions serve as a smokescreen for the firmament realm, concealing the firmament realm among the myriad of worlds. That's why no one has ever discovered the firmament realm over the past million years. The first dimension is a world. There are a total of 10 worlds, and they are completely isolated from the God world. Mo Shushu pointed his palm and black dots appeared in the 9th alternate space. Your father investigated and discovered that in the past few decades, some other things had infiltrated the 9 empty realms, and they came from outside the God realm. Other things? Mu Yan's eyes turned cold. One had to know that Mo Yu and Huang Yan were from the Kirin clan, and they entered the God realm from the outside world. Could it be that the experts from other clans wanted to open the door to the God realm? We can't say for sure what the situation is now, but it's obvious that this isn't a good thing for the God realm. Once the myriad of clans open the door, the God realm will definitely become slaves. The humans in the God realm are too weak now. In the entire human clan, other than the group of people in the Xianxia sacred ground holding the fort, only your father can take on such a big responsibility. In the end, if it wasn't for your father holding the fort, the human clan wouldn't have the final say in the Xianxia sacred ground. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yan's heart swayed slightly, and her suspicions about her father expanded again. The name of human king. What did it mean? Mo Shushu spoke again. This time, it's the 9 empty realms in the seal of the 10 realms. The 9 empty realms is very important to the human clan. Therefore, this time, the 10 great ancient clans need to work together and send people to enter the realm to completely clean up those things. Otherwise, when the door to the human realm opens, with the current foundation and strength of the 10 great ancient clans, you will definitely be crushed to death by others. The 10 great ancient clans working together? Hearing this, Mu Yan felt that it was even more impossible. The 10 great ancient clans were like fire and water now. If they worked together to enter the 9 empty realms to solve the problems that came in, the people of the 10 great ancient clans would probably fight among themselves. The seal of the 10 realms is a huge matter. I think the shepherds won't just stand by and do nothing. It's even more impossible for the other ancient clans. What do you mean? Although the 9 great ancient clans are afraid of your father now, they're not as afraid of the shepherds as they were 10,000 years ago. Mo Shushu said seriously, therefore, they're definitely more worried about the seal of the 10 realms breaking than the shepherds. In this way, if the shepherds take the lead, the 9 great ancient clans will definitely agree. Moreover, Mo Shushu smiled and said, those things that sneaked into the 9 empty realms are disciples of other clans. I reckon that many of them carry a lot of good things with them. Moreover, those guys definitely won't surpass the ancestor God realm. Therefore, the 10 great ancient clans going there can also be said to be a kind of robbery. After all, there are many things in the outside world that the divine realm doesn't have. Mu Yan nodded as soon as these words came out. The eagle sped up and flew towards the shepherds. Arriving on the main island, Mu Yan entered the secret realm and came to the Mu city. At this moment, when the figures saw Mu Yan return, they all bowed. Finally, she came to the imperial palace. Mu Yan saw that Mu Xianxia, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji were already there. Second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle. Looking at the few of them, Mu Yan bowed one by one. On the main seat, a figure was currently sitting upright. An imposing aura slowly spread out from him without showing any anger. Father. Mu Yan cupped her hands and stood still. They're here. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and looked at the few of them, saying, the matter has been confirmed. This time, those who appeared in the 9 void world are some clans from the Kanglan Thousand world. Although they are just some 9th grade clans, if they are allowed to break into the 9 void world, then it is equivalent to opening a door to the divine realm. Therefore, this time, I have already sent a notice to the 9 great ancient clans. I think they will send someone to reply in a few days. Mu Qingyu looked at the few of them, nodded, and said, this time, I am prepared to select 100 martial artists from the first transformation to the 9th transformation of the ancestor god realm from the shepherds. 10 people for each transformation. Xuanji, you will arrange this matter. Yes. Father, since it is such a big responsibility, can't we choose the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm? Mu Yan was puzzled. Mo Shushu didn't explain it to you clearly, did he? Mu Qingyu waved his hand and said, the Nine Void World is a different space fault. It can be said that it is a space loophole that the outside world can use to enter the mortal world. Therefore, the 10 worlds seal and the 10 different space faults are completely sealed, so that the outside world can't enter the mortal world. The Nine Void World is one of the different space faults. In the past, Xiaoyao set up a seal here, and the different space is divided into low and high dimensions. In the lower dimensions, only lower ancestor god realm cultivators can enter, and in the higher dimensions, high-level ancestor god realm cultivators are required to go. I am worried that the people who sneaked into the Nine Void World this time should be from the first transformation to the ninth transformation of the ancestor god realm. There might be some fish that escaped the net. This has happened before. When Mu Qingyu said this, Mu Yun understood. For example, when she saw Mou and Huang Yan, they were not in the ancestor god realm. These two guys should have survived in the Nine Void World by luck and sneaked into the mortal world to raise their cultivation and wreak havoc. Yuner, you go too. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and said, this matter concerns the safety of the mortal world, so you must investigate thoroughly. Yes. Mu Qingyu waved his hand, and Mu Yun left the hall. Patriarch, the Crown Prince is only in the second transformation of the ancestor god realm. Won't it be too dangerous for him to enter? Mu Qingyu was slightly worried. Don't worry, this kid has already reached the fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm. What? When the words came out, the three of them were stunned. Fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm, reaching the fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm in 60 years? Is this a joke? If he enters the Nine Emptiness World, even those with 5 transformations of ancestor god realm won't be able to do anything to him. Moreover, even those with the 9 transformations of ancestor god realm will only be able to enter the Nine Emptiness World. Fourth brother, arrange a few experts, it shouldn't be a problem. Yes. At this time, Mu Qingyu and the others still hadn't recovered from the shock of Mu Yun's fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm. For transformation of the ancestor god realm, 2 transformations in 60 years. Wasn't this kid a little too inconceivable? At the same time, Mu Yun left the hall and returned to the East Palace to start making preparations. Now, the other 6 girls were fusing with the sacred steel. According to her father, the lower the cultivation level, the longer the fusion time. Of course, the greater the improvement. Mingyue Xin, Qin Mengyao, and Bao Qingyu were already in the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm. Now that they had fused with the sacred steel, their cultivation levels had increased tremendously. I want to make a trip to the Nine Void World. Mu Yun exhaled slightly and said. I'll go with you. Qin Mengyao immediately said. I don't think so. Mu Yun smiled and said, this time, according to my father, only those who have just entered the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm can enter. Those who have reached the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and top levels can't enter. Then I'll be worried if you go alone. It's okay. The people arranged by 4th uncle should be fine. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, moreover, this time, we will be fighting with people from the outside world. I'm looking forward to seeing where those guys came from. I can't wait to take a look at the vast Kanglin Myriad world. Now that I can take a peek at a corner of the Kanglin Myriad world, it's also exciting. As soon as she said that, Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Xin, and Bao Qingyu all nodded. Mu Yun carried the blood feud of the shepherds. With them around, Mu Yun could still maintain the improvement of her cultivation level. However, if the 9 clans really disregarded everything, would the shepherds repeat the mistakes of 10,000 years ago? Moreover, according to what Mu Qingyu said, Mu Yun's mother was being held captive. As a martial artist, he had to move forward. If he were to stop, the danger he would face would be endless. Only when he reached the peak could he truly pursue the so-called freedom. The few of them did not say much. Mu Yun returned to his room and started his cultivation again. Today, he had reached the 4 changes of ancestor god realm. His 4 external incarnations had reached perfection. Mu Yun planned to leave his 4th external incarnation, the one with the Zhu clan's bloodline talent, divine fire, at Lingxi Island to control the 4 seas. In addition, Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others were there. The 4 seas should be fine. Secondly, he needed to leave a body incarnation in Mu City. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun left the body incarnation with the royal bloodline talent of the royal clan. As for the two external incarnations with the spirit control talent and divine lightning talent, he brought them with him. With so many external incarnations, it was enough to catch his opponents off guard and inflict serious injuries. Since returning to the divine world, he had relied on his devouring talent to obtain the Blood Clan's spirit control talent, Zhao's divine lightning talent, Zhu Clan's divine fire, Yang Clan's divine wood, and Royal Clan's royal aura. Out of the 5 bloodline talents of the 5 great ancient clans, he had condensed 4 of them on his 4 external incarnations. As for the Zhang clan's illusion, Shi clan's giant transformation, Han clan's Qiyu bloodline, and Murong clan's divine water, it seemed that he had to find someone from the 4 great ancient clans to devour them. He had relied on devouring Iron King's blood to reach the 4 changes of Ancestor God realm. It was difficult for him to tell others about it. Others said that he was extremely talented. However, no matter how talented he was, he had to rely more on his perseverance to reach the next level. In the past 70 years, he had been on the verge of death more than once. He had forcibly increased his strength and expanded his body's instincts infinitely. He had reached the 4 changes of Ancestor God realm after being on the verge of death time and time again. It was not as easy as it seemed to others. Without effort, how could there be a reward? For the next few days, Mu Yun stayed in his room and inspected his body to check every part of his foundation. On this day, 2 figures came together from the East Palace. The 2 of them bore some resemblance to one another. Furthermore, both of them appeared to be quite young. However, their auras were clearly at the Ancestor God level. Big brother, it's not good for us to barge in like this, right? The white-robed Mu Yuanfeng said worriedly, what if the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are doing something indescribable? Wouldn't it be too rash for us to rush in? It's fine. It won't happen in broad daylight. Mu Yuanqing waved his hand and said, besides, so what if I saw it? Uncle Mu can still teach us. Big brother is right, you are right. Teach you what? At that instant, a voice suddenly appeared in front of them. Uncle Yun. Uncle Yun. Seeing the figure in front of them, the 2 immediately bowed. Mu Yuanqing chuckled and said, we were just saying that since Uncle Mu reached the 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm so quickly, you can teach us how to raise our cultivation. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them and scolded jokingly. What is it? Uncle Yun, Grandpa is ready. The Patriarch ordered us to look for you and head to the 9 emptiness realm. Mu Yuanqing said again, this time, the shepherds and the other 9 clans will go together. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that the matter in the 9 emptiness realm this time made the other ancient clans unable to eat or sleep in peace. Otherwise, if her father spread the news, these ancient clans would all agree to join forces to enter the 9 emptiness realm to kill the foreign invaders without exception. It seemed that the 9 clans were just as Mo Shushu said. Although they were wary of her father, Mu Qingyu, they were not afraid of the shepherds now. To be precise, without Mu Qingyu, the 9 clans would immediately pounce on them without hesitation. Moreover, according to the nature of the 9 clans, they would definitely not let the shepherds continue to develop like this. It was only a matter of time before they took action. However, they should also be waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps, they were waiting for someone to break through to the level beyond the divine state. Once someone of this level appeared and suppressed Mu Qingyu, the 9 clans would attack crazily. There was not much time. As Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng left the Eastern Palace, 3 beautiful figures stood behind them, all of them silent at this moment. This time, they were not going to a good place, but to the 9 emptiness realm. The 10 realms seal, the 10 different sealed spaces from the 1 emptiness realm to the 10 emptiness realm were originally filled with danger. This time, with the foreign clans entering the 9 emptiness realm, the danger would increase exponentially. However, they could not follow Mu Yun. Mu Yun had to walk her path after all. The path of a cultivator had never been smooth. Moreover, they could also feel the pressure in Mu Yun's heart. Since returning to the shepherds, Mu Yun had used all means to devour and improve. In less than 100 years, she had reached the 4th transformation realm. They knew very well how many times Mu Yun had secretly taken risks during this period. On the other side, Mu Yun followed Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng to the main hall. At this moment, there were many figures standing quietly in the main hall. Mu Yun took a closer look. From the first transformation realm to the ninth transformation realm, there were exactly 100 people there. And in the crowd, Mu Yun saw a familiar figure. Shui Zhuiying. Brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Shui Zhuiying walked up excitedly at this moment. His eyes were filled with a burning light. Reverence, passion, faith, Your Highness. Although Shui Zhuifeng's eyes were filled with a burning light, he still bowed according to the rules before looking at Mu Yun. Brat, where have you been all this time? Hee, I was locked up by my father. Shui Zhuiying laughed mischievously. Your Highness, this is my father, Shui Zhufeng, the Dark Shadow Palace Lord. He is also leading the team with Senior Mu Yun this time. Behind Shui Zhuiying, a middle-aged man walked up. He was dressed in a dark gray robe and looked ordinary, but the moment he opened his eyes, he exuded an extremely powerful deterrent force. Subordinate Shui Zhufeng pays his respects to Your Highness. Hall Master Feng. Seeing Shui Zhufeng, Mu Yun's expression turned solemn. This person was the current Dark Shadow Palace Lord. 10,000 years ago, he was an ancestor god expert. He had helped the shepherds assassinate many ancestor god experts. The Dark Shadow Palace was in the business of killing people. It was also a hidden dagger of the shepherds in the Divine Land. A dagger that killed without blinking an eye. Your Highness, do you still remember me? A gentle voice could be heard at that instant. The person who came was dressed in a light purple robe. He looked rather delicate, and his eyes were more delicate and beautiful than a woman's. Mu Yunxi. Looking at the man in front of him, Mu Yun smiled and said, How can I forget you? The Pavilion Master of Memory Rain Pavilion. Subordinate Mu Yunxi pays his respects to Your Highness. Alright, there's no need for these formalities. Mu Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, This time, the two of you are leading the team. As the Crown Prince, I think I can follow behind you without worry. After Mu Yun's teasing words, the few of them laughed. In the main hall, hundreds of figures came forward one by one to greet Mu Yun. From the first change of the Ancestor God realm to the initial 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, there were about 10 people in each realm. Mu Yun saw that these people were all top-notch existences in their respective realms. It seemed that his father really valued this trip to the 9 Emptiness realm. Gradually, 4 figures appeared at this moment. They were Mu Qingyu, Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and said, Everyone, remember this. This time, we are not fighting with the 9 great ancient clans. We are eradicating outsiders. The most important task must be remembered. Of course, if the 9 great ancient clans find fault with us, the shepherds are not to be trifled with. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. This time, the 10 clans had joined forces to eliminate the outsiders, not to kill each other. However, if they did not want the human clan to be peaceful, the shepherds would not be merciful. In the end, they would only know who was stronger after the battle. Let's go. Mu Qingyu waved his hand, and suddenly, a Tai Chi gate appeared in front of him. The Tai Chi gate was black and white, and it spun continuously. As it spun faster and faster, it turned into a series of afterimages. Rays of light shone on the bodies of everyone present. Soon after, the sky and earth began to spin. Everyone could feel that their surroundings had changed drastically. After about an hour, everything finally stopped. At this moment, everyone appeared in a bright world. This is the entrance to the 9 Emptiness realm, and it is above the 9 heavens of the human realm. Mu Qingyu said, The 10 Emptiness realms are located in different locations, and they are sealed by the 10 realms. This time, there is a problem in the 9 Emptiness realm. The 10 clans joined forces to open the internal seal of this place and send you into the 9 Emptiness realm. Once it is confirmed that the invaders have been killed, we will open the 9 Emptiness realm again and let you come back. However, remember, you must ensure that all the invaders are killed. Otherwise, once the invaders from the outside sneak into the human realm, there may be a problem in the internal seal of the human realm after thousands of years. At that time, the 10,000 clans may open the passage and enter the human realm. Mu Qingyu reminded them repeatedly. This time, the first task in entering the Nine Emptiness realm was to deal with the invaders. Moreover, according to Imo Shushu, those invaders were the 9 clans of the Kanglan 10,000 worlds. Although Mu Yun did not understand this point, he knew that once those things entered the human realm, the human clan would undergo a complete change. This was not a good change. The 10 Realms seal was related to the survival of the human clan. If the 9 clans did not understand this point, and they still had to deal with the shepherds after entering the Nine Emptiness realm, then there was no need for him to be polite, swoosh swoosh swoosh. There were also hundreds of figures. At this moment, all of them stood still and swept their gazes across the people from the Mu clan. The person in the lead was dressed in red clothes and had red hair. He had a bloody stench that made people not dare to look at him directly. Blood Clan Leader, Xianxia. Hee, Clan Leader Mu, you've come even earlier. Xianxia looked at Mu Qingyu and smiled. It was as if he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. He didn't feel any hostility when he fought with Mu Qingyu. This concerns the safety of the entire God realm. How can I be careless? Mu Qingyu smiled and said, Blood Clan Leader, aren't you here early too? The two of them looked at each other. There seemed to be flames flickering in the void. No one dared to underestimate them. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the void was heard again. In midair, figures arrived one after another. Those figures were all dressed in white and appeared to be extraordinarily mighty. Every single one of them had a majestic aura that caused others to look up to them as they stood there. This aura didn't come from strength, but an innate nobility. The royal clan had arrived too. Wang Qinglin looked at Mu Qingyu and Xianxia and nodded without saying anything. Not long after, the people from the Zhu clan and Yang clan also arrived. The Zhu clan leader, Zhu Xiaotian, and the Yang clan leader, Yang Chenfeng, looked at the crowd with smiles on their faces. Beside them, the 2 princes, Yang Yu and Zhu Chen, followed closely. I didn't expect Mu Qingyu to let Mu Yun enter the 9 empty world this time. Yang Chenfeng smiled and talked to Zhu Xiaotian beside him. Mu Qingyu is overconfident. Zhu Xiaotian said slowly, I can't see through Mu Yun's cultivation level. However, I heard that he has reached the 2nd transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Isn't he courting death by entering the 9 empty world with such strength? Father, this time I will make sure that Mu Yun doesn't return. Zhu Chen said in a low voice. If Mu Yun dies, we can take the opportunity to seize the 4 seas and make them our Zhu clan's territory. The boundless sea had always been a fat piece of meat. Unfortunately, the existence of a great beast monarch and 3 great beast dominators had prevented the Zhu tribe and the Yang tribe from devouring them for hundreds of thousands of years. 10,000 years ago, the shepherds lost the war and quietly began their expansion in the boundless sea. But even so, Mu Qingyu was unable to swallow the boundless sea. He could only occupy the 36 islands and establish his own foundation. This time, Mu Yun had returned. She was merely at the 2nd transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral God realm, yet she'd actually taken control of 30 islands in the 4 seas. It had to be said that this was really surprising. Furthermore, they originally thought that even if Mu Yun had something on the 4 demon kings, once the 4 demon kings each took charge of their own islands, there would definitely be a huge problem. But who would have thought that nothing happened at all? In fact, over the past 70 years, they had become even more united. Everyone really could not understand what kind of bewitching potion Mu Yun had used to make the demon kings listen to his every word. However, they would never have dreamed that Mu Yun's dark seal of life and death was too powerful. He only needed to control a few hundred people in the upper echelons of the 4 seas, and he would be able to control the 4 seas. Rebellion, if those upper echelons could not be dealt with, they would lose their lives. Who would dare to not do their job properly? Zhu Chen, Yang Yu, the 2 of you be careful this time. This Mu Yun might have broken through to the 3rd transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral God realm in 60 years. Yang Chenfeng instructed. Uncle Yang, don't worry. Even if he's at the 5th transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral God realm, I can kill him with my own hands, Zhu Chen said confidently. Previously, he wanted to fish in troubled waters, but when he heard that the double-winged Luan Emperor had been killed, he was so frightened that his expression changed. But it was different this time. The 10 great ancient clans had sent out 100 people each. These 100 people ranged from the first transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm to the first transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. As long as the 9 transformation of the shepherds were held back, Mu Yun, who was only at the second transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm, could be easily squashed to death. Also, remember that this time, the outsiders in the 9 empty world are the most important. If we don't kill them, our divine world will be finished. At that time, even if we kill the shepherds, it will be meaningless. Remember. The several clan chiefs all understood the importance of this matter. Buzz, just as they were discussing, a buzzing sound was heard, and several figures suddenly appeared. The Shur clan, Morone clan, and Han clan are here too. As the figures swayed, about 300 to 400 figures appeared. Upon closer inspection, the auras of these 300 to 400 figures were not weak at all. Clan leaders, long time no see. Han Baiyuan cupped his hands and smiled. When he glanced at Mu Qingyu, he was slightly stunned. The last battle was about 100 years ago. At that time, he did not know why Shui Xiantian and Wang Qinglin had to retreat after joining forces. After that, he found out that Mu Qingyu's strength had already reached the Transcendent God Realm. As for the Transcendent God Realm, the Han clan was rumored to be the descendant of the demon god Qiyu. Their ancestors had recorded it, but it was just a fragment of information. Above the Transcendent God Realm was the Monarch Realm. But it was not that easy to become a monarch. Therefore, there seemed to be a crucial step in between. That was to become a saint. Only by becoming a saint with the divine body, divine soul, and spirit could one ascend to the Monarch Realm. To become a saint, one must reach the peak of the Ancestor God Realm. The divine body, divine soul, and divine soul were the 3 Guai to become a saint body. The saint body of this step was not the sword saint or great saint that ordinary people talked about. It was a saint body that accepted the power of heaven and earth and was recognized by heaven and earth. To become a saint body, one needed to go through a tribulation of heaven and earth and become a saint body. One would be called a half-saint. If one could not pass through it, one's Tao would disappear and become dust between heaven and earth. Above the half-saint body was the real saint body. After that, one would become a saint. However, at that time, he didn't know what he should do. He didn't even know what the so-called sainthood was. In the entire divine world, perhaps only Mu Qingyu knew about it. It was beyond the divine realm. It had not appeared in the divine world for many years. Not long after, Zhao and the people of the Zhang clan arrived. The 10 great ancient clans were all present. About 1,000 people stood at the peak of the divine world sky, on top of the cloud mountain. Mu Qingyu said, "I have already told everyone the details. This time, the divine world is facing a crisis. If those warriors who entered the 9 empty world survive, the seal of the 9 empty world will be greatly threatened. When the seal of the divine world is opened, the races of the myriad worlds will enter. I think everyone knows what will happen. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Everyone, lend me a hand and open the seal of the 9 empty world." Alright. The clan leaders of the 10 great ancient clans were the top 9 changes of Ancestor God in the entire divine world. The 9 changes of Ancestor God were divided into beginner, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate. However, the clan leaders did not belong to this level. They were the top 9 changes of Ancestor God. No one could compare to them and they were looked up to by everyone. Gradually, the 10 figures formed a circle with a distance of 1,000 meters between them. And in the middle, there were exactly 1,000 people. The 1,000 Ancestor God warriors of the 10 great ancient clans stood still. "Open!" Mu Qingyu shouted and pointed at the void above his head. At the same time, the 9 clan leaders also took action. In an instant, rays of light flickered. Immediately, 10 complicated and strange patterns appeared in the vast white sky above everyone's heads. Those lines intertwined and extended, gathering at the center and condensing into a point. That point directly gathered and emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Buzz, a buzzing sound was heard, and suddenly, a ray of light shrouded down. In an instant, under the flash of light, the 1,000 figures on the field suddenly disappeared. Slowly, the clan leaders of the 10 great ancient clans stopped. If those foreign things in the 9 empty world are dealt with, there will be changes in the 9 empty world. At that time, we will gather here again and open the exit of the 9 empty world. Mu Qingyu said and left in a flash. At this moment, the other clan leaders also slowly retreated. The clan leader of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yan, and the clan leader of the Zhang clan, Zhang Chonghuan, left together. Let's find a place to sit. Zhao Yan looked at Zhang Chonghuan and smiled faintly. Sure, I haven't done this with Brother Zhao in a long time. Zhang Chonghuan nodded. The clan leaders of the 2 great ancient clans walked together and landed in the land of the Divine Land. They came to a city with a population of 1 million and found an ordinary tea house to sit down. Waiter, serve the tea. Coming. The teapot and teacups were served, and the 2 clan leaders sat facing each other. Brother Zhao, is there something bothering you? Zhang Chonghuan asked. Yes, and no. Zhao Yan sighed and said, Brother Zhan, you know that the crown prince of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yanming, has disappeared for 10,000 years. Zhang Chonghuan nodded. The death of the crown prince of the shepherds in the battle back then caused a huge uproar in the god realm. 3,000 years later, the crown prince of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yanming, disappeared for no reason. No one knew if he was dead or alive, so not many people paid attention to this matter. After all, Zhao Yanming was not on the same level as Mu Yun. The clan leader is the brain, and the crown prince is the heart. Because of the disappearance of my son, Zhao Yanming, Zhao Keiming, Zhao Qingfeng, and Zhao Jieluan have been fighting for the position of crown prince for the past 10,000 years. This kind of competition has led to the formation of factions in the Zhao clan. The conflicts between factions have become more and more intense, so for thousands of years, the Zhao clan has been deteriorating. Zhang Chonghuan nodded again. The Zhao clan and the Zhang clan were very close, so he knew all that Zhao Yan said. Therefore, I'm preparing to appoint a new crown prince soon. Zhang Chonghuan's expression changed slightly. Once a crown prince was appointed, unless the person was confirmed to be dead, even the clan leader could not change it. From what Zhao Yan said, it seemed that the Zhao clan was truly in deep danger this time. Sigh, Zhao Yan slowly sighed and said, every crown prince is carefully selected by the ancient clans. As for why, both you and I know. To be honest, the 3 of them, Zhang Chonghuan understood. A crown prince's talent and strength were not the only things that mattered. Their potential was even more important. For example, why had the 10 great ancient clans dominated the divine world for over 1 million years? Because every crown prince had become one of the top 10 experts in the divine world. Back then, Zhao Yanming was on par with his son, Zhang Tianyu, among the 10 crown princes. He was destined to lead the Zhao kingdom and continue to develop. But now, the 3 in Zhao kingdom, difficult, not only difficult, it was extremely difficult. He had met Zhao Keiming, Zhao Qingfeng, and Zhao Jieluan before. The 3 of them were at the 6th and 7th transformation of the ancestor god realm. They were indeed powerful. However, it was too difficult for the 3 of them to carry the banner of the Zhao kingdom. Even if the 3 of them reached the 9th transformation of the ancestor god realm in the future, they would not be able to reach the level of the current 10 clan leaders. As such, they would not be able to control the majestic ship of the Zhao kingdom. Brother Zhao, then you, Brother Zhan, let me finish. Zhao Yan said again. However, just as I was about to appoint one of the 3 as the crown prince, one of them suddenly returned. Zhao Yanming. Zhang Chonghuan immediately stood up and his aura erupted. Everyone in the tea house felt an aura so powerful that they could not breathe. Zhang Chonghuan sensed his astonishment and sat down again and retracted his aura. However, at that moment, the people in the tea house were all looking at the 2 middle-aged men and speaking to them in soft voices. That aura from before had caused them to feel an intense pressure, causing their breathing to become hurried. Zhao Yan said again, Zhao Yanming is back. I should be happy, but I can't. That's because Zhao Keiming and his 2 brothers have been roped in for thousands of years. They've already formed their own factions and have a lot of support in the clan. If I were to directly make Zhao Yanming the crown prince and restore his status, who knows what sort of crazy things those 3 fellows would do. Zhang Chonghuan nodded. That was indeed the case. The 3 of them had worked hard for thousands of years. They had thought that Zhao Yanming was completely dead. but now, if Zhao Yanming were to become the crown prince, their thousands of years of planning would all be for naught. If it were anyone else, they would have completely collapsed. However, the three of them really didn't have the ability to take on such a big responsibility. This was what gave Zhao Yan a headache. Then what do you think? Looking at Zhao Yan again, Zhang Chonghuan said seriously. Originally, I wanted to observe their performance before making a decision. However, you might not know this, but when Zhao Yanming returned, he had only just reached the ancestor god realm. However, in the past 100 years, he has directly advanced to the third transformation of the ancestor god realm. What? Hearing this, Zhang Chonghuan was completely shocked. Reaching the third transformation of the ancestor god realm in 100 years, the speed at which his cultivation rose was simply too terrifying. Now, there are 4 voices in the clan. There are those who support Zhao Yanming, those who support Zhao Qingfeng, those who support Zhao Jieluan, and those who firmly support Zhao Yanming, who was originally the crown prince. Originally, I wasn't sure, but now, seeing this, Zhang Chonghuan smiled and said, "So, you still want to make Zhao Yanming the crown prince?" "Yes." Hearing this, Zhang Chonghuan's face turned serious. "If this matter is not handled properly, you, Zhao, may very well be torn apart, and you, Zhao Yan, may very well become the sinner of the Zhao clan. Now, I insist on making Zhao Yanming the crown prince. However, I haven't said it out loud. The three of them are also doing their best to fight for it. However, in the end, it may end up being fratricide." Fratricide was something that no ancient clan was willing to see. The reason why the shepherds were so powerful was because Mu Qingyu was the clan leader, while Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji were the deputy clan leaders. They were loyal to the shepherds. The 4 brothers were sharp enough to cut through metal. Therefore, even if the shepherds were severely injured, they could still breathe after 10,000 years. This time, the 4 brothers have all entered the 9 empty realm. As for who will be more outstanding, it will all depend on fate. Zhao Yan sighed slightly and said no more. Compared to the conflicts in the Zhao clan, the Zhang clan was much better. The only thing that made Zhang Chonghuan uneasy was his sister, Zhang Xuanji. As the leader of the Xianxia, Zhang Xuanji was still in the Boundless Sea, following Mu Yun. This action also caused Zhang Chonghuan, the clan leader, to be criticized by the elders in the clan. Back then, Zhang Xuanji led the Xianxia to protect Mu Yun, but she was scolded by the Zhang clan as a traitor. In the end, Mu Yun died, and Zhang Xuanji was saved by him. Now, Zhang Xuanji had returned to Mu Yun's side. This was not good news for him. No matter what, they were siblings from the same mother. He did not want to see his sister's life in danger. "Are you worried about your sister, Zhang Xuanji?" Zhao Yan asked. "Yes. Actually, to be honest, it might not be a bad thing for the Zhang clan that Zhang Xuanji is with the crown prince of the Xianxia shepherds." "Huh? Brother Zhang, you should be able to see it clearly. In the realm of the gods, the Blood clan, Zhu clan, and Yang clan are extremely powerful. The royal clan is independent in the north of the realm of the gods, and no one dares to provoke them. The Shi clan, Han clan, and Morong clan occupy the boundless continent in the west of the realm of the gods. They are as strong as an iron plate, and they are also very powerful. Although I, Zhao Yan, have joined forces with the Zhang clan, I am the weakest among all these factions. The appearance of the shepherds will undoubtedly break this balance." Zhao Yan's eyes were solemn as he said, "At this moment, if anything happens to our 2 clans, we will be doomed eternally. Zhang Xuanji is in the shepherds. When the time comes, even if the Zhang clan is in trouble, I think Zhang Xuanji will not stand by and do nothing. With the crown prince of the shepherds' character, I am afraid that he will not watch his subordinates be in danger." Zhang Chonghuan's eyes flickered when he heard Zhao Yan's words. Therefore, it is not a bad thing for Zhang Xuanji to be in the shepherds. Zhang Chonghuan slowly sighed. "Who knows the situation in the realm of the gods?" "That's right, who knows the situation in the realm of the gods?" The 2 clan leaders sighed and sighed. At the same time, on the other side, the 1,000 ancestral gods from the 10 great ancient clans had completely entered the 9 emptiness realm. What entered their eyes was a vast world. This world was as bright as day, and the surroundings were extremely spacious. However, at a glance, there were mountains and rivers in some places. Moreover, the divine power of heaven and earth here gave off an unusually strong feeling. Even the level 9 spirit gathering array of the various great ancient clans was not as strong as the divine power of heaven and earth here. This change was felt by everyone. Mu Yuanqing, Mu Yuanfeng, and Shui Zhuing were all beside Mu Yun at this moment. This is a good place. Cultivating here for a few decades is probably more effective than cultivating outside for a few hundred years. We are not here to cultivate, we are here to fight. Big brother, you are such a killjoy. Even if we want to fight, we need people to fight. Look around, there is no one around. There are only the 4 of us, how can we fight? You brat, shut up. I won't. The 2 brothers were like 2 clowns when they were together. At this moment, they started bickering with each other. Mu Yun and Shui Zhuing, on the other hand, were looking around. Big brother Mu, this place looks very peaceful, Shui Zhuing said worriedly. The more peaceful it was, the more dangerous it was. This is the 9 Void Realm. Mu Yun looked around and said, the 9 Void Realm is an alternate space that exists in the passageway that connects the God Realm and the Myriad Worlds. Since those guys from the Myriad clans entered this place decades ago, I think that for them to be able to store here for decades, this place must be extraordinary. From now on, everyone must be careful. Don't be careless. If there is a problem, gather together immediately. Fortunately, there were low-dimensional and high-dimensional spaces in the 9 Void Realm because of the alternate space seal. Mu Yun guessed that the space they were in now should be a low-dimensional space. However, she did not know if the strength realm limited in this low-dimensional space was the 5 transformation of the Ancestor God Realm. Now, they could only take one step at a time. They did not even know how many foreign clans had invaded this time. However, according to her father, Mu Qingyu, they could only send 1,000 people here, and they had to ensure that there were people from the 1st transformation to the 9th transformation of the Ancestor God Realm. After all, this place was a sealed place left behind by the 1st God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao. To be able to persist for more than 1,000,000 years was enough to see how mysterious it was. The 4 figures chose a direction and moved forward. Hee, boss, those lowly ants from the human realm have entered. In a basin thousands of miles away from Mu Yun and the other 3, a burly man with 2 horns on his head looked into the distance and chuckled, these puny humans are really pathetic. Long Qi, don't be careless. The man in the lead was also dressed in black. He had 2 horns on his head and was tall, about 2 to 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged like stones, and his entire body exuded a terrifying explosive power. Boss, what are you afraid of? The man named Long Qi chuckled and said, since ancient times, everyone knows that the human race is the weakest. It's just that 1 or 2 talented people jump out from time to time, but what happened in the end? The 1st God Emperor back then died long ago. The current human emperor can't even take care of himself and has no time to care about the current human realm. With the weak strength in the human realm, it's not worth mentioning. Hearing this, the man in the lead frowned. Big brother is right. Long Qi laughed and said, at that time, let's see how those 8th grade clans dare to bully our dragon rhinoceros clan. These lowly humans are just the lowest level of existence. If it weren't for the existence of the unfettered sacred ground, I'm afraid they would have been trampled by the other clans. But even so, there are still many treasures in the mortal world. The earliest treasures of the myriad worlds all grow in the mortal world. As long as we occupy this place, the mortal world will continuously provide us with labor and treasures. It will be enough for our dragon rhinoceros clan to continue to be strong. As soon as he said that, the big brother nodded. This was indeed something to be happy about. That's enough. Long Qi, send some men to capture those fellows and bring them to me. The big brother said again, remember, be careful. Don't be discovered by those guys from the corpse-eating beast clan and the winged silver lion clan. After all, it's not only our dragon rhinoceros clan that has entered this sealed space this time. The other clans are also troublesome. Yes. Long Qi waved his hand, and 5 burly figures set off directly. Long He. Long Yu, did you 2 hear what the big brother said? Be careful, do you hear me? Yes. Immediately, several figures disappeared without a trace, leaving only afterimages behind. At the same time, Mu Yun and the other three were still rushing aimlessly. Slowly, Mu Yun had been carefully checking the surroundings. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. At this time, several figures quickly approached the few of them. Someone is coming. Mu Yun was startled and looked to the left. There, a tyrannical aura was approaching the four of them at an extremely fast speed. Dong, suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the earth trembled a little at this moment. The ground cracked open, and a figure appeared in front of Mu Yun and the other three. Hee, ants of the mortal world, follow me. There was a laugh, and the leading figure took a step forward and directly grabbed Mu Yun. Ancestor God transformation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged toward them. Mu Yun took a step forward and directly grabbed with one hand. At this moment, Qi Ling held it in her hand and rushed out with Mu Yun. Someone's here. Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng immediately withdrew their smiles and charged toward the remaining people. At this moment, there was no need for nonsense. These people had horns on their foreheads, so they were obviously not humans. In this 9 empty realms, if they were not humans, what else could they be? Immediately, a few figures started fighting on the ground. I bumped into you guys as soon as I came in. It seems that you guys are really stubborn. Mu Yun snorted and said, why? Do you really think that the human race is at your mercy? Hee, stinky brat, you humans can't even be considered as a 9th grade race. How can you be compared to our Dragon Rhinoceros clan? If a saint of my Dragon Rhinoceros clan makes a move, you humans will have to bow your heads. Mu Yun got some information from this person. A 9th grade race, Sage Realm. It seemed that the mortal realm could not compare to the colorful land of the myriad races. Kill. Mu Yun held Crimson Spirit in his hand and roared. He moved his spear and released a murderous aura. The opponent was also in the 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, so he should not be difficult to deal with. At this moment, the remaining 4 Dragon Rhinoceros clan warriors charged toward Mu Yuanqing and the other 2. However, although Mu Yuanqing and the other 2 were in the 1st transformation of the Ancestor God realm, their cultivation was extraordinary, so they were not in danger now. As long as the leader was taken care of, the rest of the people were not a concern. Spear Roaring Sea. With a low roar and Crimson Spirit, the spear radiance released a murderous aura, and violent divine power surged out. Ridiculous. The man from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan blasted the spear away with a punch. Dragon Rhinoceros Strike. As the punch was blasted out, a rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the ground clearly trembled a little. Boom, in an instant, the spear and the fist collided head-on. At the top of the man's fist, a strange light pattern suddenly appeared and directly repelled Mu Yun's attack. Stumbling, Mu Yun's expression was solemn. He could confidently say that in the divine world, it was hard to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. However, the man in front of him actually repelled his attack with just a pair of fists. Hee, boy, you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? Guai gloated. Although the Dragon Rhinoceros clan is a 9th grade clan, their bodies are tough. It's difficult for you to break through them directly. If a 9th grade clan is so powerful, then a 1st grade clan, in the Kanglan Thousand Domains, the clans are ranked from 1 to 9. The 9th grade is the worst, and the 1st grade is the strongest. Now you understand how arrogant the fellows in the mortal world are, right? Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression turned solemn. In the Kanglan Thousand Domains, there were thousands of clans. If a 9th grade clan was so overbearing, then how powerful would a 1st grade clan be? At this moment, Mu Yun did not have time to continue chatting with Guai. She withdrew her hand and held Crimson Spirit tightly. Then let's try this move. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hand. Dong, a muffled explosion rang out, and the earth began to tremble. Heaven Ascending Technique. She thrust out her spear. Then, the long spear and the spear radiance gathered together. Suddenly, the feeling of space being torn apart appeared, and a blazing wind wave blew. It's useless. The man from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan did not care at all. Humans had been weak for millions of years and could no longer hold on. Humans were just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Dragon rhinoceros seizing the sea. As the man roared, he waved his hands, and the wind around him whistled. Waves of wind were released at this moment. Gradually, the sound of the waves was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, waves bloomed on the earth, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. Kill. Using both hands, a wave of air rushed towards Mu Yun's attack. Dong, a muffled explosion resounded as the two figures collided and separated. They were evenly matched. This time, Mu Yun was really shocked. What he used was not an ordinary 9th grade divine technique in the God realm, but a true secret technique. Each of the secret techniques of the 9 sacred tablets was extremely powerful. Heaven Ascending technique was originally overbearing, and coupled with his Crimson Spirit Spear, its power was enough to kill an opponent of the 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. But now, it was unable to deal with the man in front of her. And this was only the 9th grade Dragon Rhinoceros clan in the 10,000 worlds. Kid, let me tell you, your human world is just an ant-like existence. The man laughed and said, alright, I'm not playing with you now. As his words fell, the man rushed towards Mu Yun, and between his hands, power gushed out wantonly. Dong dong dong, a series of thumping sounds sounded, and the earth trembled continuously at this moment. When the man charged, he was like a mountain. Meteor storm. At this moment, Mu Yun knew that she could not hold back at all. The strength of the guy in front of her was a little too terrifying. Rays of light like meteors fell from the sky and smashed down. Crackling sounds could be heard. The sound of something breaking could also be heard. But at this moment, the man forcibly resisted with his skin and was not afraid at all. When the meteor shower fell, it only caused him some superficial wounds. It didn't stop him at all. Earth explosion and sky fall. Mu Yun shouted again, and at this moment, the earth collapsed layer by layer. Pieces of gravel, combined with black iron, condensed into an iron ball at this moment, and directly wrapped the leader's body. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. She waved her palm, and a fierce wave was slowly released at this moment. Yang manipulation sky. In an instant, streams of air turbulence blew up the giant stone ball and made it spin at high speed. The last attack. Mu Yun shouted at this moment and directly attacked. Boom, however, right at that moment, a series of rumbling noises could be heard. At this moment, the giant stone ball completely exploded. A frenzied wave of energy swept out. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Even this could not trap him. Mu Yun was even more shocked. The guy in front of him was at the same level as him, but his strong defense almost made him collapse. Kid, die. The majestic man attacked again. Even the earth explosion and sky fall could not pose a threat to him. There's no other way. At this moment, Mu Yun was holding the Crimson Spirit in her hand. Looking at the figure charging towards her, she held the long spear in her hand and stood on the spot. Slowly, her right eye quietly opened at this moment. Annihilation! She shouted in her heart. Suddenly, blood dripped from Mu Yun's right eye, and the space in front of her started to spin and distort at this moment. An aura of annihilation slowly spread out. Suddenly, there was a puff. The leader's outstretched hands exploded into a bloody mist at this moment, as if the space was directly twisted in half, and fresh blood flowed out. It's done. Mu Yun exhaled at this moment. She rushed out quickly. Damn it. The leader was in pain at this moment, and he was horrified. He had absolute confidence in the strength of his physical body. It was impossible for a mere 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm to twist his body with the power of space. This guy was strange. Damn it, retreat. The man shouted directly. We can't retreat. At this moment, Mu Yun came forward with her spear, and a beam of spear light directly shot towards the man's head. The Heaven Ascension technique was used again at this moment. With a stab of the spear, blood burst out. With a boom, the man's figure exploded at this moment. Mu Yun was panting heavily at this moment. He had to use almost all of his means to kill a 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. This guy was too strong. Long He. Seeing the man die, on the other side, a woman among the 4 people shouted loudly, and her eyes were red. Retreat, retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun snorted. These 4 people were only at the first transformation of the ancestor god realm. It was almost impossible for them to escape from his hands. Heaven confinement seal. At this moment, chains shot out one after another, binding the remaining 4 people one by one. Let us go quickly, lowly human. The woman looked at Mu Yun at this moment, and her killing intent was strong. You call me lowly? Who are you trapped by now? Mu Yun smiled and said, answer whatever I ask you. Dream on. She swept her gaze across and looked at the other 3 people. I'll tell you whatever you ask. One of them hurriedly said. Name? Long Yuan, a disciple of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. The man hurriedly said. Dragon Rhinoceros clan? Long Yuan hurriedly said again, we are from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. We found the path to the human world in an ancient ruin, but due to space suppression, we can only send our ancestor god realm clansmen here. The purpose is to open up the passage for the saints in the clan to enter the human world and control it, making it our Dragon Rhinoceros clan's place. Where's the leader this time? The leader is a young clan leader of our Dragon Rhinoceros clan. His name is Long Fong, ancestor god realm. Mu Yan's eyes softened slightly. Besides your Dragon Rhinoceros clan, who else is there? From what I know, there's also the Corpse-Eating Beast clan and the Winged Silver Lion clan. These 2 clans are both 9th grade clans. Long Yuan looked at Mu Yun and said, you know what you want to know. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, you should know that after coming to the human world, the hope of living is much smaller than the hope of dying. Bang, Mu Yun slapped her palm, and Long Yuan's figure fell to the ground, his aura dissipating. After killing the last 2 people, Mu Yun looked around and said, it seems that we were discovered the moment we entered this place. Dragon Rhinoceros clan. These guys entered the 9 empty world and hid for decades, probably to wait for us. The most important thing now is to leave this place first. Alright. At this moment, the few of them left quickly. At the same time, on the other side, Long Qi had been waiting for a long time, but he still did not see his subordinates return. Boss, something doesn't seem right. Something must have happened. Long Kaifeng cursed angrily at this moment, hurry up and take a look. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out, and a group of dozens of figures flew out directly at this moment. Boss, the corpse. Long Qi looked ahead and suddenly exclaimed. It's Long He, Long Yu and the others. Long Qi's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, that group of 4 people is just a ancestor god realm, but they can actually kill Long He. I already told you. At this moment, Long Kaifeng could not suppress his anger and shouted, don't underestimate it. The death of a clansman is a great loss to our Dragon Rhinoceros clan. Boss, what do we do now? What should we do? Find him. Long Kaifeng snorted, young Master Long Feng is already in the higher dimensional space, looking for the seal node. As long as we find the seal node, we can break this 9-void world. Once the 9-void realm is broken, the passage will be unobstructed. Our Dragon Rhinoceros clan army will be able to enter unimpeded. Damn it. They're merely a few ants, yet they caused us to lose our clansmen on this trip. Damn it. Damn it. I'll definitely tear that fellow apart. Long Kaifeng was already unable to restrain his anger. He unleashed his aura, and a strong repulsive force spread out. That tyrannical aura gave the surrounding dozens of figures an extremely dense and powerful pressure. Long Qi lowered his head at that moment. Even though he and Long Kaifeng were both at the 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm, Long Kaifeng's strength was much stronger than his. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. At the same time, Mu Yun and the other 3 quickened their pace and retreated quickly. This battle made Mu Yun completely understand what it meant by there was always someone better than you. In the human realm, he was able to challenge those of a higher level, based on his solid foundation and powerful means. But this time, in a battle of the same level, he actually went through a lot of trouble to kill Long He. This was truly inconceivable. If these people rushed into the god realm, no one in the same realm would be a match for them. He didn't expect that a 9th grade clan would have such powerful strength and foundation. Thinking of this, Mu Yun couldn't help but worry. They were in the lower dimensional space of the 9-void world, but Palace Master Shui Zhufeng and Mu Yun were in the higher dimensional space. He didn't know if the two of them would be in danger when they faced the young Master Long Feng that Long Yuan mentioned. And this time, more than one clan had entered the Nine Void World. But right now, these weren't things he should be thinking about. The world in the higher dimensional space still needed to increase one's realm. This place was quite vast, and it would not be possible to eliminate the foreign clans in a short few years. But fortunately, this place was not a place where divine power was lacking. On the contrary, divine power was rich, and cultivation was not a problem. Mu Yun looked around and said, "Let's rest here for the time being. Those foreign clans entered this place earlier than us, and I'm afraid they'll be on guard. It's not a good thing to be rash." The four of them stopped in the valley, looked around, and restrained their auras. The aura fluctuations gradually decreased, and slowly, Mu Yun closed her eyes. At this moment, the essence, energy, and spirit of the few people who were killed just now had been completely devoured by Mu Yun. Now, they had been transformed into nutrients in Mu Yun's body, and were gradually showing their effects. Not long after, Mu Yun felt that her flesh and soul had once again improved a little. Ninth grade clan, Mu Yun had always remembered what the dead guy said. Ninth grade clan, the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, had a strong physical body, but even so, they were only ranked 9th grade. It was hard to imagine how powerful the so-called first grade clans were. Guai, how are the 9th grade clans divided? Mu Yun could not help but ask. Now you know to ask me? Guai said at this moment, the human realm is only one of the 10,000 Kanglan realms. The 10,000 Kanglan realms is the dominating region of the world we're in. There are tens of thousands of clans living here, and the human race is only one of them. Under the numerous clans, there are naturally strong and weak clans. Therefore, after millions of years of development in the 10,000 Kanglan realms, the 9 grades have appeared. The strongest first-grade clans, such as the Dragon race, the Phoenix race, the Bone race, and so on, are the weakest, and the 9th-grade clans like the Dragon Rhinoceros clan that you just killed. Furthermore, there's a lot of difference in the division of each race. Guai said calmly, as you can see, the Dragon Rhinoceros clan should be considered to be in the upper middle level among the 9-grade clans. I estimate that the strongest person should be at the Saint level. As for the strongest first-grade clans, you won't understand even if I tell you. Tisk. Mu Yun chose to ignore Guai's disdain. In the past, he would quarrel with Guai, but now, he was too lazy to quarrel. He also knew that quarreling would only show his ignorance. The facts proved that the entire world was very, very big. Back then, as an immortal king, he thought that he was already standing at the top of the world. However, later on, he found out that the immortal realm was just one of the great worlds under the God realm. Now that he had returned to the God realm, he thought that this was the end of the world. However, the God realm was only the God realm in the mouths of humans. The human realm was only one of the 10,000 worlds. The truly powerful clans were located in the vast 10,000 Kanglan realms. That was the center of the world, the highest level. That was the place that was truly worthy of being called a world. It was not hard to imagine that just the human realm alone, including the great worlds and small worlds, already showed the existence of trillions of humans. In the 10,000 Kanglan realms, how many living beings existed among the 10,000 clans? Such a world was vast and endless, and it made people yearn for it. Along the way, Mu Yun had to admit that he had been pushed to the peak one by one. However, now that his state of mind had been broadened, he realized that he had a fanatical pursuit of the peak from the bottom of his heart. It was a fiery heart. Kanglan realms. I will definitely go there. It's about mother, grandfather, and that so-called dominator. Slowly, Mu Yun calmed down and carefully experienced the changes in his body. The strength of a Dragon Rhinoceros clan warrior at the 4th transformation of the Ancestor God realm was comparable to his. Moreover, the power that he devoured was simply abundant. When he thought of this, Mu Yun predicted that he would not be bored for the rest of the time. I just don't know how many people the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, the Corpse-Eating Beast clan, and the Winged Silver Lion clan have this time. Moreover, besides these 3 clans, are there any other clans that have come? Mu Yun now deeply understood that the clans of the Kanglan realms were indeed powerful. Humans were still too weak. Oh right. Suddenly, Mu Yun asked, you didn't say just now. What level are humans at? Humans, Guei chuckled and said, humans are not in the 9th level at all. So strong? Strong your head. It's weak, okay? Guei said speechlessly, humans, in terms of cultivation speed, can't compare to some high-level clans. In terms of physical strength, you have experienced it just now, right? The 9th level Dragon Rhinoceros clan is stronger than humans. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun pinched his nose and did not say anything. But humans are the easiest race to create miracles. Guiyi's tone became heavy, and he said slowly, although they are weak, in millions of years, there have been people who are comparable to the strongest dominators in the Kanglan realms. It's just that there are too few of them. But even if there are few of them, the appearance of one is enough to ensure that you humans can survive for millions of years and not be devoured. Mu Yun did not say anything at this moment. The first God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, who was also his grandfather, should belong to this kind of person, but he did not know if his father counted. Brat, don't think so much. Let's talk about it when you reach the peak of the Ancestor God realm. Guei chuckled and said, moreover, I can't wait for you to walk out of the human realm and enter the Kanglan realms. Why? I have helped you so much. It's time to return it. Guei scolded, the entire human realm is unbelievably poor. If I want to find treasures that contain desolate qi, I must go to the Kanglan realms, or at least to the unfettered sacred ground. In this regard, Mu Yun could only shrug. The original name of the immortal extermination painting was the Painting of the Gods. However, Mu Yun seemed to know very little about the immortal extermination painting. Kid, don't even think about it. Guei suddenly said, you've been targeted for a long time. Now, think about how to escape. A few small fries are not worth my time. Mu Yun smiled faintly. It was quiet and peaceful in the valley. Mu Yun and the other three sat around cautiously. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps could be heard in the quiet environment. A figure approached Mu Yun at this moment. The figure was covered in faint patterns from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, it was about 1 meter long and had an elegant figure. It was a cat with black and white stripes. However, that cat was no ordinary cat. At its tail, its 9 tails were spread out and emitted a faint fragrant smell. Meow, suddenly, the cat sped up. Its 9 tails stood straight, and its speed increased explosively. It waved its claws and pounced toward Mu Yun in the center. Swoosh, just as the cat was about to tear Mu Yun's throat, 2 figures suddenly appeared on her left and right. Bang bang, the moment the 2 bangs were heard, the 2 avatars beside Mu Yun charged out. A strong force restrained the cat. Ah, a soul-stirring cry rang out, and the cat suddenly transformed into a human figure. Her figure was enchanting, and there was a trace of multicolored color at the corners of her eyes. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and there was even a trace of charm that made one's heart flutter. Lowly human, let go of me. The moment the woman spoke, she looked at Mu Yun and the others and cursed. You're not weak. You're at the 3rd transformation of the Ancestor God realm. However, you're too inexperienced if you want to sneak an attack on me. The woman's face turned red when she heard that. She originally thought that the man in front of her was cultivating. He was the strongest among the 4 of them, so she was prepared to kill him first. However, she did not expect to be discovered. Who are you? Humph, I'm Miao Yutong of the 9-tailed cat clan. Upon hearing that, Mu Yun said disdainfully, you're a beast, but you just have to call someone by her name. Bah. However, Miao Yutong scolded, what kind of name is that? The names of the 10,000 races are all fixed. You humans are the ones imitating the 10,000 races. Shameless. Shameless, Mu Yun could not be bothered to say anything more. She waved her hand, and the 2 clones increased their strength, intending to directly kill Miao Yutong. Let me go, let me go. Miao Yutong shouted, my sister is the leader of the 9-tailed cat clan. She's at the 9 transformations of the Ancestor God realm. If you dare to kill me, my sister will definitely get someone to kill you. As soon as she said that, Mu Yun signaled her 2 avatars to stop. Your sister is the leader of the 9-tailed cat clan? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, this is interesting. Since that's the case, I won't kill you first. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a powerful force locked onto Miao Yutong. She shouted, "Do you know which other clans are coming this time? Are they all ninth grade races? You know quite a lot." Miao Yutong looked at Mu Yun and sneered, "You even know about the division of the ninth grade races. I don't have the patience to listen to your jokes. Other than our nine-tailed cat clan, there's also the purple-eyed divine ox clan, the titan giant ape clan, the white dragon horse clan, and the other 3 clans' prides. I don't know the details." As soon as she said that, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. According to what she knew now, there were already 7 major clans. It seemed that this time, when the Dragon Rhinoceros clan said that they had found a secret place and found a way to enter the 9 empty realm, the 7 major clans had entered together. According to this, if the 7 major clans and the 9th grade races really opened the entrance to the mortal realm, the 10 major clans in the mortal realm alone would not be able to resist. This time, they must be completely annihilated. Who's the leader in the low-dimensional space? Miao Zhanyu. Miao Yutong said, "You're not his opponent, so let me go quickly. Otherwise, you'll die very quickly." "Let you go? You're dreaming." Mu Yun sneered and said, "With you in my hands, who in your 9-tailed cat clan would dare to attack me?" "You." Miao Yutong's face turned red and snorted, "You humans are indeed treacherous. No matter how treacherous I am, at least I'm not like you, invading other people's realms." "Bah." Miao Yutong spat and snorted, "That's because you humans are pitifully weak now. Back then, when the first Emperor God appeared, who in the entire Kanglan myriad world dared to go against him? That's to kill without mercy. Now, it's just that you humans are too weak and can only be reduced to slaves." "Someone's coming." Mu Yun ignored what Miao Yutong said and waved her hand. A majestic force swept Miao Yutong's figure and disappeared. "Let's go." Looking at Mu Yuanqing and the other 2, Mu Yun said directly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 4 figures disappeared at this moment. Not long after, figures appeared where the 4 of them were. There were dozens of people, from the first transformation to the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, all different. Damn it. The man in the lead had a slender figure and a slim waist. He was even more feminine than a woman. At this moment, he couldn't help but shout and look at the 2 people behind him. "Little miss can't even keep an eye on trash like you. Big brother Zhanyu, it's not like you don't know little miss's character." One of them said helplessly, "She's lively and active. How can the 2 of us stop her?" "Shut up." Miao Zhanyu couldn't help but shout, "If you can't find little miss, just wait for big miss to completely crush you." As soon as he said that, the 2 of them shrank their necks. She shouldn't be too far away. Just now, her aura suddenly disappeared when we reached here. Everyone, split up and search. Yes. At this moment, the figures left directly. Miao Zhanyu's face was ugly at this moment. "Yutong, don't let anything happen to her." On the other side, Mu Yun and the other 3 once again found a place and stopped. "This place is too dangerous." Mu Yun looked around and said cautiously, "They entered the 9 emptiness realm before us and are more familiar with this place. Moreover, their people have joined forces. Right now, it's not suitable for us to fight them head-on. We need to find our clansmen and join forces." From the looks of the current situation, those at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and below should be in the low-dimensional space. And those at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and above should be in the high-dimensional space. Now, we need to find our clansmen and eliminate those outsiders in the low-dimensional space. Mu Yuanqing, Mu Yuanfeng, and Shui Zhuying nodded. Mu Yun was right. There were 4 of them now. When they first met Long He and the others, if it wasn't for Mu Yun's tyrannical strength, they would probably have died. Once the other party knew that they had the strength to kill a martial artist at the 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm, they would definitely send stronger people. This wasn't good news for them. This place is quite suitable for cultivation. We can only cultivate as we search. All right. The 4 of them sat down again. This time, Mu Yun thought of something and set up a small array around the 4 of them. This kind of small array had no lethality. It was only used to prevent people from approaching them and to warn them in advance. Mu Yun sat down again. At this moment, her mind sank into the blue sky underworld diagram. At this moment, Miao Yutong transformed into her original nine-tailed cat form and jumped up and down in the underworld diagram. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't expect you to have a treasure that can create a grotto heaven of its own and can even store living creatures. Miao Yutong cried out, looking very excited. This woman didn't seem to treat her as a captive at all. These two big guys. Miao Yutong couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Mou and Huang Yan. Ink Qilin and Earth Qilin. Oh my god, you actually subdued two Qilin divine beasts. Qilin divine beasts are first-class races. You actually subdued two of them. Miao Yutong looked at Mou and Huang Yan in complete shock. And this? What is this? What a pure aura! Miao Yutong exclaimed when her gaze stopped on the world tree. Stop shouting. Mu Yan frowned at this moment and looked at Miao Yutong. This is one of my treasures. It has created a grotto heaven of its own. Since you've come in, don't even think about leaving. Miao Yutong wasn't worried at all after hearing this. Don't worry. My sister will definitely save me and take me out. When the time comes, you're dead. Hearing this, Mou and Huang Yan glanced at Miao Yutong. In their eyes, a mere ninth-grade race couldn't be bothered with them at all. However, this girl underestimated Mu Yan too much. Wow, this is a bone race warrior. Seeing the 300 osteopyrum, Miao Yutong was completely shocked. Bone race warriors are the fiercest killing weapons in the entire Kanglan 10,000 realms. They are one of the most powerful warriors. You actually have so many of them here. No, these warriors have been sealed. Who is so powerful to be able to seal the cultivation of the bone race warriors? Miao Yutong looked at the world inside Mu Yan's blue sky underworld diagram and exclaimed. She was completely shocked. You're asking too many questions. Mu Yan's expression turned cold as she pointed her finger. In an instant, Miao Yutong's entire body was bound. In the blue sky underworld diagram, even a 9-transformation ancestor god would be controlled by Mu Yan, let alone Miao Yutong, who was only a 3rd transformation ancestor god. What did you do? Miao Yutong widened her eyes and looked at Mu Yan. Nothing. I brought you in not to let you watch the show. Mu Yan said indifferently, this is my world. I make the decisions. Since you've seen my world, you must become one of my people. Your people. Hearing this, Miao Yutong hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Mu Yan waved her finger and the dark seal of life and death appeared. She said indifferently, however, I need to use the seal to trap you. Buzz. You. What did you do to me? Miao Yutong's expression finally changed. It's nothing. I just signed a contract with you. Mu Yan smiled and said, now, you are my slave. Bullshit. Sit down. Mu Yan did not care at all and spoke directly. I won't, before Miao Yutong could finish her words, her body suddenly sat down involuntarily and uncontrollably. Behave yourself. Mu Yan could not be bothered with Miao Yutong at this moment. This girl was a typical example of being heavily protected in her own clan and did not know the severity of the situation at all. He did not need to kill her now. If he kept her by his side, she might be a life-saving trump card at a critical moment. After all, the 7 major clans here were all unique and tyrannical. Although they were only 9th-grade clans, they were very powerful existences. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Mu Yan looked at Miao Yutong and said again, be obedient and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy when I kill you. Miao Yutong's face turned pale. She pointed her palm at Mou and Huang Yan and scolded, you two are Qilin divine beasts from the 1st-grade clans. Are you willing to be the captives of this lowly human? When they heard this reprimand, Mou and Huang Yan raised their eyelids and continued to train. They completely ignored this little girl. Mu Yan's powerful restraining power was unquestionable. The two of them saw with their own eyes how Mu Yan controlled the 4 demon kings with the dark seal of life and death. Resistance was equivalent to death. In the past, the two of them would still shout, struggle, and curse. Now, they might as well save their strength and cultivate properly. Mu Yan's gaze locked onto Mou and Huang Yan at this moment and said indifferently, "You two's cultivation speed is not slow here, but here, it's just boring cultivation." "Isn't it boring?" Mu Yan said carefully, "There are so many ninth-grade clans here. I think you should have passed through the 10 empty realms when you entered the mortal realm back then. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this place." "What are you trying to say?" "I'll let you two go out now and hunt down any outsiders you encounter. At the same time, it can also be considered as training for the two of you." As soon as these words came out, Mou's eyelids drooped, and he said disinterestedly, saying it so nicely, "Isn't it just to make the two of us kill the enemy for you?" "That's right." Mu Yun could not be bothered to talk about friendship with the two of them. These two fellows were proud and arrogant. Previously, Mu Yun didn't understand. But now that she thought about it carefully, it was normal for the two of them to look down on her since they were of the highest grade among the 9 races. However, what made Mu Yun very puzzled was that Mou and Huang Yan were of the first-rate divine beast Qilin bloodline. Mou was even the young patriarch of the Ying Qilin clan. How could he be so weak now? Back then, when he met Mou, this fellow was only a 7 souls divine emperor. Now, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he was even 1 transformation higher than him. Reaching the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm was indeed impressive. However, in the deep-sea myriad realms, this was probably nothing much, right? With a wave of her hand, Mou and Huang Yan appeared in front of Mu Yuanqing and the other two. "Alright, the two of you, go fight in the surroundings. Come back when you hear my summons." Mou and Huang Yan did not say much. They nodded and flew away. At this moment, Mu Yun sat down and began to cultivate. Right now, his cultivation speed had increased, and all the followers who had signed the life and death seal with him would have their strength increased to the extreme. Therefore, the improvement of his own strength was extremely beneficial to those people. Time passed by bit. Mu Yun led Mu Yuanqing and the other 3 to change locations from time to time, hiding everywhere in the low-dimensional space. During this period, they also encountered some martial artists of the 7 major races. When they encountered those who were alone, they naturally killed them without hesitation. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. For the Ancestor God realm, 10 years was indeed nothing. Reaching the Ancestor God realm meant that one would have at least 100,000 years of lifespan. On the long path of cultivation, time was the most torturous. Bang, on this day, Mu Yun and the other 3 were in a valley. 4 figures surrounded them, and the 2 huge figures in the middle fell to the ground with a loud bang, no longer breathing. "The double-winged silver lion is really abnormal," Shui Zhuiying said helplessly. 2 second transformation Ancestor God realm and 1 4th transformation Ancestor God realm. The 4 of us spent half a day to kill them. And this is because the 3 of us have reached the 2nd transformation Ancestor God realm. Otherwise, who knows how much effort we would have to put in. Mu Yuanqing also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. In the shepherds, he and Mu Yuanfeng were considered top geniuses. But only now did they know what the limit was. The limit of each realm was different. The weaker ones were at the 10th transformation Ancestor God realm, while the 9th grade races were at least at the 7th transformation Ancestor God realm. They were at most at the 3rd or 4th transformation Ancestor God realm. This was the gap between the same realm. Uncle Yun, according to the information we received, the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, Corpse-Eating Beast clan, Double-Winged Silver Lion, White Dragon Horse, Titan Giant Ape, Purple-Eyed Divine Cow, and Nine-Tailed Cat have entered the 9 Void realm this time. These 7 clans are all 9th grade races, and there are about 3,000 of them. In this low-dimensional space, there are already more than 2,000 people. It seems that we will have to stay here for a long time. Mu Yun nodded and said, "According to Father, if there are no other races in the 9 Void realm, they will open the exit and let us return to the God realm. Let's see when the exit will open after we've dealt with all these foreign races." "Okay." Mu Yun naturally swallowed and digested the blood essence of the 3 double-winged silver lions. Then, the 4 of them set off again. In the past 10 years, he had made great progress. Although he did not break through to the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, Mu Yun was confident that he could kill the 4th transformation of the Dragon River Ancestor God without much effort. This time, he came to the nine-void realm and saw opponents outside the mortal realm. It made him understand once again that he thought he was powerful, but in front of a truly powerful opponent, it was difficult to deal with those of the same realm. Killing those of a higher realm was only in the mortal realm. Outside the mortal realm, he had become a frog at the bottom of a well. This trip to the nine-void realm had gained a lot. Suddenly, Mu Yun frowned slightly. What's wrong? Huang Yan seems to be in trouble. Looking ahead, Mu Yun said again, let's go. A few figures set off at this moment. Huang Yan was at the fifth transformation of the ancestor god realm. In this low-dimensional space, logically speaking, it was difficult to meet an opponent. This time, he took the initiative to ask for help, so he might be in trouble. Mu Yan also immediately informed Mou. When Mou received the news, he was even more anxious and rushed directly to Huang Yan's location. Relying on the connection of the dark seal of life and death, Mu Yun and the other three quickly moved forward. Around half an hour later, 4 figures appeared in a valley. Around the valley, there were low mountain depressions, layer upon layer, densely packed and complicated. At this moment, bursts of fighting sounds spread out from it. Mu Yun reduced her speed and continued to move forward along the ground. When she arrived at the place of battle, Mu Yun could see the front clearly. In front, dozens of figures were fencing a huge figure. It was Huang Yan who had transformed into a true god. At this moment, Huang Yan's body was bleeding profusely. Waves of roars sounded continuously, but it could not intimidate the surrounding people at all. Hee, I didn't expect to be able to meet the Qilin divine beast at this moment. Right in front, a burly man with sunken cheeks and a loud voice laughed, Yuan gang, we've made a fortune this time. Hee, that's right. The other person, who was also burly, laughed and said, a Qilin divine beast, the Qilin blood is enough to help us reach the 6 changes of ancestor god realm. We can't let this guy go. Yes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, Huang Yan flew into a rage out of humiliation as he roared at the dozens of people around him. These dozens of people ranged from the 1st change of ancestor god realm to the 5th change of ancestor god realm. None of them went all out to kill him, but all of them entangled him so that he could not escape. It's the Titan Giant Ape clan and the Purple-Eyed Divine Cow clan. Mu Yuanqing immediately recognized the people in front of him. Having been in the 9 empty world for 10 years, they had fought with the warriors of the 7 major clans and could recognize them at a glance. The tall and ugly one was from the Titan Giant Ape clan, while the burly one with rough skin was from the Purple-Eyed Divine Cow clan. These 2 clans were like the Dragon Rhinoceros clan in that their defense was extremely strong. What was more different was that their killing intent was stronger. It seems that these 2 people should be the leaders. Mu Yuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. With dozens of people in the 5th change of ancestor god realm joining forces, it was no wonder that Huang Yan could not resist. Uncle Yun, what should we do? It's not wise to rush in directly. Wait. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. These guys are not familiar with the divine formation of our human clan. The terrain here is unique, I can set it up first, let go of Huang Yan. At that instant, a roar could be heard all of a sudden. Following this, a black figure arrived and charged toward the crowd. It's Mou. This idiot. Mu Yun could not help but curse in a low voice at this moment. These guys were obviously not to be trifled with. This guy actually rushed in directly. He could not stop him now even if he wanted to. What should we do, Uncle Yun? Kill. Mu Yun said coldly. I'll settle the score with him later. Obviously, there was no time to set up the divine formation now. Mu Yun charged out with the celestial sword in her hand. There's a helper. Yuan Gang chuckled and said, there's actually an Ink Qilin and a few lowly humans. As soon as he said that, the man on the other side also chuckled. This is getting interesting. Nyo Gigi, who will you deal with? Yuan Gang looked at his companion and chuckled. Ignore that human. I'll deal with this Earth Qilin. You deal with that Ink Qilin. Hurry up and finish it. If others find out, they'll definitely fight with us. Alright. In the past 10 years, they had also met some humans. One of them was a 5-transformation ancestor god, but he was not strong enough. They even felt that he was too weak. Because of this, they finally understood that humans were pitifully weak. Now, they were still stubbornly defending a corner and feeling that they were the masters of the world. It was so childish that it was ridiculous. Immediately, the two of them charged towards Mou and Huang Yan from the left and right. Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she saw this. "Looks like we have been underestimated," Mu Yun smiled indifferently. This was good too. She could free herself to deal with the others. At the same time, the two tall figures of the 4-transformation ancestor god charged towards Mu Yun. "Brat, how dare you cause trouble with such little strength? You don't know what's good for you." The two of them charged towards Mu Yun from the left and right. They did not care about Mu Yun at all. The two figures each held a weapon and charged towards Mu Yun at a faster speed. Slash! A low roar was heard at this moment. Mu Yun charged out with a long sword in her hand. The celestial sword had been famous for a long time and was very powerful. At this moment, the sword skill that Mu Yun was using was not an ordinary sword skill. This sword skill was called the 9 Heavens God Slaying Sword Skill. The 9 Heavens God Slaying Sword Skill was a part of the divine skill contained in the 9th sacred tablet. The ancestral primordial spirit skill was divided into sword skills, spear skills, finger skills, fist skills, and palm skills. It was all-encompassing and unpredictable. Mu Yun spent 10 years to master the 9 Heavens God Slaying Sword Skill. This sword skill had a total of 5 intents: initial mind, entering mind, moving mind, control mind, and following mind. These 5 intents were the core of this sword skill. Moreover, the most domineering thing was that this sword skill did not have a fixed move. In other words, Mu Yun could perform any move of the sword skill at will. With the improvement of the 5 intents, the power of the sword skill would be even more powerful. The ancestral primordial spirit skill contained these 5 divine skills. Mu Yun spent 10 years and had only mastered the 9 Heavens God Slaying Sword Skill. Furthermore, he had only reached the level of initial heart. But it was enough. His sword soul had already reached the divine tier, and when it was activated, the power of his swordsmanship would increase. On top of the double enhancement, the 4 transformations of the ancestor god realm could unleash an even more ferocious power. Pick! The cloudy heavens sword instantly launched an attack. Its speed was extremely fast, and a sword aura that seemed to condense into Mu Yun's form rushed out. Whoosh, sword chi came out, and the sound of swords rang out. With a poochie sound, the two figures that were charging over suddenly fell to the ground with a loud bang. A single sword strike had killed 2 people. This was what Mu Yun had been doing for the past 10 years. Instead of raising his own cultivation base, he continued to temper his own strength. He repeatedly controlled the power of each of his divine techniques and the trajectory of his divine power. In the divine realm, it was already extremely rare for a sword soul to reach the divine realm. After all, the more famous swordsmen in the divine realm were only at the level of divine sword souls. As for the level of sword soul and sword body, there was no one in the divine realm who had reached that level yet. Gradually, a completely different aura rose from Mu Yun's body. The cloudy heavens sword radiance soared into the sky. What's going on? Yuan Gang and Niu Jiji were currently dealing with Huang Yan and Mou, but there was suddenly chaos behind them. Yuan Zhe is dead. Yuan Gang looked over and was instantly stunned. Niu Benben is also dead. Niu Jiji's eyes were red as he suddenly roared. Niu Benben was his half-brother from the same father, and he was at the 4th transformation of the ancestor god realm. He brought him by his side every day and carefully taught him. But now, he was actually dead. I'm going to kill you. He locked his gaze on Mu Yun and charged towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Huang Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Niu Jiji charging over, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief with a solemn expression. He was at the 5th transformation of the ancestor god realm. Even if he had become stronger in the past 10 years, he could only face a 4th transformation of the ancestor god realm. He could quickly find the opponent's lifeline and seek for an extremely fast attack to kill. But the 5th transformation of the ancestor god realm was a completely different level. If he was facing a warrior in the mortal realm, he still had the confidence to kill someone of a higher level. but now, he had no confidence in killing someone of a higher level. Luo Tianqing. Mu Yun yelled in a low voice. Swoosh, 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 300 osteopyrum came out in full force at this moment. Surround them. Don't let any of them go. Yes. Luo Tianqing still obeyed the order obediently. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Among the osteopyrum, some of the seals had been partially removed and had reached the second or third transformation of the ancestor god realm. As the leader, Luo Tianqing was at the fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm. These 300 osteopyrum were Mu Yun's greatest reliance. They had no thoughts of their own and only followed Mu Yun's orders. Seeing this scene, Niu Jiji was even more furious. It turned out that this despicable human had a backup plan long ago. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. As he roared, Niu Jiji's aura became violent at this moment. Hair even appeared on the surface of his body. Raging bull strike. With a low yell, Niu Jiji took a step forward at this moment and charged out directly. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, cracks continuously appeared on the ground. As the ground gradually split open, it was an extremely shocking visual effect. Boom, at this moment, Mu Yun met the attack with a punch. Everyone only saw Mu Yun's figure directly hit the mountain behind her like a cannonball. The mountain instantly exploded into powder. Seeing this scene, Mu Yuanqing and the others' expressions changed slightly. But at this moment, Mu Yun walked out from the ruins. She looked a little disheveled, but at this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Brat. Fortunately, you're not dead. Mu Yun shook her arm. Her numb arm was now tingling with pain. As expected of the purple-eyed sacred bull, terrifying, Mu Yun walked out and looked at the figure in front of her. Die. At this moment, Niu Jiji charged out step by step, and the ground beneath his feet trembled again. At this moment, Mu Yun raised her long sword. Just now, she wanted to test the strength of Niu Jiji's physical body with her physical strength. The facts proved that she was really strong. Her physical body had been nourished by power and was covered by the dragon scale armor. At this moment, she was actually unable to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash with Niu Jiji. Slash. She directly slashed out with her sword. Sword chi whistled, and killing intent filled the air. Under the original intent realm, the sword's power emitted a surging aura that made people extremely excited. Bang, she slashed out with her sword. Under the vigorous sword chi, it collided with Niu Jiji's body, producing a powerful and intense collision sound. The strength and power of this slash was enough to kill a fourth transformation ancestor god. However, it only left a shallow white mark on Niu Jiji's body. The power of this slash did not decrease, but Niu Jiji's defense was too terrifying. Even though Mu Yun was prepared, she was still shocked at this moment. Brat, your swordsmanship is just SOSO. It's too weak. Niu Jiji laughed loudly at this moment, with a contemptuous smile in his eyes. Don't worry. Mu Yun waved her swordsmanship, and each slash was stronger than the previous one. Under the activation of the sword's soul, the celestial sword seemed to have been given life, and no one dared to covet it. A violent aura was released at this moment. Suddenly, there was a puff. A bloody wound on Niu Jiji's arm suddenly split open. Fresh blood was dripping down from the sky. This scene was seen by the crowd. At this moment, all of their faces were filled with astonishment. How dare you hurt me? Niu Jiji was completely furious at this moment. Slash. Mu Yun did not care at all. Streams of sword chi appeared at this moment, with a shocking and majestic sword chi. Mind entry state. At this moment, her comprehension of the nine heavens god-slaying sword technique rose again, and directly reached the second stage, the mind entry state. The power of this slash was more than 10 times stronger than before. Bang, as the sword chi roared, the sound of killing was incomparably shocking. This was the domineering part of the nine heavens god-slaying sword technique. When the mind entry state reached the mind entry state, the power was more than several times stronger. In an instant, Mu Yun's attack became fierce and domineering. Then, Mu Yun gradually felt her body stretching. The increase in her comprehension of the nine heavens god-slaying sword technique also increased her comprehension of the sword soul. At this moment, Niu Jiji also realized this point. At this moment, he was constantly in a passive state, trapped in a defensive state. Damn it. Niu Jiji's face was ugly at this moment. Why did this fellow's sword power suddenly increase so much? This was too strange. Cover. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure descended from the sky, and the entire cloudy heaven soared directly covered at this moment. Boom, the sword light sprinkled down, the sword chi fluctuated, and a rumbling sound rang out one after another. At this moment, the earth trembled. Puff, Niu Jiji could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Niu Jiji looked around, and the clansmen around him fell down one by one. Those skeletons were not weak, and their defensive power was stronger than his clansmen. If this continued, they would all be exhausted to death sooner or later. Fight. At this moment, Niu Jiji's face turned cold, and he immediately waved his hand. His entire body was constantly growing, from the initial 2 meters, to about 5 meters. On his thick and strong limbs, the clothes were stretched open, and his muscles bulged, and strands of hair appeared. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned purple. The purple light was constantly rotating, and it brought an extremely strong visual impact. Not only that, at this moment, Niu Jiji's eyes carried a crazy power, and the purple lines even began to spread towards his body. What was this? The power of the bloodline. At this moment, Mu Yun carefully held the cloudy heaven sword in her hand. This fellow had become completely different from before. There seemed to be a power in her body that was unsealed and released. At the same time, on the other side, Yuan Gang's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. Gradually, the power in Niu Jiji's body grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a majestic aura spread out from the ground. Boom, he took a step forward. His entire body was filled with a strong aura. This aura gave people a very unfriendly feeling. It was as if the ground was slowly releasing an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Niu Jiji used his own aura to drive the aura of the ground. Bull strike. With a low roar, Niu Jiji charged out directly. Boom, Mu Yun held the celestial sword in front of her, but this strike was too powerful. Mu Yun could feel that if she was 100,000 feet tall mountain, then Niu Jiji was 100,000 feet tall mountain at this moment. Or even more, her figure suddenly retreated, and a majestic aura rushed over again. Seeing Niu Jiji's attack, Mu Yun knew that if she was hit at this time, she would definitely die. Meteor shower. Streaks of light fell straight down like shooting stars. At this moment, Mu Yun took this opportunity to stop Niu Jiji, but she was also retreating. Earth explosion and sky fall. Black mystic stones condensed into a ball and directly exploded, erupting with a terrifying force. However, at this moment, it was still unable to stop Niu Jiji. At this moment, Mu Yun understood that this guy was a mad bull. The power that was erupting now was even comparable to a martial artist in the 7 changes of Ancestor God realm. It was too terrifying, however, it was obviously impossible to admit defeat just like that. She waved her hand and clenched her left hand tightly. Drops of blood essence condensed at this moment. Her right hand held the celestial sword tightly and used all her strength to block Niu Jiji's attack. Damn it! At this moment, Niu Jiji was even more furious. At this moment, he had displayed the power of the purple eye, but he still could not kill this small fry in front of him. This was not realistic at all. Even in his own clan, with his strength of the 5 changes of Ancestor God realm and the power of the purple eye, even a 6 changes of Ancestor God realm could not compete with him. Those who were selected to enter the 9 emptiness realm were all geniuses in the clan. But now, he could not kill a mere 4 changes of Ancestor God realm human. Damn it, damn it. Brat, I'm going to slaughter you. Niu Jiji took a step forward, and the aura of his entire body gushed out. Each wave of killing intent was stronger than the previous one. Barbaric bull soars to the sky. In an instant, Niu Jiji's body rose from the ground and then fell back down. Boom, at this moment, the ground began to tremble. Niu Jiji's figure instantly rushed down. It's time to end this. Mu Yun snorted. At this moment, she raised her left hand to meet the attack. Boom, blood crystal explosion, it exploded. Ah, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A heart-wrenching sound reverberated throughout the entire mountain valley. At this moment, Niu Jiji's body was blown to smithereens. One of his arms, one of his thighs, and his chest were completely shattered. His body fell straight to the ground. Mu Yan's face was frighteningly pale at this moment. He raised his sword and stepped forward. What a waste of my blood essence! At this moment, the cloudy heaven sword in his hand slashed out. With a puff, Niu Jiji's body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Mu Yan directly used the power of devouring and swallowed the power into her body. The rumbling sound was louder than the previous one. At this moment, it was as if thunder was rumbling in her body. At this moment, the ground was gradually cracking. Cracks appeared under Mu Yan's feet. Her body was also cracking at this moment. But at this moment, she stood there motionless, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, her body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. All of Niu Jiji's blood essence was completely absorbed by her. The rumbling sound was louder than the previous one. In her body, her blood essence was sublimated, and her soul was strengthened. Not enough, not enough. At this moment, Mu Yan's face turned cold, and she grabbed out with her palm. Bang, 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 around her, Osteopyrum grabbed the purple-eyed divine ox and Titan giant ape clansmen and sent them directly to Mu Yan's side. With a wave of her palm, those people were forcibly swallowed by Mu Yan. Time passed by bit. With a rumbling sound, it stopped abruptly. At this moment, countless cracks appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body, as if porcelain was about to shatter. At a closer look, those cracks were extremely fine. Terrifying, terrifying, crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Mu Yan's figure stepped out at this moment, and the cracks on the surface shattered into many lines. At the same time, Mu Yan, who walked out, was like white jade, emitting a faint light. Transformation, sublimation. At this moment, Mu Yan gave off a very different feeling. 5 changes of Ancestor God. At this moment, Mu Yan smiled slightly and grabbed out with her palm. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Gang, who was fighting with Mou, felt a majestic aura. Meteor shower. With a wave of her palm, swoosh 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 sounds could be heard. It was as if meteors were falling, bringing an extremely strong visual impact. This time, the impact of the meteor shower was more than several times stronger than before. Yuan Gang's body trembled at this moment. Those exploding meteors fell, and he struck out with his palm, wanting to rush up and kill his way out. However, when the light covered him, it actually carried an extremely violent and scorching aura, and even an irresistible corrosive aura. Ah! At this moment, Yuan Gang screamed miserably. At this moment, his body was being corroded by the scorching light, and he could not resist at all. How could this be? Yuan Gang was completely terrified. His body directly exploded, and the Titan giant ape's original body directly condensed at this moment. A body that was hundreds of meters tall, covered with thick hair, and a pair of eyes that were like gray clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. It's useless. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan's expression was extremely indifferent. It's really useless. With a wave of her palm again, the earth explosion and heavenly meteorite condensed into a black Xian ball. At this moment, the Xian ball released a black torrent that rushed out directly. Boom, the two collided, and the void was torn apart. However, that black Xian ball was indomitable at this moment, and it was unstoppable. At this moment, Yuan Gang's body was being rotated by the Xian ball that was hundreds of meters in size, and he could not control it. In the end, the Xian ball wrapped around him and completely sucked him into a spinning ball. Then, with a boom, he exploded. In an instant, after killing Niu Jiji, she broke through the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm, and with a wave of her hand, she executed 2 great god techniques to kill Yuan Gang. Terrifying. At this moment, Mou only felt that Mu Yan was not just terrifying. After devouring Niu Jiji's chi and blood, this fellow seemed to have reached a new level. It was not a realm that had increased, but an extreme change in herself. This kind of thing was hard to say. Gradually, the 300 Osteopyrum finished off the people of the 2 clans one by one. At this moment, Mu Yan looked at the dozens of corpses, and with a wave of her palm, waves of essence, chi, and spirit were continuously devoured. This time, it was not for herself, but for the 5th external incarnation that she had condensed. At the same time, the many osteopyrum, as well as Mou and Huang Yan, also felt the changes in their own strength. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun gradually developed a unique feeling in her heart. At this moment, the world tree also grew again. At this moment, the world tree was more than 3 meters tall, and its branches also spread out, becoming lush and verdant. At this moment, the blue sky underworld diagram had spread to an area of 1,000 miles. This scene caused Mu Yun to gradually feel the changes in her body. Comfortable. Slowly, Mu Yun opened her eyes. Mu Yuanqing, Mu Yuanfeng, and Shui Zhuing looked at Mu Yun at this moment, and they were all shocked. The change in Mu Yun's strength was really magical. At this moment, only Mu Yun himself could feel that in the instant just now, when he killed Niu Jiji with his blood essence, a mysterious power from the entire 9 empty spaces realm poured into his body. That power was indescribable, but Mu Yun could feel that it came from a place. It was not in this low-dimensional space, but most likely, in a high-dimensional space. It was that power just now that gave him an enlightenment, and made him feel that his body had obviously improved to a new level. What is it? Mu Yan's eyes flickered. He had to go there and find out. If he could do it again, it would not be impossible for him to reach the 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Slowly, Mu Yun exhaled. Now, let's get ready to go. Looking around, Mu Yun said with a smile. It's time for those guys to prepare for death. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and she said, after dealing with these guys in the low-dimensional space, we can go to the high-dimensional space and really solve this crisis. At this moment, Huang Yan's face was pale. Mu Yun looked at Mou and said, take good care of him. Next time, when you encounter danger, don't be so brave. Inform me as soon as possible. Why do you have to be so brave? Mu Yun said indifferently, your lives are mine. You can't throw them away. As soon as these words came out, Mou and Huang Yan lowered their heads and did not say anything. This time, no matter what, Mu Yun had indeed saved him. Although Huang Yan still hated Mu Yun in his heart, he did not look down on her. This human was very powerful. The Osteopyrum army withdrew into the blue sky Yellow Springs diagram, and Mu Yun left with Mu Yuanqing and the other 3. For a long time, Mu Yun and the other 3 carried out a carpet search in the low-dimensional space of the 9 empty realm. Originally, when the warriors of the 7 races saw them, they rushed forward first, wanting to kill them. But as Mu Yun's strength was displayed, those people gradually realized that this time, they had suffered a setback. Here, they met an unusual guy. Mu Yun, this child was at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and had killed Niu Jiji of the Purple-Eyed Divine Ox clan and Yuan Gang of the Titan Giant Ape clan. This matter was really hard to accept. And after 7 years, another piece of shocking news appeared again. The leader of the White Dragon Horse clan in the low-dimensional space, Bai Ziqing, was killed. Bai Ziqing was considered one of the more powerful ones in the low-dimensional space this time, but he was actually dead. And the person who killed him was Mu Yun. When this news spread, the warriors of the 7 major clans were completely flustered. This Mu Yun was going to kill them one by one. At this moment, the remaining leaders of the 4 major clans hurriedly gathered together. At this moment, several figures had gathered in the middle of a pile of rocks. About 100 figures were standing in the east, south, west, and north. In the center of the open space, 4 figures stood 100 meters apart from each other. Among them, Long Kaifeng was among them. This brat, I sent someone to kill him when he just entered the low-dimensional space that day, but he escaped. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, he would actually advance to the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and have such terrifying means. Long Kaifeng couldn't help but shout. You've seen him? Beside Long Kaifeng, Miao Zhanyu also said, this kid is extraordinary. In the human world, he shouldn't be a nobody. Opposite the 2 of them, one of them was dressed in a gray robe. He was as thin as a match, and his arms seemed to be covered with a layer of skin. His eyes were even grayish-black. This person opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Long Kaifeng, you said that guy was in the 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm at that time? After more than 10 years, he actually reached the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and could kill Bai Ziqing of the White Dragon Horse clan. I'm very curious. Is this guy's meat delicious? Hearing this, Miao Zhanyu and Long Kaifeng's bodies trembled slightly. Corpse official, you eat human flesh every day. Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death one day? The strong man standing next to the corpse official said. Cheng Fu, if you say more, do you believe that Fine. I won't provoke you. The corpse official was a corpse-eating beast clan. It had always liked to devour the flesh and blood of corpses. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of action was incomparably disgusting and nauseating, but in the eyes of the corpse-eating beasts, it was as noble as a sacred sacrifice. At this moment, Cheng Fu's eyes carried a wisp of solemnity as he said once more, but this time, we really can't be careless. After all, those fellows in the higher dimensional space haven't found the location of the node. If we fail now, then it'll be difficult for them. Hearing this, the expressions of the other three turned cold. I have to think of a way to get rid of this person. The four of them looked at each other. At this very moment, all of their expressions were grave. Right now, what we need to do is not only about this Muyun. I also heard that 3 people have appeared. They are also very troublesome. 2 of them are called Shuizhan and Shuiqing. The last one is called Wang Zedong. The 3 of them are all at the 5th transformation of the ancestor god realm. Furthermore, their cultivation is extremely powerful. They have killed many of our clansmen. I know the Wang Zedong that Cheng Fu mentioned. Last time, I fought with him and we were evenly matched. Miao Zhanyu interjected. They were neck and neck. Miao Zhanyu was from the 9-tailed cat clan. His strength was not low, and he was actually on par with him. Damn it. Long Kaifeng cursed. I originally thought that without the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao, the humans in the mortal world were all trash except for those in the Xiaoyao sacred ground. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful genius. We still can't be careless. The corpse official's voice was low as if a dead person was speaking. He said, I once heard a piece of news by accident. The 7 major clans are just a drop in the ocean in the Kanglin myriad world. You all know that. In the Kanglin myriad world, the Xiaoyao sacred ground was established by the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. Later, it was said that it was controlled by the Yi family. However, when the news of Yi Xiaoyao's death spread, it was said that it was under the control of his daughter, Yi Yushi. Later on, it was said that Yi Yushi fell in love with a man from the mortal world and gave birth to a son. This child had a strange bloodline that was comparable to the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. Therefore, many major clans were interested in this kid. Later on, Yi Yushi was captured and imprisoned in order to protect the father and son. I don't know if this is true or not, but it can be seen that the mortal world can't be underestimated. After all, many great figures have appeared in the mortal world. Some of the great figures are people that even the first-rate clans are not willing to provoke. The corpse official said coldly, therefore, you all better understand that although our opponents are weak, it doesn't mean that none of them are strong. Yes. Cheng Fu nodded and said, when I was young, I was fortunate enough to attend the birthday celebration of a second-rate clan leader with an ancestor of my clan. At that time, I heard a name. That person seemed to be called the Human Emperor. At that time, I vaguely remember that when that guy appeared, the second-rate clan leader personally went down the stairs to welcome him. His attitude was extremely respectful. At that time, I didn't understand why a second-rate clan leader would be so respectful to a human. When the corpse official said this, the few of them felt that the Kanglin myriad world was vast and boundless. It was something that they might not be able to finish traversing in their lifetime. This time, they accidentally entered the ancient treasury and found the path to the mortal world. They wanted to adopt the mortal world as their own treasure land and strengthen their own clans. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle had always been so. Although the human clan was not in the 9th tier, from time to time, 1 or 2 existences comparable to the clan leaders of the first-rate clans would appear in the human clan. Therefore, they could not let down their guard against the human clan. Since that's the case, our 4 clans should unite now. Miao Zhanyu said, moreover, the Titan Giant Ape clan, the Purple-Eyed Divine Ox clan, and the White Dragon Horse clan still have many clansmen in this low-dimensional space. If we surround them, no matter how powerful that Muyun is, she won't be a match for our group. All right. Yes. At this moment, the four of them nodded. At this moment, it was not the time to be calculative about the grudges between them. They had to survive in the low-dimensional space. Otherwise, even if their clansmen in the high-dimensional space found the node and destroyed it, they would not be able to return to their clans. It was even possible that due to the destruction of the Nine Void Realm, they would vanish into thin air along with it. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. At this moment, when the four clans were united, changes were happening everywhere in the Nine Void Realm. By the side of a river, more than 10 figures gathered. These more than 10 people were all dressed in blood-red clothes and were murderous. The auras of the two figures sitting cross-legged by the river were even more frightening. Xueqing, there were 500 of us from the Blood Clan in the low-dimensional space, but now, there are only a dozen of us left. Those outsiders are really ruthless. Xuezhan had a murderous aura on his body as he said fiercely. They're not the only ones who are ruthless. Xueqing said in a low voice, it's obvious that some of the clansmen's corpses we found were not killed by outsiders. This is the most hateful part. Someone actually dared to make a move on our Blood Clan. Xuezhan said angrily, if I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Who else could it be? At this moment, a bloody light flashed in Xueqing's eyes. He said, who else could it be other than him? You mean Mu Yun? Xuezhan's expression changed slightly. He said, that's impossible. Before he entered here, he was only in the second transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Even if he improved, he should at most be in the third transformation of the Ancestor God realm. He's the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. This time, the Shepherds sent a few experts. As soon as these words came out, Xuezhan's expression turned ugly. Damn it. That Crown Prince of the Shepherds was killed by him last time. At that time, the Crown Prince was furious. Now, he actually dares to, it doesn't matter. Xueqing said indifferently, if we find him, he'll definitely die. At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Mu Yun did not know that someone was already bearing a grudge against him. Halfway up a mountain, on a piece of flat land, dozens of figures stood in the surroundings, cautiously looking outside, carefully inspecting the area. In the middle, several figures stood still. Only one figure was sitting on a rock. Your Highness, that's about it. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting on a rock. In front of her, two young men cupped their hands and stood still. Alright, you guys take a rest first. Looking at the two people in front of her, Mu Yun waved her hand. These two people were called Mu Dongtian and Mu Yun. They were also high-ranking members of the Shepherds. Both of them were in the fifth transformation of the Ancestor God realm. In this low-dimensional space, these two people could be said to be the leaders. However, after 17 years, there were only a few dozen shepherds left in the low-dimensional space. The casualties were too heavy. At this moment, Mu Yuanqing secretly gritted his teeth and said, those foreign warriors will be killed sooner or later. As soon as these words came out, a trace of murderous intent slowly condensed in Mu Yun's eyes. Yes, we have to kill them all. Mu Yun said indifferently, otherwise, the Shepherd's warriors will die in vain. Mu Yun had fought with the warriors of the 7 clans before and knew deeply how powerful they were. Although the Shepherd's warriors were carefully selected this time, they were still a little weak compared to these people. In addition, there was no leader to lead them. It was easy for a group of more than a dozen people to be wiped out when they encountered the warriors of the 4th or 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Right now, the main forces of the White Dragon Horse clan, the Titan Giant Ape clan, and the Purple-Eyed Divine Ox clan have basically been slaughtered by us. I'm afraid the other 4 clans won't be left alone now. What we need to do now is to find out their location and defeat them one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Think about it, if destroying the 9 empty realm needs to be done in a high-dimensional space, then why would the 7 clans send out warriors below the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm? No matter when, they could not be careless when facing those guys. Unless they were completely annihilated, there would be a bigger threat later. Both Mu Dongtian and Mu Yunhai nodded in agreement. As the Crown Prince, Mu Yun had only returned to the Shepherds 100 years ago. But now, he had reached the 5th transformation from the 1st transformation to the 1st transformation. This level of improvement could be said to be rapid. They respected and worshipped Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun had returned, he was even more ferocious than in his previous life. This made them even more convinced. Next, focus on finding the leaders of the remaining 4 clans. Everything will be over once we kill them. Yes. After the instructions were given, everyone dispersed and cultivated on their own. Now that Mu Yun had reached the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, he continued to stabilize his strength. He no longer sought to improve his cultivation level. Instead, he condensed and strengthened the 9 God arts on the Saint Steel. He even injected a trace of power into his body. The power of the God arts could gradually undergo a huge transformation. Gradually, a trace of determination appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. At this moment, the glazed golden bead, God-suppressing banner, Ice Soul Divine Sword, treasured flame lamp, and sky-splitting axe surrounded Mu Yun. These 5 creation divine artifacts were no longer compatible with Mu Yun's current cultivation level. But Mu Yun did not abandon them. The 5 fortune divine artifacts had an extremely stable compatibility with his crimson spirit. This time, Mu Yun wanted to merge the 5 creation divine artifacts with his crimson spirit, so that his crimson spirit could improve to another level. Old friend, you have been covered in dust for so many years. It's time for you to gradually reveal your claws and teeth. Just like you and I in the past, radiating light in all directions and illuminating the entire divine world. Buzz, the crimson spirit was flickering with black light, carrying a terrifying aura. Begin. All of a sudden, the 5 destinable divine artifacts started to spin rapidly. Gradually, 5 rays of light were injected into the crimson spirit. As the rays of light shot in all directions, the aura became stronger. At this moment, Qi Ling was just like Mu Yun, swallowing the light from the 5 fortune divine artifacts in big gulps. Gradually, Mu Yun felt an inexplicable connection between her body and the crimson spirit. A 5-pointed star formation appeared under his feet. Within the body of the crimson spirit spear, a 5-pointed star formation also appeared. The 2 astral formations contained the same aura. Mu Yun's mind moved, and Qi Ling immediately stood up straight. This feeling was as if there was a deep connection between the 2 of them, making them extremely close. At this moment, Mu Yun moved slightly. At this moment, Crimson Spirit seemed to have come alive, bringing with it a shocking aura. He could not explain it clearly, but he could clearly feel it. The Crimson Spirit seemed to contain a unique consciousness. Phew, Mu Yun exhaled slowly. Crimson spirits were already full of mysteries, and now, in his hands, they were being treated unfairly. If he wanted to raise his red spirit, he would need to take care of it carefully. Your Highness. A voice sounded at this moment. Mu Dongtian cupped his hands and looked at Mu Yun, saying, Your Highness, we found someone fighting on a grassland 70 miles away. Oh? Who? Dozens of people from the White Dragon Steed clan have surrounded the young miss of the Zhang clan, Xianxia. I see that there are only a dozen people around Xianxia, and I don't think she can hold on for long. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flashed slightly. Xianxia, the princess of the Zhang clan. Your Highness, should we save her or not? Mu Dongtian asked cautiously. After all, she was from the Zhang clan, and the relationship between the 9 clans and the shepherds was very tense. Let's go and take a look. Mu Yun said at this moment. Xianxia treated him quite well in the past. Although she did not know that he was Mu Yun, she still had some friendship with him after all. And now, Mu Yun understood that the warriors of the 10 clans had entered this place to unite against the foreign clans, and it was not the time to fuss over this matter. If the mortal world did not exist, what was the point of the 10 clans fighting? Big brother, this woman is really difficult to deal with. Be careful, brothers. At this moment, on a grassland, dozens of figures surrounded a dozen other figures. The beautiful figure in the center was dressed in a long white dress, and her exquisite figure was quite charming. At this moment, there was a trace of paleness on her pretty face, and the fluctuation of her divine power was also gradually decreasing. It was Xianxia. Your Highness, please leave first. Beside Xianxia, 2 warriors of the 5 transformation realm from the Zhang clan shouted in a low voice, These bastards are too despicable. Princess, please leave first, and we will stay behind. We can be in trouble, but you can't. I'm not leaving. Xianxia said unyieldingly, as the princess of the Zhang clan, what kind of princess am I if I shrink back at the last moment? Either we die together, or we leave together. Xianxia's face was filled with determination. Hearing this, the dozen people around her were unafraid of death at this moment. Everyone, listen to my command. Kill your way out and leave this place. The two people immediately held their divine weapons and charged out directly. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged out at this moment. Hee. Ignorant. At the same time, the two men who were leading the opposite side had a mocking smile in their eyes. The four of you, kill those two people. One of the fair-skinned men grinned and said, You want to kill your way out? Dream on. Yes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 4 warriors of the 5 transformation realm from the White Dragon Horse clan charged out directly. Xian, Zhang Jin, be careful. Xianxia immediately charged out at this moment. However, suddenly, 2 figures blocked her path. Hee, little beauty, where are you going? The 2 men who were leading the group had powerful auras, and there was a flattering smile on their faces at this moment. Get lost. Xianxia immediately slashed out with her sword. You don't want to admit defeat. The 2 men looked at each other and immediately charged out at the same time. In an instant, everyone started fighting. The White Dragon Horse clan obviously had the advantage in numbers, and there were 6 warriors of the 5 transformation realm. On the Zhang clan's side, there were only Xianxia, Xian, and Zhang Jin left. 6 against 3, there was no chance of winning at all. At this moment, a scream was heard. Suddenly, Zhang Jin's face turned pale as a long spear pierced through his body. Before he could react, a sword slashed horizontally and chopped off his entire head. Zhang Jin. Xian and Xianxia's expressions changed completely. A warrior of the 5 transformation realm was killed just like that. The gap was too big. They were both of the 5 transformation realm, but they were already no match for the White Dragon Horse clan. In addition, the White Dragon Horse clan had the advantage in numbers, so they were at a disadvantage. If this continued, everyone would die here. At this moment, a ruthless look appeared in the corner of Xianxia's eyes. Holy Will Fate incantation. A low roar was heard instantly. Suddenly, a violent aura burst out from Xianxia's body. Die. A shout was heard as the long sword slashed out. Bang bang, immediately, 2 figures were buried under Xianxia's long sword. Damn it. The 2 men who were leading the group were furious when they saw this scene. Bai Tongyu, don't hold back. Bai Yuanfeng, it's a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. Is the lives of our people more important, or is the woman more important? Our people, of course. In a few short words, the 2 of them had already charged out. At this moment, the 2 of them transformed into 2 tall, well-built steeds. The steeds were snow white, their white hair fluttering in the wind as a pure and vast aura of righteousness spread out. Xianxia's expression turned serious when she saw this scene. White dragon steeds were a 9th grade race, but they were extremely fast and their attacks were fierce. Their attacks were not as powerful as a mountain, but as light as a feather. Their auras rose as the 2 white steeds charged at Xianxia. Flowery feather sword. She unsheathed her sword and sword aura swept out. At this moment, the long sword was slowly released. The powerful aura grew stronger with each wave. As the sword aura rolled, a frightening aura spread out. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi surrounded Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng's bodies. At that moment, the 2 of them were completely surrounded. That's not enough to stop the 2 of us. Bai Tongyu sneered and stomped down with a hoof. The hoof condensed and expanded in an instant, heading straight for Xianxia. Boom, instantly, the sword aura and hoof print alternated, and the ground gradually shook. At this moment, Xianxia's face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Let me tell you. Compared to the white dragon steeds, you humans are pathetically weak. Bai Tongyu sneered. His tone was cold and detached. Bai Yuanfeng, can I spare this woman's life now? Bai Tongyu sneered. It's rare to see such a decent woman in this place. If you don't let me have a few bites, I'll suffocate to death. All right. Bai Yuanfeng nodded and said, let our brothers have some fun after eating. These lowly humans should pay the price for their arrogance. All right. At this moment, the two of them once again transformed into their human forms. Xianxia's face turned pale when she saw this. If you want me to submit, you'll have to die. At this moment, a murderous look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. If these guys had not teamed up to set up a trap, she would not have lost so many of her Xian tribe warriors, and would not have fallen into such a disadvantageous situation. They seemed to be calling the humans despicable, but in fact, they were the most despicable ones. Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger, and the long sword in her hand transformed into multiple long swords. The sword shadows blotted out the sky and covered the earth. At this moment, they charged forward. Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng did not expect Xianxia to still be able to use such a domineering divine technique at this point, and a trace of panic appeared on their faces. Slash! With a delicate cry, the sword aura whizzed down with an earth-shattering force. Protect yourselves! Bai Tongyu immediately shouted at his clansmen. All the white dragon steeds immediately retreated. Retreat! At this moment, Xianxia shouted and led the remaining dozen or so people away in a flash. Puff, 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 in an instant, the sword shadows fell. But suddenly, everyone was stunned. This is an illusion. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was ugly. Your Highness, they'll catch up to you sooner or later if you keep running like this. Please leave first. Xianxia said hurriedly. If you want to. Leave, you leave first. Xianxia said stubbornly. As a princess, if I can't protect my own people, what's the point of being a princess? Your Highness. Xianxia said firmly. Stop talking. Xianxia shouted. All of you, leave now. Don't let the opportunity I've earned go to waste. Yes. Xianxia gritted his teeth and rushed out with a dozen figures beside him. Run? None of you will be able to escape today. A cold voice sounded at this moment. Immediately, dozens of figures charged toward them. Trying to compete in speed with the White Dragon Horse clan? Are you out of your mind? Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng rushed over at that moment. Damn it. Xianxia did not expect these two to be so fast. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Bai Tongyu's expression was terrifying. Protect the princess. Kill. Xianxia's face was also filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, murderous intent filled the air. The two sides clashed again, but now, they were no longer on the same level. Xianxia could not stop the two of them at all. Little beauty, I was going to spare your life, but there's no need for that now. Bai Tongyu took a step forward and stomped his hoof. His murderous aura spread completely at this moment. Xianxia's face was pale, but she knew that she could not retreat. Kill. In an instant, the two figures collided. Bang, a loud crash was heard. Xianxia's body was pushed back, her face even paler. Bai Yuanfeng took a step forward and charged out from behind Xianxia with his hoof. Xianxia could not dodge this hoof. She could only take it head-on. However, Xianxia knew that if she took it head-on, she would definitely die. But now, there was no way out. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia's murderous aura surged. Bang! Xianxia was ready to die. Whoosh! At this moment, just as the two figures were about to collide, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. The ground was split open. A black figure rushed into the sky. Bang! An explosion rang out, and light shot out in all directions. A flower of blood blossomed. At this moment, the scene fell silent. Following that, a miserable shriek was heard. Bai Yuanfeng's scream broke the silence. The blood-curdling scream caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. Yuanfeng! A loud roar rang out. Everyone from the White Dragon Steed clan seemed to have gone berserk. White Dragon Steeds, they're just a 9th grade race. Don't you think they're too inexperienced to be so presumptuous in the territory of the human realm? A chuckle could be heard. At this moment, the black shadow shot back and landed in the hands of a figure, standing proudly. Mu Yun. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised when she saw this. But then, his expression dimmed slightly. Did Mu Yun appear here to help her, or, do you want to die? A cold yell could be heard. Bai Tongyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Who was this damned human? How dare she ruin his plans? Bai Yuanfeng's face was pale. One of his legs was broken. He stood in the void, and the resentment in his eyes intensified. Such a murderous aura? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. The ninth-grade races look powerful, but I think that's all there is to them. Bai Ziqing opened his mouth and shut his mouth, thinking that he was the heavenly king. That was why I killed him. Both Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng were surprised when they heard that. You're Mu Yun. You're Mu Yun. At this moment, the two of them were aghast and couldn't help but curse out loud. When they saw this scene, the two of them looked at each other and became nervous. Attack together and kill her. Bai Tongyu suddenly shouted. Protect the crown prince. In an instant, the shepherd's warriors charged out one by one. Mu Yun smiled again. I came to the 9 empty spaces realm this time to clean up all of you. Now that I'm in front of you, I have nothing else to say. Qi Ling in her hand swung out. In an instant, the spear flashed and stabbed out. Mu Yan's aura exploded at this moment. Under the light of the spear, Mu Yan's figure surged wave after wave. Charge! Qi Ling and Mu Yan's minds were connected. At this moment, they were connected to each other. Bang, an explosion sounded at this moment. Between the spear flashes, sharp attacks burst out and rushed toward the two of them. The two of them had no choice but to retreat. Seeing this scene, the rest of the crowd were also astonished. Mu Yun was in the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Powerful, Xianxia was even more surprised. This girl had reached the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. She still remembered that Mu Yun was only in the One-Spirit Divine Emperor realm. At that time, she could be considered very weak in the true martial academy. She was insignificant to the academy's disciples. However, many years had passed. Now, Mu Yun was on the same level as her. Her strength had even surpassed her. The crown prince of the shepherds had returned in glory. Now, his strength had increased tremendously. She was the princess of the Zhang clan. Cultivating the Holy Will Fate Sutra meant that she had to abolish all her cultivation and start from scratch. Naturally, her cultivation would increase rapidly. However, Mu Yun had caught up with her. This girl was really terrifying. Princess Zhan. Mu Yuanqing suddenly appeared and grinned. My uncle Yun is handsome, right? Have you fallen in love with him? However, you're out of luck. Putting aside the grudges between the shepherds and the Zhang clan, I have 9 aunts. Xianxia's face flushed red. She shouted, Mu Yuanqing, you're really as talkative as the rumors say. Is that so? Mu Yuanqing laughed. If not, why are you still in a daze? Can't you see that the warriors of the shepherds are fighting to the death? Got it. Xianxia snorted in annoyance and directly charged out. At the same time, Mu Yun was fighting with Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng. At this moment, Qi Ling's spiritual coordination with his was even more perfect. At this moment, Bai Yuanfeng and Bai Tongyu both felt an extremely strong pressure coming at them. This pressure made the two of them face a great threat. Let's retreat. Bai Yuanfeng said angrily. Even Bai Ziqing was killed by him. The two of us are no match for him. All right. Bai Tongyu also responded at this moment. Trying to run? Seeing that the two of them wanted to run, Mu Yun naturally would not allow it. With a wave of his hand, streaks of murderous aura condensed. Mu Yun's power was gradually gathering all over his body. Sky imprisoning seal. 2 iron chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng. Clattering sounds were heard everywhere. At this moment, the two of them were bound and suddenly realized that they could not resist at all. How could this be? The two of them were completely dumbfounded. They could not defeat him, but they could not run away? I told you, I came to the 9 emptiness realm this time to kill you. With a wave of his hand, the iron chains wrapped around the two of them and retracted. Bang, Bai Yuanfeng's body was directly slapped back by Mu Yun's palm. In an instant, his entire body was sucked in. Waves of overbearing devouring aura appeared at this moment. Bai Yuanfeng's face was pale and his body trembled. What about me? Just accept your death. Mu Yun slapped out, and with a crack, Bai Yuanfeng's body completely lost its vitality at this moment. On the other side, Bai Tongyu was already scared out of his wits. Don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave. No need. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, you're not qualified to be my mount. The iron chains snaked and pierced through Bai Tongyu's body. At this moment, Mu Yun did not hold back and directly devoured the aura of the two of them into her own body. The vigorous and pure energy, as nourishment, once again made Mu Yun feel that her body was improving. Comfortable, pure, Mu Yun's eyes turned and looked at the remaining 2-5 transformation ancestor gods. She licked her lips and directly attacked. After half a day of fighting, only a few of the white dragon steeds managed to escape. The rest were all killed at this moment. The shepherds and the Zhan tribe warriors joined forces and had a certain advantage in terms of numbers. In addition to Mu Yun's attack, the threat of a 5 transformation ancestor god killing machine was too great. Thank you. On the grassland, Xianxia stroked the hair in front of her forehead and looked at Mu Yun with a little embarrassment. No need. Mu Yun was neither servile nor overbearing. She said expressionlessly, the situation is different this time. The 10 tribes must have joined forces to deal with the invasion of the foreign tribes. We're considered allies. Since you're in trouble, it's only right for me to help. It was not difficult for Xianxia to hear Mu Yun's unapproachable tone. Moreover, your aunt is by my side. Even if we didn't join forces this time, I wouldn't leave you in the lurch. Xianxia's face darkened. Just because of her aunt, Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said again, this place is quite dangerous. Where are your Zhan tribe warriors? There are only so many people left. Xianxia said bitterly. Mu Yun frowned. He originally thought that the shepherd's warriors had already suffered heavy casualties, but he didn't expect that the Zhan tribe's warriors had suffered even more casualties. Although we suffered heavy losses, the invading 7 and 9 clans also suffered heavy losses. Now, only the 9-tailed cat tribe, the double-winged silver lion tribe, the corpse-eating beast tribe, and the dragon rhinoceros tribe still have the strength to resist. Xianxia analyzed seriously. I think it's impossible to deal with them one by one. Mu Yun nodded in agreement when he heard this. It was indeed impossible to deal with them when they joined forces. There were at least a few hundred people left now. If that's the case, come with us first. Mu Yun said. If our 2 clans work together, we can at least increase our strength. If we really encounter them, we'll be able to deal with them. Xianxia understood that the dozen or so people around her were not enough. Moreover, she was injured. If they encountered a group of foreign clans, they would probably be wiped out. There were almost 100 people in the 2 groups at this moment. In the 9 empty realms, unless they were unlucky enough to encounter an alliance of 2 foreign clans, it would be difficult to find a match for them. Along the way, the warriors of the shepherds did not treat the people of the Zhan clan kindly. If not for Mu Yun, they would not even bother with these guys. Back then, the shepherds suffered heavy losses during the 9 clans expedition. Many of them lost their family and friends, and the Zhan clan was among them. This hatred was not something that could be erased so easily. Everyone present was the top warriors of the shepherds in various realms. They had all participated in the battle back then and could understand the despair. However, it was also because of this that they respected the crown prince even more. That was why they did not cause trouble. At this moment, the large group was resting at the foot of a mountain. Xianxia's face was slightly pale. Xianxia looked around cautiously and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, are you all right? I'm fine. Xianxia exhaled and swallowed some divine pills. She did feel much better now. These guys are looking at us with unfriendly eyes. Your Highness, why don't we leave them and find a place to stay? Xianxia shook her head when she heard that. I'm at the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm. I'm no match for Bai Tongyu and Bai Yuanfeng because I was ambushed this time. However, even if it wasn't an ambush, I'm no match for the 2 of them. At most, I'll be on par with them. However, look at Mu Yun. He killed the 2 of them by himself and it looks like it was easy for him. You and I have both seen how powerful those guys are. It's not hard to imagine how terrifying Mu Yun's strength is. Before he came in, he was only at the second change of the ancestor god realm. If we leave the shepherds, I'm afraid that these 10+ people will ultimately die in the hands of those outsiders. At this moment, Xianxia's brows were filled with sorrow. She had not expected the foreign races to possess such terrifying strength. At the same level, it would take at least 2 elite warriors of the Zhang clan to entangle a foreign warrior. Moreover, it was impossible to kill him. However, she found Mu Yun even more unbelievable. According to what she knew, Mu Yun was only at the second transformation of the ancestor god realm. When they met again, she was actually at the 5th transformation of the ancestor god realm. She didn't know that Mu Yun had already attained the 4th transformation of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm before she entered this place. At this moment, Mu Yun and Mu Dongtian were standing beside Mu Yun. They were like 2 pillars that stabilized the sea, not moving at all. Mu Yuanqing, Mu Yuanfeng, and Shui Zhuing sat beside Mu Yun. Uncle Yun, that Xianxia looks pretty good. Why don't you take her in as my aunt? Mu Yuanqing chuckled. That's perfect. You brat, shut up. Mu Yuanfeng couldn't help but say, no matter how beautiful Xianxia is, how can she compare to the 9 aunts? Uncle Yun's standards are so high. How could he take a fancy to her? That's true, that's true. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, they started to talk without any restraint. A few figures appeared in the group at this moment. Your Highness. The leader of the group was a young man. He cupped his hands together and said while panting, I've found out the news. Now, the leaders of the 4 great tribes have gathered together. It seems like they are preparing to join forces. It seems that after we killed Bai Ziqing, Yuan Gang and the others, these fellows have already started to fear us. Do you know where they are? Mu Yun asked. I don't know. I'm not sure where those people are. They are all low-key when dealing with each other. They aren't as ostentatious as before. Moreover, not only that, on the Blood Clan's side, Shui Zhan and Xueqing have also killed many members of the 7 great tribes. There's also Wang Zedong of the royal tribe. That guy is said to be the younger brother of the royal tribe's crown prince, Wang Zihao. He has 5 changes of the ancestor god transformation, and his strength is also very terrifying. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that there were still a few ruthless characters among the 7 great tribes who could make the 7 great tribes suffer. He just didn't know if these guys would be even more powerful when they encountered him. Perhaps these guys wouldn't hold back when they saw him. Mu Yun looked around and said, get rid of the remaining leaders of the 4 great tribes. The others are nothing to worry about. What I'm more worried about now is the problem of the higher dimensional space. Although these people from the lower dimensional space are responsible for providing support, if the higher dimensional space fails, they will have come in vain. So the most important thing is to stop those guys from the higher dimensional space. Mu Yun said calmly, however, in the higher dimensional space, except for the Crown Prince Xue Xiao and the Crown Prince Wang Zihao, the others are all here. With their methods, I'm afraid they won't let the shepherds go. As soon as these words came out, the others agreed. But, Uncle Yun. Mu Yuanqing suddenly interrupted, even so, if you go, you won't be able to change the situation. As soon as these words came out, Shui Zhuing and Mu Yuanfeng both looked at Mu Yuanqing with strange expressions. This guy shouldn't speak if he didn't know how to. It's true that I can't change the situation, but if I can reach the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm, at least, Mu Yun's eyes flashed, and a cold light flashed. At least, he was confident that he could kill the 2 princes, Zhu Chen of the Zhu clan and Yang Yu of the Yang clan. Of course, the premise was that the 9 great ancient clans had designs on the shepherds. Otherwise, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. After all, this matter concerned the survival of the mortal realm. He didn't want to cause trouble. Then what should we do now? Shui Zhuing asked. He worshipped Mu Yun crazily. At this moment, all of Mu Yun's words were as sacred as an imperial edict in his eyes. What should we do? Of course, we'll find them. Mu Yun stood up and said with a smile, it's time for those fellows to pay the price. Long Kaifeng, Shi Chen, Cheng Fu, and Miao Zhanyu are dead. The warriors of the 4 clans will have no leader and won't be a threat anymore. Alright. At this moment, they were full of confidence. After all, Mu Yun was also at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with opponents at the same level. With him around, everyone was very calm. Mu Yun stood up and came to Xianxia and the others. Princess Zhan. Mu Yun smiled and said, "How's your cultivation?" "I'm probably fine." Xianxia smiled faintly. The paleness on her face couldn't be hidden. Princess Zhan's cultivation has improved rapidly. It seems that the Holy Wheel Fate manual is indeed terrifying. No wonder it could make Princess Zhan cripple her own cultivation and improve it again. No matter how fast I am, I can't compare to Prince Mu. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Your current cultivation has reached the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Although I'm at the same level as you, my strength is far from yours. Mu Yun smiled at this. In that case, let's get ready to set off. Mu Yun said again, you also know that if we don't get rid of those fellows, we won't be safe here for even a day. Moreover, if those fellows in the higher dimension open the node and completely abandon the 9 emptiness realm and open the passageway to the human realm, then, it will really be a crisis for the human race. Mu Yun's words were sincere at this moment. Alright. Xianxia immediately called out to the others. At the same time, everyone was looking at each other. Under Mu Yun's orders, the shepherds naturally wouldn't say much. The Zhan clan disciples were fewer in number, so they didn't dare to say much at this moment. 2 teams of nearly 100 people set off again under the leadership of Xianxia and Mu Yun. However, it was different from the beginning. This time, it was no longer the 7 great clans who were busy searching and killing the people of the 10 great ancient clans. Instead, it was them who were busy slaughtering those fellows. This time, the shepherds and the Zhan clan suffered great losses. However, they also achieved results. The 7 great clans suffered even greater losses. For half a month, nearly 100 people kept searching, but they still found nothing. On this day, while everyone was resting, a few figures flew over quickly. You are Zhao's people. Seeing those people, Xianxia stood up. Princess Zhan. Seeing Xianxia, the leading young man hurriedly said, Princess Zhan, it's great to see you. Quickly go and save my highness. Your highness? Xianxia was stunned and said, which highness? Who else can it be? His Highness Zhao Yanming. The young man looked flustered and said, if you don't go now, it'll be too late. Zhao Yanming, Mu Yun's expression did not change, but her heart was in turmoil. Back then, Zhao Yanming said that he wanted to leave and go to a place. That place seemed to be called Azura Mountain, and it seemed to be related to a place of inheritance left behind by Patriarch Zhao. Since then, Mu Yun had never seen Zhao Yanming again. Nonsense. Xianxia's pretty face turned cold at this moment. She said, your crown prince disappeared for 10,000 years, and now you are telling me that he encountered danger in the 9 empty realm? Princess Zhan, how dare I lie to you? It's true. The young man was anxious at this moment. What he said is true. Mu Yun walked out at this moment and said calmly, Zhao Yanming is here, not far from us. Oh? Xianxia nodded at this moment and looked at the people behind her. She said, follow me. The Zhan clan and Zhao had always had an excellent relationship. Although she did not know why Zhao Yanming suddenly appeared in the 9 empty realm, she naturally could not sit back and do nothing about this time. Mu Yun stood on the spot at this moment. Uncle, what about us? Let's go and take a look. If this guy died, it would be a huge blow to him. Putting this aside, he and Zhao Yanming had gone through thick and thin together. Before knowing that he was Crown Prince Zhao, the 2 of them were considered friends. So this time, he definitely had to save him. Boom. Before the 2 groups of people arrived, a series of explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Rumbling sounds rang out from the ground in front of him. Everyone had shocked expressions on their faces at this moment. In such a confrontation, both sides had probably used their killing moves. Break! A roar suddenly sounded at this moment. Lightning flashed a few miles ahead, and a figure shot out explosively in the direction of Mu Yun and the others. Your Highness, be careful. Your Highness, be careful. At this moment, Mu Dongtian and Mu Yunhai had already charged out. But a figure was even faster than them. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a ray of light slowly appeared. The heaven-trapping seal pulled out a chain and firmly caught that figure. That person was dressed in a long green robe, and his beard and hair were flying. His face was blood-red, and he looked bleak. It was Zhao Yanming, whom they had not seen in a long time. Crown Prince Mu. Zhao Yanming was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. Zhao Yanming, long time, no see. Mu Yun smiled indifferently. At this moment, Zhao Yanming looked at Mu Yun with a face full of surprise. He could feel the strong aura surging from Mu Yun's body. It was a crazy aura. It gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. He also understood that his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds all these years because of Mu Yun. Now that he had reached the third transformation of the Ancestor God realm, Mu Yun was at least at the fourth transformation of the Ancestor God realm, or even stronger. Are you alright? Mu Yun asked with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness, I'm fine. Well, who's in front? A human or a beast? Zhao Yanming's eyes flashed, and he said angrily, people. As soon as he said this, a smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. Humans. As expected, it's hard to fathom a person's heart. Slowly, Mu Yun's palm danced. A few figures dashed out. At the same time, several silhouettes rushed over from the opposite side. Who? The leader of the group had a powerful aura. His body was stained with blood, and he looked ferocious. Seeing the person opposite him, that person suddenly laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous crown prince of the shepherds. Morong Yuan. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Yanming's face turned cold. Zhao Yanming, you didn't think you'd have such a day, did you? The dignified crown prince Zhao, I remember that you were at the 7 transformation Ancestor God realm 10,000 years ago, but I never expected that after disappearing for 10,000 years, your cultivation would drop to the 3rd transformation Ancestor God realm. Morong Yuan sneered and said, but you're unlucky. Although the crown prince of the shepherds is useless, he has a father who loves him and a good father. No one will fight for the position of crown prince. However, you, Zhao Yanming, are different. You have disappeared for 10,000 years. Your 3 brothers are now in the 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm. It will be harder than ascending the heavens for you to regain your position as the crown prince of the Zhao clan. The corner of Morong Yuan's eyes had a hint of sneer. He turned his gaze to Mu Yun and said again, the dignified crown prince of the shepherds, who used to be at the top of the divine fate list, who even the patriarchs of the 9 great ancient clans were afraid of, has now been reduced to coming to the 9 empty realms with us and risking your life. You're miserable enough. You 2 crown princes are the most miserable crown princes I've ever seen. Presumptuous. Nonsense. How could Mu Dongtian and Mu Yunhai tolerate their highness being pointed at like this? They both let out a low roar and immediately attacked. Are you angry? What a joke. Morong Yuan sneered and flipped his palm. A majestic water vapor soared at this moment. A water snake shuttled through the air and whipped towards Mu Yun and Mu Dongtian. Boom, the 3 figures collided and immediately let out a deafening roar. Brother Mu, let's not talk about this first. Mu Yun said in a low voice, it seems that you haven't been living well these past few years. Haha, Zhao Yanming smiled bitterly and said, since the last time we parted, I went to Azura Mountain and went into seclusion for a long time. I only returned to the Zhao Kingdom after reaching the Ancestor God realm. But today's Zhao Kingdom is different from the past. Zhao Yanming's eyes were filled with a bitter smile. What Morong Yuan said just now was indeed true. He was inferior to Mu Yun. Mu Qingyu only had 1 son, Mu Yun, but his father had 4 sons. Moreover, his 3 brothers had improved their cultivation in the 10,000 years that he had disappeared. Now, they were all in the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm. After returning to the Zhao Kingdom, even the outside world did not know about his current situation. He also understood that his father was protecting him. Now, less than a quarter of the people in the Zhao Kingdom want me to continue being the crown prince. The rest have been fought over by my 3 brothers. However, this is something that can't be helped. After all, I've been away from the Zhao kingdom for too long. Mu Yun nodded as soon as he said this. Zhao Yanming was right. He had been away for too long. Mu Yun also understood that the prosperity he saw when he returned to the shepherds was only on the surface. There were definitely people in the shepherds who were not convinced by him. However, a large part of this force was probably suppressed by his father and uncles. After all, his father and 3 uncles were united. His father had asked him to go to the other sea regions of the Boundless Sea to deal with the Spirit Snake Island. This was also a time for him to prove himself. This kind of proof was not based on one's own strength, but more on the strength of the people around him. Although he was only in the first change of the Ancestor God realm back then, the Cloudwing guards around him were loyal and devoted. When Xianxia returned, his power was strong. In addition, he had the reputation of his wives. Although this was not his own strength, it was still a power that belonged to him. When the people in the shepherds saw this, they should also understand that although the crown prince of the shepherds did not have the strength he had in the past, he had the reputation he had in the past. At the same time, his advancement from the first change of the Ancestor God realm to the 4th change of the Ancestor God realm had caused a huge uproar in the shepherds. The people in the shepherds understood that the crown prince only needed time to return to his peak. Step by step, he had to reconstruct his prestige. Don't worry. What's yours is yours. Mu Yun nodded and said, so, what's your father's attitude? Originally, my father was ambiguous towards me. However, in the past 200 years, when I advanced from the first change of the Ancestor God realm to the 3rd change of the Ancestor God realm, my father made up his mind to continue to let me be the crown prince. Actually, in the end, I still have to thank you. Zhao Yanming smiled and said, your dark seal of life and death is too powerful. When I heard that you had taken control of the 4 great seas of the Boundless Sea and made 3 of the 4 great demon kings submit to you and kill the last one, I knew that you must have relied on the dark seal of life and death. Zhao Yanming could not help but be impressed. Mu Yun's dark seal of life and death was simply unbreakable. The outside world would probably never guess how Mu Yun was able to grasp the 4 great seas of the Boundless Sea so firmly in her hands in such a short time. Alright, let's catch up in the future when we have the chance. These guys still have to be dealt with. Mu Yun pinched her fingers and said with a smile, I really want to see how they are so shameless to be so unscrupulous. Boom boom boom, at this moment, the battle ahead had reached its climax. Zhang Sini's opponent was Han Duanfeng of the Han clan. This person was also at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm and was quite powerful. The other person was watching everything and was not in a hurry to make a move. Sherdinghong, Zhao Yanming looked at that person and said in a low voice, this Sherdinghong has risen in the Shi clan in the past 100 years and is at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. He is extremely terrifying. Mu Yan's gaze was fixed on Sherdinghong. He was clad in iron armor and his figure looked slightly slender. However, he gave off a sharp vibe like that of a falcon. His pair of eyes carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. This guy is extremely famous in the Shi clan and the crown prince of the Shi clan, Shi Shuhuan, thinks highly of him. Therefore, he sent someone to lead him this time. Zhao Yanming said again, rumor has it that one of Shi Shuhuan's trusted subordinates at the 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm offended this guy and this guy beat him half to death with the 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm. It is also because of this that Shi Shuhuan thinks highly of this guy. A 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm beat a 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm half to death? Mu Yan's face revealed a trace of surprise. It seemed that this guy was very powerful. You are Mu Yun, right? Sherdinghong's eyes were looking at Mu Yun at this moment. I heard that the crown prince of the shepherds used thunderous means to help the shepherds conquer the boundless ocean and solve the problem that the shepherds couldn't solve for 10,000 years. Sherdinghong said indifferently, seeing you today, you are only SOSO. As soon as these words were spoken, the smell of gunpowder immediately spread in the field. I heard that you are very powerful. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, a 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm defeated a 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm, crossing 2 levels. How admirable. Humph, if you weren't the crown prince of the shepherds, you wouldn't even be qualified to be looked at in the eye in my eyes. At this moment, Sherdinghong's face was filled with arrogance. He had the ability to be arrogant. A 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm defeating a 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm was something inconceivable, but he had done it. This was enough to prove his strength. Perhaps what happened before only increased my fame. I see that you are also at the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm today. If I can kill you, the Crown Prince will be very happy. Shi Dinghong said faintly, the Crown Prince of the Shepherds is not as strong as he was in the past. You should know that when doing things, you should endure when it is necessary. Of course I know that I should endure, but you are not worthy of my endurance. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, if I blindly endure when facing a mere 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm like you, then I don't need to be the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. As Shi Dinghong's figure flew out, the surface of his body started to turn grayish-white as if it had condensed into a layer of keratinization. It gave off a very strange feeling. This is a kind of bloodline talent. Zhao Yanming was stunned. The bloodline talent of the Shi clan was giantification, not this kind of change. Obviously, the bloodline talent that Shi Dinghong was using now was not the Shi clan's bloodline talent. As a disciple of the Shi clan, Shi Dinghong not only had the giantification bloodline talent, but also another one. This guy was a heavenly pulse individual. This scene immediately caused the surrounding people to exclaim. He was a disciple of the ancient clan and had the giantification bloodline talent of the Shi clan. Now, he was actually a heavenly pulse individual who was born with a bloodline talent. No wonder this guy could defeat a 6 transformation ancestor god when he was only a 4 transformation ancestor god. It's not too late to be afraid now. Shi Dinghong sneered. I said it's not that bad. Why don't you believe me? The celestial sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. The Killing God 9 Heavens sword technique was slowly released at this moment. Sword moves condensed, dispersed, condensed again, and dispersed again. As the cycle continued, the sword aura within Mu Yun's body seemed to be squeezed intensely. With the 9 Heavens God-slaying sword art at the heart level, no matter what sword move he used, its power would become even more unrestrained with the support of the God-level sword soul. Even Mu Yun himself was curious as to what level the power of a double-augmented sword move would reach. Killing sword. He murmured in his heart. This move was just one of the moves that he had used in his life. The sword move was invulnerable. The Killing God 9 Heavens sword technique and the God-level sword soul made the strength of the sword even more exciting. Get lost. At this moment, the surface of Shi Dinghong's body gradually turned grayish-white. Then, his body gradually grew taller as he strode forward. He was close to 2 meters tall and his speed exceeded 3 meters. Then, he reached a height of 10 meters. This was the bloodline talent of the Shi clan, giantification. After gigantification, not only did the warrior's body become several times bigger, but the divine power, reaction speed, and resistance in the body had also increased. This was the true terror of the stone race's bloodline talent. Following the gigantification of his body, his strength also increased. Giant King Divine Fist. Shi Dinghong's body rushed towards Mu Yun. He threw out a punch, and a powerful shockwave attacked. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, the Cloudy Heaven sword in Mu Yun's hand finally flickered with light. The Cloudy Heaven sword was originally a divine sword of a generation. It was very powerful. In addition to the power of the God-level sword soul and the might of the 9 Heavens God-killing sword art, it could be said that it had raised Mu Yun's sword power to the extreme. Slash. With a slash of her sword, the powerful sword chi quickly condensed into a sword ray in front of Mu Yun. At this moment, the sword light whizzed out, bringing with it a sharp and huge sword shadow as it crashed down. Boom, in an instant, the giant sword fell directly toward Shi Dinghong's head. At this moment, Shi Dinghong's huge body directly raised both hands and gripped the giant sword tightly. You're just an ant trying to shake a tree. Shi Dinghong laughed contemptuously. Crown Prince Mu, haven't your spear techniques always been powerful? Why, after being reborn, don't you know how to use a spear? Have you changed to sword techniques? My spear techniques can oppress you like a dog. Killing you with my sword techniques isn't a problem. What a joke. Shi Dinghong sneered and held the sword with both hands. Kacha, kacha, kacha. At this moment, the sword light produced sparks as it was lifted by Shi Dinghong bit by bit. I will ruthlessly shatter your past arrogance and let you understand that the God realm is now 10,000 years ago. Back then, you were outstanding because I, Shi Dinghong, had yet to be born. As soon as Shi Dinghong said this, a murderous aura instantly condensed. At this moment, the pair of palms once again erupted and spread out several meters. Break for me! With a roar, the veins on Shi Dinghong's arms bulged. The ground under his huge body cracked. Clang, however, at this moment, the sword light curved, but there was no sign of it shattering. It's useless. At this moment, Mu Yan's palm lightly pointed. You're dead. At this moment, the sword light of the misty heaven sword scattered. As Mu Yan's finger pointed downwards, it seemed to carry a great force. Powerful rays of light, each wave stronger than the previous one. Slash. Once again, the word slash appeared. Mu Yan's murderous aura whistled. At this moment, the misty heaven sword slowly pressed down on Shi Dinghong. At this moment, Shi Dinghong was stunned to find that he was actually unable to block it at all. At this moment, the sword once again descended. The murderous aura became even more intense. At this moment, Shi Dinghong's legs were trembling. From the beginning to the end, Mu Yun didn't even have a desperate posture. However, he was unable to block it. The sword seemed to be constantly increasing the gravity. Moreover, it was the gravity that imprisoned him, forcing him to face the might of the sword directly. How can this be? Why not? Mu Yun said indifferently, if you were born 10,000 years ago, I reckon that at that time, you would have died even more miserably than now. Die. As the words fell, the might of the misty heaven sword rose. Sword chi shot out solemnly. Bang! In an instant, the burly figure was split into two by the misty heaven sword and completely exploded. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to devour. Shi Dinghong had 2 bloodline talents in his body. It was simply extremely precious. If he devoured it, he would obtain the Shi clan's giantification talent. Moreover, it would be superimposed on Shi Dinghong's own bloodline talents. Suddenly, a surge of power poured into Mu Yun's mind. Slowly, Mu Yun felt that the power was like an iron wall that could increase the surface defense of a martial artist's body. The combination of giantification and this bloodline talent is simply overbearing. Mu Yun murmured in his heart. His current strength wasn't the same as when he had just entered the 9 emptiness realm. This wasn't just an increase in the realm. It was also the operation of the divine technique, as well as the control and proficiency of his own strength. The god-level sword soul, coupled with the 9 heavens god-slaying sword technique and the misty heaven sword, had 3 functions. When he went all out, the power of his sword was enough to kill an opponent of the same level. However, Shi Dinghong was actually able to withstand the power of his sword. It had to be said that this guy's combination of giantification and this iron wall bloodline talent was indeed terrifying. However, he still fell into the hands of Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart moved slightly. He looked at Morong Yuan and Han Duanfeng on the other side. In a flash, Mu Yun appeared directly behind the two of them. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. With a low shout, Mu Yan's finger condensed an extreme ray of light. At this moment, the giant finger suddenly appeared and crushed towards the two of them. Zhang Sini, Mu Dongtian, and Mu Yun hurriedly retreated at this moment. Morong Yuan and Han Duanfeng were aghast at this moment. Shi Dinghong was already dead. They knew Shi Dinghong's strength very well. They didn't expect him to die. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Morong Yuan shouted at this moment, we are all here to kill people from other clans. Why are we fighting now? Why are we doing this? Zhao Yanming said coldly, then why didn't the 3 of you say this when you wanted to kill me? Morong Yuan ignored Zhao Yanming and looked at Mu Yun again. He smiled and said, Crown Prince of the Shepherds, you should know that Zhao also attacked your shepherds in the past. If we kill Crown Prince Zhao, Zhao will be in chaos. This will also allow your shepherds to take revenge. You'd better shut up. At this moment, Mu Yun said indifferently, I, Mu Yun, naturally have my own way of taking revenge. Your Morong clan is also one of the victims. I will kill you first, Morong Yuan, to take revenge. You, Morong Yuan shouted, Crown Prince of the Shepherds, don't think too highly of yourself. This is just a low-dimensional space. What are you doing here? If you have the ability, go to a high-dimensional space. Doing this? Mu Yun laughed. It seemed like they were the ones doing this? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, this time, the 10 clans entered the 9 emptiness realm to cooperate and kill the other clans. Now that the other clans are still alive, you want to fight among yourselves. Although the hatred is great, if the 9 emptiness realm is broken, the other clans will be able to open the passage between the Kanglan myriad world and the human world. Then, all humans will be slaves, or even worse than slaves. You are still here, unable to distinguish right from wrong. In my opinion, you deserve to die. Morong Yuan and Han Duanfeng's expressions changed when they heard this. Mu Yun being able to kill Shi Dinghong already proved that she could kill the two of them. Shi Dinghong's strength was stronger than the two of them combined. Crown Prince Mu, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Morong Yuan cupped his hands and said, we were also forced. Forced? Yes, this order was given to us by the Crown Prince. We can only do as we are told. Zhao Yanming's face turned cold and shouted, nonsense, Morong Fengxiao, why do you want to kill me? It's true. Morong Yuan said helplessly, as for why? Zhao Yanming, you should ask your brothers. Han Duanfeng also immediately said, our crown prince has a good relationship with Zhao Yanming. Zhao Yanming entrusted our young master to kill Zhao Yanming in a low-dimensional space, and there will be a generous reward. Our crown prince was entrusted by Zhao Keiming. At this moment, the two of them each took out a message talisman. 2 different voices sounded from the message talismans. Zhao Yanming heard the voice and his expression changed slightly. Zhao Keiming, Zhao Qingfeng, Zhao Yanming was very sure that he couldn't be wrong. His 2 brothers actually used their personal relationship to ask someone to kill him. Zhao Yanming's face turned ugly for a moment. Those were his brothers. For the position of crown prince, the 4 brothers had grown up together when they were young. Moreover, the eldest and second brothers had almost lost their lives because of him. But now, they wanted to kill him because of the position of crown prince? So much nonsense. 2 figures turned into 2 corpses. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Zhao Yanming. At this moment, he didn't know how to comfort Zhao Yanming. In the shepherds, there were 4 brothers from his father's bloodline. His 3 uncles, Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji, treated him like a child. Moreover, his cousins were even more affectionate and caring. Second uncle's 3 sons, Mu Tianxing, Mu Tianyu, and Mu Tianzi, had always protected him when he was young. Third uncle's 2 sons, Mu Che and Mu Han, had always been quiet. However, every time they saw their father's harsh treatment of him, they couldn't help but beg his third uncle to let him rest more. Fourth uncle's son and daughter, brother Mu Luo and sister Mu Zian, were about the same age as him. Therefore, the 3 of them were even closer. In the shepherds, perhaps because of his father's management, there was no so-called competition between the direct descendants. Mu Yun could understand Zhao Yanming's feelings at this moment. Perhaps it was understandable that his brothers were competing with him for the position of crown prince. However, at this moment, the competition, which was originally blood thicker than water, had evolved into using others to get rid of him. Zhao Yanming couldn't accept this. Relax a little. Mu Yun patted Zhao Yanming's shoulder and comforted him, perhaps this is fake. Yes. Zhao Yanming nodded and said, it must be the Morong clan, Shi clan, and Han clan who are deliberately sowing discord and causing internal strife in the Zhao kingdom. Mu Yun nodded and didn't say much. I will personally ask my brothers about this matter. They definitely won't do this. Zhao Yanming said with certainty. After tens of thousands of years of brotherhood, he definitely didn't believe that his brothers would use others to get rid of him. Mu Yun didn't say anything else. At this moment, Zhao and more than 30 people who followed Zhao Yanming also gathered together. Your Highness. The leading warrior bowed and said, I am incompetent and couldn't protect your Highness. It's not your fault. Zhao Yanming waved his hand and said, Zhao Can, Zhao Jia, pass down the order not to mention this matter to outsiders. Yes. Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them leaving and said indifferently, are these people reliable? It should be reliable. Zhao Yanming said in a low voice, this time, the 5 ancestor god transformations and below were all chosen for me by my father. In his eyes, I'm still recognized. Yes. It seemed like Clan Chief Zhao Yan was rather satisfied with Zhao Yanming. Everyone, let's rest for a moment before we set off. Mu Yan waved her hand. This time, the main forces of the Morong clan, Shi clan, and Han clan in the low-dimensional space had been completely defeated. Only the warriors of the Blood race, the Zhu race, the Yang race, and the Royal race were missing. Now, Mu Yan wasn't too sure about joining forces with them to deal with the foreign warriors. This time, the three clans of the Morong clan had joined hands to deal with Zhao Yanming. Even in the face of the invasion of the foreign clans, the three ancient clans still paid the most attention to the disputes in the heavenly realm. Mu Yan really couldn't understand the mentality of these people. If the foreign clans really killed their way into the human world, so what if they became the top experts in the human world? At that time, wouldn't they still become slaves of the foreign clans? This scene made Mu Yan feel a little irritated. Humans were indeed complicated creatures. Gradually, the three parties began to rest. Mu Yan, Xianxia, and Zhao Yanming were sitting opposite each other. However, the scene was slightly awkward. Mu Yan and Zhao Yanming had to avoid Xianxia when talking, so the three of them were just chatting casually. Your Highness, everyone has rested. Mu Dongtian walked over and said respectfully. Yes. Mu Yan waved her hand and didn't say much. Xianxia was in a daze when she saw the scene. Back then, Mu Yan's status in the real martial arts academy was low. But now, with the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm, she was considered outstanding even in the ancient clans. Not only that, Mu Yan's potential was limitless. Combining the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, including everything from her previous life, and with the cultivation in this life, she would only be stronger than before. Next, the 3 clans will stand together. Mu Yan looked at the 2 of them and said seriously, now, I think the 2 of you can't trust the Blood clan and the Royal clan, right? So, if we want to deal with the remaining foreign clans, we still need to do it ourselves. Xianxia was slightly worried and said, you are very powerful, but the leaders of the 4 clans are not ordinary. It's very difficult for us to deal with them. The meaning of Xianxia's words was very clear. It was true that Mu Yan could resist, but the others could not. Actually, it wasn't impossible. Mu Yan knew that 2 of his doppelgangers were placed in the Boundless Sea and the Shepherds, while the other 3 doppelgangers were by his side. The 3 doppelgangers had the bloodline talents of different ancient clans. Combined with the original body, they were 4 top experts in the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm. It wasn't a problem for them to deal with the 4 foreign clans. The only thing was that Mu Yan didn't want to expose himself in front of everyone. Once the news that he could form more than 1 doppelganger spread, the entire god realm would gather to deal with the shepherds. Everyone knew what this meant. If he reached the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm, he would have 9 doppelgangers. If he recovered to the peak of his previous life, he would have 9 doppelgangers that were comparable to the clan leaders of the 10 great ancient clans. This was absolutely intolerable to the 9 great ancient clans. If the 4 foreign clans really joined forces, we can only fight it out. Mu Yan said again, otherwise, if we let them continue to develop here and reach the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm, we will only die. Xianxia and Zhao Yanming nodded slightly when they heard this. Mu Yan didn't say anything else. The 3 parties sent their men and started to search. Everyone was waiting. They started to cultivate. At this moment, Mu Yan was slowly digesting the essence that he had devoured from Morong Yuan and the other 2. He wanted to rely on the powerful essence of the 3 to reach the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. However, he realized that it was far from enough. Devouring cultivation could only absorb 10 to 20% of the other party's cultivation into his own body. If he wanted to rely on his bloodline to reach the 6 changes, he would need at least 10 times or even 100 times more energy to accumulate the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm. This accumulation couldn't be achieved in a short period of time. However, by relying on devouring and his own cultivation, the speed of his cultivation would be much faster than ordinary people. At this moment, Mu Yan's mind had completely calmed down. He needed to have the mentality of urgently increasing his strength. However, to truly increase his strength, he still needed to fight steadily. For a few months, there was no movement in the 9 empty realms and the low-dimensional space. This scene didn't make everyone relax. Instead, it made them feel even more uneasy. The quieter the four foreign clans were, the more likely it was that an unpredictable danger would appear one day. During these few months, everyone seized the time to cultivate. The divine power in the 9 empty realms was much richer than in the divine realm. It was also extremely pure. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. Your Highness. Suddenly, on this day, a few figures turned back. What's wrong? Mu Yun and the others immediately gathered together. We found the whereabouts of the 4 foreign clans. Mu Dongtian said in surprise, these guys are gathered in a mountain range. They are fighting with a group of people in the mountain range. Fighting with a group of people? This scene immediately stirred everyone's emotions. In this low-dimensional space of the 9 empty realms, who else could there be other than them? Naturally, it was the Blood Clan and the Royal Clan. Did you see who it was? Wang Zedong. Mu Dongtian said excitedly, this guy has hundreds of people around him. I don't know how he met the people of the 4 foreign clans and fought with them. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yan's eyes flickered. If that's the case, let's rush over. Mu Yan had already made up her mind. The royal clan was now fighting with the 4 foreign clans. It was impossible for them to think of a way to deal with the shepherds. If the shepherds appeared, they would help. No matter how crazy Wang Zedong was, he wouldn't disregard the safety of the royal clan warriors around him, right? All right. Zhao Yanming, Zhang Sini, and the others also nodded. After several months of cultivation, they had all improved. This time, it was the royal clan that was in trouble. With the support of the 3 clans and the 4 clans joining forces, they would definitely be able to destroy the 4 foreign clans. At that time, there would be no problem in the low-dimensional space. In the high-dimensional space, as long as the warriors of the 10 ancient clans who were above the 5 transformation of the Ancestor God realm could resist, they would be fine. Hundreds of people immediately prepared to set off at this moment. After about half a day, everyone finally arrived at the location of the investigation. Dong, a dull sound rang out between the mountains in front of them. At this moment, many figures were fighting with each other, emitting a strong light. Just a one-on-one fight between the Ancestor God realm was enough to destroy the heavens and earth, not to mention a fight between hundreds of people. Kill. At this moment, Mu Yun directly gave the order. Hundreds of figures immediately rushed out. Between the mountains, hundreds of people were scattered at this moment. It was not difficult to see that the 4 foreign clans had gathered together, and there were a total of 300 to 400 people. At this moment, there were about 100 royal clan warriors. But it was obvious that the royal clan warriors were at a disadvantage at this moment. At the same time, the shepherds and the others directly charged out aggressively. It's you. Seeing Mu Yan's arrival, Long Kaifeng, corpse official, Qing Fu, and Miao Zhanyu all revealed angry looks. Over the years, at least hundreds of warriors of the 7 clans had died in Mu Yan's hands. This guy was simply an executioner. It seems that you all know me. Mu Yan was holding the celestial sword at this moment. Celestial sword. The moment Wang Zedong saw the celestial sword, he was surprised. The celestial sword had a long reputation, and it was also a first-class divine sword in the God realm. Wang Zedong snorted and said, of course I know. Sons of the royal family, kill these bastards for me. Wang Zedong was in the 5 transformation of the Ancestor God realm and led hundreds of royal family warriors. It was already impressive that they could resist until now. At the same time, the shepherds, Zhanzu, Zhao, and the others charged out. Both sides did not need to speak. One side was the invader, and the other side was the protector. Naturally, they would fight to the death. Mu Yun held the celestial sword in her hand and did not say much. Wang Zedong was suppressed for a long time. Now that he took a deep breath, there was no need to mention how angry he was. Zhang Sini had recuperated for several months and returned to her peak. She was also full of fighting spirit now. At this moment, the 3 of them charged towards the 4 leaders of the foreign tribes. Let me deal with this guy. Corpse official took the lead. His hoarse voice had a hint of greed. It's been a long time since I smelled such an alluring body. Corpse official's gaze stopped on Zhang Sini's body. He grinned and said, really, it's very attractive. Then you have to be careful. You might not be alive to smell it later. Xianxia held a thin sword in her hand. A silver armor suddenly appeared on her body. The silver armor wrapped around her curvaceous body. As her long hair fluttered in the wind, she gave people no time to daydream. At this moment, Xianxia was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, causing people's hearts to sway. Qingfu from the winged Silver Lion clan charged towards Wang Zedong. As a member of the Lion clan, he had a unique and domineering aura. When he was dealing with Wang Zedong just now, he actually felt the same aura. To him, it was a provocation. Qingfu naturally could not tolerate it at this moment. At the same time, Miao Zhanyu and Long Kaifeng charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's reputation was the greatest among the 3. She had killed many people in the 9 emptiness realm over the years. Now, killing him would be the greatest insult to the human race. The murderous aura of the 2 figures immediately soared. Your Highness! Mu Dongtian and Mu Yun broke out in cold sweat at this moment. If something happened to Mu Yun, they would not be able to forgive themselves even if they died. Don't worry about me. Mu Yun said indifferently, take care of the other clansmen. Yes. Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng were chattering non-stop. Uncle Yun has 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm. His realm is so high and his strength is so strong. Uncle Yun Hai, you have to control us 2 brothers. That's right, that's right. What if we're targeted and something happens to us? Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng were chattering at this moment. However, Mu Yunhai and Mu Dongtian chose to ignore it. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you, you despicable human. Long Kaifeng looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. Despicable? Compared to your invasion, it seems that you are the despicable ones, right? Brat, if you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Miao Zhanyu said coldly. 2 figures immediately charged forward. Long Kaifeng's attacks were powerful, and his defense was even more domineering. As for Miao Zhanyu, as a member of the 9-tailed cat clan, he focused on speed and was the fastest. When the 2 of them cooperated, they were actually powerful. Mu Yun held the cloudy heaven sword and could only defend at this moment. Now, as Long Kaifeng exchanged blows, he suddenly unleashed a domineering attack that forced Mu Yun back. Immediately after, Miao Zhanyu charged out from the side. Boom, a violent roar sounded, and Miao Zhanyu instantly retreated. On the other side, Long Kaifeng also retreated at this moment. Failed, the light mist dispersed, and 2 figures stood proudly. Of the 2 figures, one was holding a sword and the other was holding a spear. Avatar. Long Kaifeng cursed. They naturally knew that humans could condense avatars when they cultivated to the ancestor god realm. However, they did not expect that at this moment, the avatar beside Mu Yun was actually on par with the strength of the original body. This was inconceivable. Kill. After the avatar appeared, Mu Yun directly ordered. At this moment, 2 figures charged out at the same time. One was holding a sword and the other was holding a spear, facing Miao Zhanyu and Long Kaifeng. Seeing this scene, the 2 were not to be outdone and immediately charged out. In an instant, the entire mountain range was dyed dark by the battle, and the mountains completely collapsed at this moment. Slash! The long sword slashed out, and Mu Yun's sword aura surged, each wave stronger than the last. A powerful wave of qi spread out. Rumbling sounds continuously sounded. At this moment, Miao Zhanyu had no choice but to change from attack to defense. On the other side, Long Kaifeng's appearance was not good either. Mu Yun's avatar was not weaker than the original body's attack. Moreover, the spear she held was extremely powerful. This guy was indeed unbelievably strong as the rumors said. Long Kaifeng was even more furious. Back then, he could easily crush Mu Yun, but now, he could only retreat step by step. Since when did this guy become so violent and violent? Damn it! Suddenly, Long Kaifeng and Miao Zhanyu were defeated step by step and had no choice but to retreat together. If you want to invade the human realm, you have to see if you are qualified now. At this moment, Mu Yun was full of killing intent. After dealing with these guys, these outsiders in the low-dimensional space were no longer a concern. Qualified? Long Kaifeng sneered and said, then I'll let you see where our qualifications are. Miao Zhanyu's face was also cold at this moment. Blood exhibition, blood journey, don't forget our agreement. With a low shout, Long Kaifeng suddenly shouted at this moment. Blood exhibition, blood journey? Mu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, one figure after another suddenly charged out. About 200 figures, at this moment, were full of killing intent. Although Mu Yun was a little unfamiliar with the three people in the lead, their aura was obviously not of the outsiders, but of humans. Zhang Sini, Wang Zedong, and the others were also close to Mu Yun at this moment. Blood exhibition, blood journey. Looking at the two people in the middle, Zhang Sini's face was cold. Wang Zedong said in a low voice, that's Xianxia of the Yang clan and Zhu Yuanjing of the Zhu clan. The people who came were the remaining warriors of the three ancient clans. This scene immediately caused everyone present to be puzzled. Crown Prince of the Shepherds. Blood journey and blood exhibition both had cold expressions at this moment. Mu Yun didn't need to think at this moment to know. This was a trap. Zhang Sini looked at Wang Zedong with a cold expression. Why are you looking at me? I don't care about doing this kind of thing. Wang Zedong snorted. He was a direct descendant of the royal clan, and the bloodline talent of the royal clan was the royal aura. Every member of the clan was born with their own pride. He really didn't care about doing this kind of thing. It seems that we've all been schemed against. Mu Yun was quite calm at this moment. Damn it, the people of the blood clan are all good. They only know how to play tricks behind the scenes, Wang Zedong cursed angrily. Wang Zedong, it's best that you stand with us now. At this moment, Zhu Yuanjing of the Zhu clan smiled faintly as his hair fluttered in the wind. The crown prince of the shepherds will definitely die. Even if the outsiders don't die, he will die. Now, you will join forces with us, and we will join forces with the outsiders to kill the crown prince of the shepherds first. Then, we will fight the outsiders to the death. Isn't that good? Long Kaifeng snorted. Although we don't get along well, we have a common enemy, and that's this kid. Let's kill this kid, and then we will fight it out. The four alien races stood together, looking menacing. Blood exhibition, I think there's something wrong with your head. Zhang Sini snorted. This is obviously a trick by the outsiders to drive a wedge between us. If we kill the people of the shepherds, we will weaken the strength of the human clan. Can you guarantee victory if we fight it out with them? Otherwise, you will be the cause of the destruction of the human clan. It's not good to put such a heavy blame on me. Blood exhibition sneered. He's just Mu Yun. He's not that valuable now. But in the future, the human realm will definitely change because of him. Therefore, compared to the outsiders, he's a bigger threat now. Zhang Sini was furious at the moment. Blood exhibition's logic was too strange. In the future, if the four foreign clans won today because of him and the passage opened, what future would the human clan have? After fighting with these foreign warriors all these years, did he not know how terrifying these guys were? Moreover, these guys were only from a 9th grade clan. In the vast Kanglan myriad world, they were only 9th grade clans. If the 1st grade clans coveted them, the human realm would fall into eternal damnation. The human clan might even be wiped out. This guy, in order to kill Mu Yun, he didn't even care about this? Why are you talking so much nonsense? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled. If you want to kill me, just come. To be honest, I'm very curious. What kind of bewitching potion did that kid Blood All feed you before he came? When these words were spoken, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Mu Yun, was she so confident? However, the opponents were Blood Exhibition, Blood Journey, Zhu Yuanjing, and Yang Che. These four guys were not easy to deal with. Each of them was qualified to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, the four foreign clans were also eyeing them covetously. It seems that this crown prince of the shepherds can't help but want to die. Blood Exhibition grinned. Long Kaifeng, our agreement is to kill Mu Yun. So, I don't need to say more, right? Of course. Long Kaifeng grinned. After killing Mu Yun, you and I will leave separately. When we meet again, we'll be enemies. Okay. At this moment, nearly 200 people from the Blood Clan, Yang Clan, and Zhu Clan stood in a group. The 300 to 400 people from the 4 foreign clans were also eyeing them covetously. Behind Mu Yun, Wang Zedong, and the others, there were less than 300 people. There was already a huge gap in numbers between the two sides. It's not wise to fight them head-on now, Wang Zedong said softly. That's right. Mu Yun, let's retreat first. Xianxia also dissuaded her. No need. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand and smiled faintly. The 3 blood clans mainly want to kill me, so they won't attack you. You can rest assured and kill those foreign clans. As for me, Mu Yun took a step forward, and her aura slowly spread out. The 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm was fully displayed at this moment. However, this momentum was not enough to intimidate the others. Those guys were all ruthless characters of the 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Even Shuizhan, Xueqing, and the others were a level higher than Morong Yuan and the others. On the other side, there were 8 top 5 changes of the Ancestor God realm. On their side, including Xianxia and Wang Zedong, there were only 3 people who could truly be considered a draw. Not only that, the number of people on the other side was twice their number. If Mu Yun was to get carried away, it would be a disaster for them. It was really unwise to fight recklessly. The 2 of you, deal with the corpse official and Qingfu. As for Long Kaifeng and Miao Zhanyu, leave them to me. But, don't worry. Mu Yun said again, I cherish my life more than all of you. Besides, we might be opponents in the future. I can't bear to die now. As for the suppression in numbers, Mu Yun waved her hand in an instant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 300 figures appeared in a flash. The bone warriors appeared one by one at this moment. I almost forgot that I still have them with me. The 4 foreign races were completely stunned at this moment. These are Bone Clan warriors. Heavens, the Bone Clan is a first-class race. How can this lowly guy have Bone Clan warriors with him? These guys, why are they so terrifying? The aura of the 300 Bone Clan warriors increased again. There were many warriors of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even the 5th changes of the Ancestor God realm. Everyone was stunned at this moment. However, the ones who were the most stunned were the 4 foreign races. Bone Clan warriors, they were powerful warriors of the first-class Bone Clan. How could they appear in the hands of a mere human? This was simply too unbelievable. How could those lowly humans understand what kind of lofty existence these Bone Race warriors were in the Kanglan 10,000 worlds? If the Bone Clan warriors here were from the Bone Clan, they only needed one to walk out and disdain the so-called 9th grade race. They really are Bone Clan warriors. Long Kaifeng swallowed hard and said in a low voice, I saw Bone Clan warriors once in the past. They are very terrifying. Don't panic. The corpse official's eyes were sharp at this moment. The strongest of these Bone Clan warriors has not surpassed the 5th changes of the Ancestor God realm. Compared to the peak of the Bone Clan warriors, they are like ants. We don't have to be afraid. Moreover, if we can kill Mu Yun and learn how to control these Bone Race warriors, we can train them carefully. In the future, they will be of great help. At this moment, the corpse official to be precise. That's right, if they could capture one of the Bone Race warriors and control it, then just one Bone Race warrior would be able to help their race rise from the bottom of the 9th rank to the 8th rank, 7th rank, so no matter what, we must kill this brat. This time, it was as if Mu Yun was flaunting his wealth and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. To the point, at this moment, everyone had no choice but to start thinking about Mu Yun. This guy was really attractive. Bone warriors warriors. At this moment, Shuizhan's eyebrows flashed with a trace of coldness. Crown Yi Yuan to be to the realm? To him, dream on, Shuizhan's killing intent soared as he charged out. At the same time, Xueqing followed closely behind. Zhu Yuanjing and Yang Che were not to be outdone either. Originally, the few of them had already agreed that no matter what, killing Mu Yun was the most important thing. At the same time, Long Kaifeng and Miao Zhanyu were watching from the sidelines. They were too lazy to interfere. This was an internal conflict of the human clan. They were happy to watch the show when they started fighting among themselves. These people were really idiots. In the face of a great disaster, they didn't know the difference between life and death. They actually dared to fight among themselves. As expected of lowly humans. Swoosh, however, just as the two were about to watch from the sidelines, a figure charged over. It was Luo Tianqing, who was covered in black. Luo Tianqing was covered in black from head to toe. Waves of powerful fluctuations slowly spread from his body. He was at the 5th changes of the Ancestor God realm. The two Bone Clan experts at the 5th changes of the Ancestor God realm could no longer sit still. Damn it! Both of them cursed in their hearts. It was obvious that this was Mu Yun's bad move. She had let Luo Tianqing deal with the two of them to prevent them from joining hands to deal with others. However, wasn't this crown prince of the Mu clan looking down on the two of them? Kill this Bone Clan warrior. Alright, he's just a puppet warrior. He's being manipulated by the humans. The two of them were filled with killing intent. Mu Yun was facing Shuizhan and the other three. Did Shuishao ask you to do this? Mu Yun asked as she looked at the 4 people in front of her. Why would my crown prince need to be ordered? Shuizhan said coldly. Killing Mu Yun is the lifelong wish of the Blood Clan. If you don't die, my crown prince will never reach the top of the Great Path. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered. You're right. As long as I'm around, Shuishao can only be second place forever. You can't be unconvinced. You're courting death. How could Shuizhan and Shuiqing hold back when they heard this? Mu Yun's arrogance made their hearts burn with anger. How talented was Shuishao back then? But compared to me, he's still inferior. Today, you're in the same realm as me. Are you qualified to be so presumptuous in front of me? With the celestial sword in hand, Mu Yun attacked directly. Although I, Mu Yun, will not be in the divine world for 10,000 years, I will take back the glory that belongs to me step by step. Kill. In an instant, the long sword attacked, and rays of sword radiance condensed at this moment. The sword attacked silently, but the killing intent was loud. The celestial sword was a supreme artifact, and it had a strong killing intent. At this moment, the celestial sword attacked. Its power was overwhelming, and its killing intent spread. This scene made Shuizhan and the others' expressions change slightly. Spirit control. Shuizhan and Shuiqing instantly surrounded her. The powerful spirit control inherent skill enveloped Mu Yun and directly covered him. The spirit control talent is one of the most terrifying bloodline talents of the 10 great ancient clans, but that's only for others. For me, Mu Yun, it's useless. With a low shout, Mu Yun was not affected at all. How is this possible? The two of them looked surprised at this moment. The spirit control talent could control the opponent's soul. Even if it could not control Mu Yun's soul, it could at least make Mu Yun delirious. But just now, for a moment, they actually could not sense the aura of Mu Yun's soul. They used the spirit control talent and scanned Mu Yun, but found that Mu Yun did not have a trace of soul power fluctuation at all. This was truly inconceivable. I said, it's useless. Mu Yun flew out domineeringly. Divine wood binding sky. Divine fire splitting sky. All of a sudden, Yang Che and Zhu Yuanjing charged out. At this moment, as the two of them charged out, it was as if a ray of light condensed in the void. Around Mu Yun, wooden pillars rose from the ground and condensed into a cage, completely enveloping her entire body. It was like a wooden cage that completely covered Mu Yun. Zhu Yuanjing followed closely and sprayed flames, igniting the wooden pillars one by one. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The Yang clan's bloodline talent, Divine Wood, and the Zhu clan's bloodline talent, Divine Fire. Wood would burn when encountering fire. Therefore, the Yang clan and the Zhu clan had always been on good terms. At this moment, the two of them were partners and showed absolute cooperation. This scene made the two of them smile. After Shuiqing and Shuizhan's attacks were ineffective, the two of them immediately reacted and charged out. In such a short time, it was impossible for Mu Yun to have time to react. Are you only this strong? However, a voice could be heard all of a sudden, interrupting their laughter. The flames gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared at this moment. She was dressed in black and stood proudly. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was surrounded by water dragons. At a closer look, the water was not ordinary water. Those divine fires could not burn at all. They were gradually weakened by the water currents. At this moment, the four of them were dumbfounded. How many secrets were hidden in Mu Yun's body? Was this guy still the Crown Prince Mu Yun? Even the Crown Prince of the Shepherds from 10,000 years ago was only strong in battle and had invincible spear skills. However, they had never heard of him having such a strange power. Strange water. Zhu Yuanjing said with an ugly expression, "This guy has strange water. No wonder the divine fires have no effect on him." At this moment, the four of them looked solemn. "In that case, we can only work together to kill him." Shuizhan said coldly, "The more secrets this guy has, the more attention we will receive when we kill him. The Crown Prince of the Shepherds is dead. Just think of the despair in those old shepherds' eyes. It's strange." "All right." The four figures nodded at this moment. They only had surging hatred and murderous intent toward Mu Yun. Back then, he stood at the top of the geniuses. How could he still stand at the top of the geniuses now? Die. A shout sounded at this moment. The four of them rushed out in an instant. Majestic surging power, coupled with murderous intent, surrounded Mu Yun. "It just so happens that I have the bloodline talents of the other 8 clans except for the Zhang clan. It's not bad for the 4 of you to give me some nourishment." The Misty Heaven sword attacked at this moment. Mu Yun's surging murderous intent swept out. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. Sword attack. The sword attacked, and the aura moved. A giant sword smashed directly toward the 4 of them. At this moment, the 4 of them were using all their strength to resist. Fire palm. Great freedom technique. Blood eye annihilation. Purple blood slash. At that instant, the 4 figures unleashed their strongest moves, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple in all directions. This scene caused the expressions of the others to change slightly. Did the 5 ancestor god transformations have such terrifying explosive power? Long Kaifeng and Miao Zhanyu also had cold expressions. "We have to get rid of these despicable bone race warriors," Long Kaifeng said in a low voice. "Those 4 fellows must have paid a high price to kill Mu Yun. If we are held back by the bone race warriors, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill all of them." "All right." Miao Zhanyu nodded. "If that's the case, we don't have to hide anymore, right?" The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar rang out. On the ground, a majestic figure suddenly appeared. It was Long Kaifeng. At this moment, Long Kaifeng had transformed into his true form. His gigantic body rose from the ground. His body was a few hundred meters tall. Gray scales covered the surface of his body. He had 4 strong and powerful hooves. His 2 front paws were huge like palm leaf fans with sharp claws. The scales on the surface of his body trembled as his muscles twitched. The huge dragon rhinoceros looked like a strong rhinoceros, but it had the solemnity of a dragon. Roar roar, roars rang out one after another. Many warriors of the dragon rhinoceros clan had transformed into their true forms. Powerful chi waves came one after another. Everyone instantly felt a strong pressure. Only the bone race warriors did not feel anything. They were a first-class race. They were extremely powerful. However, their strength was restricted. Even so, their incomparable strength was not something a mere 9th-grade race could stop. They were different from Huang Yan and Mou. These 2 fellows had been in the divine world for at least 10,000 years. Unlike the Kanglin Myriad domain, their cultivation speed was greatly reduced. Although they were from a first-class race, they lacked the sharpness of a first-class race. A green light flashed in Luo Tianqing's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Dong! Suddenly, Luo Tianqing took a step forward. The aura in his body rose instantly. His jade-like bones tore his clothes apart. The perfect form of the bone race. Luo Tianqing improved again and again. Mu Yun broke the seal again and again. From the initial skeleton state, he became white bones, jade bones, and flesh. And now, the flesh and blood had disappeared, fusing into the white bones, making the white bones look full of a divine aura. This was the true bone race. As he took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet tore apart. Although his figure was tiny and negligible in front of Long Kaifeng, his actual body was abnormally strong. Being small didn't mean being weak. Meow. With a soft cry, Miao Zhanyu took a step forward and transformed into a 1-meter-long nine-tailed cat. With a swoosh, Miao Zhanyu's figure moved at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Miao Zhanyu and Long Kaifeng's cooperation seemed to complement each other. Long Kaifeng's strength was his forte, while Miao Zhanyu's speed was as fast as lightning. The combination of the two at this moment was the combination of strength and speed. However, Luo Tianqing was not afraid in the slightest. On the other side, Mu Yun was fighting 1 against 4. She looked at Shui Zhan, Xueqing, Zhu Yuanjing, and Yang Che. Damn it! Xueqing cursed under his breath as he panted. The 4 of them besieged Mu Yun repeatedly, and they even used their external incarnations. However, this fellow did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, the 4 of them had consumed a lot of energy, but Mu Yun did not show any signs of fatigue. Hold on for a while longer. Shui Zhan shouted. This fellow can't have perfect divine power all the time. The consumption of divine power when she uses a divine technique is terrifying. Okay. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked again. However, Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them with a smile on her face. To be honest, her divine power was really not a problem. She had the Tree of World. Although it consumed a lot of divine power when she used a divine technique, she could rely on the power of the world to convert it. This conversion made the rotation of power in Mu Yun's body very sharp. At this moment, Mu Yun held the celestial sword tightly in her hand. Her external incarnation held the crimson spirit sword. The 2 of them faced the 8 figures in front of them. It's time to end this. Mu Yun's eyes were sharp at this moment. I thought that this time, the 3 clans would understand that the human clan is in a difficult situation. In the face of life and death, you should know to let go of your hatred. I didn't expect you to still be like this. If that's the case, then be prepared to die. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a majestic aura rose instantly. When the sword is unsheathed, blood will stain the sky. The celestial sword showed its sharpness at this moment. This sword was originally a peerless divine sword. At this moment, Mu Yun had condensed it with the god-level sword soul and enhanced it with the 9 heavens god-killing sword technique. This sword would definitely kill. Whoosh. At this moment, the long sword was like a swimming dragon. The power of this sword was actually several times sharper than before. Seeing this scene, the 4 figures were shocked. They hurriedly activated their divine techniques and attacked the sword light. There was no way to avoid it. Whoosh, there was a piercing sound. Mu Yun attacked with her sword. In an instant, it transformed into 4 rays of sword energy. Each ray of sword energy carried a domineering murderous aura. It was as if each ray of sword energy contained a figure. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as the ground was slowly torn apart. The 4 figures were blocked by the sword light, and they disappeared. Are they dead? The crowd looked at this scene in disbelief. Killing 4 people with 1 sword, wasn't this too domineering? Eh? Mu Yun was surprised. She smiled and said, I didn't expect them to be so tenacious. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the meteor shower instantly attacked again. Beams of starlight shot out like life-reaping arrows at this moment. Shui Zhan and the other 3 blocked the sword power. However, an even stronger aura rushed towards them, causing their faces to change completely. If you don't resist, you'll die. Shui Zhan roared and immediately rushed out. The blood chi around him instantly condensed into a blood shield, blocking in front of him. Bang, however, suddenly, there was an explosion. The blood shield exploded at this moment. The ground slowly dispersed. Shui Zhan's figure crashed into the ground with a loud boom. Cracks spread out like a spider web. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. On the other side, Xueqing and the other 2 were completely stunned. From the beginning until now, Mu Yun had been toying with them. This guy had absolute confidence that he could defeat them completely. In her heart, the 4 of them were no match for her. Damn it. Xueqing cursed in his heart. How could this guy suddenly become so strong? He's the crown prince of the shepherds. Zhu Yuanjing was panting at this moment. He cursed angrily, damn it, I'm not convinced. What if you're not convinced? Xianxia said coldly, we can't fight now. Retreat. Xueqing made a prompt decision. Now that Shuizhan was dead, it was even more impossible to kill Mu Yun. Retreating now was the wisest choice. Xianxia and Zhu Yuanjing nodded at this moment. You can't run away. Mu Yun pointed her finger, and her figure quickly flew out. Four corners of heaven. She stretched out her hands at this moment, and a square seal seemed to appear between her two fingers. As the seal left his palm, it continued to expand and expand. At an extremely fast speed, the seal spread and gradually enveloped the three figures at this moment. Gradually, the surface of the three people's bodies was shrouded in light. They rushed out again, but there were crazy barriers all around them. What the hell is this? Xueqing and the other two had ugly expressions at this moment. Something to imprison you. Mu Yun stood proudly and looked at the three people. Now, the three of you should be prepared to become my nutrients. Mu Yun pointed her finger, and a force spread out at this moment. The light shield cage condensed from the four corners of heaven was shrinking at this moment. The cage slowly shrank, and the three of them could feel the energy within their bodies gradually dissipating. Mu Yun, stop. Facing the pressure of death, the three people's expressions finally changed. A great future awaited them, and they did not want to die at all. But now, they were facing a desperate situation. Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you. Zhu Yuanjing suddenly shouted crazily at this moment. The suffocating feeling of being in a sealed space and watching the space around him shrink bit by bit caused his mind to crumble. Submit? Mu Yun said coldly, I don't need you to submit to me like this. She clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, the shrinking speed of the four corners of heaven was gradually increasing. No matter how the three people struggled, there was no effect at all. The four corners of heaven was a divine skill on the seventh sacred tablet. It condensed a seal with powerful space-time laws to form a cage that imprisoned with a strong binding force. Unless the three people's cultivation was stronger than Mu Yun's, it was impossible for them to break free from the shackles of the cage. Otherwise, the three of them could only be like little white mice in the cage, constantly exhausted by Mu Yun, and watch themselves die. With a cold and sharp gaze, Mu Yun waved her palm directly, and a strong binding force was released continuously. Thud, thud, thud. Each wave was louder than the previous one. The three figures finally disappeared, and a pure essence flowed into Mu Yun's body. Still lacking a lot of power. Mu Yun murmured softly at this moment. She still lacked the essence, qi, and spirit to be able to challenge the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. Her eyes flashed, and she looked to the other side. Mu Yun's eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous. These few good-for-nothings. At this moment, a trace of annoyance flashed across Long Kaifeng's eyes. He did not expect that Shuizhan and the other 3 people with the 5 changes of the ancestor god realm besieging Mu Yun would be killed by Mu Yun. These 4 fellows were too stupid. It's your turn. Mu Yun approached and looked at Long Kaifeng and Miao Zhanyu. You still don't see the situation clearly. Mu Yun sneered. With the celestial sword in his hand, he struck out and his speed soared to the extreme. Boom, in an instant, Mu Yun charged towards Long Kaifeng while Miao Zhanyu was tightly entangled by Luo Tianqing. At this moment, the 2 figures suddenly charged towards the same place. Mu Yun's figure was really insignificant in front of Long Kaifeng. One was like a mountain, while the other was like an ant. However, the two's auras were equally matched at this moment. Long Kaifeng's eyes flickered with a ruthless gaze. If he did not kill Mu Yun, then the 7 clans' plan this time would be a complete failure. The lowly human had ruined their plan. If they repaired the 9 void world, then it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the 9 void world again. This time, they could only succeed and not fail. With this thought in mind, Long Kaifeng's body continued to grow taller. The scales on the surface of his body emitted more and more black light. Under the light, it gave people a very cold feeling. At this moment, Mu Yun held the celestial sword in her hand while her doppelganger held the crimson spirit tightly, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, the two figures were fighting indiscriminately. A sneer appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth when he saw this. This guy really thought highly of her. Earth explosion and sky fall. With the sword in her hand, Mu Yun waved her left hand. Blood chi surged crazily, and black Xian balls suddenly condensed at this moment. The Xian balls were like a storm, directly crushing towards Long Kaifeng. Seeing this scene, the scales on the surface of Long Kaifeng's body spread out and covered his whole body. Dong dong dong, the dull sound of collision sounded one after another. At this moment, Long Kaifeng's figure carried a trace of cold aura. The earth explosion and sky fall was constantly nibbling away at his scales, but he could constantly condense new vitality to repair the scales. This seemed to be a kind of confrontation. It was a confrontation between the two's foundation strength. Mu Yun panted heavily, and her murderous aura was constantly released. Yang manipulation chaotic sky. As a divine skill that manipulated the air to disrupt the opponent's defenses, Yang manipulation of chaotic space was even more ferocious in certain aspects than the manipulation of space-time laws. After all, the opponent could also use the space-time laws, but stirring up the air currents could completely disrupt the opponent's attack trajectory. Sometimes, this kind of attack would receive even more intense feedback. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed faster and faster as she landed blow after blow. Meteor storm. The 3 levels of the blood skill were unleashed one by one. Instantly, the attacks on Long Kaifeng became even fiercer. On the other hand, his attempt to restrain Mu Yun's attack seemed a little weak at this moment. Damn it! Gasping for breath, Long Kaifeng's face was extremely unsightly. This guy was truly terrifying. A 9th grade race should have a stronger physique and strength than humans. However, the feeling that Mu Yun gave off was the complete opposite. This was inconceivable. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with domineering killing intent. Heaven ascending technique. Mu Yun's figure did not move at all. At this moment, her external embodiment held the Crimson Spirit Sword and charged forward. Amidst the ferocious fluctuations, the Crimson Spirit Sword's speed exploded. The sound of killing made people feel that the world was gradually losing its color. Puff, that spear pierced directly into Long Kaifeng's scales. It was as smooth as flowing water, without any hesitation. Terrifying, this scene caused the surrounding people to be completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun was still able to unleash a crushing attack when facing an outsider. It was really too terrifying. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the power of the 4 divine skills that Mu Yun had used was extremely strong. The terror of this level of deity incantation was simply inconceivable. Just how terrifying was this guy? At this moment, the battle was still ongoing. Mu Yun looked at Miao Zhanyu with a cold expression. At this moment, Miao Zhanyu's eyes were also flickering. I won't kill you. Mu Yun said indifferently, but you have to submit to me. Submit to you? Dream on. Miao Zhanyu said fiercely, you are a lowly human, but I. Bang, however, before Miao Zhanyu could finish his sentence, a bang suddenly sounded at this moment. Miao Zhanyu's entire body fell to the ground with a bang. His aura was weak from head to toe. Mu Yun's external embodiment had unknowingly appeared behind him. Mu Yun did not waste any time. She grabbed with her hand and pulled Miao Zhanyu to her side. Whether you submit or not is not up to you. Throwing Miao Zhanyu into the blue sky underworld diagram, Mu Yun looked at the rest. Except for the 9-tailed cat clan, kill everyone else without mercy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without a leader, the 4 outsider clans were all aghast at this moment. Corpse Official and Qingfu also lost their fighting spirit at this moment. They only wanted to escape. If they all died, then the plan of the 7 major clans would fail. It was also absolutely intolerable. However, how could Mu Yun give the 2 of them the chance and time to escape? At the same time, the warriors of the Blood Clan, Yang Clan, and Zhu Clan also wanted to escape. However, the 300 Osteopyrum were not to be trifled with. Without a top leader to lead them, it was no different from a fool's dream for them to escape. At this moment, Mu Yun's murderous intent rose. He originally did not want to deal with the people of the 3 ancient clans. However, since they wanted to deal with him and set up such a trap, then he did not need to be polite. His figure kept attacking. It was undoubtedly harder for the warriors of the three ancient clans to escape from him, who was in the 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm. The 300 Osteopyrum cooperated with Mu Yun at this moment to chase and stick to those fellows one by one, not allowing anyone to escape. The battle was still going on. However, the trap set up by the 4 outsider clans and the 3 ancient clans had completely changed now. Instead, it became Mu Yun who devoured and absorbed one after another to continuously strengthen her divine body and soul. Every transformation was a heavenly layer, and every transformation increased the limits of the body's strength. No matter when a warrior cultivated, it was always cultivating the body and soul. When the body evolved to the divine body level, it also needed to be improved continuously. Needless to say, the soul carried everything of the divine body and was the foundation of a person. It also needed to be improved greatly. Mu Yun devoured greedily. That feeling made her feel that her strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although she had not reached the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm, she was constantly approaching perfection at the 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm. This change allowed Mu Yun to feel the improvement and evolution of her body more clearly. At the same time, the aura of the killing spread. The eyes of the Osteopyrum warriors turned red from the killing. Only when night fell did this battle finally end. At this moment, Mu Yun, Zhao Yanming, Zhang Sini, and Wang Zedong each led the remaining warriors of their clans and gathered together. This time, out of the 1,000 elites of the 10 great ancient clans in the low-dimensional space, there were less than 200 people left. Perhaps there were still warriors of the 10 great ancient clans who survived in other places, but it was only a small number. It had to be said that the losses were heavy. At this moment, the 4 of them sat upright. Now, there should not be many warriors of the 7 great clans left. However, to be on the safe side, we still have to eliminate the roots. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said, I think everyone should understand that as long as there is one person left, it will be a huge problem. Yes. The few of them nodded at this moment. In that case, let's split into 4 teams and search for them in the low-dimensional space. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said, 4 teams, each team will search in one direction. How about that? Okay. The few of them nodded at this moment. Mu Yun was right. If they didn't get rid of the root of the problem, it would bring about a lot of trouble. It wasn't that the remaining people would pose a threat to them. Rather, if they didn't get rid of all of them, it was very likely that more trouble would arise. After the discussion, they rested for the night. The next day, the 4 teams dispersed. Mu Yun led Mu Dongtian, Mu Yun, Shui Zhuing, Mu Yuanfeng, and Mu Yuanqing towards the south. In the following period of time, the shepherd's warriors began to conduct a carpet search. Along the way, they indeed encountered many foreign warriors. The larger ones had a dozen or so people, while the smaller ones only had 2 or 3 people. Of course, Mu Yun did not need to do these. These days, Mu Yun digested the Devour essence, qi, and spirit in her body. Her strength had improved again. As for the 9-tailed cat clan in the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram, she had subdued dozens of them and settled them down. When Miao Yutong saw Miao Zhanyu appear in the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram, her face was completely dejected. These days, she had been cursing Miao Zhanyu. On this day, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. What do you want? Miao Zhanyu looked at Mu Yun and asked cautiously. What? Do you want to resist if I don't kill you? Mu Yun smiled at this moment. She sat down and looked at the dozens of figures in front of her. This is a good place. You have also felt it. The cultivation here contains the origin energy of heaven and earth. The majestic aura is not inferior to that of the 9 empty world. Mu Yun said indifferently, I did not kill you and allowed you to cultivate here. Shouldn't you be grateful? Shameless human. Miao Zhanyu snorted and cursed, you humans are the most lowly race. Indeed, there is nothing good about you. Slap, as soon as Miao Zhanyu's words fell, Mu Yun's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. She slapped him. Blood flowed out from the corner of Miao Zhanyu's mouth. His face was pale. You'd better behave yourself. Mu Yun said again at this moment, you foreign races are not necessarily good. Moreover, you wanted to kill me first. It is already a great mercy that I did not kill you. If you can't talk to me properly, I don't mind killing you." As soon as she said this, everyone's face turned cold. "What do you want to do?" Miao Yutong couldn't help but ask. Although she was stubborn and willful, Mu Yun was obviously not going to have a good chat with her. This guy looked gentle and refined, but when he got angry, he wasn't gentle at all. "I don't want to do anything," Mu Yun said again, "just stay here and behave yourselves. Do whatever I ask you to do. That's all. By the way, since you're from the Kanglin myriad world, you should know more about it, right?" Miao Yutong was slightly startled when she heard this. A hint of mockery appeared in Miao Zhanyu's eyes. "You're really ignorant. The Kanglin myriad world is so vast. There are at least tens of thousands of clans just like our nine-tailed cat clan. Even we can only say that we know more about one world. As for the vast Kanglin myriad world, how would we dare to say that we know?" Mu Yun frowned when she heard this. "Don't misunderstand. Brother Zhanyu speaks like this." Miao Yutong explained, "There are tens of thousands of clans in the Kanglin myriad world. It's not that there are only 10,000 clans, but that no one knows how many clans there are. The place where our nine-tailed cat clan is located is called the Three Yuan world. The Three Yuan world is vast, and the clans that can be called the 9 clans are far more than the 7 clans. As far as I know, there are tens of thousands of places like the Three Yuan world in the Kanglin myriad world. So we can't answer the question you asked. The Kanglin myriad world is too vast." When Mu Yun heard this, there was a trace of surprise between his brows. The Kanglin myriad world was so vast. Then do you know about the legendary unfettered sacred ground? Of course. Miao Yutong said again, "The unfettered sacred ground exists in the Kanglin myriad world, but we really don't know where it is. I heard that the unfettered sacred ground was created by the famous first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao. The clans would trade there, and the unfettered sacred ground is extremely famous in the entire Kanglin myriad world." As soon as he said this, Mu Yun's brows relaxed. There were tens of thousands of races in the Kanglin world. The fact that the unfettered sacred ground had such a great reputation among them was truly remarkable. "What's the level of the strongest expert of your 9 clans?" "Sage level," Miao Yutong said seriously. Sage, the transcendent god realm was vast and empty. Mu Yan's current 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm was not clear at all. What he knew was only the half-saint realm. In order to reach this stage, one had to undergo the baptism of the world and obtain the recognition of the world. Only then would one be able to connect all the blood in one's body and truly become a saint recognized by heaven and earth. It was not the so-called saint that humans spoke of. How difficult would it be to take this step? In the millions of years that the god realm had existed, it seemed that his father was the only one. "All of you can cultivate here in peace. I won't kill you. You can also tell that this place is very beneficial for cultivation. Furthermore, as my level increases, your cultivation will also gradually increase. If I reach the level of a saint, it won't be difficult for me to help all of you improve." As soon as he said this, Miao Zhanyu wanted to refute. However, he opened his mouth but did not say a word. In this place, Mu Yun was the ruler. There was no benefit in competing with him other than making himself unhappy. Mu Yun calmed his mind and did not say anything else. He originally wanted to ask Miao Yutong and the others about the situation in the outside world. In his heart, he was more concerned about Xiaoqing and Xiaoqi. Xiaoqing was the descendant of the ancestor dragon, and Xiaoqi was the young master of the 7-colored heavenly dragon clan. He wondered how the two of them were doing after leaving the human world. After putting away all the distracting thoughts, Mu Yan's heart regained its calmness. Thinking too much about these things would only increase his worries. With his current 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm, he could not even protect himself in the human world against the threat of the 9 clans, let alone the vast Kanglin world. Slowly, waves of air gradually surged in Mu Yan's body. At this moment, his physique was condensing and transforming bit by bit. Next, Mu Yun led the shepherd's warriors to search the entire southern part of the 9 empty world. They searched every corner, almost not letting go of any corner. Such an incident took a full 80 years. Only in the southern part did everyone completely rest. Those foreign clans' auras were different from the human clans. It was difficult for them to hide their auras. What Mu Yun and the others faced was just a search. It was just that hell was vast and took more time. And in these 80 years, everyone's cultivation had also improved a lot. Shui Zhuiying, Mu Yuan Qing, and Mu Yuan Feng had all reached the third transformation of the ancestor god realm. The dozens of shepherds' warriors had also improved greatly. Each of them had their own gains. At this moment, the shepherds' warriors were gathered on a grassland and resting quietly. On the ground, the breeze was gentle and the air was fresh. Everyone felt a refreshing aura that nourished the pores of their bodies. These years of pursuit and cultivation complemented each other. Each of them had improved greatly. This improvement brought them a great sense of accomplishment. At this moment, on the grassland, more than 10 figures spread out and looked around cautiously. At the same time, Mu Dongtian, Mu Yun, and the others were sitting together and chatting with each other. Buzz, suddenly, as everyone was whispering to each other, a buzzing sound slowly rang out. On the ground, an invisible wave repelled everyone's figures. At this moment, everyone felt a strong pressure coming from the Black Dragon King. It's done. Mu Dongtian and Mu Yun couldn't help but stand up at this moment. It's done? Mu Yuan Qing, Mu Yuan Feng, and Shui Zhuiying were also delighted at this moment. Slowly, in the middle of the blue sea, a figure dressed in black clothes and a black muslin robe appeared. His hair was tied up and tied behind his head. At this moment, everyone looked at that figure with a burning light in their eyes. Congratulations, Your Highness, for stepping into the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. Congratulations, Your Highness, for stepping into the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. Mu Dongtian and Mu Yun knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Mu Yun's improvement was a great surprise to them. In just over 100 years after entering the 9 emptiness realm, she went from the 4 changes of the ancestor god realm to the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. Such talent was really terrifying. In the god realm, there was no one who could do it in the future. At the very least, it was unprecedented. Ever since Mu Yun reached the ancestor god realm, her cultivation realm improved very quickly. This made the two of them sigh. The crown prince of the shepherds was really the crown prince of the shepherds. With the crown prince and the patriarch, how could the shepherds not rise? At this moment, the two of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness is mighty. Around them, the warriors of the shepherds bowed and saluted at this moment. All of you, rise. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said with a smile, this place can be said to be rich in divine power and extremely suitable for cultivation. If I'm slower here than in the outside world, then I'll be stupid. Moreover, I've experienced 9 lifetimes in my life. The perfection of this 9th life is also the accumulation of the previous 8 lifetimes. It doesn't mean that my talent in this life is that terrifying. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were still filled with reverence. No matter what Mu Yun said, the terror of this life was real. Moreover, even if Mu Yun had the accumulation of the previous 8 lifetimes, that was also due to Mu Yun's own efforts. He had walked step by step. At this moment, Mu Yun looked ahead and said indifferently, I can feel that after reaching the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm, there is a force in this low-dimensional space guiding me. Rather than calling it a fingerprint, it's better to say that it's repelling me. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the few people changed. They understood that Mu Yun was about to leave the low-dimensional space. It had been more than 100 years since he entered the 9 emptiness realm. They didn't know what was going on in the high-dimensional space. At the same time, on the grassland, ear-piercing sounds sounded at this moment. More than a dozen figures came one by one. The person in the lead had bright eyes and white teeth. She was dressed in a white dress and had a slim figure. She gave off a noble aura. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was emitting a sacred aura. She brought more than a dozen people over, and the aura on her body was also powerful and unfathomable. This is the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. The shepherds were also stunned at this moment. They didn't expect that after 80 years, Xianxia had also broken through to the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. It seems that you have also improved greatly. Mu Yun said with a smile. Can we leave now? Xianxia nodded and said, "You should also feel that repelling force, right?" As soon as these words came out, Muyun nodded. That's right, he did feel that force. In that case, let's go. The two of them nodded at this moment. You must not let your guard down in the Nine Emptiness realm. Muyun said calmly, the warriors of the 7 major clans may not be completely wiped out by us. Moreover, there are still people from the other ancient clans who may not change their ways and still want to deal with us. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Mu Dongtian said with a smile, I am suppressing my anger now that I have not reached the 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm. In this place, I promise to protect the 2 princes and young Master Shuizhuing. I will not let the 2 of them be harmed at all. Not only them, but you too. Mu Yun ordered. Yes. Xianxia also ordered Zhan Zhu and the others at this moment. After saying that, she looked at Mu Yun. Let's go. The 2 of them flashed and flew toward the sky. The 2 of them gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, at the same time, in the low-dimensional space of the Nine Emptiness realm. At this moment, Zhao Yanming's face was slightly flushed as he stood up. Your Highness, you have reached the 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm? Zhao Can and Zhao Jia asked respectfully at this moment. Yes. Zhao Yanming did not say anything more. Congratulations, Your Highness, for reaching the 4 changes of the Ancestor God realm. You are only 3 changes away from Your Highness's 3 brothers. As long as Your Highness is given time, Your Highness will definitely surpass the 3 of them. At that time, no one in our Zhao kingdom will dare to gossip. Yes, the position of Crown Prince originally belonged to Your Highness. Back then, Your Highness' mysterious disappearance was a problem. Enough. Slowly, Zhao Yanming spoke, and the 2 stopped arguing. Zhao Yanming muttered to himself, that guy, I'm afraid, he has reached the 6th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Zhao Yanming smiled bitterly. Mu Yun was really a legendary guy. Back in the immortal world, he only thought that Mu Yun was just one of the 10 great immortal kings of the immortal world. The 10 great immortal kings were indeed powerful, but in his eyes at that time, it was just a joke. It was like an emperor watching a group of beggars fighting for the position of the leader of the beggars. The immortal kings of the immortal world were nothing in the God realm. But later, he gradually understood that Mu Yun was the crown prince of the shepherds. Only then did he know that he was the crown prince of Zhao, but compared to the crown prince of the shepherds, he was too inferior. The crown prince of the shepherds was a top ancestor god comparable to the patriarchs of the 10 great ancient clans. And back then, his peak cultivation was only at the 7th transformation of the ancestor god realm. The gap between the 2 was too big. When they met again, Mu Yun had already surpassed him. But now, he knew that if it weren't for Mu Yun, his father wouldn't have made up his mind to continue supporting him as the crown prince. It was even more impossible for him to help him establish his prestige in Zhao again. No matter what, thank you, Mu Yun. Zhao Yanming whispered softly, a hint of relief in his eyes. Pass down the order, during this period of time, properly strengthen our cultivation in the low-dimensional space. When we return to Zhao, we must compete with those 3. The corner of Zhao Yanming's mouth twitched as he made up his mind. Of course, he had to take back what belonged to him. In the low-dimensional space, at this moment, it began to gradually quiet down. The remaining shepherds, Zhang clan, Zhao clan, and the royal warriors also abided by the side. It seemed that there was a tacit agreement between each other. No one disturbed each other, and they quietly waited for the 9 empty realm to open again. As for the matters in the high-dimensional space, it was no longer something they should concern themselves with. This place was extremely suitable for cultivation. They could advance their cultivation here. At the same time, Mu Yun and Xianxia were flying toward the sky. You felt it too? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said slowly. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, when I reached the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm, I felt my body involuntarily floating. Furthermore, there's a unique attractive force in the sky that I can't resist. Actually, rather than calling it an attractive force, it would be better to call it a repulsive force. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. He had the same feeling. It seemed like the aura of the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm was not allowed to exist in the low-dimensional space. It was just that he didn't know how they would head to the higher dimensional space. The two figures slowly rose into the air. Waves of air gradually appeared beside the two of them. Turbulence. Muyun cautiously said, "Be careful." Yes. At this moment, the two figures were rising straight up. As they looked ahead, their hearts became cautious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart rang out directly at this moment. At this moment, the two figures were constantly dodging. Crimson Spirit. Muyun waved her hand, and Crimson Spirit appeared in her hand. She raised her spear, and a tyrannical divine power fluctuation directly shot out. Boom boom boom, at this moment, the strings of air above him were directly blown away. The two hurriedly sped up and rushed forward. It seemed that entering the higher dimensional space was not that simple. Muyun looked at Xianxia, and the two immediately became more careful. Boom boom boom, along the way, a series of rumbling sounds constantly sounded. Muyun and Xianxia cooperated. Although there were surprises, there was no danger. After rising tens of thousands of meters, a vortex suddenly appeared above their heads. This should be the entrance to the higher dimensional space, right? Xianxia couldn't help but exhale at this moment. If they hadn't reached the 6 transformations of the Ancestor God realm, it was almost impossible to reach this place. It seemed that the division between the low-dimensional space and the high-dimensional space in the 9 empty realms was very detailed. Slowly, the two figures approached the vortex. "Be careful," Muyun said carefully. Along the way, there were many dangers. Although they had resolved it, no one knew what the inside of the vortex was like. Although the two of them were in the 6 transformations of the Ancestor God realm, in the higher dimensional space, there were powerhouses in the 6 transformations, 7 transformations, 8 transformations, and early 9 transformations. The division of space was so clear, this higher dimensional space should not be that simple. The two figures leaped and disappeared in the vortex. At this moment, the low-dimensional space slowly quieted down, and the vortex disappeared. The two figures suddenly disappeared at this moment. In the vortex, a crazy storm condensed at this moment, and suddenly, it slapped over. Sizzling sounds could be heard. The two of them were careless, and the storm tore a part of their clothes. Muyun was fine, under the black clothes, her strong muscles were exposed. But Xianxia's face was red at this moment. Her long dress was torn, revealing a large area of skin, snow-white and pure, causing endless reverie. But at this moment, only Muyun was by her side, and Muyun was not in the mood to look at those things. "Be careful." Muyun held a long spear in her hand, and at this moment, she did not summon a clone. At this time, if a clone appeared, not only would it not be of help, but it would also cause more trouble. "Kill." Muyun took a step forward, and the storm gathered, and the long spear swept out. Boom, the spear light shot out, with the power to destroy heaven and earth. But suddenly, the storm became even stronger at this moment. Spear after spear was shot out, but the storm was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, the expressions of the two changed. The more powerful their attacks were, the stronger the counterattack of the storm was. It was always stronger than them. "Let's leave quickly." Muyun could not help but say, "The longer we stay here, the harder it will be to hold on." "Okay." Xianxia also nodded at this moment. The two figures rushed out continuously, and the storm along the way became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared at this moment. Seeing that light, the two of them rushed out at this moment without saying anything. Dong dong, a dull sound rang out. Slowly, the two of them felt absent-minded. The ground under their feet spun, and with a plop, they fell to the ground. And at this very moment, the two figures had fallen into unconsciousness. However, the two of them had already left the dangerous storm vortex and appeared in the high-dimensional space. But what entered their eyes was a sea of flowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Among the clusters of flowers, a fragrant aura slowly drifted out. At this moment, Xianxia had fainted on the ground, lying on Muyun's body. Her white skin exuded endless charm, but unfortunately, no one could see it at this moment. Slowly, while the two of them were unconscious, the sea of flowers on the ground gradually climbed up at this moment. Flowers bloomed and bloomed one after another. This scene was so beautiful that it could shock the heavens. Unfortunately, no one could appreciate it. Slowly, the stamens of those flowers were like long snakes spitting out their tongues at this moment. Thin stamens gradually stretched out at this moment and wrapped around the two of them. It was a strange sea of flowers and strange stamens. Two unconscious figures who had yet to wake up. The scene was too eerie. It was quiet and oppressive. Gradually, the stamens wrapped around the two of them and condensed into a ball of flowers. In the ball of flowers, Mu Yun and Xianxia's figures were tightly pressed together. Those stamens kept touching every part of their bodies. Slowly, a numb feeling urged Xianxia to wake up. Looking around, Xianxia was slightly startled, but her body was paralyzed at this moment. She couldn't move at all, it was as if her entire body was shackled by these flowers. At the same time, Mu Yun's entire being was in a completely different state. He lay between the flowers, frowning. At the same time, unique memories seemed to surge out in his mind. Those memories disturbed his heart, making him feel violent and impatient. Images of the battle and the scenes of the collapse of the world were transmitted to the outside world. Slowly, Mu Yun felt that his figure was walking on a road in a sea of flowers. On one side of the road, there was no end. He kept walking and walking. In front of him, a figure slowly stood still. "Who are you?" Looking at the figure, Mu Yun was puzzled. "Me?" A beautiful figure turned around at this moment. She was dressed in a long green robe. She was slender and tall, with her hands behind her back. Although she was dressed in men's clothes, it still couldn't hide her feminine appearance. This person looked to be in her 20s or 30s. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and curved eyebrows, which was breathtaking. Especially when she was dressed in men's clothes, she gave people the feeling of a cunning and quick-witted woman. It would be too much to say that she was valiant, but it wouldn't be too accurate to say that she was as gentle as water. But in a word, she was beautiful. Even though she was dressed in men's clothes, she was still beautiful and moving. And she had a sense of quick-wittedness. Seeing this person, Mu Yun felt that his breathing had stopped. Meng Zimo, Qin Mengyao, and the other 9 women beside him were all very beautiful and outstanding. However, they lacked the aura of the woman in front of him. As for what aura it was, Mu Yun couldn't tell. "Guess who I am?" The woman took a step forward and arrived in front of Mu Yun. She circled around Mu Yun and looked up at him even though she was a head shorter than him. "What is this place? Why am I here?" Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. "Here? It's an illusion." The woman smiled faintly. As if she was performing a magic trick, she pulled out a long fan. Holding the fan in her hand, she looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "You should have appeared in the illusory flower sea. It's a sea of flowers that can cause people to have endless reveries. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you." The woman smiled slightly. In an instant, her beauty was moving. "Who are you?" Mu Yun couldn't help but ask, "Why do I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you?" He knew very well that he had never met the woman in men's clothes before. However, there was a sense of familiarity in his heart. All right. Silly boy, I won't tease you anymore." The woman smiled slightly at this moment. The long fan in her hand opened with a whoosh. 3 big words appeared on the long fan. "Yi Yushur." Mu Yun couldn't help but read it out loud. "Yi Yushur?" However, in the next moment, her eyes were completely stunned. "That's right, stinky boy." The woman looked at Mu Yun, closed the long fan, and knocked on Mu Yun's head again. She smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't even know how to call your mother when you see her?" As soon as she said that, Yi Yushur put her hands behind her back and leaned forward. She looked at Mu Yun's face and said with a smile, "How did your father take care of you?" "Men are careless. I'm so beautiful, but my son is actually so ugly when he was born." Yi Yushur smiled faintly. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers bloomed. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. She stood on the spot, not knowing what to do. 9 lives and 9 lifetimes, the fusion of memories. Mu Yun had tried more than once to find the figure of the word mother in her perfect memories. However, that only memory was the scene of her father, Mu Qingyu, carrying her, who was still a baby, and separating from Yi Yushur. There was only that fleeting, youthful smile, filled with endless reluctance and endless bleakness. Other than that, there was nothing else. Her biological mother, from a young age until now, only that face remained in her heart. Mu Yan stood rooted to the ground in a daze. However, tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. "Why are you crying, silly boy?" Yi Yushur knocked Mu Yan's head and said with a smile. Suddenly, there was a plop. Mu Yan knelt on the ground with her knees forward. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, but at this moment, she completely lost her arrogance and fearlessness. She was like a child. At this moment, she knelt on both knees, wrapped her arms around the waist of the figure in front of her, and buried her head deeply. At this moment, her tears fell like raindrops, pitter-patter-patter. "Mother, where are you?" "You know what? When I was young, only they had a mother. I didn't. Father always told me to kill enemies in the Devil Cave Ridge. Those things are terrifying. I was only 3 or 4 years old, and I was terrified. But father said that if I didn't kill them, I would die. You parents are not happy at all. One of you is nowhere to be seen, while the other is forcing me to cultivate all day long. In order to satisfy my father, I cultivated every day. Every day, I wanted to satisfy my father's conditions. When I saw other people acting spoiled in front of my parents, I could only kill them day and night. Then, in the middle of the night, I would bandage my wounds. Then I died, you know? I don't think I'll be able to see you again in this life. But I came back to life and became a wolf cub. I still had no parents and had to live with wolves every day. It wasn't easy for me to become an immortal king. I wanted to live a carefree life, but I was sucked into the chart of celestial extermination and died again. In the end, I came back to life again and became what I am now. Along the way, I was still forced to cultivate. If I didn't cultivate, I would die. I don't want to care about the 9 lives emperor that they talk about. I just want to grow up, have a wife and children, and have parents to accompany me. Even if I want to be a simple farmer, I'll be fine with farming at sunrise and resting at sunset. But, I can't. But, what saddens me the most is that my father seems to have something important to do every day and has no time to care about me. I want my mother to accompany me, but in my memory, I only have one face of my mother. I don't remember you at all. Mu Yan talked non-stop, sentence after sentence, as if she wanted to tell everything about her 9 lives and 9 lives. For a moment, Yi Yushur stood still on the sea of flowers with a startled expression. Mu Yan crawled on the ground, crying non-stop, her body trembling. To anyone, parents were the most cherished people. Countless times, she had faced her father and missed her mother. At this moment, her mother appeared in front of her, but Mu Yan could only cry. This cry was heart-wrenching. At the same time, in the East Palace of the Shepherds in the realm of the gods. That external incarnation suddenly trembled at this moment, and a drop of tear fell from the corner of her eye. That external incarnation in the spirit Snake Island was the same. What's wrong? Qin Mengyao looked at Mu Yan's clone and asked worriedly, did something happen during the training? Mu Yan shook her head, and a smile appeared. This smile made Qin Mengyao instantly melt into it. From the time she met Mu Yan until now, she had never seen Mu Yan show such a smile. It was very comfortable and very contented. I saw my mother. Mu Yan said lightly and smiled slightly, as if she was a child who had eaten candy. In the sea of flowers, a palm gently patted Mu Yan's head. How old are you? You're still crying like this. This isn't like my son. Yi Yushur smiled faintly and said, good child, it seems that bastard Mu Qingyu abused my son. Don't worry, when I see him again, I'll throw him into that demon cave ridge and let him have a taste of killing every day. He won't be able to cry to his mother even if he wants to. Pfft, Mu Yan smiled through her tears and stood up. Mother, you're the one who can't bear to. Mu Yan smiled and said, moreover, father is the human emperor. That demon cave ridge was built by him. He's not afraid. It's the ghosts and monsters there who are afraid of him. Silly child. Yi Yushur carefully wiped the tears from the corner of Mu Yan's eyes and said with a smile, shouldn't you be happy to see your mother? When you cry, it makes your mother's heart ache. I won't cry anymore. Mu Yan grinned at this moment. Mother, where are you now? Why are you here? Mu Yun was puzzled. Mother is now in a place very, very far away. Yi Yushur smiled and said, the reason why I appeared here this time is because of the illusory flower sea, which causes an illusion. This illusion allows a martial artist to show the things that they subconsciously desire the most. It seems that my son still misses his mother the most subconsciously. Yi Yushur smiled again and said, I thought that you would forget about your mother when you have a wife. Ah? Mother, how did you know? Don't forget, this is an illusion. I will know everything that you know. Yi Yushur smiled slyly and said, it seems that bastard Mu Qingyu abused you every day. In the future, mother will avenge you. Mother, stop bragging. Mu Yun grinned and said, father is the human emperor. So what if he's the human emperor? Even if he's a ruler, I can skin him. Yi Yushur smiled and said, to tell you the truth, your father is no match for me. Ah? What ah? Don't you believe your mother? I believe. Mu Yun looked at Yi Yushur with a trace of surprise in her eyes. It seemed that her mother's cultivation was more powerful than her father's. Thinking about it carefully, back then, it was her mother who brought up the rear, allowing her father and her to escape. If her father was more powerful, it would definitely be her father who brought up the rear, right? Mu Yun exhaled and sat down. Yi Yushur was standing in front of Mu Yun at this moment and said condescendingly, I see that your strength is not bad now, you stinking brat. Your improvement in the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm is quite fast. Mother, my name is Mu Yun, not stinking brat. Why? You're my son. I can't call you whatever I want. Okay. Yi Yushur looked at Mu Yun and sized her up carefully as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Mother, don't look at me like that, as if I'm a treasure. You're my precious son. Yi Yushur squatted down and knocked on Mu Yun's head. She smiled and said, Yun'er, your father has his own difficulties. The responsibility on his shoulders is very heavy, so you can't blame him. I know. I've never blamed father. Yes, even now, he's only painstakingly maintaining the survival of the human race. If it weren't for your father, those powerful myriad races would probably have enslaved the human race under their feet. Mu Yun nodded when he heard this. Although she did not know what her father was doing, Mu Yun could vaguely sense that even though her father had powerful strength, he seemed to be unable to split himself. The Kanglan myriad realms was incomparably vast. The current her was really like an ant. If she wanted to spy on the entire world, she still had a very, very long way to go. Stinking brat, you have good taste. The wives you find are all beauties. This is much better than your father. Yi Yushur smiled faintly and said, your father is still single all these years. He's really persistent, mother. I'm always persuading my husband to only love me. Why are you still persuading my father to take in a concubine? Kid, what do you know? Yi Yushur knocked on Mu Yun's head and said again, Yun'er, actually, I only hope that you can be as free as the clouds in the 9 heavens. I don't want you to be involved in the chaos of this world. Unfortunately, your father has already brought you in. Moreover, you're destined to not be able to escape. Like grandpa, right? Yi Yushur was stunned when she heard this. Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun also understood that Yi Yushur's burden might be even greater. Her father was once the #1 god emperor in the myriad realms. Her husband was now the human emperor. And her son had to embark on his father's path. The 9-fated son of heaven was a dazzling and dangerous existence. Perhaps it was a step to the sky, but more often than not, it was a crushing defeat. Where is your father now? In the human realm. Mu Yun said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Yi Yushur was stunned and did not say anything. In the human realm? How could the real Mu Qingyu be guarding the human realm now? Mother, what's wrong? Nothing. Yi Yushur waved her hand, and the fan landed in Mu Yun's hand. This fan is for you. Mother, didn't you say that this is an illusion? Have you forgotten that mother is more powerful than your father? Oh. Keep this fan well. It's of great use. Yi Yushur said again, Yun'er, the future is long. Mother will wait for you. Hearing this, Yi Yushur was slightly stunned. This time, her hand did not have a fan, and she touched Mu Yun's head. Yes, although mother is very powerful, even more powerful than your father, I'm not as powerful as those bad guys. Then mother will wait for son. Son will save mother personally. Okay. Yi Yushur smiled slightly. Senior Guai, won't you come out and meet me? Yi Yushur said slightly at this moment. With a flash of light, a figure suddenly appeared beside the mother and son. He was dressed in a green and black robe with a belt around his waist. His straight body carried a trace of illusory aura. The person who appeared was actually a young man in his 20s. His face was flawless, extraordinarily handsome, and carried a trace of cold arrogance. This is Guai? Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. If it's not me, could it be you? Guai said unhappily at this moment. Senior Guai, you're still so childish. Yi Yushur giggled. Little Shur, long time no see. Senior Guai, you've worked hard all these years to accompany Yun'er. This kid must have caused you a lot of trouble. That's not true. It was rare for Guai to speak up for Mu Yun at this moment. He said, this guy is really hardworking. Although he used to rely on his rebirth to show off everywhere, he's working very hard now. Perhaps in the future, Senior Guai. Yi Yushur interrupted Guai and said with a smile, thank you. Hee. In this regard, Guai waved his hand and did not say anything. Yi Yushur looked at Mu Yun and said, Senior Guai can be said to be the top figure in the entire Kanglan myriad world. He knows a lot. There's nothing he doesn't know from ancient times, the Middle Ages, and even the Desolate Ages. Kid, learn well and humbly ask for advice, do you hear me? Got it, mother. Yi Yushur rubbed Mu Yun's head and said again, as long as you cultivate well, we will definitely meet again. Yes. Slowly, Yi Yushur tapped Mu Yun's forehead with her finger. In an instant, Mu Yun felt dizzy. As the world spun, she was completely lost. At the same time, within the sea of flowers, Yi Yushur's figure gradually dissipated. Mu Qingyu, how could he be in the human world? It should only be an incarnation, right? Yi Yushur murmured, however, seeing my son working so hard, I'm also very satisfied. Thank you, Qingyu. Slowly, Yi Yushur's figure completely disappeared. Mother, suddenly, Mu Yun woke up. A sharp pain spread through his mind. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that she had fallen into a sea of flowers. The surroundings were fragrant and tranquil, and the environment was pleasant. You're awake? An elegant voice sounded. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, what happened just now? I saw that you were crying. Ah? Mu Yun scratched her head and suddenly laughed. The illusion ended, and he appeared here. Nothing. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm just too happy. Mu Yun was indeed very happy. Now, she could confirm that her mother was still alive. That was enough. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a good mood. Xianxia looked around and said, when you were asleep just now, I observed the surroundings. It was all a sea of flowers, and there was no way out. Xianxia said gloomily, I don't know why we appeared here. A sea of flowers? Mu Yun said again, isn't your Zhang clan's bloodline talent an illusion? Maybe we can try. Illusion? Xianxia frowned slightly. But she still followed Mu Yun's instructions and used her bloodline talent. A unique aura spread out at this moment. Slowly, a hint of shock appeared in Xianxia's eyes. This is an illusion. Xianxia said in shock, and it's a powerful illusion. Can you break it? Yes, but it will take some time. Okay. Mu Yun nodded at this moment and sat down cross-legged. Xianxia stood at the side and began to use her bloodline talent. Mu Yun sat down, and a long fan appeared in her hand. It was a very ordinary long fan, no different from the fans that those young masters used to show off. However, the three big words on it were particularly eye-catching. Mu Yun opened the long fan at this moment, but the three words Yi Yushur that were clearly there just now disappeared at this moment. Mu Yun was stunned. However, until now, he still did not know why his mother gave this long fan to him. Gently fiddling with the long fan, Mu Yun said helplessly, it can't be just a fan, right? As she spoke, Mu Yun held the long gown in her hand and waved gently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the entire sea of flowers was swept up by a gust of wind. As the wind whistled, the scene where the two of them were changed drastically. The flowers disappeared one after another at this moment. Two figures were suspended in midair and did not land on the ground at all. At this moment, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? She was trying to break out of the illusion here, but a gust of wind blew over and everything was gone. The illusory realm also disappeared at this moment. What exactly happened? Mu Yun was even more speechless at this moment. How was this an ordinary fan? It was simply a divine fan. It was strange. Good fellow, mother is so generous. Mu Yun put away the divine fan and nodded. Let's go down first, Mu Yun said at this moment. The two figures directly landed on the ground at this moment. Looking around, there was no end in sight. The mountains and hills stretched out endlessly. The two of them flew down and their figures stabilized. Just now, they truly felt that this place was not an illusion. However, Mu Yun really had to thank that illusion. If not for that, he was afraid that he would not be able to see his mother at all. And this time, seeing his mother, Mu Yun was even more determined in his thoughts. The divine realm must be unified, and he must walk out of the Kanglin myriad world. That was the most colorful place in the entire world. It was the world where thousands of races stood in great numbers and geniuses were born in large numbers. What should we do now? You and I are both in the sixth transformation of the ancestor god realm. This place is full of danger. I don't know how the experts of the 7 great races and the 10 great ancient clans are fighting now. We can't be careless about this. Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around cautiously. Xianxia also became cautious. When they were in the low-dimensional space, she already understood. This place did not care about identity. The identity of the princess of the Zhang clan was useless here. Similarly, Mu Yun was also the crown prince of the shepherds, but in this place, she could rely on her own strength. She could do it too. Slowly, the two of them continued to move forward. For 10 days and half a month, the two of them moved in this high-dimensional space without encountering any figures, not even those of other races. This made the two of them feel very strange. Logically speaking, there were at least 500 people in the high-dimensional space from the various ancient clans who entered this place. As for the foreign warriors, according to the low-dimensional space's scale of 1,000 people, there were at least 1,000 people in this high-dimensional space, or even more. Could it be that there were too many casualties in the battle, so there were not many left now? Mu Yun felt that it was not possible. If that was the case, she wondered how Mu Yun and Xue Zhufeng were doing now. Although the two of them had just entered the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm, those foreign clans were not to be trifled with. Mu Yun, look. Xianxia suddenly pointed forward. At this moment, following Xianxia's finger, Mu Yun looked forward. There was a basin that was 10,000 meters wide. In the center of the basin, a figure was dead. The blood on his body had long dried up. Seeing this scene, the two of them flew over and landed beside the corpse. This is Xuewu of the Blood Clan. Xianxia said, 8 transformation of the ancestor god realm. I've seen him before. Xianxia's expression turned cold. Even if one had just entered the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm, it was very difficult to kill him. Even if a group of people besieged him, he could at least escape. But now, he was dead here. This place, Mu Yun looked around and said, this Xuewu seems to have been directly blasted here by someone. The surrounding basin seems to have been formed by a powerful force. Xianxia was slightly stunned when she heard this. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Who was it that had such a powerful cultivation base? Huh? Mu Yun's eyes flickered. She only saw that hundreds of meters away from Xuewu, a charred figure was also dead. When she got closer, she realized that this figure had dark skin from head to toe. It looked like a human, but other than that, it had no face and no fingers. It was completely like a monster that had not transformed into a human. At this moment, it was already dead and stiff. This thing, Xianxia said in shock, this time, we encountered 7 major clans, but none of the clan's warriors looked like this. Could it be other foreign clans? It shouldn't be. Mu Yun said calmly, the 7 major foreign clans entered together this time and had an agreement with each other. If there were other foreign clans, it would be impossible for them to be in the low-dimensional space. We didn't see them. Unless, what? Unless it's something that already exists in this high-dimensional space. As soon as these words came out, a cold wind blew past, and both of their expressions changed. Perhaps Mu Yun was not right, but if it was true, that proved that in this night-empty realm, other than the human race and other foreign clans, there were other strange things. And it seemed that their strength was not low at all. If that was the case, then the high-dimensional space was dozens of times more dangerous than the low-dimensional space. Those people had been here for more than 100 years. Were they still alive? Your Highness. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. 3 to 5 figures flew over quickly at this moment. When they saw Xianxia, their expressions changed. Xianxia. Seeing who it was, Xianxia's face lit up and she exhaled. Huh? Xianxia was tall and powerful. When his gaze swept over Mu Yun, who was beside Xianxia, a murderous aura instantly spread out. Xianxia, don't be rude. Xianxia said seriously, Mu Yun is my friend now. Friend, hearing this, Xianxia and the others had strange expressions. Your Highness, let's not talk nonsense. Let's leave this place for now. Xianxia was still looking at Mu Yun cautiously. In his eyes, Mu Yun was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the terrifying things here. After all, Mu Yun was the crown prince of the shepherds. The Zhang clan had also participated in the encirclement of the shepherds 10,000 years ago. It was hard to guarantee that Mu Yun would be resentful and do something unacceptable. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, Crown Prince Mu, come with us. This place is dangerous. Let's find a safe place first and see how to deal with it. All right. Mu Yun nodded. At that moment, the others were looking at one another with even more caution in their eyes. Xianxia wanted to say something, but after looking at Xianxia, he kept quiet. At this moment, a group of figures was carefully moving forward along the ground. Xianxia, what's going on? Xianxia was puzzled. Are the 7 foreign races a great threat to you? Since your Highness knows about the 7 ancient races, you should have solved the problem in the low-dimensional space. Xianxia nodded. It's all thanks to Mu Yun. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you. Xianxia explained one by one. The Blood clan and the Han clan are really daring. Xianxia clenched his fists and snorted. They're still thinking about internal strife at this time. Aren't they afraid that the entire human world will become slaves? They looked at Mu Yun with flickering eyes. 6 Transformation of the Ancestor God Realm. The improvement of this crown prince of the shepherds was indeed terrifying. Your Highness, the reason why we are like this is not because of the 7 foreign races. Xianxia said tirelessly, at first, our situation was similar to yours. The 7 foreign races were indeed difficult to deal with, but they were not impossible to deal with. But later, something terrifying appeared. Something terrifying? Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia was in the 8 transformations of the Ancestor God Realm, which made him one of the top experts in the entire God Realm. But he described it as something terrifying. Xianxia nodded and said, it's a terrifying thing. It looks like a human, but it doesn't have the characteristics of a human being, nor does it have the characteristics of a foreign race. We call them humanoid monsters. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Human freak? How's his strength? It's hard to say. There are those with lower strength who are at the 1st or 2nd transformation of the Ancestor God Realm. There are those with higher strength who surpass those who have just entered the 9 transformations of the Ancestor God Realm. There might even be third-rate 9 transformations of the Ancestor God Realm. Mu Yun and Xianxia were both stunned when they heard this. Within the 9 empty realms, the unique spatial structure made it impossible for experts who had just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestral God Realm to exist. But now, he actually heard that there was an expert who had surpassed the initial 9 transformations of the Ancestor God Realm. Those guys come and go like ghosts. Their strength varies, but their killing intent is extremely strong. Xianxia was still terrified. Those bastards, whether they're outsiders or humans, they're all out to kill. and they're extremely skilled in controlling their divine power. How many are there? Mu Yun asked at this moment. I'm not sure. Xianxia said bitterly, I don't know how many there are. There's no way to tell. It seems that there's no end to killing. Mu Yun fell silent when she heard this. According to her father, those who had surpassed the initial 9 changes of the ancestor god realm could not be accommodated in this space. If these humanoid monsters really existed, it could only mean that they were unique creatures born in the 9 empty realms. But this did not make sense either. If that was the case, why did they have to join forces to enter the 9 empty realms? It would be difficult to deal with these monsters and the 7 foreign races. The team approached the ground and began to fall silent. At this moment, Mu Yun did not say much. Since Xianxia knew about this, then this trip should be to the gathering place of the Zhang clan warriors. Gradually, 7 or 8 people looked around nervously, not daring to be careless. Bang, all of a sudden, as the group was moving forward, a loud explosion was heard. In an instant, a scream sounded at this moment. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. At the front of the team, a figure charged out and tore a 6 changes of the ancestor god realm disciple into pieces with both hands. At this moment, Xianxia shouted angrily, disperse. The other figures immediately dispersed at this moment. Everyone looked in front of them with a shocked expression. Xianxia's smiling face was pale. The person who died just now was a Zhang clan disciple who grew up with her, but he was torn into pieces in an instant. There was no time to react at all. How could this be? Xianxia's face was pale at this moment, and she was still out of breath. Protect Her Highness. 4 figures surrounded Xianxia at this moment. As for Mu Yun, she was surrounded outside. Xianxia took a step forward, holding his saber with both hands, and slashed out. At this moment, Mu Yun calmed down and looked around. Gray figures kept appearing one after another. These gray figures were all grayish-white from head to toe, and they were naked from head to toe. Their eyes were glowing with white light, and they did look like humans, but they did not have the slightest bit of human aura. Bang bang, Xianxia was indeed at the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. At this moment, with 2 sabers in hand, he unleashed great power, and his aura was extremely powerful. However, the strange figures that appeared were all at the 6 and 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. Even if Xianxia's combat strength was off the charts, and he was gradually exhausted after fighting against hundreds of figures alone. Go help Xianxia. Xianxia said at this moment. Your Highness. Their expressions changed. Compared to the danger Xianxia was in, their mission was to protect Her Highness. Go. Xianxia urged. I am at the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm now, and I can protect myself. Go quickly. If Xianxia can't hold on, we will all die. Yes. At this moment, they did not waste any more time and flew out one by one. Mu Yun, can you see anything? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun. No. After observing for a long time, Mu Yun indeed did not discover anything. These people did not have the slightest ripple of divine power, but when they attacked, all the divine power in the world was at their disposal. Moreover, there was indeed no sign of life. It was very strange. Xianxia wanted to say something, but at this moment, the strange figures charged at the 2 of them. The cloudy heaven sword struck out, and Mu Yun directly slashed with his long sword. He was at the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm, and his body and soul had undergone 6 baptisms to become extremely tough. Coupled with the azure dragon armor, his defense was even more terrifying. Not only that, the spherical heaven sword was a famous divine sword in the god realm, and it was very powerful. This strike was enough to create a powerful shockwave. At this moment, Xianxia also became cautious. The 2 of them were the weakest, so at this moment, the strange figures did not seem to be interested in them. Instead, most of them surrounded Xianxia and the others. How troublesome. Mu Yun looked at the figures opposite her with a trace of worry in her eyes. If this continued, the more they fought, the more their divine power would be exhausted. There were many strange figures, and they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. I can only nourish myself with battle. Mu Yun could not help muttering to herself as she felt the consumption of her divine power. With a wave of her hand, a devouring power was born. The dead strange figure's body was directly devoured by Mu Yun. In an instant, Mu Yan's expression changed. At this moment, she felt that her divine body seemed to have been greatly nourished. It was like a flower that was about to die of thirst being watered by the rain. At this moment, it was full of vitality. This was the feeling. What made Mu Yun even more incredulous was that the strange figures turned into ashes at this moment. When the wind blew, the ashes disappeared without a trace. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback at this moment. Xianxia, who was not far away, was even more surprised at this moment. The devouring bloodline was the bloodline talent of the shepherds. It was very powerful. In the entire godly realm, even the royal clan's domineering aura and the blood clan's soul control talent had to be courteous to it. However, the shepherd's devouring bloodline talent could devour the essence, energy, and spirit of others and turn it into a powerful attack. It could greatly weaken the opponent and strengthen oneself. However, she had never heard of the shepherd's devouring bloodline talent that could directly devour the cultivation of others to strengthen oneself. If that was the case, then the shepherds would have already become one of the great ancient clans, and the 9 great ancient clans would be second-rate. However, Mu Yun in front of her was just like that. She was devouring the strange figures' bodies to strengthen her own body. Comfortable. At this moment, Mu Yun did not have time to care about Xianxia's bewilderment. After devouring the strange figure in one breath, the strange figure's body disappeared, but her divine body was full of energy and tyrannical at this moment. Moreover, this power was different from before. Previously, when she devoured others, a large part of the power was purified and expelled by another bloodline talent in her body, and she could only obtain 10 to 20% of it. But this time it was all. At this moment, Mu Yun could not wait to devour more of these strange figures. This way, her divine body would most likely be strengthened to the extreme. At this thought, a trace of murderous intent slowly appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Devouring can strengthen myself and also suppress you. This way, it seems that you are not so scary. She grinned, and the cloudy heaven sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Her avatar also appeared at the same time, holding the crimson spirit sword and slowly releasing murderous intent. At this moment, Mu Yun changed from defense to offense and quickly attacked. Dong, dull sounds rang out one after another. At this moment, on the ground, Xianxia and the others were entangled by the strange figures and could not escape at all. Those ferocious fellows killed without batting an eyelid. Their methods were ruthless, and they were not afraid of pain or death. But now, all of them were hiding from Mu Yun. On the contrary, Mu Yun's murderous aura was condensed, and her entire body was filled with devouring power. It was as if she had condensed into a vortex that sucked in everything. As Mu Yun's divine body improved, the power in her body continued to accumulate, and a vast amount of power poured into the blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram. Within the Yellow Springs diagram, the 2 Qilins, Huang Yan and Mou, were slightly stunned. What the hell is this guy doing? I don't know. The 2 of them also looked at each other. At the same time, Mu Yun's body contained an extremely powerful power. Her divine body could not withstand such a vast amount of power in a short period of time. Therefore, she relied on the connection of the dark seal of life and death to convert the power into the 300 osteopyram, Mou, Huang Yan, and the dozens of 9-tailed cat clansmen. These people were within her blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram, so they were the easiest to absorb. After killing more than 26th change and 7th change freaks in succession, Mu Yun felt refreshed. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with powerful and abundant energy. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Those freaks had also discovered Mu Yun's strength and attacked Mu Yun one by one. There were even 8 change ancestor god realm freaks who gave up on attacking Xianxia and the others to attack Mu Yun. Your Highness, let's go. Xianxia pulled Xianxia up and was about to leave this place. I'm not leaving. Xianxia said stubbornly. Mu Yun has attracted most of the freaks. If we leave now, we'll be abandoning him. Your Highness. Xianxia hurriedly said, this guy is obviously using these freaks as nourishment and is constantly improving his strength. We're not like that. He's getting braver as he fights, but we're getting weaker as we fight. If we don't take the opportunity to leave now, it'll be difficult to leave later. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is waiting for your Highness. That won't do. Xianxia said calmly, Mu Yun saved my life in the low-dimensional space. I can't abandon him now. If you want to leave, you can leave first. No way. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, listen to me. With Mu Yun's strength, those strange people won't be able to do anything to her in a short period of time. Let's go first and meet up with the Crown Prince and the others. Then, we'll help Mu Yun escape. Otherwise, if we continue to drag things out like this, we won't be able to do anything. Instead, it will be our brothers who will die. Xianxia hesitated when she heard this. Leave now, Your Highness. Another Zhang clan warrior in the 7 changes of Ancestor God realm fell to the ground and was torn into pieces by the strange people. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. All right. At this moment, Xianxia raised her voice and shouted, Mu Yun, hold on for a while. I'll go find my brother and bring people to destroy them. Xianxia immediately said, Where is elder brother? Let's go. Okay. At this moment, a few figures immediately flew away. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't think much when he heard this. It was impossible for the few of them to break out of the encirclement together. Now that he had attracted the attention of most of the strange people, it was indeed a good idea for Xianxia to leave first and bring Zhang Tianyu with her. Otherwise, even if his devouring bloodline had a strong suppression, the Zhang clan warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Under Mu Yun's strong attraction, the few figures broke out of the encirclement and left. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief and looked behind. He said silently in his heart, I'm sorry, Mu Yun. You can only die here. Without saying much, he immediately sped up with Xianxia. At the same time, Mu Yun was getting more and more engrossed in the battle. Even the strange people in the 8 changes of Ancestor God realm could not stop him now. In the Heaven Underworld diagram, the 300 Osteopyram, Huang Yan, Mou, Miao Zhanyu, Miao Yutong, and the others felt as if their bodies were being cleansed by the spirit of heaven and earth. Waves of comfortable aura spread throughout their bodies. Many of them began to transform at this moment. Mou and Huang Yan, the 2 Qilin divine beasts, were the most impressive. The 2 of them were originally Qilin divine beasts with boundless power. They were a well-known first-class race in the Kanglin myriad world, a powerful race comparable to the dragon race and the phoenix race. However, after tens of thousands of years in the divine world, their bloodline from the Qilin clan became obscure. They were no longer as powerful and domineering as when they entered the divine world by relying on the powerful divine ability of their clan. This was what the 2 of them were most unwilling to see. But now, this power was cleansing their bodies and purifying their souls. At this moment, the 2 of them, who were already at the 5 changes of Ancestor God realm, instantly increased their aura and moved toward the 6 changes of Ancestor God realm. Not only that, but the power was strong enough that the 2 of them felt that they could go further. As expected of the Qilin divine beasts, Miao Zhanyu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The Qilin clan was a first-class race. In the Kanglin myriad world, the 6 Qilin clans, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and black, were united. Even the 10 great divine dragon clans would not dare to offend them easily. At this moment, they were also receiving the feedback of Mu Yun's power and were constantly improving. However, compared to Mou and Huang Yan, they were still far behind. Where did this Mu Yun come from? How did she have the ability to open up a realm? Miao Yutong couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be a realm that she opened up, but a spatial Dharma treasure with the Tree of World that she forcibly upgraded to a realm that can accommodate living things. Miao Zhanyu guessed, moreover, humans might not be able to survive here. Otherwise, with the abundant divine power of heaven and earth here, if humans could live here, this guy could definitely place his trusted subordinates here and seriously cultivate them. As soon as he said this, the dozens of people from the 9-tailed cat clan nodded at this moment. Then what should we do? Miao Yutong also realized the situation at this moment and said, I don't want to be caught and brought to the human world. I want to be with my sister. As soon as she said this, Miao Zhanyu's face darkened. They had now become Mu Yun's slaves and couldn't resist at all. Just as the few of them were discussing, 3 of Mu Yun's avatars walked out from the blue sky underworld diagram one by one. When she left the god realm, she placed an avatar on the spirit snake island, one in the east palace of the shepherds. Now that she had reached the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm, she placed another avatar outside to fight. The remaining 3 avatars were on standby in the blue sky underworld diagram at any time. Don't think so much. One of Mu Yun's avatars said, "Follow me and you will obtain supreme glory. This human world can't restrain me. In the future, I will definitely walk out of the human world. When that time comes, even the myriad races will tremble under my feet." As soon as she said this, Miao Zhanyu and Miao Yutong fell silent. Mu Yun clearly knew what they were thinking. "I know, you think I'm bragging?" Mu Yun said confidently, "I'm not afraid of you knowing the truth. My father is the human emperor, Mu Qingyu. My mother is the human clan Zhi Yushi. My grandfather is the #1 god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao. I'm not saying this to show off my background. But I'm telling you that sooner or later, I will also reach their heights." Mu Yun added, "If you are willing to follow me, I can help the 9-tailed cat clan become a great clan in the Kanglan Myriad domain, even if it is a mediocre clan, let alone a grade 9 clan. Now, you should be glad that I chose you." At this moment, Mu Yun's avatar had the royal bloodline talent, the aura of a tyrant. When she said this, coupled with her sharp aura, everyone present fell silent for a moment. When a human reached the ancestor god realm, they would condense an avatar to live and die with their original body. However, as far as they knew, a human could only condense one avatar. But now, Mu Yun had more than one avatar. Each of these avatars seemed to have the same aura as the original body. It was really terrifying. The human in front of them seemed to be different from the world they thought of. "Your mother is Zhi Yushi?" At this moment, Mou, who was at the side, couldn't help but look surprised. "You know Yi Yushi?" Mu Yun turned around and asked. "The Qing Emperor, Yi Yushi. Who doesn't know her?" Mou looked at Mu Yun with a mocking expression. Just now, this guy said that Yi Yushi was his mother, but it didn't look like it. The #1 god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, has a high cultivation level. No one can stop him in the world. He's called the #1 god emperor. It's because of him that the Xiaoyao sacred ground was established and exists in the Kanglan Myriad world. No one dares to invade. Myriad clans, even the Dragon clan, Maiqilan clan, and the Soul clan, only establish channels and trade through the Xiaoyao sacred ground. Rumor has it that back then, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon clan was taken as a mount by Yi Xiaoyao. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. Ancestral dragon, it's also because of this that countless humans walked in the Xiaoyao sacred ground and lived together with the myriad clans in the Kanglan Myriad world. So now, there are humans among the myriad clans, but what? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. It's just that back then, the #1 god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, suddenly died, causing the disappearance of this human peak figure who intimidated all the major clans. All the ancient clans wanted to control the Xiaoyao sacred ground. After all, the Xiaoyao sacred ground has existed for more than 1,000,000 years. It has long become the largest trading place in the entire Kanglan Myriad world. But later, Yi Xiaoyao's daughter, Yi Yushi, fought with the Soul clan leader alone. In the end, she caused the Soul clan leader to retreat in defeat. Then, she was called the Qing Emperor. Later, Yi Yushi took control of the Xiaoyao sacred ground and ensured the status of humans in the Kanglan Myriad world. It also allowed humans to be safe and sound in the entire Kanglan Myriad world. As for later, Mou said coldly, "I left the Qilan clan, so I don't know how it is now." "How does Emperor Qing compare to the human emperor?" "Although your father is known as the human emperor, I've never heard of his name, so I can't judge." Mou didn't say anything else. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that her vision was widened again. Kanglan Myriad worlds, humans. Myriad races, in that case, there are still many humans in the Kanglan Myriad worlds? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask again. As if looking at an idiot, Mou looked at Mu Yun and said again, "Of course." Back then, Yi Xiaoyao suppressed the myriad races until they couldn't raise their heads for 1,000,000 years. The human race reproduced extremely quickly. There are many of them in the Kanglan Myriad worlds. But I reckon that after Yi Xiaoyao died, Emperor Qing disappeared, and human emperor. I don't know how important your father is. Mou said again, but according to my guess, after Emperor Qing disappeared, then, the myriad races will probably have a very strong suppression on the human race. Suppression? Mu Yun said again, isn't it good for everyone to get along peacefully? Of course, but the prerequisite for peace is strength. Back then, Yi Xiaoyao was able to suppress the myriad races, and the human race was able to develop unprecedentedly and survive in the Kanglan myriad worlds. However, with Yi Xiaoyao dead and Emperor Qing succeeding to the throne, the human race can also survive in the Kanglan myriad worlds. However, with Emperor Qing's disappearance, I don't know if those people in the Xiaoyao sacred ruins can still protect the human race's headquarters. Once the humans in the Xiaoyao sacred ruins can't protect the initiative, the humans in the Kanglan myriad worlds will also be very miserable. Mou said a series of words, explaining to Mu Yun. Of course, the most fundamental place for you humans is still in the human world. Mou said again, moreover, there is a big secret hidden in the human world, a secret about the origin of heaven and earth. Mu Yun didn't say anything after hearing Mou's words. Slowly, Mu Yun said, so, this is the reason why you were sent to the divine realm. Moreover, I'm afraid your clan isn't the only one with this plan. That's right. If it weren't for Emperor Qing's suppression back then, the various races would have entered the human world long ago. But all these years, Emperor Qing has disappeared, and no one has taken action, which makes me very puzzled. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned slightly. Could it be? Father, however, his father was only a sage. How could he have such powerful means? Mu Yun felt a little confused for a moment. These matters involved too many things and were too vast. How vast was the 10,000 deep-sea realms? Tens of thousands of races were fighting for supremacy. Without the protection of the strongest, the survival of the current human race was unknown. Now is not the time to think about this. Mu Yun looked ahead and said calmly, there are more and more of these people. I think it's impossible for Xianxia and the others to come back. The Zhang clan already has a grudge against you. I think that guy is just deceiving Xianxia. The moment he said that, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, since that's the case, then don't be idle. With a wave of his hand, Huang Yan and Mou immediately rushed out. The two of you are at the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm. You have been away from the Qilin clan for too long. I don't think the two of you are as strong as the Qilin clan. Last time, you were actually surrounded by people from the 9th grade races. Now, come out and walk around more. The moment she said that, Mou and Huang Yan's expressions dimmed. They had infiltrated the human world for tens of thousands of years. They originally wanted to cooperate from the inside and outside and completely swallow up the human race. However, after a long time, there was actually no trace of signal in the clan. And their authority as the Qilin clan also became smaller and smaller with the passage of time. Since you are now my people, I will naturally support the two of you vigorously. After all, it's also very cool to have a Qilin as a mount. However, Mu Yan's next sentence made the two of them turn gloomy. This guy must be doing it on purpose. The two figures did not have time to think about this at this moment. Those people directly charged out at this moment, looking at Mou and Huang Yan as if they were more interested. At this moment, Mu Yan's two figures held a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. The murderous aura became stronger and stronger. Dong. Right at this moment, a dong sound suddenly rang out. The instant the boom sounded, the earth began to tremble. At this moment, a figure landed on the ground. Like those people, his entire body was grayish-white. However, the difference was that when this person appeared, a powerful airwave spread out. It was no less powerful than the 9 changes of the ancestor god. A big shot is here. At this moment, a sinister light flashed in Mu Yan's eyes. Your Highness, we're here. On the other side, He brought Xianxia and hurriedly flew over. How much longer? About an hour. He exhaled and said, this time, we're safe. Speed up. At this moment, Xianxia ordered, Mu Yun is still in prison. If we are late, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Your Highness. He suddenly raised his voice and said, even if Mu Yun saved your Highness, he is the crown prince of the shepherds. So what? Your Highness, have you forgotten the rumors about the 9 destined Son of Heaven? At this moment, a sinister look flashed in Xianxi's eyes. If he doesn't die, the divine realm is destined to be unified by him. When that time comes, our Xian clan will only be his subordinates. This guy must die. Even if he dies, it's not now. Xianxia snorted. He saved my life, so I am willing to save him. This is what I, Xianxia, do. It's too late. Xianxia said directly. What do you mean? Please forgive me, Your Highness. Just now, those people appeared. As long as the battle continues, more and more of them will appear. When that time comes, the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm will appear. I admit that the Crown Prince of the Shepherds is strong, but he will not be able to fight against the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. So now, this guy will not be able to hold on. You knew? Xianxia was furious. How dare you, Xianxia? Xianxia shouted angrily, you even dare to lie to me? You knew, but you deliberately lied to me? If Your Highness wants to blame me, I will accept it. But now, in the 9 emptiness realm, Your Highness' safety is equal to that of the Crown Prince. Even if I die, I will not let the 2 of you be in danger. How dare you? Xianxia's face was cold and murderous. Go back. Xianxia snorted, flung her hand, and turned back. Your Highness. Xianxi's expression was ugly as he hurriedly blocked in front of Xianxia. Get out of the way. Xianxia's face was cold. Your Highness, I told you to get out of the way. What's wrong? At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. All of a sudden, numerous figures flew over from the ground. The leader was dressed in black, his long hair draped over his shoulders as he looked at the people in front. Big brother. Your Highness. Xianxia immediately said when she saw the leader, Big brother, Mu Yun is in danger. I have to save her. At the same time, Mu Yun was facing more and more pressure. There were already several wounds all over his body. However, the aura of his 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm was constantly increasing. He did not look like he had exhausted himself at all. However, his opponents were endless, and their strength was getting stronger. Originally, there were still some 2nd and 3rd changes of the Ancestor God realm freaks, but now, the 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm freaks had all scattered. The ones charging at the front were all 7th and 8th changes of the Ancestor God realm freaks. And behind them, there were also the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm freaks watching coldly. If this continues, I will be killed sooner or later. Mu Yun said coldly. More and more freaks were gathering, and this was not good news. Get ready to retreat. At this moment, Mu Yun had absorbed too much of the freak's essence and transferred it to her body, and she had reached the peak. Even the 300 Osteopyram and 9-tailed cat clans could not bear it at this moment. If this continued, it would not be good news. Huang Yan and Mou also hurriedly retreated. At this moment, as the 2 figures kept retreating, more and more figures kept surrounding them. Meteor shower. In an instant, a low shout was heard, and streaks of light that resembled meteors suddenly descended. At this moment, the ground began to ripple. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. Earth explosion and sky fall. Boom. Boom, boom. Dark balls gathered on the ground, and at this moment, they directly exploded. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound was heard, and Mu Yan's figure instantly disappeared. However, the freaks behind her were even faster, and they directly charged at Mu Yun, unwilling to give up at all. On one side, hundreds of figures were chasing after Mu Yun's figure. About an hour later, when Mu Yun was retreating, many figures appeared at the battlefield. Where is she? Xianxia looked ahead and was slightly stunned. The ground was full of traces of battle, but the corpses of the freaks had disappeared, and Mu Yun was not among them. Xianxia couldn't help but shout, it must be that Mu Yun can't hold on anymore. She retreated. Zhang Tianyu also frowned at this moment. Your Highness, seeing Xianxia speak, Zhang Tianyu shook his head. Don't worry. Zhang Tianyu patted his sister's shoulder and said lightly, this guy is tough. Otherwise, why would Mu Qingyu spend so much effort to completely pull him back from the brink of death? Zhang Xini did not say much. However, compared to Zhang Tianyu's trust, Mu Yun had no choice but to curse at this moment. These freaks were simply chasing relentlessly. She did not understand the entire high-dimensional space. However, these freaks were much more familiar with it than she was. Under the continuous pursuit, the distance between them was shortened several times. Mu Yun had no choice but to fight with these guys again, and she retreated as she fought. There's a mountain range ahead. Mou said at this moment, once we enter the mountain range, we can use the terrain to bypass them. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and rushed out. Disperse. Suddenly, the leading freak of the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm spoke. If Mu Yun was here, she would be so shocked that she would be speechless. These guys could speak human language. She had fought with them for half a day, but she had never heard them speak. However, Mu Yun did not have time to think about this at this moment. These freaks, once provoked, were like dogskin plasters. Even if one wanted to pluck them off, it would be impossible. Damn it. Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. If I had reached the 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm, would you be chasing me so arrogantly? Mu Yun was confident that with the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm, even the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm would not be able to resist her in a one-on-one fight. However, there was not only one freak, but a group of freaks. These fellows simply didn't care about anything else. Their attacks, which were unafraid of death, made him almost unable to deal with them. This mountain range is so strange. Mu Yun looked around and became even more cautious. I keep feeling that there is a strange aura. Although that was the case, the freaks behind her that she could not shake off were a greater threat. Xianxia sped up and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Swoosh swoosh, just as Mu Yun was charging forward, 2 ear-piercing sounds were heard at the same time. In an instant, 2 figures, each holding a divine weapon, charged toward her. Boom, an intense collision sound was heard at this moment. Mu Yun's figure suddenly retreated. Who is it? Mu Yun looked ahead cautiously. Scram. One of the 2 figures, a short-haired man, shouted, this place is occupied by the 3 ancient clans. Other ancient clans, scram. Wait. As soon as the short-haired man finished speaking, the other person beside him sized up Mu Yun. You are, the crown prince of the shepherds. As soon as he said this, the 2 of them looked at Mu Yun cautiously. Who are you? We? The short-haired man said proudly, you are from the Han clan, the crown prince of the shepherds. I didn't expect you to come here. You really barged into hell. Inform the 3 princes immediately. All right. The 2 of them immediately released the signal flare. Mu Yun wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Mu Yun's eyes lit up when he thought about it. You should be in the low-dimensional space. How did you come to the high-dimensional space? Looking at Mu Yun, the 2 of them were extremely cautious. Since Mu Yun was able to reach a higher dimension, it was sufficient to show that she had already attained the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm. Was this guy really that terrifying? It was rumored that he was only at the 2nd transformation of the ancestor god realm. To reach the 6th transformation in less than 200 years, this was too terrifying. It seems that you know quite a lot. At this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to say anything. I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just passing by this mountain range and wanted to pass through it. Pass through the mountain range? The short-haired man sneered, I don't think that's necessary. This is a good place for you to be buried. The crown prince of shepherds is someone that everyone has the right to kill. If it wasn't for your father, your shepherds would have been completely suppressed by now. Is that so? Mu Yun's face was cold as she looked ahead. It seemed that the 2 of them didn't intend to let her leave. At this moment, the 3 of them were facing each other from a distance. Swoosh, 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 not long after, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. About 200 figures appeared at this moment. The 3 figures in the lead were completely different from the others. They had a unique aura of superiority. The Morong clan's crown prince, Morong Fengxiao. The Han clan's crown prince, Han Yi. The Shi clan's crown prince, Shi Shuhuan. The moment the 3 of them saw Mu Yun, their eyes lit up. This guy had attained the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm. The 3 of them saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Mu Yun. Han Yi's gaze fell on Mu Yun. He said indifferently, "You actually reached the 6 transformations of the ancestor god realm so quickly. Such an improvement could be said to be terrifying. I don't have time to waste here with all of you." Mu Yun spoke directly at this moment. This time everyone entered the 9 emptiness realm to deal with the foreign tribes. "I think it's best not to have any conflicts between us, right?" "Conflicts?" Shu Huan smiled and said, "You're right. It's indeed best not to have any conflicts. However, meeting you here alone, I think it's difficult not to have any conflicts. If Shui Zhufeng and Mu Yun are with you, I think we can coexist peacefully. But as for you, how about it?" "Then I'm sorry." Shu Huan smiled faintly and said, "As a 9 Fate Emperor, we really don't dare to let you continue to grow. If it wasn't for mooching you last time, you would have died. But now, mooching you isn't here." Mu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. "So, there's no room for discussion?" "Of course. Alright, then, let's see who's better." In an instant, Mu Yun's aura exploded. At the same time, figures charged quickly from behind Mu Yun. "It's those freaks. Damn it, this guy has attracted the attention of those freaks. Damn it, this guy did it on purpose." The 3 crown princes also had ugly expressions. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Mu Yun would actually bring so many monsters here. "Oh, sorry." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I forgot to say just now. Not only you guys want to kill me, but these freaks also want to kill me. I escaped all the way here." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun held her long sword and charged back. At this moment, when those freaks saw them, they immediately rushed into the middle of the 3 ancient tribe warriors with murderous intent. In an instant, the 2 sides were in a chaotic battle. "Damn it!" Morong Fengxiao cursed in a low voice. This Mu Yun definitely did it on purpose. Now is not the time to discuss this. At this moment, Han Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He snorted and said, "Let's deal with these freaks first, then we'll think of a way to leave." The 3 of them looked at Mu Yun, only to realize that Mu Yun's figure had disappeared. At the same time, in the middle of a mountain in the mountain range, a figure turned around and came over. A figure was originally standing at the middle of the mountain. It was Mu Yun. "Now, we can just watch the show." At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with mockery. "You used your doppelganger to attract the attention of others. Your original body is here, so you can summon your doppelganger back at any time. Now, you've tangled these freaks with the 3 ancient tribes. There'll probably be a fight." Mu Yun smiled and said no more. These guys wanted to kill him, but they had to see if he was strong enough. "Han clan. Sure clan. Morong clan," Mu Yun said softly. "Among the 3 crown princes of the ancient tribes, Shu Huan and Han Yi are both at the 8th transformation of the ancestor god realm. In addition to their status as crown princes, they must have many trump cards. But Morong Fengxiao seems to be at the 7th transformation of the ancestor god realm, right?" "You think, that's right." Mu Yun smiled and said, "If the crown prince of the Morong clan dies, I'm afraid the entire Morong clan will be in chaos, right?" Murderous intent slowly rose from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. "Damn it, we've been tricked by Mu Yun." Han Yi bellowed and roared, "Everyone, let's work together to break out of the encirclement. It's too difficult." Shu Huan said helplessly, "Now, let's look for a place to break through and find a place to gather. That's the only way." At this moment, the 3 of them were leading the warriors of the 3 ancient tribes. If they were to gather together, they would be greatly restricted. After the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm, those at the 6, 7, and 8 transformation of the ancestor god realm, leave with us. Yes. The 3 of them gave their orders. In an instant, only a few top experts at the 9 transformation of the ancestor god realm were left in the 3 groups to block those freaks. The rest of the people split up and killed. In an instant, the 3 groups were chased by those freaks and fled in different directions. Having been in the 9 emptiness realm for hundreds of years, they had seen how terrifying these guys were. They were neither humans nor beasts, but their attacks were ridiculously overbearing. Clashing head-on with these freaks was simply looking for trouble for himself. At this moment, Mu Yun saw the three groups split up and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. They really split up in the end. Mu Yun said to herself, if they didn't split up, none of them would be able to escape. But now, they all want to escape. It depends on whether I'm willing to or not. With this thought, Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. Han Yi, Shi Shuhuan, and Morong Fengxiao each led dozens of people and retreated quickly. At the same time, those freaks split up and chased after them relentlessly. Damn it! Morong Fengxiao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. If I see Mu Yun again, I'll definitely skin her alive. Your Highness, you go first. We'll cover you. One by one, the Morong clan warriors were forced to stop and delay the freaks' pace. However, they were entangled by these freaks and couldn't get away. Moreover, these freaks seemed to have their own unique way of communicating with each other. If they couldn't get rid of them completely, it would attract endless trouble. Time passed bit by bit. Morong Fengxiao's face was ugly at this moment. Of the 60 to 70 people who followed him, there were only a dozen left at this moment. As for the rest, some died in battle, and some were entangled with the freaks at the back. These detestable freaks really deserved to die. Morong Fengxiao's face was ferocious and he couldn't help but shout, but that Mu Yun deserves to die even more. Your Highness, we won't let this matter rest. Now, we need to gather the clansmen around us. Otherwise, we'll be too weak and it'll be difficult to gain a foothold in the Nine Emptiness realm. Yes. Morong Fengxiao nodded and said, Morong Yen, Morong Ku, the two of you go and inform those who stayed behind to stop the freaks. Ask them to come here and meet us. Yes. Two figures stepped out at this moment. Their figures flashed and flew out directly. Boom boom, it was at this moment that, to everyone's surprise, an explosion suddenly rang out. Morong Ku. Morong Yen. Morong Fengxiao's face darkened when he saw the scene. Who was so bold as to actually dare to make a move on his two personal bodyguards? Furthermore, it was done right under his nose, directly killing them. Why are you so agitated? A voice slowly sounded at this moment. Slowly, a figure strode out at this moment. Surrounded by a murderous aura, the figure waved his hands and slowly released a devouring aura. On the ground, the bodies of Morong Yan and Morong Ku gradually degenerated and shriveled. In the end, the figure waved his hand and a flame spread. The two figures completely disappeared from the world. Mu Yun. Morong Fengxiao's face twitched when he saw the figure that appeared. His body trembled uncontrollably. Morong Yan and Morong Ku could be said to be his two most capable assistants. But now, they were killed by Mu Yun. This made it impossible for him to remain calm. You still dare to appear before me? You're not a demon. Why wouldn't I dare to? Mu Yun gently waved her hand and a murderous intent slowly appeared in her heart. Morong Fengxiao, Crown Prince of the Morong clan, if you die, will the Morong clan fall into chaos? Will the iron triangle relationship between the Morong clan, Han clan, and Shi clan be shaken because of this? After all, if a crown prince dies, the Han clan and Shi clan might feel that the Morong clan has no successor and harbor evil intentions at this moment. Want to kill me? Morong Fengxiao laughed loudly when he heard this. Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, aren't you too naive? I admit that no one expected your strength to increase so quickly. But you don't have to be so anxious. After all, I'm at the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Looking at Mu Yun, a ruthless look appeared in Morong Fengxiao's eyes. It seemed that Mu Yun had been secretly observing today. Among the 3 crown princes, Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan were at the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Only Morong Fengxiao was at the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm. So this fellow found him when the 3 of them were separated. After all, he was the weakest of the 3. However, Mu Yun thought too highly of herself. Morong Zhe, Morong Qian. Morong Fengxiao immediately shouted, surround this kid, don't let him escape. Yes. More than a dozen figures immediately surrounded him. Don't worry, I was afraid that you would run away. Swish swish swish, in an instant, the 300 Osteopyrum, including the 9-tailed cat's clansmen, Huang Yan, and Mou, all who had reached the 6 transformations of the Ancestor God realm appeared beside Mu Yun. Upon closer inspection, there were close to 20 figures. Previously, when Mu Yun killed those humanoid monsters, the energy she scattered had helped many people improve. There were many who had reached the 5 transformations of the ancestor god realm. However, there were only about 20 people who had reached the 6 transformations. But even if it was only close to 20 people, it was almost the same as the remaining guards by Murong Fengxiao's side. In terms of strength, there would be some disparity. After all, Murong Fengxiao had the 8 transformations of ancestor god by his side. However, Mu Yun didn't want them to kill those people. Instead, she wanted them to trap them. The main purpose of her trip was Murong Fengxiao. In the low-dimensional space, the Murong clan, Shi clan, and Han clan harbored evil intentions. Now that they had met again, these 3 ancient clans still wanted to kill her. Since that was the case, there was nothing much to say. Just kill them, otherwise, the realm of the gods would really think that she, Mu Yun, was no longer a weakling who could be bullied by anyone. Clang. At this moment, the celestial sword appeared in her hand. A gust of sword aura immediately spread out. Stop them. Don't let any of them escape. Mu Yun immediately ordered. Shouldn't I be the one to say this? Murong Fengxiao said coldly, kill them without mercy. In an instant, 2 figures dashed out of the void. A green bead appeared in Murong Fengxiao's hand. The moment the bead appeared, it shone brightly, and a surge of surging sea wave energy directly blasted out. At this moment, Mu Yun slashed out with her long sword. Dong, a low collision sound was heard, and both of them retreated. Heart-refining bead. Seeing the green bead in Murong Fengxiao's hand, Mu Yun was slightly startled. At least you know what's good for you. Murong Fengxiao said arrogantly, the heart-refining bead is the inheritance of my Murong clan, a supreme artifact. Mu Yun, if you die under this bead, you will definitely be able to rest in peace. Your identity as the crown prince of the shepherds is not in vain. Sure. Mu Yun smiled indifferently and said, the heart-refining bead refines the mind and gathers the spirit. I have long heard of this divine bead. Today, I want it. As soon as she said this, Murong Fengxiao's face turned cold. This bead, today, I want it, what a big tone, what an arrogant attitude. Then let's see if you have the ability. As soon as Murong Fengxiao finished speaking, he had already attacked. A green light instantly spread out from the heart-refining bead. Murong Fengxiao directly pointed out a finger. After being refined by the heart-refining bead, the powerful fingerprint suddenly shone brightly. The power of the fingerprint instantly increased by several times for no reason. This scene made Mu Yun's face turn solemn. As the crown prince of the Murong clan, Murong Fengxiao was at the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. How could he be an ordinary person, not to mention his cultivation, just the treasures on him would not be any less than his. The heart-refining bead was the sacred item of the Murong clan. The fact that Murong Fengxiao could bring it out this time was enough to show how much importance the crown prince was valued by those old things in the Murong clan. 9 Heavens God-slaying sword technique. As soon as the sword struck out, Mu Yun's sword aura instantly spread out by more than 10 times. As she became more proficient in the control of the 9 Heavens God-slaying sword technique, the limit of the sword power that could be increased by relying on the sword technique was also constantly increasing. Boom, in an instant, when the two collided, the whole world was overshadowed. The surrounding people were even more shocked at this moment. How could this be the fluctuation of divine power that could be released from a fight between the 6 and 7 changes of the ancestor god realm? The 2 crown princes were really terrifying. You're not the only one who knows finger techniques. How about trying mine? At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward with the celestial sword behind her back. She pointed her palm, and in an instant, infinite brilliance condensed at her fingertips. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. As soon as she pointed her finger, a rumbling aura fluctuated out at this moment. The powerful waves of air were each stronger than the previous one. The fingerprint seemed to be only one, but it was more like thousands of them were piled up. Heart-refining palm. As soon as the palm struck out, the space and time around Murong Fengxiao seemed to be completely still. Only the heart-refining bead in front of him was whirling at this moment. As the light radiated in all directions, the bead suddenly radiated brilliance in all directions. Rays of light shot out at this moment, and the majestic aura was each stronger than the previous one. The powerful aura made people feel that the power in their bodies seemed to be slowly dissipating. In an instant, the palm print spread out from the heart-refining bead. The powerful waves of air rolled out at this moment. At this moment, everyone could feel a terrifying aura brewing in the air. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, palm prints were released from the heart-refining bead in front of Murong Fengxiao. As the palm prints rumbled, the ground was completely rolling, as if there was an earthquake, and layers of soil were lifted up. Numerous palm imprints formed a tornado that spread out wantonly at this moment. However, at that very moment, Mu Yun's finger had left behind imprints on the ground. No matter how the palm wind continued to strike, the fingerprint still continued to charge forward. The violent palm print. The steady fingerprint. They kept wearing each other down, but the speed of the palm print kept increasing. The fingerprint was still moving forward bravely. Dong, a dull sound was heard as the fingerprint pounced on the heart-refining bead. Suddenly, Murong Fengxiao's face turned pale. He lost his balance and staggered back. The threat of Mu Yun's finger imprint was too great. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. At this moment, Murong Fengxiao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. What kind of divine technique was this? 9th grade divine technique? The inheritance of the shepherds, but they had never heard of the birth of the shepherd's divine technique. Damn it! Murong Fengxiao's face darkened. Mu Yun was only at the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. How could she have such a powerful attack? Why? Are you scared? Looking at Murong Fengxiao's shocked expression, Mu Yun sneered. The more exciting part is yet to come. You alone don't have the qualifications to make me scared. A murderous intent slowly appeared in Murong Fengxiao's eyes. The powerful pressure brought by Mu Yun had already made him understand that this person could not be thought of in an ordinary way. This person's powerful strength was not as simple as the 6 changes of the ancestor god realm. Suddenly, a unique aura slowly spread out from Murong Fengxiao's body. When the aura appeared, everyone could clearly feel that the power in this person's body seemed to be constantly gathering. Bloodline talent, Mu Yun smiled slightly. It seemed that this person was angry. Bloodline talent, the Murong clan's bloodline talent seemed to be the mythical water. However, it was still uncertain who had better control over the mythical water spirits of heaven and earth. But Mu Yun obviously did not intend to use the mythical water at this moment. Although the mythical water was powerful, her own strength was even more unquestionable. Clang, she kept the celestial sword and a long spear appeared in Mu Yun's hand. After disappearing for 10,000 years, perhaps most people in the god realm have already forgotten my spear skills, Mu Yun. But Murong Fengxiao, I think, you won't forget, right? Murong Fengxiao's face turned pale when he heard this. Back then, when Mu Yun was the crown prince of the shepherds, he was the crown prince of the Murong clan. Mu Yun was a rising star and was younger than him. However, her strength climbed step by step and surpassed him. At that time, Mu Yun was the crown prince of the shepherds and was only at the 5 elements divine master realm. But at that time, he was at the 2 changes of the ancestor god realm. The 2 of them had fought once before. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for a 2 changes of the ancestor god realm to lose against a 5 elements divine master realm. However, he had lost. At that time, Mu Yun had this crimson spear in her hand. She killed without blinking and left no traces for 10,000 miles. This matter had always been a disgrace and made him unable to breathe. But today, Mu Yun still took out this mythical spear after seeing him use his bloodline talent. This was a blatant provocation to him. An insult. Don't forget. Suddenly, Murong Fengxiao shouted angrily. I'm a 7 transformation ancestor god, and you're only a 6 transformation ancestor god. Oh? Mu Yun smiled indifferently. 20,000 years ago, you were only a 2nd transformation ancestor god, and I was a 5 elements god master. Damn it, Murong Fengxiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mu Yun's despicable actions made him furious from the bottom of his heart. However, things were different now. Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun of the past. Slash. Water Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Wave. With a low shout, Murong Fengxiao's figure charged out. As he waved his hands, streams of water appeared out of nowhere. The streams of water gathered and contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Attacking with divine power, it was like a divine weapon with a violent aura. Primeval water dragon art, Morone clan's inherited divine art. It's an art that surpasses the 9th grade divine art. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. The reason why the 10 great ancient clans could stand tall in the god world for millions of years was because of their bloodline inheritance and the transmission of divine arts. When the ancient clans were established, there was always a supreme expert who surpassed the ancestor god realm. In the god realm, those almighties all had their own glorious times. The primeval water dragon art was the supreme divine art left behind by the founder of the Morone clan. In the god world, it was not inferior to the shepherd's ancestral primeval divine art. The ancestral primeval divine art was hidden in the shepherd's sacred tablet. It contained 5 divine arts, 9 heavens god-slaying sword art, 9 extreme spear art, 9 heavens emperor finger, 9 origin emperor fist, and 9 saint palm art. The 5 divine arts combined into one was the true ancestral primeval divine art. This was also the biggest secret hidden in the first sacred tablet. The clash between the 2 crown princes was a clash between the top inherited divine arts of the 2 great ancient clans. Buzz, at this moment, Crimson Spirit in Mu Yun's hand was emitting a strong fighting spirit that could not be suppressed. Old friend, you want to vent your anger? Mu Yun smiled indifferently. No problem. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun placed her spear horizontally in front of her. Today, we will take back a part of the glory that belongs to us. Clang, the spear shot out, followed by the shadow. Mu Yun immediately attacked, thrusting her spear straight out. Boom, in an instant, the 2 figures collided. The crazy aura fluctuated, each wave stronger than the previous one. Under such circumstances, the 2 of them were like war gods from the 9 heavens that had descended to the mortal world. The power of their respective deity arts was terrifying. Wild and violent energy fluctuations and air waves smashed against each other. At this moment, the ground faintly cracked, as if it could not withstand the exchange of blows between the 2 of them. At this moment, it seemed as if it was about to be completely destroyed. The rest of the people had no choice but to scatter. The battle between the 2 of them was even more shocking than the battle between the 9 transformations of the ancestral god realm. Dragon Pearl Chain. A low shout rang out. In an instant, a violent aura was slowly released around Morong Fengzhao's body. Dong dong dong, water dragon pearls that were tens of thousands of meters long were released at this moment, and the surrounding divine power was continuously devoured. Seeing this scene, a touch of indifference emerged in Mu Yun's eyes. She has already used her killing move. A cold look flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. 9 Extreme Spear Technique. First Extreme Heaven and Earth. In an instant, with a wave of her hand, the long spear was thrusted out. At this moment, the divine power on the tip of the spear seemed to have been compressed into a point, and it was still frantically condensing. The 2 figures looked at death as if they were Guei and charged at each other. Rumble. In an instant, pieces of the ground were lifted up, and the cracked ground completely exploded at this moment. However, neither of the 2 figures retreated. At this moment, it seemed as if it was no longer a matter of realm, but a matter of familiarity with each other's deity arts. The range of the explosion was still spreading, and the cracks on the ground were even more obvious at this moment. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, the fluctuations on the ground could no longer be described as tragic. Terrifying, Mou could not help but exclaim. The exchange of blows between the people below had already stopped. The battle between Mu Yun and Morong Fengzhao was really too violent, and they had no choice but to stop. 6 changes of ancestor god, Huang Yan said helplessly, even in my Qilin clan, the young men of the 6 changes of ancestor god don't have such power. Young man, as soon as these words came out, Mou's body trembled. Young clan leader Mo, I'm sorry, Huang Yan bowed slightly. Although he was from the Earth Qilin clan, Mou was the young clan leader of the Black Qilin clan. He should still have his own respect towards Mou. Back then, both of them were chosen to be the vanguard to enter the mortal world. However, in the end, when they entered the divine world, they were completely cut off from the outside world. It seemed that the Qilin clan was not preparing to invade the mortal world. This made them extremely surprised. In the long years of waiting, they had already lost the best opportunity to receive the best guidance that the Qilin clan should have. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to only be in the ancestor god realm now, but surpassing the deity realm, the sage, the monarch realm, and even the supreme realm. However, they had no idea what had happened at all. At this moment, Mou said faintly, "You and I should know that if we return to the clan now, I'm afraid that even those in the younger generation can surpass us. If we want to receive the treatment that we should have received in the past, then we must increase our strength and become powerful." Young clan leader Mo, you mean? Mou took a deep look at Huang Yan and said, "Who is this person who imprisoned us?" Mu Yun. Wrong. Mou said seriously, "He is the grandson of the first emperor god, the son of the Qing emperor Yi Yushi, the son of the human emperor Mu Qingyu. He is also the emperor of 9 lives." Mou's eyes lit up and said, "It's too difficult to return to the Qilin clan and return to our peak level just by relying on our cultivation. But with him, it's possible. Although I don't know about the human emperor, how can he be an ordinary person to be able to inherit the will of the Qing emperor and protect the Xiaoyao sacred ground? He painstakingly planned for this person to be reborn. Could it be that he wanted to be the ruler of this side of the mortal world?" When these words came out, Huang Yan was slightly stunned at this moment. However, when he thought about it carefully, Mu Yun was indeed very strange. The rise of the ancestor god realm and the rapid surpassing of others. Every change was quite spiritual. Although this person was a human, he had the perverted part of their powerful race. This was the terrifying part of Mu Yun. You mean, this person might surpass the Qing emperor and the first emperor god in the future? I don't know if he can become one. Mou turned to look at Huang Yan and said, "But at least, he won't be weaker than them." A hint of determination appeared in Mou's eyes. He had left the Qilin clan for too long. During this period of time, it was enough for earth-shattering things to happen in the Qilin clan. Perhaps the Black Qilin clan had already changed their young clan leader. Perhaps even if he returned, his father would support him to continue being the young clan leader. However, during this long period of time, he had not made any great achievements. Those old things in the clan would not care at all. Unless, he had great strength. A living example was already in front of him. Mu Yun could continue to be the crown prince because of Mu Qingyu's love. It was also because of Mu Qingyu's strength that the shepherds were united. However, Zhao Yanming was in a different situation. When he returned to the Qilin clan in the future, would he be the same as Zhao Yanming? He did not dare to think about it. Right now, he could only increase his strength crazily. He could rely on Mu Yun's strength to control the restraints that he was under. He must become the young clan leader of the Qilin clan. No one could take away what belonged to him. Boom, a deafening explosion broke Mou's train of thought at this moment. On the ground, a figure slowly descended at this moment. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, another figure also slowly descended in front of Mu Yun. Morong Fengxiao. This figure slowly descended at this moment with a pale face. Mu Yun did not seem to be in a perfect state at this moment. "It seems that you still can't kill me." Morong Fengxiao said coldly, "Mu Yun, you are no longer the same person as before." The two of them had exchanged blows repeatedly, and both of them had consumed a lot of energy. However, there was still no winner in the end. He admitted that if Mu Yun was in the same realm as him, he might have been defeated long ago. However, Mu Yun still could not kill him now. This guy was really hateful. Is that so? Mu Yun was holding a long spear at this moment and smiled slightly. In an instant, there was a touch of heroic spirit between her eyebrows, giving off a confident and perfect posture. "Have you forgotten one thing?" Mu Yun said again. "What?" Morong Fengxiao felt that something was wrong. Your Morong clan's bloodline talent, sacred water, is extremely powerful. The primeval water dragon technique is a 9th grade divine technique and is extremely domineering. However, if you use your bloodline talent, what about me? In an instant, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a wave of wind directly fluctuated at this moment. Gradually, the wind and waves condensed, and a violent aura also rolled out. A domineering devouring aura was released at this moment. The Immortal Blood Codex was the inheritance of the shepherds. It was the foundation of the shepherd's bloodline talent cultivation. Previously, Mu Yun had already cultivated to the 6th level. She could not cultivate the next 3 levels because she could not obtain them for a long time. However, the fusion of the 9 sacred tablets caused the last 3 levels to belong to Mu Yun's cultivation position. At this moment, after using this divine technique, a powerful aura fluctuated in Mu Yun's heart. Her bloodline began to boil. The ground began to rumble. You still don't know the power of my shepherd's bloodline talent, right? In an instant, Mu Yun directly rushed out. Your Highness, be careful. Your Highness, be careful. 2 Morong clan guards of the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm also rushed out at this moment. However, Mu Yun still moved forward in a straight line. Kill. Mou and Huang Yan also rushed out at this moment. Although the 2 of them were of the 6 changes of the Ancestor God realm, they were after all from the Kirin clan. Even if they had deteriorated over a long period of time, they were still a first-class clan. It was not impossible to stop the 2 of them temporarily. The other Morong clan guards also rushed out at this moment. Moreover, Mou was also looking forward to it. If Mu Yun killed Morong Fengxiao, the realm of the gods would definitely be in chaos. At that time, there would be a huge dispute. How would Mu Yun deal with this? However, he was looking forward to Mu Yun killing Morong Fengxiao now. You still dare to devour? Morong Fengxiao said coldly, if you are unable to convert and release my power, you will explode and die. Who said that I am going to convert and release? Mu Yun smiled indifferently and said, what I need is, to devour, absorb, and convert into my own power. With the help of your Morong clan's crown prince, I, Mu Yun, will step into the 7 changes of Ancestor God realm. Following this, a terrifying devouring force was unleashed. Morong Fengxiao was unable to resist the strong suppression from the bloodline. The shepherd's bloodline talent, devouring power, was extremely powerful. Only the royal clan's overbearing aura and the blood clan's soul control talent could contend against it. Not to mention that he had consumed more than half of his power. However, just now, Mu Yun had used the shepherd's divine art, and he had used the bloodline talent and the Morong clan's divine art. Now, Mu Yun had used the shepherd's devouring bloodline talent again. How could he resist it? If he could not resist it, it would be a dead end for him. Morong Fengxiao's eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. If you want me to die, then let's die together. Morong Fengxiao was completely furious. He had gone crazy. Mu Yun's power was beyond his imagination. Sorry, I don't want to. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her palm. In an instant, blood flowed out from his right eye. Many space vortexes were released at this moment. However, Morong Fengxiao naturally knew that the space vortexes were the power of space. However, such a strong power of space gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. No, at this moment, Morong Fengxiao was shocked to find that the power of space in his body was tightly suppressed. How could this be? Morong Fengxiao was completely dumbfounded. The power of space was the foundation of the Ancestor God. Combined with the power of time, he could control space-time. But now, he was unable to control the space around him. At this moment, Morong Fengxiao saw Mu Yun's eyes. Her left eye was incomparably bloody and her right eye was emitting a faint green glow. It gave off a demonic and treacherous feeling. At this moment, Morong Fengxiao couldn't even exchange for Mu Yun's life. Damn it, how could this be? Morong Fengxiao immediately cursed. Don't waste your energy. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure was approaching step by step. The murderous aura all over her body condensed and materialized. Rest in peace. You're not missing in this world. With a tap of his hand, a powerful force surged toward Xianxia. In an instant, Morong Fengxiao felt that his body was continuously exploding, as if it was going to completely collapse. A steady stream of energy flowed out of his body towards Mu Yun. At this moment, he could see with his own eyes that Mu Yun's strength and realm were continuously increasing and strengthening. Gradually, his eyes began to blur and his vision completely disappeared. Your Highness. Your Highness. At this moment, the dozen people around were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun really killed Morong Fengxiao. Damn it. A few figures were furious at this moment. As the crown prince, Morong Fengxiao was dead. It would be difficult for them to escape death. The higher-ups of the Morong clan would skin them personally for failing to protect their master. Mu Yun, you're in big trouble. You shepherds, just wait for the bloody revenge of the Morong clan. Two experts of the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm looked at Mu Yun and shouted coldly. Revenge? Mu Yun smiled and flicked her finger. In an instant, Osteopyram and the 9-tailed cat clan attacked. Don't stand on ceremony. Kill them. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun stood on the spot and did not move at all. He slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, an aura spread out from his body. In her body, Morong Fengzhao's aura spread out and gathered in her physical body and soul. The power of devouring and the power of purification, at this moment, with a combination of both, Mu Yun's strength seemed to have increased by another level. Slowly, her soul and divine body gathered and separated continuously. Mu Yun's state of mind was improved by 100 times at this moment. Her state of mind was also gradually rising at this moment. She had reached the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. In an instant, Mu Yun opened her eyes. A terrifying aura spread out at this moment. With the celestial sword in her hand, Mu Yun's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and charged into the crowd. Puff, with a slash, the power of the 9 heavens god-slaying sword technique increased. The condensation of the sword aura, the attack, and the sharpness of the sword became even more domineering. Boom, in an instant, a Morong clan guard of the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm was directly split into 2. He did not even have time to scream. It was an instant kill. This scene immediately caused everyone's face to turn pale. 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. Was this the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm? Mu Yun's strength became more than 10 times more terrifying. This person was simply not human. Retreat. At this moment, the remaining people of the Morong clan realized that Mu Yun was not someone they could deal with. In fact, when Morong Fengzhao died, everyone had already realized this. However, they could not escape even if they wanted to. Those warriors of the Osteopyram and 9-tailed cat clan entangled them and did not give them a chance to escape. At this moment, it was even more impossible for them to resist Mu Yun's attack. Now, even if they had to risk their lives, even if only one of them managed to escape, they had to kill her. Otherwise, if no one knew about Morong Fengzhao's death, the Morong clan might not know that it was Mu Yun who killed him for a long time. This matter had to be exposed. Trying to escape? Mu Yun's face turned cold at this moment. Heaven-trapping seal. With a wave of her hand, iron chains instantly condensed and shrouded the Morong clan guards of the 6 and 7 changes of the ancestor god realm and the 2 experts of the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. At this moment, they were also bound by the iron chains. Square heaven realm. She put her palms together and stretched them out. At this moment, the seal spread out and condensed into a square cage that slowly spread out. Boom, at this moment, a loud boom was heard and the square heaven realm spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun pulled back the iron chains and the figures were directly restrained in the square heaven realm. At this moment, more than 10 people joined forces and had no power to resist at all. At this moment, the hearts of the people fell to the bottom. Mou, Huang Yan, Miao Zhanyu, Miao Yutong, and the others were completely dumbfounded at this moment. 7 changes of the ancestor god realm, such a terrifying 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. At this moment, everyone understood that Mu Yun, the crown prince of the shepherds, had begun to show her claws and fangs. Gradually, the figures felt that not only were they unable to control their own bodies, but the power in their bodies was also gradually draining away. Mu Yun used her devouring power again. At this moment, everyone was completely flustered. They originally thought that Mu Yun needed their help. But now, why would she need it? The people of the Morong clan were even more flustered. More than 10 people, including the 2 8 changes of the ancestor god realm ancient martial art practitioners, were actually not a match for Mu Yun. This fellow was only at the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. Slash. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand and the entire square heaven realm seemed to be cut open by a sword. More than 10 figures' corpses fell to the ground at this moment. In an instant, more than 10 figures were completely cut into 2. The essence in their bodies was completely devoured. Mu Yun did not give them any chance at all. This scene instantly caused everyone's face to turn pale. Mu Yun was too powerful. Slowly, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged on the ground. Not long after, she opened her eyes. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave for now. Everyone entered the Heavenfall Yellow Springs diagram. Mu Yan's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared at this moment. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, many figures suddenly arrived. There were about 20 figures. At this moment, all of them were filled with a murderous aura. Many of them had suffered serious injuries at this moment. Where's His Highness? The leading figure could not help but ask at this moment. Morong Yunhai, can you sense His Highness's aura? I can sense it. Among the 20 figures, a figure opened his eyes at this moment. His face was extremely ugly. Say it. The burly man beside him could not help but urge. In this trip to the Morong clan, the two brothers, Morong Yunxiao and Morong Yunhai, had just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. They were in charge of leading the team and listening to the Crown Prince's instructions. Previously, those freaks were too ferocious. Many 8 changes and 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm ancient martial art practitioners continuously resisted. Fortunately, everyone had gathered together along the way. However, the Crown Prince had disappeared. Morong Yunxiao was extremely anxious. His Highness is dead. Morong Yunhai's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he said in a low voice. Dead? Dead? Morong Yunxiao's face was filled with shock at this moment. Impossible. Morong Yunxiao immediately roared. Unless it's the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, who else can kill His Highness? Even if it's the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, His Highness can still escape from this place. How could he be killed? Once these words were spoken, the 20 people present were all horrified. Morong Yunhai, are you sure? A man in the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm said. This matter cannot be joked about. Would I joke about it? Morong Yunhai's face was terrifyingly gloomy at this moment. The Crown Prince's death was no different from an earthquake to the Morong clan. A clan's Crown Prince was the clan's future hope. The clan leader was the brain, and the Crown Prince was the heart. This time, the Crown Prince had followed them here, but he was dead. Impossible. What about the others? I can't sense the auras of the others. I think someone destroyed their corpses. At this moment, the 20 or so people present were completely dumbfounded. The Crown Prince was dead. Now, let's first gather the clan's disciples together. Then, we'll meet up with Hani and Shuhuan at the agreed location before making a decision. They did not expect that Morong Yunhai, who had just entered the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm, would have such a high evaluation of the person who killed the Crown Prince. Not a human monster? No. Morong Yunhai looked around and said, generally speaking, once a group of human monsters is sent out, there will be more and more of them. But look around, it was clearly a fight between opponents with similar numbers. This person was able to kill the Crown Prince and silence him and the others. This is enough to show that his strength is not inferior to ours. Everyone should know about the Crown Prince's strength. In addition to the divine weapon on the Crown Prince, would an ordinary person who had just entered the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm be able to kill the Crown Prince? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. No matter what, the Crown Prince was dead. When the 9 emptiness world opened and this news spread to the God realm, the entire God realm would be in an uproar. Like the Zhao clan, the Morong clan's internal structure would probably have a huge disagreement. This was not good news. Moreover, they did not protect the Crown Prince well. Would the Morong clan's higher-ups let them off? This time, everyone's mood was gloomy. If I find out who killed the Crown Prince, I will tear him into pieces. When Morong Yunxiao said this, Morong Yunhai smiled bitterly in his heart. Since the other party dared to kill the Crown Prince, he was already prepared to do everything. This kind of person would definitely not be afraid of their revenge. Don't think too much. Let's find Hani and Shuhuan first. Okay. A group of more than 20 figures left in a hurry. Mu Yun did not think too much about the Morong clan's thoughts. He took a risk to kill Morong Fengxiao. Fortunately, the risk was equal to the reward. Now that he had reached the 7 changes of Ancestor God realm, his strength had increased greatly. After killing Morong Fengxiao, the Morong clan would be in a mess for a short period of time. Most importantly, the hatred from 10,000 years ago was now repaid with interest. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged in a mountain range. The aura around his body was faintly discernible. Divine power was quietly circulating on the surface of Mu Yun's body. In an instant, the power in his body piled up. Slowly, Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. In front of him, a ray of light was circulating endlessly. With a flip of her palm, a green bead appeared in Mu Yun's hand, heart-refining bead. The supreme artifact, heart-refining pearl, refines the heart of all things. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "It's a waste to use such a good thing on Murong Fengxiao." Mu Yun clenched her fist tightly. A frenzied aura in the heart-refining pearl continuously resisted her suppression. "Defy me? Your master has already died in my hands. Your resistance is futile." Slowly, the aura of the heavenly flame appeared. As the heavenly flames appeared, the hot aura evaporated the water vapor in the heart-refining pearl. Suddenly, the heart-refining bead calmed down, as if it had lost all its power. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly as she gently waved her hand. The heart-refining bead entered the blue sky underworld diagram. "The heart-refining bead can refine everything?" Mu Yun said with a smile. In an instant, rays of light slowly rose from the heart-refining bead. At this moment, Mu Yun could clearly feel the aura in her body slowly spreading at this moment. In the blue sky underworld diagram, rays of watery light sprinkled down from the 300 osteopyram figures. With a buzzing sound, something seemed to be breaking in the 300 osteopyram bodies. Mu Fengchen said at this moment, "It seems that some of the seals on these Bone Clan warriors may be lifted." Lift the seals? Mu Fengchen, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Wendian had been in the blue sky underworld diagram all these years. Without the sacred monument, the three of them were attached to the world tree, relying on the powerful vitality of the world tree to ensure the stability of the existence of their consciousness. It should be. Mu Fengxiao also said, "This heart-refining bead is the treasure of the Murong clan. This thing has been honed for tens of thousands of years. Some of the old antiques of the Murong clan spent countless efforts to refine it. Murong Jing actually gave it to Murong Fengxiao to carry." Mu Fengchen grinned and said, "Good grandson, well done. You killed the Murong clan's crown prince. We, the shepherds, have vented our anger. The revenge has yet to come." Mu Yun held the heart-refining bead in her hand at this moment. Pure energy poured out from the bead in torrents. The rich water spiritual aura gave people a unique sense of enjoyment. "How do you feel?" Looking at Luo Tianqing, Mu Yun asked. "Comfortable." Luo Tianqing said seriously, "I feel that the aura in my body seems to be gradually opening. A wave of energy is uncontrollably spreading out." "That's right." Mu Yun's gaze fell on Mou and Huang Yan. She said, "You are Qilin divine beasts. You should be showing off your powerful racial courage. However, after staying in the mortal world for tens of thousands of years, you are like unpolished jade covered with a layer of dust. Perhaps, you can also try using this heart-refining bead to refine your bodies." Mou and Huang Yan both nodded their heads when these words were spoken. They were already Mu Yun's puppets. In the end, it was not a solution to continue fighting against Mu Yun. Now, they urgently needed to increase their strength. Without strength, perhaps when they returned to the Qilin clan in the future, they could only receive symbolic consolation. All the glory of the past would be gone. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the heart-refining bead flew up at this moment. Traces of water spiritual aura cleansed osteopyram, Mou, and Huang Yan's bodies. The water spiritual aura was like a continuous drizzle. At this moment, it spread out waves of energy and continuously cleansed. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. Instead, he stayed here and cultivated quietly. After reaching the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm, the power of the 8 divine arts, meteor shower, earth explosion and sky fall, sky manipulation, heaven ascending technique, heaven trapping seal, Fuyao ghost finger, 4 directions heaven realm, and Buddha light earth slash, were all increasing. He needed to adapt in time. At the same time, the 5 divine arts contained in the ancestor primordial divine art had also undergone a qualitative change. When he first learned these deity techniques, he felt that as his divine power increased, the power of these deity techniques also gradually increased. The fusion of the heaven-fall underworld diagram was more connected at this moment. The azure scale dragon armor condensed from the dragon-form body. The terrifying power fluctuations that the right eye of heaven could display. Mu Yun could increasingly feel that the power in his body was gradually being activated. And as his realm increased, the strength of his power increased more and more. This might be the benefit of experiencing 9 lives and 9 lives. The cultivation of others could not be compared to his. After disappearing for dozens of years, Mu Yun did not plan to move around in the surrounding area. He was alone, and it was not a good thing for him to encounter monsters or people from the ancient clan. Although they were not difficult to deal with, he did not want to expose the power that he had hidden in the heaven-fall underworld diagram. And in these dozens of years, he could be said to have evolved the divine arts that he had mastered one by one. These evolutions relied on the Emperor's shadow in the spacetime fortress in the celestial extermination diagram. Mu Yun was now completely confident that he could crush opponents of the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Even those who had just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm would not be his match. This confidence came from these dozens of years of cultivation. As for the 300 Osteopyrum, Mou, and Huang Yan, their improvement was even more terrifying. Even Miao Zhanyu, Miao Yutong, and the others had improved tremendously. However, he was not prepared to expose these powers. On this day, Mu Yun was still cultivating on the spot as usual. However, the rumbling sounds of explosions interrupted his quiet cultivation. "Your Highness, these monsters are too difficult to deal with." A slightly familiar voice slowly sounded. Mu Yun opened his eyes slightly. This voice seemed to belong to Zhanhe? "We have to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to escape if other monsters notice." "Yes." The sounds of fighting rang out not far from where Mu Yun was. "The Zhang clan," Mu Yun murmured softly. It seemed that the people of the Zhang clan had encountered those monsters again. However, Mu Yun did not care about the Zhang clan and those monsters. Xianxia might have left with a good purpose, but in the end, she did not turn back. Mu Yun naturally did not blame Xianxia. The Zhang clan was still in a state of conflict with him, the crown prince of the shepherds. However, it was also because of this that if they encountered trouble, he could not be bothered to deal with them. The battle continued, and the mountain range collapsed in large areas at this moment. Mu Yun sat in the array that he had set up calmly and did not move. Slowly, voices rang out one after another. Suddenly, there were more intense fighting sounds in the sky. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned slightly. This did not seem to be a fight between the Zhang clan and the monsters. Gradually, a voice suddenly sounded at this moment. "Crown Prince Zhan, long time no see." A chuckling voice sounded. Mu Yun was very familiar with this voice. The crown prince of the Han clan, Han. Mu Yun frowned slightly. "Han, Shi Shuhuan, what are you doing here?" Zhang Tianyu's voice sounded slowly. Mu Yun was hiding in the ground of the mountain range at this moment. She could clearly hear the conversation on the ground and even see the rhythm of those figures on the ground. Han and Shi Shuhuan seemed to have brought a large number of people from the Han clan, Shi clan, and Morong clan here. Zhang Tianyu obviously did not have a good attitude towards the people of the 2 clans. "Nothing much." Han said again, "I want to ask you for some information." "Information?" On the ground, Zhang Tianyu was surprised. "Morong Fengxiao is dead. Do you know who else has the ability to deal with Morong Fengxiao other than us?" "What?" Zhang Tianyu was shocked when he heard this. Morong Fengxiao was dead. What kind of person was Morong Fengxiao? The crown prince of the Morong clan, the heart of the Morong clan, dead, not to mention Zhang Tianyu. Everyone from the Zhang clan was shocked. If this spread to the realm of the gods, the entire Morong clan would go crazy. They understood that the Zhang clan and Zhao were on good terms. This incident had caused a huge uproar in the divine world at that time. Apart from the shepherds, the other 8 clans were nervous. They were afraid that the Zhao clan would point the spear at them because of a small matter. Because of this, the Zhao clan had gone through thousands of years of internal strife before it finally calmed down. Zhao Keiming, Zhao Qingfeng, and Zhao Jieluan had become the 3 most popular candidates for the position of crown prince in the Zhao clan. And it was precisely because of this that the entire Zhao family had almost fallen into a situation where it was about to fall apart. Now that Murong Fengxiao was dead, it would be another disaster for the Murong clan. I don't know. Zhang Tianyu said calmly, the person who could kill Murong Fengxiao must have at least entered the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm. If it was done by someone from the Zhang clan, it would be impossible for there not to be any traces left. When Zhang Tianyu said that, Hani and Shuhuan fell silent. Slowly, Hani looked at the people from the Zhang clan and said, if so, Crown Prince Zhang, can you let us check? As soon as these words were spoken, the situation became a little strange. Check? How? Zhang Tianyu frowned slightly. It's simple. Murong Fengxiao is the crown prince of the Murong clan. He is in the 7 changes of Ancestor God realm. The heart-refining pearl. Hani looked at Zhang Tianyu and the others carefully and said, the heart-refining pearl is a sovereign artifact. It is a top-notch artifact in the divine world. I believe Crown Prince Zhang has heard of it. Murong Fengxiao is dead and the heart-refining pearl has disappeared. If you want to prove your innocence, please take out your spatial treasures and let us check. When he said that, the scene became gloomy. Check? Zhang Sini frowned and snorted, Hani, we didn't kill anyone. Instead, you want us to prove our innocence? Aren't the Han clan and Shi clan too meddlesome? When he said that, the people from the Zhang clan nodded. Murong Fengxiao was dead and Hani and Shi Shuhuan wanted to check on them. What did that mean? They obviously suspected that they had killed Murong Fengxiao. Hani, aren't your words too hurtful? Zhang Tianyu said. Murong Fengxiao is dead, yet you want to investigate us? Are you going to do the same for the shepherds, the royal family, and the vampires? You don't have to care about the rest. Now, we'll eliminate all of you as suspects. Shi Shuhuan said indifferently, Zhang Tianyu, your Zhang clan's bloodline talent is illusions. To be honest, illusions are the most realistic way to kill without leaving any traces. We're not targeting you. We just want to find the real culprit after a thorough investigation. After all, now that Murong Fengxiao is dead, the 2 of us won't be able to answer to Uncle Murong. Explain? Zhang Tianyu laughed. What a great, not easy to explain. That's why you all decided to push this hat onto my head. Zhang Tianyu's face turned cold as he said coldly, if you suspect me, Zhang Tianyu, then show me the evidence. I will let you search me to prove my innocence. However, if we don't have any evidence, we, the Zhang clan, are not to be trifled with. As the crown prince of the Zhang clan, Zhang Tianyu had his own dignity. Moreover, he represented the glory of the Zhang clan. If he bowed his head now, the dignity of the Zhang clan would no longer exist. Looks like you're not going to cooperate? What a joke. Zhang Tianyu sneered. Why should I cooperate with you? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Shi Shuhuan glanced at the people behind Zhang Tianyu and smiled. I think it's easier to talk with your fists. Then you can try. Zhang Tianyu looked at him coldly. The Shi clan and Han clan had gone too far. They were clearly bullying the Zhang clan. Brother Han, what do you think? Shi Shuhuan smiled faintly. Let's do it. A murderous intent appeared between Han Yi's brows. Boom, in an instant, the 2 figures turned into 2 streaks of lightning and charged out. Zhang Tianyu roared and charged out instantly. Protect Sini. As Zhang Tianyu's words fell, an unrestrained aura began to accumulate around him. Even if it was 1 against 2, he wasn't afraid. The Shi clan and Han clan were too much of a bully. Today, they were deliberately looking for trouble. If they were to swallow their anger, it wouldn't be something the Zhang clan would do. Today, Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan teamed up to kill him, but it wasn't enough. Although he was at the 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm and was weaker than Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan by 1 change, it didn't mean that he would be defeated by the 2 of them. Boom, in an instant, the 3 parties exchanged blows. However, it was obvious that the Shi clan and Han clan had the advantage in numbers. The Zhang clan was obviously at a disadvantage right from the start. However, they had more hope for Zhang Tianyu. Although Zhang Tianyu wasn't at the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, as the crown prince of the Zhang clan, how could he be so weak? The 3 figures were entangled and exchanged blows continuously. In the heavens and earth, there were waves of explosions, each louder than the previous one. At this moment, Mu Yun was below the mountain range where the three parties were fighting. The ground was shaking continuously. Mu Yun frowned. He wasn't interested in the fight between the Zhang clan, Han clan, and Shi clan. After all, the three ancient clans were considered enemies. The reason why he had helped Xianxia previously was because Xianxia had helped him in the True Martial Academy. Now, it could be said that they had nothing to do with each other. However, with the commotion above, it was obvious that he couldn't stay here any longer. He might as well leave. After making up his mind, Mu Yun's figure gradually moved toward the ground. Boom, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. On the ground, Han Yi, Shi Shuhuan, and Zhang Tianyu quickly separated. However, at this moment, Zhang Tianyu was panting. Facing two crown princes who were more powerful than him, he was gradually struggling to make ends meet. Zhang Tianyu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Han Yi said coldly, hasn't the Zhang clan been going downhill all these years? Compared to the three ancient clans, the alliance between you and Zhao is the weakest in the entire realm of the gods. If the Blood clan and the Royal clan are determined to destroy the shepherds again, the Zhang clan and Zhao clan might be wiped out too. Shameless boasting. Zhang Tianyu snorted. Unrepentant. Brother Shi, we don't have to hold back. All right. At this moment, the two of them were filled with killing intent. I was wondering who was fighting with such fanfare. So it's the two of you? At this moment, there was a burst of laughter. Close to 100 figures flew over. The leader was a young man. His long hair danced in the wind. He wore a light blue robe and had an extraordinary aura. His pair of red phoenix eyes were exceptionally charming. One would be immersed in his gaze. Zhao Jieluan. Seeing the newcomers, Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan's eyes lit up. Brother Zhao. Zhang Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Jieluan was one of the three famous candidates for the crown prince position in Zhao Kingdom. Zhao Kingdom and the Zhang clan had always been on good terms. Now that Zhao Jieluan had appeared, Zhang Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Zhao Jieluan looked at Zhang Tianyu and smiled faintly. Turning to Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan, Zhao Jieluan snorted coldly, aren't the Shi clan and Han clan's hands a little too far? Do they really think you're a royal clan or a vampire? Seeing Zhao Jieluan's appearance, Shi Shuhuan and Han Yi immediately became cautious. This was going to be troublesome. Since you dare to do such a thing, let's see if your two clans are stronger or if our two ancient clans are stronger. Zhao Jieluan looked at Zhang Tianyu beside him. Zhang Tianyu nodded at this moment. The two figures immediately charged out side by side. Wisps of blue lightning spread out from Zhao Jieluan's hand. Zhao bloodline talent godly lightning was divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The purple godly lightning was the most powerful. It was said that old ancestor Zhao's purple godly lightning had shocked many clans in the god realm. Blue godly lightning. Zhao Jieluan's 7 changes of the ancestor god realm was extremely talented. At this moment, Shi Shuhuan and Han Yi both became cautious. Purple lightning sky-splitting art. Purple spiritual dragon. In the blink of an eye, lightning flashed between Zhao Jieluan's palms, and a green lightning dragon began to form. At this moment, Shi Shuhuan and Han Yi both took a step back. The Zhao clan's purple lightning sky-splitting incantation was a supreme divine incantation. Its power was domineering, and the purple spiritual dragon was even more famous. However, Zhao Jieluan's 7 changes of the ancestor god realm made the godly lightning green. If Zhao Zhao's patriarch was here, he would be the real purple spiritual dragon. Once the purple spiritual dragon appeared, even the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm would be in trouble. Even though Zhao Jieluan was only in the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm, this attack was extremely powerful. At this moment, the two of them kept retreating. Zhang Tianyu, who was standing beside Zhao Jieluan, had a serious look on his face. He cooperated with Zhao Jieluan and attacked at the same time. Die! Zhao Jieluan roared and the purple spiritual dragon in his hand instantly attacked. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded and the world shook. However, at this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Your Highness! Your Highness! Zhang Clan and the others were completely stunned. Zhao Jieluan's attack was aimed at Shuhuan and Han Yi. However, just when they thought that the two of them were dead, Zhao Jieluan suddenly changed the direction of the battle. The attack landed directly on Zhang Tianyu's back. The green dragon rushed out and the huge impact instantly stirred up Zhang Tianyu's body. Zhang Tianyu did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against Zhao Jieluan. This attack could be said to be completely unleashed. Boom, in an instant, Zhang Tianyu's figure rushed into the depths of the mountain like a cannonball. In an instant, dozens of mountains collapsed and cracks appeared on the ground. This attack was enough to severely injure Zhang Tianyu. Big brother! Zhang Sini rushed out at this moment. Princess Zhang! I'm going to kill you! Zhang Sini charged forward and struck with her palm. Bang, however, her palm was too weak against Zhao Jieluan, who was in the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. Zhao Jieluan was one of the 3 famous princes of the Zhao clan, and his strength was at the 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm. Zhang Sini turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Zhang Sini was furious. Zhao Jieluan, why did you do this? Zhang Sini shouted. Have you forgotten that Zhao Zhao and the Zhan tribe are allies? Princess Zhan, don't be angry. Zhao Jieluan grinned. Of course I won't forget about the alliance. But I've joined forces with Brother Shi and Brother Han to become the crown prince. Zhao Jieluan smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Han Yi and Shi Shuhuan also walked up at this moment. Brother Zhao, you scared us just now. Shi Shuhuan said, how was it? We put on a good show to help you. Not bad, right? Thank you so much. Zhao Jieluan cupped his hands. Zhao Jieluan looked at Zhang Sini and said, I won't kill you, but you have to promise me one thing. At this point, how could he not understand? The 3 of them were in cahoots. What do you want? Simple. Zhao Jieluan said again. You know that my 2 brothers, Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng, are vying for the crown prince title. I need the support of the Zhan tribe. I happen to have a goo mind pill here. After your brother takes it, he'll be mine. I won't kill him. As for you, Zhao Jieluan looked at Zhang Sini and said with a smile, go back to the Zhan tribe and tell your father that you want to marry me. You want me to marry you? Dream on. Zhang Sini said coldly. Dream on? Zhao Jieluan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then I'm sorry. Your brother is going to die, but you, Zhang Sini, can't die. The ferocious look in Zhao Jieluan's eyes instantly exploded. Within the Zhao kingdom, for the sake of the position of crown prince, it could be said that there had been many fights. The 3 brothers had been fighting for nearly 10,000 years, but their father was still unwilling to make up his mind. He still wanted to wait for that damned 4th brother of his. What's so good about Zhao Yanming? Was it worth it for his father to choose him over the 3 brothers again and again? I'm afraid your wishful thinking is too good. Zhang Sini sneered, your father, Uncle Zhao, has already decided to make Zhao Yanming the crown prince. Moreover, when I saw Zhao Yanming in the low-dimensional space, he was already at the 4th transformation of the ancestor god realm. Zhao Jieluan was stunned when he heard this. Impossible, impossible. How could this guy increase his cultivation level so quickly? Zhao Jieluan's face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Sini said again, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. No. Zhao Jieluan shouted again, you can help. As his words fell, a hint of madness appeared in Zhao Jieluan's eyes. As long as you marry me, your brother will become a puppet in my hands, and your father will strongly recommend me to my father to be the crown prince, and everything will be reversed. Zhao Keiming, Zhao Qingfeng, and Zhao Yanming, who do they think they are? At this moment, Zhao Jieluan's expression was completely crazy. His figure flew out and stood in the air. When he saw Zhang Tianyu, who was on the verge of death, he reached out his hand. A powerful suction force spread out at this moment. Zhang Tianyu's figure flew into the air. Before Zhao Jieluan could rejoice, he was suddenly stunned. Below, where Zhang Tianyu's body landed, a large hole suddenly appeared. And at this moment, a figure was coincidentally standing there. There was someone else here? Zhao Jieluan was stunned. Sorry to disturb everyone. Mu Yan looked at everyone and laughed. She cupped her hands and said, you can continue. I'll take my leave first. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Stop. Hani and Shuhuan were the first to react. The two of them stared at Mu Yan, and murderous intent slowly emerged in their eyes. In the Morong clan, Morong Yunxiao and Morong Yunhai were also looking at Mu Yan at this moment. On that day, if it wasn't for Mu Yan's appearance that attracted those freaks, the three ancient clans wouldn't have suffered such great losses and hundreds of casualties. All of this was caused by Mu Yan. Mu Yan stopped and looked at everyone. You can continue with your work. I'm just a passerby. Mu Yan looked at them and laughed again. I asked you to stop. Hani said coldly, kid, if it wasn't for you who lured the freaks to our place of residence, we wouldn't have lost so many experts. Now, you still want to run? Sure. Shuhuan also said coldly, did you kill Morong Fengxiao? I think you're the most likely person in the entire Nine Emptiness realm. The two of them looked at Mu Yan with murderous intent. Such a strong murderous intent? Looking at the two of them, the smile between Mu Yan's brows gradually disappeared. To be honest, I agree that the two of you should settle your own problems first. Mu Yan said seriously, I'm really just a passerby. Glib-tongued. Sure. Shuhuan said coldly, since we met you today, you can just wait for your death. This time, don't think of running away. Hani also said coldly, the Crown Prince of Shepherds is famous. I think if he dies in the Nine Emptiness realm, it will cause a sensation in the entire Divine realm, right? The two of them looked at Mu Yan with murderous intent. The Crown Prince of Shepherds was famous. In the entire Divine realm, he was a figure that attracted a lot of attention. After all, Mu Yan's strength back then was comparable to the clan leaders of the 10 ancient clans. Now that she had returned and reached the ancestor god realm, people couldn't help but pay attention to her. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of trouble. Mu Yan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, do you really think that you can kill me with the advantage of numbers? Mu Yan really didn't want to get involved. Zhao Jieluan teamed up with Hani and Sher Shuhuan to deal with Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Sini. If this matter spread to the Divine Realm, the three ancient clans and the Zhang clan would completely fall out. The alliance between Zhao clan and the Zhang clan would also collapse. However, it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't wait for the three parties to completely fall out. At that time, the threat that the shepherds faced would be even smaller. However, he didn't want to get involved. But now, he was coincidentally found out. It seemed that he had to get involved. Stepping back, looking at Sher Shuhuan and Hani, Mu Yan said, in that case, I'm not leaving. As her words fell, a murderous intent slowly spread out in Mu Yan's eyes. This time, she really didn't plan to leave. Originally, I wanted to see if it would be fun when you guys fight. But since you guys don't want me to leave, then I won't leave. Looking at the few of them, Mu Yan grinned and said, alright, what do you guys want to do next? What do we do? Sher Shuhuan snorted coldly and said, of course, we'll kill you and severely injure the shepherds. You didn't die completely last time. This time, we'll let you die more thoroughly. At this moment, murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Alright, do you want to come alone or together? Or should I say, all of you come together? To deal with you, we don't need all of us to come together. Sher Shuhuan's murderous intent surged. As he took a step forward, waves of aura surged around him, each wave higher than the previous one. The Sher clan's bloodline talent was giantification. The power of giantification required the support of extremely strong divine power. Therefore, the Sher clan had always been rich in divine power. Among the 10 great ancient clans, they were one of a kind. A strong wave of air surged. Sher Shuhuan took a step forward, and his figure grew to 3 meters. He directly threw a punch at Mu Yan. Seeing this scene, a strong aura condensed in Mu Yan's palm, and she directly threw out a palm to meet it. Boom, in an instant, the two palms collided, and a majestic wind wave spread out. As the explosion sounded, the void was torn apart. The sound of footsteps could be heard. At this moment, Sher Shuhuan's figure staggered slightly and directly retreated. 7 changes of Ancestor God. Suddenly, Sher Shuhuan's face froze. The rest of the people were even more surprised. 7 changes of Ancestor God. Mu Yun had reached the 7 changes of Ancestor God, but when she first entered the 9 emptiness realm, wasn't it rumored that she was only at the 2nd change of Ancestor God, 5 changes of Ancestor God? What a joke! At this moment, Xianxia took the opportunity to support Zhang Tianyu and returned to the Zhang clan team. Brother, how are you? I'm not dead yet. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand and said, this guy has reached the 7 changes of Ancestor God? Mu Yun is very terrifying. Xianxia said calmly, actually, when he entered the 9 emptiness realm, he was already at the 4 changes of Ancestor God. In the low-dimensional space, he broke through repeatedly. It's just that I didn't expect him to reach the 7 changes of Ancestor God now. Xianxia was upset. She and Mu Yun broke through the 6 changes of Ancestor God at the same time. However, after a few decades, Mu Yun had advanced again and reached the 7 changes of Ancestor God. This was truly inconceivable. This guy, the 9 Fate Emperor, has experienced 9 lifetimes. He's really terrifying. Zhang Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment, and his face was extremely pale. Brother, I'm fine. Zhang Tianyu wiped away the blood and said again, remember, if anything happens to me later, leave with your clansmen. Brother, did you hear that? Zhang Tianyu said calmly, if I die, you will succeed the position of crown prince. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia was stunned. Mu Yun's appearance will at most give me a breather. It's impossible for him to resist the 3 ancient clan warriors alone. I can't hold on any longer. Moreover, Mu Yun's appearance is purely coincidental. He might not help us. Zhang Tianyu said calmly, so, if I die, you must leave, understand? Looking at Zhang Tianyu's serious expression, Xianxia's eyes were red, and she nodded fiercely. Boom, once again, a loud explosion rang out. Shuhuan's figure had already charged out. Mu Yun had reached the 7 transformations of Ancestor God. This was definitely not good news. How long did Mu Yun spend to reach the 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm? It had only been a few hundred years since the end of the 5 Elements World's trial. From the 1st transformation of the Ancestor God transformation to the 7th transformation. Who could do such a thing at such a fast speed? In an instant, Shuhuan's body grew taller, and a faint crimson color appeared on his skin. Violent divine power fluctuations spread out slowly at that moment. At this moment, he could clearly feel the power gathering in his body. Mu Yun's 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm was not to be underestimated. Therefore, if he wanted to kill him, he would have to go all out. Overlord's Fury Attack. With a low shout, Shuhuan charged forward, his divine power surging. Boom, he punched out, and the crimson fist wind condensed into a tiger's shadow, piercing towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun clearly felt that there seemed to be a ferocious beast hidden in Shuhuan's body that was charging at her with the vigor of a tiger. Why don't you try my 9 Origin Emperor fist? Mu Yun's expression was calm. She clasped her hands together and punched out with a loud bang. Her fist energy whizzed out at this moment. Each wave of killing intent was stronger than the previous one. In Mu Yun's hand, there was an aura that made one's heart palpitate. As he punched out, the fist energy condensed into an imposing aura. He had the aura of an emperor. Boom, the air screamed and the earth trembled. At this moment, the 2 fists collided. Explosions rang out one after another. A rumbling sound echoed out as Shuhuan's figure retreated once again. Another defeat. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were clearly stunned. Mu Yun's attack was a little too overbearing. This fellow was merely at the 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm. He was only at the 7 transformations of the Ancestral God realm, yet he was able to erupt with strength that crushed Shuhuan. This was truly inconceivable. At this moment, Mu Yun understood. Back when he was at the 6 transformations of the Ancestor God realm, it had taken him a lot of effort to kill Morong Fengxiao, who was at the 7 transformations of the Ancestor God realm. However, it was precisely because of this that he wasn't in a hurry to advance his cultivation even after he'd attained the 7 forms of the universe enlightened Ancestral God realm during these past few tens of years. Instead, it was the polishing of the various deity arts. In the space-time fortress of the painting of extermination of immortality, he used the Emperor's shadow as his opponent. He repeatedly used the secret techniques of the 9 sacred steels, including the refinement of the ancestral primordial spirit formula. Raising one's cultivation level was indeed very important, but it was also crucial for one's control over the deity art. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if he couldn't use his powerful cultivation to its full potential. Time passed bit by bit, and the scene became even quieter. "Brother Sure, let's attack together." Han Yi's eyes were cold. He also admitted that he had underestimated Mu Yun. Who would have thought that this guy would become so terrifying? Alright. Sure, Shu Huan's face was terrifyingly dark. He still had a killer move that he had not used, but presumably, Mu Yun was the same. If he was careless and fell for it, he would suffer a huge loss. Although 2 against 1 wasn't honorable, winning was the most important thing. In that case, let's not be in a daze. Zhao Jieluan turned to look at Zhang Tianyu and said with a smile, "Crown Prince Zhang, have you thought it through? Either I plant the venomous pill on you, or die." Zhao Jieluan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Zhao Jieluan, I was wrong about you." Zhang Tianyu's expression was cold. Alright. At this moment, Zhao Jieluan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Swish, in an instant, his figure directly dissipated, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Zhang Tianyu. Azure Dragon Roar. A low roar sounded, and Zhao Jieluan's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Get lost. At this moment, Zhang Sini directly charged out. Swish swish swish, and Zhao and the others directly blocked her at this moment. Those who followed Zhao Jieluan here were all his confidants. At this moment, they naturally wouldn't let Zhang Sini disturb their master's good fortune. Zhang Tianyu's face was slightly pale, and he immediately charged out with his divine power. For a time, battles broke out in all directions in the mountain range. Sure, Shu Huan and Han Yi teamed up to deal with Mu Yun. Zhao Jieluan charged towards Zhang Tianyu. The scene instantly became chaotic. The remaining cultivators surrounded the surroundings cautiously to prevent the few of them from escaping. Morong Yunxiao and Morong Yunhai's faces were gloomy. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, the crown prince wouldn't have died, Morong Yunxiao snorted. Don't worry. This time, Han Yi and Shu Huan took action. In the future, when the shepherds go crazy, they will only target the Sher tribe and Han tribe. Our Morong tribe will be the least affected. At this moment, Morong Yunhai said in a low voice, but we absolutely can't let Mu Yun escape. Yes. In the surroundings, several experts of the 8 and 9 transformation ancestor god realm carefully observed the battle and formed an encirclement. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gradually felt that something was amiss. Although she was powerful, the opponent had the advantage in numbers. Now, Shu Huan and Han Yi teamed up to deal with her for the sake of their reputation. In the end, they were just showing off. If she repelled the 2 of them, then those experts of the 8 and 9 transformation ancestor god realm who were watching would probably join in. This wasn't a good thing. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart gradually became active. Gradually, on the other side, she saw Zhao Jieluan and Zhang Tianyu fighting. A trace of light flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. Qiyu bloodline, activate. Han Yi's face flushed red as he couldn't defeat Mu Yun after attacking for a long time. A demonic purple color flashed across his eyes, and a murderous aura instantly gathered around him. An ancient aura instantly filled his entire body. Qiyu battle art. With a low roar, Han Yi charged directly at Mu Yun. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 2 of them clashed dozens of times. With every collision, a 1,000-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Violent power spread between heaven and earth. As they fought, the distance between the 2 of them gradually shortened. At this moment, Shu Huan was also attacking violently from the side. At this moment, Mu Yun was gasping for breath. This fellow can't take it anymore. Shu Huan said coldly. Kill him while he's down. Alright. 2 figures charged out at this moment. Boom, in an instant, a roar sounded, and Mu Yun's figure charged directly at the 2 of them. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. With a point of her finger, it was as if the Emperor's aura had descended. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. Mu Yun retreated, but the 2 of them didn't realize that the direction in which Mu Yun was retreating was in the direction of Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Tianyu's battle. Mou, Huang Yan, catch Zhao Jialuan. Suddenly, Mu Yun waved her hand, and two figures appeared out of thin air. They charged at Zhao Jialuan as fast as lightning. At this moment, Zhao Jialuan was originally suppressing Zhang Tianyu, and he was secretly delighted. Suddenly, a burst of air-piercing sounds came from behind and swept over. 8 changes of Ancestor God. Zhao Jialuan was dumbfounded when he saw the two figures charging over. Why would there suddenly be an 8 changes of Ancestor God beside Mu Yun? Mou and Huang Yan were originally Qilin divine beasts. After being cleansed by the heart-refining pearl for decades, their strength had skyrocketed in a cultivation holy land like the heaven-fall underworld diagram. The Qilin clan was a first-class clan, and their cultivation speed was incomparably fast. However, over the years, their arrogance had gradually been obliterated in the mortal world. However, the refinement of the heart-refining pearl seemed to have repolished them. In a few decades, their advancement was even more exaggerated than Mu Yun's. This was also what made Mu Yun happy. If the Qilin divine beasts were so ordinary, then it really made him wonder how this clan became a first-class clan. In an instant, Mou and Huang Yan attacked quickly. A strong pressure from the Qilin divine beast stunned Zhao Jialuan. Your Highness, be careful. 2 experts who had just entered the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm rushed out from Zhao Tianyu's side. Stop. Although they reacted quickly, Mou and Huang Yan reacted even faster. The two of them directly captured Zhao Jialuan and quickly retreated to Mu Yun's side. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu couldn't breathe. His face turned pale, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood again. He was already seriously injured. When he fought with Zhao Jialuan was glaring at him covetously. He was already like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, let's stop first." Standing on the spot, separated by hundreds of meters, Mu Yun's gaze fell on Hani and Shuhuan. After thinking about it, capturing Zhao Jialuan alive was the best way. Mu Yun. Zhao Jialuan shouted, "Let me go. Otherwise, can the shepherds withstand Zhao Tianyu's anger?" Smack, as soon as Zhao Jialuan finished speaking, Mu Yun did not hold back and directly slapped him. "Did I ask you to speak?" This slap directly stunned Zhao Jialuan. "Now you are a bargaining chip in my hand. If I didn't ask you to speak, you'd better shut up." Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with Zhao Jialuan. "Zhao Feng, Zhao Ben, don't worry about me. Kill him." Zhao Jialuan was still roaring at this moment. Smack. Smack. Smack, in an instant, Mu Yun slapped him 4 times. Looking at Zhao Jialuan's swollen cheeks, she said once more, "I said, shut up. Stop." At this moment, 2 9 transformation Ancestor God experts walked out from Zhao Tianyu's group. "The 2 of you are Zhao Feng and Zhao Ben, right?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "I don't want to kill your master. I'm just borrowing him to save my life." Save his life. Mou and Huang Yan, who were tightly restraining Zhao Jialuan, had strange expressions. Beside Mu Yun, there were 5 avatars. Moreover, each of them possessed the power of a bloodline talent of an ancient tribe. In fact, the 300 osteopyrum in the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram had become even stronger over the past few decades. Although it was not enough to kill these people, it was definitely not a problem for them to protect themselves. The only explanation the two could think of was that perhaps Mu Yun was unwilling to reveal her trump card, at least not now. "What do you want?" Zhao Feng walked out at this moment and looked at Mu Yun as he whispered. He truly didn't have much of a relationship with Zhang Zhu and company. However, Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Sini were the same. If it weren't for Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Sini at the True Martial Academy, he wouldn't have been able to take back his fate soul and completely merge with it. Now, he owed them a favor, so it was fine to return it. In your dreams. In your dreams. Hani and Shuhuan were infuriated at this moment. Zhao Feng and Zhao Ben both furrowed their eyebrows. "How can you guarantee that you won't harm my master?" Zhao Ben asked coldly. "Zhao and company can just follow us." Mu Yun nodded. "However, the 2 of them can't follow us. We'll release them after we confirm that it's safe. At that time, if we don't release them, you can chase after us." At this moment, Mu Yun said with a smile on his face. "Don't fall for it." Shu Huan exclaimed. This guy doesn't have any good intentions. That's right. If we let him escape, there'll be no end to our troubles. Is that so? Seeing how agitated Shu Huan and Han Yi were, Mu Yun pointed her chaotic heaven sword at Zhao Jieluan's forehead. Sure, if you don't release them, then we'll just fight to the death. Stop. Wait. In an instant, Zhao Feng and Zhao Ben began to panic. Currently, the three crown princes were fighting, and many elders and patriarchs supported Zhao Jieluan as the core. If Zhao Jieluan died, then all of this would be for nothing. In the future, if either Zhao Keiming or Zhao Qingfeng ascended to the position of clan leader, they would definitely die a horrible death. We agree. That's more like it. Mu Yun smiled faintly. You. Shu Huan and Han Yi were both enraged. Crown princes, Zhao Feng said calmly. Zhao Feng said calmly, if something happens to my master, then the agreement with the Han family and the Shi family will be broken. You two should know that my master has a deal with you. Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng have secret dealings with the other ancient races. Shu Huan and Han Yi's eyes flickered. However, what was the meaning of letting Mu Yun and the others leave just like that? Their efforts would have been in vain. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Mu Yun said calmly, do you agree or not? Time passed quietly. At this moment, Mu Yun was very confident. Zhao Jieluan's guards would never watch him die. In order to groom a successor, the old fogies behind Zhao Jieluan must have spared no effort. If Zhao Jieluan died like this, those old antiques would suffer a great loss. Therefore, these guards would definitely protect Zhao Jieluan to the death. Even if Han Yi and Shu Huan did not agree, Zhao and the other guards would stop them. At that time, it would be their internal strife. If he agreed, that would be even better. Everyone would immediately retreat. Now, it was up to them to decide. I promise you. Zhao Jieluan's voice was hoarse as he whimpered. He couldn't die. If he died, thousands of years of planning and fighting would all be for naught. This was something he didn't want to see. Okay, since that's the case, let's go. Mu Yun waved her hand, and Zhang Sini helped Zhang Tianyu up as they slowly retreated. Brother Han. Shu Huan wanted to stop them, but his expression was dark. Forget it. Han Yi didn't move at this moment. If Zhao Jieluan really dies, our three races will suffer a great loss. According to what I know, Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng seem to have secret dealings with the Wang and Zhu races. Therefore, Zhao Jieluan can't die. Shu Huan said, what if Mu Yun breaks the agreement? Probably not. Han Yi said calmly. Firstly, Zhao Feng and Zhao Ben are both at the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm. The Zhan race has suffered great losses, so they shouldn't be a match for Zhao Feng's people. If Mu Yun was smart, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Furthermore, the crown prince of the shepherds back then was very arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed and killed by Xue Xiao. Shu Huan nodded his head. Right now, we still need to find the beast that killed Murong Fengxiao. Han Yi looked at Murong Yunxiao and Murong Yunhai and said carefully, don't worry, I will report this matter to Uncle Murong. I believe Uncle Murong won't blame the two of you. Thank you, Crown Prince Han. Han Yi continued, right now, the only ones who can kill Murong Fengxiao are the blood race and the royal race. Xue Liangxing, who is leading the blood race, and Wang Ji and Wang Xian, who are leading the blood race, aren't easy to deal with. However, we still need to investigate this thoroughly. Attacking Brother Murong is the same as attacking the 3 ancient races. We need to investigate thoroughly. Let's go. The group hurriedly left. On the other side, Mu Yun led Zhao Jieluan, the Zhang clan, and the others away. Under the lead of Zhao Ben, Zhao Feng, and the others, the dozens of people followed them carefully. What should we do next? Zhang Sini looked at Mu Yun and asked. Let's leave far away first. After making sure that the Han clan and Shi clan haven't caught up, I have my ways, Mu Yun said lightly. Seeing Mu Yun's calm expression, Zhang Sini nodded her head. I'm sorry for what happened before. She had left Mu Yun behind. Although she returned later, she didn't see Mu Yun. Zhang Sini thought that Mu Yun had met with an accident. It's my idea. Xian, he said, you are the crown prince of the shepherds, the nine-fate son of heaven. In the future, you will definitely harm the Xian clan. That's why I deceived the princess. It has nothing to do with the princess. You admit it so frankly. Mu Yun sneered. You say that I will harm you? Then let me ask you. From the time I became famous in the shepherds until my death, have I ever violated the nine-fate son of heaven? Even now that I've returned, have I ever taken the initiative to cause trouble for you? All day long, you say that I, Mu Yun, the nine-fate son of heaven, will unify the god world, as if I really did it. On the other hand, you all want to destroy the shepherds and me, Mu Yun, as if you are the victim. Xian, he was speechless when he heard this. Over the years, rumors of the crown prince of the shepherds had been prevalent. However, thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun had shaken the god world back then. She and her father, Mu Qingyu, could be said to be at the top of the god world and on par with the patriarchs of the 9 great ancient clans. However, the shepherds back then had indeed not violated anything. They had instead attacked the shepherds out of fear. Thank you very much for today's matter. Xian, he cupped his hands and said, I, Xian he, owe you my life. If the Xian clan and the shepherds fight in the future, I, Xian he, will return the favor to you when I meet you, Mu Yun. Forget it. I don't care about your life. Mu Yun could not be bothered with him. In the hearts of these people, he seemed to have become a villain who did all kinds of evil. However, in reality, he did not seem to have done anything. Instead, it was these people who wanted to deal with him more than once. For the next 3 days, Mu Yun led the Xian clan people forward. Zhao Feng, Zhao Ben, and the others followed closely, not daring to act rashly. On this day, the group suddenly stopped as they were moving forward. What's wrong? Mu Yun looked at the Xian clan people and asked in confusion. Something happened to my big brother. Xianxia said anxiously. Mu Yun followed Xianxia to the Xian clan people and saw that Xian Tianyu's face was pale, and there seemed to be green lines on the surface of his body. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. What's wrong? Xianxia felt that something was wrong. In the past few days, Xian Tianyu's expression was normal, and he did not show any expression. However, a big problem suddenly occurred. Tell me. Mu Yun pulled Zhao Jieluan over and said directly. Zhao Jieluan's expression was ugly, and he kept silent. If you don't tell me, I'll break one of your arms. Mu Yun said directly. Don't waste time. I'll tell you. Zhao Jieluan immediately said, this is caused by the power of the purple lightning sky-splitting technique. I used the purple lightning heaven-splitting arts purple lightning body binding on him. Purple lightning binding technique. Xianxini's eyes were filled with shock, grief, anger, and hatred. I'll kill you. Xianxini waved her hand and charged towards Zhao Jieluan. Mou and Huang Yan did not stop her. With a bang, Zhao Jieluan's body was hit by Xianxini's palm, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun did not stop him. Purple lightning binding technique, it was the most domineering and ruthless seal in the purple lightning sky-splitting technique. When it was used, the blood in the body would be entangled by the purple lightning, and the vitality would be depleted bit by bit. Gradually, the body would be completely hollowed out, causing the soul to be damaged and eventually die. The power of this seal was domineering. Moreover, it was used by Zhao Jieluan, who was in the 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm. This seal was unbreakable. Xianxini's face was pale. Brother, looking at the green patterns on the surface of Xian Tianyu's body, Xianxini felt as if her heart was broken. She thought that she had escaped the tiger's den, but who would have thought that an even bigger problem would appear now? Drag him out and kill him. Mu Yun said indifferently. Kill him? Zhao Jieluan was completely dumbfounded. You can't kill me, you can't kill me, you can't go back on your word. Zhao Jieluan said in fear. I'll be the crown prince of Zhao in the future. Mu Yun, let me go, I can let Zhao cooperate with your shepherds. I didn't intend to let you go in the first place. Mu Yun said indifferently. Firstly, Zhao Yanming has returned, and Zhao Yanming and I are friends. Therefore, I will help him become the crown prince of Zhao. Secondly, whether it's Han Yi, Shi Shuhuan, or you, I will kill them all. Furthermore, you can pay some interest for the grudges of the shepherds from 10,000 years ago. After saying that, Mu Yan waved her hand. Mou and Huang Yan immediately understood and took Zhao Yanming away. Mu Yan looked at the Zhan tribe group and turned to leave. After all, Zhao Jialuan had the 7 transformations of the ancestor god. Although he wasn't as strong as Mu Yan, he was still a source of strength after devouring him. Mu Yan wouldn't let him go. The 3 figures left. At this moment, Zhan Tianyu's face was pale, and his aura was weak. His life was in danger now. On the other side, Zhao Jialuan kept cursing. Mu Yan, if you kill me, Zhao Feng and Zhao Ben will kill you. Zhao Jialuan roared. Is that so? Mu Yan waved her hand, and 300 pieces of osteopyrum appeared. End of chapter 2136. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.